Chapter 1, The System of the Rich starts with a critical hit on the bank card, rewarding 1 trillion. It was drizzling outside the Yida shopping mall in Shanghai. Wangfan walked in the rain without an umbrella, head down, like a zombie. This month, the fourth deal that had been agreed upon was snatched away by the dog boss to help his harem boost their sales. He could not stand it any longer, so he punched the dog leader to the ground with 2 punches. Before the dog leader could react, he ran away, out of the office, out of the building, into the rain. I felt a little regretful after I got wet. I was too impulsive just now. Now his job is at risk, and the bag that his girlfriend Fu Yanjie wants will definitely be gone. When she makes a scene, she will have to take out online loans again. Thinking of the usurious interest rate made him feel sick. At this time, a couple came over and said, "Honey, when will you buy me the bag I like?" "Baby, we have to spend our money wisely." "Didn't that idiot Wangfan already promise to buy it for you?" "He has been targeted by his superiors recently. It's hard for him to get enough money. It's useless to expect him to buy anything. Then you can just cry, make a scene, or even hang yourself. If all else fails, bring up your dead grandfather and I guarantee he will give you the money." "My dear, you are so mean. Wangfan will definitely hate us if he knows about this. He's just a love-struck dog. As long as we disguise it well, he will never find out in his life." When Wangfan heard the word dear, he was actually filled with joy. Because that was the voice of his girlfriend Fu Yanjie, he even thought that his girlfriend had telepathy with him and knew that he was not doing well at work, so she came to comfort him. But then he thought about how miserable he was now. How could he let the woman he loved see him? So he didn't look up but just walked more slowly. The man's voice that followed made Yang Wei, his roommate, feel like he was struck by lightning. Wangfan couldn't accept the fact that his good friend who usually cared about him actually said such things about him behind his back. It was obvious that Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie were a couple, and he was just a part of their play. No wonder Fu Yanjie knew everything about her life preferences. It must have been Yang Wei who told her. Wangfan thought he had found the love of his life, but he fell into the trap of this couple. In order to firmly grasp this hard-earned true love, Wangfan turned into the ultimate licking dog. Even the money for his mother's medical treatment was temporarily embezzled just to please Fu Yanjie. Thinking of this, Wangfan felt that he was worse than pigs and dogs. Pa pa pa. I slapped myself hard several times. Bite. The host's remorse is detected, and the godly rich critical hit system begins binding. It turned out to be the system. Wangfan finally couldn't hold back his inner joy and burst into tears. After 30 years of ups and downs, it was finally his turn to own the system. Now bound to the godly critical hit system. System binding in progress, progress 1%. Loading, 100% progress. Congratulations to the host for binding the godly rich critical hit system. A blue light curtain appeared in front of Wangfan. Host, Wangfan. Strength, 75. Intelligence, 82. Physical strength, 80. Spirit, 88. The limit for ordinary people is 100. Godly rich value, 0. Looking at the personal information above, Wangfan wanted to try to adjust the values above. It's a pity that he couldn't even touch it, and it's estimated that others couldn't even see it. After that, Wangfan adjusted his mood and asked, "System, please tell me how to do a critical hit?" This system is a super rich critical strike system. Any item touched by a hand will be multiplied and critically strike to become a more valuable item, and rewarded to the host. As for the critical hit multiple, it is completely random. Each item can only be crit once, and there is no limit to the number of crits per day. The value of the item after the critical hit will be automatically converted into the godly value after consumption, and can be used to purchase items of corresponding value in the godly mall. At the same time, this system can also randomly trigger tasks according to the host's mood changes. There will be corresponding rewards for completing the task, and there will be corresponding punishments for failing to complete it. Damn, this is a really rich system. It's simply a two-way bug system. The value of the item obtained after a critical hit can be converted into super rich value after consumption. And the Shinhao points can be used to purchase items in the Shinhao Mall, forming a perfect closed loop at this moment. There are also additional mission rewards, which is really cool. Thinking of this, Wangfan took out his bank card from his pocket with trembling hands. In order to save money to buy a bag for Fu Yanjie, he lived frugally and ate only 3 steamed buns and pickled vegetables a day. I finally saved up 100,000 yuan. With this month's commission, it would have exceeded 300,000 yuan. But now the commission has become a 200 yuan order opening reward for each order, and 800 yuan was given for 4 orders. This dog leader deserves to die. Now that we have the godly critical hit system, we naturally need to verify whether it is true or not. I touched the agricultural bank card with my hand and said to myself, use the godly rich critical attack on the bank card. Ding dong. Successfully hit the bank card, triggering a 10 million times bonus for the godly rich. The 100,000 balance in your card will be converted to 1 trillion in deposits. Wangfan was stunned when he heard this amount. It was too huge. It was hundreds of times higher than the GDP of the United States in 2023. But when I looked at the text message sent by the bank, the string of zeros at the end was indeed 1 trillion. However, telecom fraud has become the norm these days. In order to ensure that it is not a scammer's trick, Wangfan quickly called the Agricultural Bank of China to confirm, and after manual inquiry, he indeed had 1 trillion yuan in deposits in his account. Wangfan burst into tears again, this time of course, out of joy. I am finally rich. I don't have to be a low-level office worker anymore. I don't have to worry about finding a job after graduation anymore. I don't have to be a bootlicker of a bad girl anymore. At this moment, Wangfan felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Who in this world could be as awesome as him and gain wealth in an instant? It is hundreds of times the wealth created by the richest country in the world in a year. Who else? Suddenly Wangfan was startled. There was so much money in his bank card for no apparent reason. Would he be arrested by the relevant authorities because of this money of unknown origin? Host, don't worry. This system will give a reasonable explanation for every sum of money. Passers-by looked at Wangfan with strange eyes. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just a lunatic who cried and laughed in the rain. Oh, there are still people who put on such a show these days? Instead of hiding from the rain, they are acting out a sad drama here. It's really enough. Look at this loser, he must have failed in his career and his girlfriend ran away with someone else, he deserves it. Who told him not to work hard normally, and now he's crying? The world is really going downhill, people are not as they used to be. Even at this age, he still can't control his emotions, embarrassing himself in public, and he's not afraid of being laughed at. People like this are either too hypocritical or have poor psychological endurance. Life is not always smooth sailing. If you can't even handle this little setback, how can you survive in the future? Shut up, everyone. Life is like a play, and a play is like life. Who can guarantee that they won't become the next him? Chapter 2, I want to top up 10 million, but I am mocked by my boss and the clerk. Wangfan straightened his back and wiped the rain and tears off his face with his hands. He wanted to start a new life. So he walked towards Yida shopping mall with a swagger. When he arrived at the door, he was stopped by the guard. The guard had just seen Wangfan go crazy and was afraid that he was really a psychopath. He can't afford the consequences of physically attacking customers in the mall. Wangfan didn't bother to talk to him. He just stuffed the work badge hanging around his neck into the guard's hand. First, I work here, and second, I want to go in and spend some money. If you dare to stop me again, I'll be rude to you. After saying that, he walked into the mall without looking back. Now Wangfan has 1 trillion in his bank card, which is his confidence. If the guard tried to stop him again, he wouldn't mind giving him 2 slaps to let him know the consequences of looking down on others. Seeing the Emma's flagship store not far away, Wangfan usually wouldn't dare to come to this kind of luxury store. Unless Fu Yanjie specifically mentioned a brand of product, he would check the price online and come only when he had enough money. He would also leave after buying something and never stay too long. I was afraid that I would not be able to resist the waiteress' enthusiastic introduction and would buy more. Plus, I was really short of money and it would be embarrassing if I couldn't afford it later. Seeing Wangfan soaked to the skin and wearing a cheap suit. I estimate that including the pair of leather shoes, it won't be more than 300 yuan. The waiter smiled and stopped Wangfan. Sir, we have just finished cleaning, you can't come in now, you need to wait a little longer. Looking at the 2 puddles of water that had formed under his feet, Wangfan couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Another dog who looks down on others. Subconsciously, he reached into his pocket, tightly grasped the agricultural bank card, then turned around and walked to Givenchy opposite Hermes. There was no need for Wangfan to force himself to consume in the store of such a snobbish clerk and slap her in the face. He would not work hard to boost sales for such a slut. The most direct revenge is to go shopping at their rival's house and make her, the little bitch, mad to death. Shouting, why don't you let customers into the store? I just finished cleaning. Shouting pointed at Wangfan, who was walking towards Givenchy, and said, look, he has no more than 300 pieces of clothing on him, and he's soaked like a drowned chicken. If he lets us in, not only will our hygiene be wasted, but what if he soils our clothes? The store manager saw Wangfan's embarrassed back, gave Shouting a thumbs up and said with a smile, do you think he will be kicked out of Givenchy? To the surprise of the Hermes staff, after Wangfan arrived at Givenchy, the clerk here brought him slippers and a towel, which was completely beyond Wang Ping's expectations. There is no harm without comparison. Emma Shouting pouted and complained. Manager, Xiulian across the street is a white lotus. Pretending to be a good person is really disgusting. Wangfan took the towel and felt its soft touch, which made him feel that you really get what you pay for. The towels I bought before for 9.95 yuan are really incomparable to this one. Thanks. Wangfan took out his bank card and asked, can you pre-charge members here? Xiulian smiled sweetly and replied, sir, of course. How much do you want to top up? She did not directly introduce the membership levels, but left the choice to the customers themselves. This made Wangfan feel that the waiter in front of him was really serving the guests, instead of trying every possible way to empty the customer's wallet. Wangfan would naturally help such a waiter. Let's go for 10 million first. I'm all wet, so I won't go in. Please help me match a few sets of clothes. He handed the agricultural bank card to Xiulian, who was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. The other party actually wanted to top up 10 million and directly upgrade to their top-level membership. Oh my god. I can't believe it. So he asked back, sir, are you sure you want to pre-charge 10 million? Wangfan answered affirmatively while wiping his hair, yes. After hearing the news, Shouting from Emma's laughed without caring about her image. Xiulian, you don't really believe that you can swipe out 10 million from that ordinary agricultural bank debit card in your hand, do you? He's a poor loser with no more than $300 on him. If he has $10,000 in his card, I'll lose. At this time, Wangfan remembered the voice of the system in his mind. Bite. Feeling the host's emotional changes, triggering a new task. Slap the Emma clerk in the face and let her know the consequences of looking down on others. After completing the task, you will be rewarded with a Bugatti Black Legend. If you fail to complete the task, you will be despised by the readers and will need to eat 3 basins of pig feed. There is no need to think about this option. Between 3 pots of pig feed and Bugatti Black Legend, the latter is the natural choice. The mission has been accepted successfully. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Wangfan turned his head coldly, looked at the woman named Shouting and asked. Bitch, I didn't offend you. You've attacked me time and again. Do you really think I'm made of clay? If I can get 10 million with this card, you will be completely defeated. I will not let you go even if you kneel down and call me grandpa. Shouting looked at Wangfan's serious expression and laughed even more recklessly until tears came out of her eyes. The store manager threatened me, saying he wouldn't let me go even if I called him grandpa. It's so funny. Their laughter also attracted the curiosity of customers who were choosing clothes in the store. When I walked out, I saw that it was Wangfan. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Wangfan, you King dare to show up at Yida Shopping Center. I'm going to kill you today. That is right, this person is none other than the dog leader Zhao Jiahao, who robbed Wangfan of 4 orders. Next to him was a seductive intern named Qin Mushui. She was holding his arms and rubbing the 2 balls against his body, looking fawning. Just as Zhao Jiahao was about to rush over, Shouting blocked his way. After all, the other party hasn't bought anything yet, how can I let him go so easily? Sir, I am not an ordinary person. I want to top up 10 million in Givenchy. It's not something that ordinary people can afford to offend. Qin Mushui, who was standing by, felt as if she had been tickled when she heard this. He is just an ultimate bootlicker, and his salary is only about 10,000 yuan a month. But if you offend Mr. Zhao, you'll lose your job immediately. Where did he get the 10 million? Was it in a daydream? Ha ha ha. Wangfan cursed inwardly, a bunch of dogs and men who look down on others. He handed the agricultural bank card in his hand to Xiulian again. Go swipe your card. After hearing so many people on the other side laugh at Wangfan, Xiulian felt that it was really too much. This time, he took Wangfan's bank card without saying anything and walked straight to the cashier inside the house. Chapter 3, Critical Attack on Yida, Reward of 1,000 Shopping Malls. I swiped the POS machine, entered 10 million, and then took the POS machine to the door. He handed it to Wangfan and said, "Sir, I need you to enter the password." Seeing this, Zhao Jiahao smiled and said, "Wangfan, stop pretending. I know exactly how much money you have. You still have to enter your password. Do you have to enter it incorrectly 3 times in a row? Tell them your bank card is locked and unlock it before recharging." "That's right, is it interesting for Wangfan to pretend to be rich? You're just a poor loser." Wangfan knew that at this moment, those bastards on the other side would not believe anything he said. The loudest slap in the face is when you enter your password and pay successfully. Look at these bastards, will they dare to look down on others in the future? Ding! 10 million has arrived in your FPAO account. This sound was heard in the Givenchy store, and the store manager almost dropped his calculator. I hurried to the door and said, "Xiaolian, what happened? How come there is 10 million in our account?" Xiaolian quickly explained, "Manager, this gentleman recharged his account in our store." The store manager smiled and held out his hand, saying, "Xiaolian, why don't you let our respected platinum members come into the store to rest?" "Sir, I apologize for the delay." "Please come in, sir." Wangfan gently shook the manager's outstretched hand and said, "Don't blame Xiaolian. I just got caught in the rain and my body is wet. I'm going to dry myself before going in." "It's okay. Please come in and let Xiaolian help you blow dry with a hairdryer. Don't catch a cold." When everyone at the door of Hermes saw this scene, they were all stunned and speechless. The more happily they were shouting just now, the more painful it is to be hit in the face now. However, Wangfan did not follow the Givenchy store manager into the store. Instead, he turned around and looked at Xiao Ting, the clerk at the door of Hermes, and said, "You lose. I said that even if you kneel down and call me grandpa, I will not forgive you. Be prepared to bear my revenge." When Xiao Ting heard this, her whole body began to tremble. She really regretted that she shouldn't have judged people by their appearance. Otherwise, the 10 million yuan in sales would be hers. According to the 5% commission, it is also a full 500,000 yuan. But now not only can I not get the commission, but I have also offended a real trillionaire. She subconsciously looked for the store manager, but as soon as her hand touched the store manager, he pushed her away. "Xiao Ting, look at what you did. You let such a big client go just like that. You have caused huge losses to the company. Now go to the finance department to settle your bill and leave." The store manager's words were like a bolt of thunder, which shocked Xiao Ting. Her legs softened and she knelt down, looking at the store manager and begging, "Manager, please don't fire me. I can't live without this job." The store manager avoided her as if she were the plague god, staying away from her and ignoring her completely. Xiao Ting knew that only Wangfan could save her at this time, so she turned her head and looked at Wangfan and said, "Sir, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for looking down on you. Please forgive me, my lord, and let me go." Zhao Jiahao's face also turned very ugly. He didn't know why Wangfan, the loser who could be easily controlled by him. In the blink of an eye, she became an existence beyond his reach, which he really couldn't understand. "Boss Xiao, is he Wangfan?" Xin Muxue asked doubtfully, "When did you become so rich?" Zhao Jiahao didn't know what went wrong. Every time he snatched Wangfan's orders, Wangfan would beg desperately, not acting like a rich man at all. But now why can he easily swipe his salary card to get 10 million? Even if he is their boss, it wouldn't be so easy for him to take out 10 million. Wangfan doesn't care what these bastards think. He squatted down as if he was going to untie his shoelaces and change his shoes, but in fact he was launching a critical attack on Yida Shopping Mall. Ding dong! Successfully critically hit Yida Shopping Mall, triggering the critically hit reward for the super rich. Congratulations to the host, you have acquired ownership of 1,000 shopping malls across the country. The property ownership certificates of 1,000 shopping malls will be sent to your home by express delivery. The electronic version of the property certificate has been sent to your mobile phone, please check it. Information on 1,000 shopping malls, Escapee in the capital, AFC in Shanghai, Deji Plaza in Shanghai, Wuzhong Mall in Jiangcheng, Nixi in Pengcheng, Taikoo Hui in Yangcheng, Yida Shopping Mall. I opened my phone and saw that all the big shopping malls across the country had become my own businesses. Wangfan really wanted to shout out loud to express his excitement. There is still 1 trillion yuan left in the card that has not been spent, and now it has been given to so many shopping malls. Even if one day the super-rich critical hit system disappears, he can live a decent life just by collecting rent from these shopping malls. It is worthy of being called the godly critical hit system. It is really generous. Wangfan now feels that his back is straighter. The Xinhao critical strike system is quite considerate. It not only provides an electronic version of the property ownership certificate, but also provides the contact information of the current persons in charge of the major shopping malls. I found the phone number of the person in charge of the Yida shopping mall and called him directly. I'm Wangfan. I'm in front of the Givenchy store on the first floor of Yida shopping mall. I'll give you 3 minutes to get here. Wang Fucai, the general manager of Yida shopping center, was in a meeting when his secretary came running over anxiously. Telling him that Yida was acquired by a mysterious rich man named Wangfan caught him off guard. While I was still thinking about what to do next, my phone rang. After the call was connected, the other party called himself Wangfan and asked him to rush to the Givenchy entrance on the first floor within 3 minutes. I wanted to yell at him, but then I remembered that Wangfan was my current boss. He immediately said to the executives in the conference room, "Follow me." After saying that, he ran out without waiting for others to take the lead, and the executives behind him were a little confused. I didn't know what happened. It was the first time I saw Mr. Wang. This fat guy was quite agile, so I could only run after him. Wangfan looked at Zhao Jiahao and said, "Mr. Zhao, didn't you say you were going to kill me today? Then let's see who kills who." "I'm going to let you, a bastard, know. What is meant by karma? No one can escape it." To be honest, facing Wangfan's shouting, Zhao Jiahao was really a little scared. After all, money is the key to success. Someone who can come up with 10 million at once must be worth at least hundreds of millions, which is not something a little karami like him, who is worth millions, can compete with. So Zhao Jiahao remained silent. Qin Muxue, who was standing aside, looked at Wangfan with bright eyes. When she was in school, she was determined to find a rich man, but she didn't expect that a billionaire would be so close to her. But she didn't grasp it well, and now she regrets it very much. Although she was still holding Zhao Jiahao's arm, she was already giving Wangfan flirts. This made Wangfan feel a little disgusted. After all, he had seen Qin Muxue showing Zhao Jiahao her trumpet-playing talent in the corridor. It was after that incident that Zhao Jiahao began to dislike everything about him. They started the despicable act of snatching his orders, which was nothing more than a way to force him to leave. Wang Fucai, along with a group of Yida executives, ran around the mall, causing quite a stir. People thought something big must have happened. Chapter 4, Starting Over, a private cinema caught in the act. Otherwise, why would these big shots who are rarely seen in normal days come out in full force? Wang Fucai tried hard to adjust his breathing, but he was still a little out of breath because he was fat. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me for not coming to meet you." Wangfan looked at Wang Fucai's sweaty head, handed him a towel and said, "Our mall doesn't need brands that look down on others. Get Emma's out of here." "Okay, Mr. Wang." Wangfan was quite satisfied that Wang Fucai executed his orders directly without asking the reasons. The Emma store was in chaos. "Boss Wang, what do you mean by this? Why are you kicking us out?" Wang Fucai snorted coldly. "Who told you to look down on others and offend our chairman?" The store manager smiled and said, "Boss Wang, this joke is not funny at all. We would not dare to offend your chairman even if we had 100 guts. Do you think I'm kidding you? Hurry up and inform your superiors. We will pay whatever compensation is due. You must move out of our Yida shopping center within 2 hours." After seeing this scene, shouting no longer asked Wangfan for forgiveness. She knew that if Emma's people knew that the store was closed down by Yida because of her, he will definitely come to me to claim compensation for the corresponding losses, so I ran away. Zhao Jiahao's legs went weak when he saw this. How did Wangfan become the chairman of Yida again? What other identity did he hide? Because a clerk looked down on others, the entire store was kicked out of Yida. He had snatched 4 orders from Wangfan. With Wangfan's keen mind, he could definitely make his life a living hell. Subconsciously, he looked at Wangfan, who was smiling at him. At this moment, Zhao Jiahao's defense was completely broken, and he knelt directly on the ground. Reality is stronger than people. He just changed his house and car, and the monthly loan is more than 20,000. This job is the lifeblood of their family. If they lose it, the consequences will be disastrous. So he knelt down and begged for Wangfan's forgiveness, but would Wangfan forgive him? Obviously not. If Wangfan didn't have the godly critical attack system, even if he knelt beside Zhao Jiahao and begged him not to fire him, beg him not to take away my order and beg him to let me go, Zhao Jiahao would definitely not let him continue to work. So Wangfan kicked away Zhao Jiahao, who was trying to hold his legs, and beg for mercy. Boss Wang, have his company suspend operations for rectification, remove the bad apples from the company, and then allow them to operate again. If they don't do as I say, just like Emma's, get them out of Yida. Xin Muxue, who was standing by, turned pale when she heard Wangfan decide their life and death. Then she approached Wangfan cautiously, trying to impress him with her talent. Wangfan also kicked him to the ground. Don't even think about getting involved, you bastard who loves to blow the trumpet. After saying that, he walked straight into the Givenchy store. Xiulian was already waiting with a hairdryer. Wangfan was not polite. After all, he spent 10 million in cash, so it was only natural that he could enjoy such treatment. Xiulian then took the prepared clothes to the fitting room and asked Wangfan to try them on to see if they fit him well. It's said that Xiulian has a pretty good eye. The clothes she matched are all very fitting, which makes Wangfan very satisfied. Looking at Wangfan, who was dressed up inside and out, he was completely different from when I first saw him. To be honest, anyone who sees this will be moved. Xiulian plucked up the courage to say, Mr. Wang, can I add your contact information? When there are new products in the store, I will recommend them to you in time. Good. Wangfan opened the QR code without hesitation and asked Xiulian to scan it. Afterwards, Wangfan went to the mall to find a barber shop and prepared to get a new hairstyle. After all, he had to start over from scratch since he was a newborn. When we were halfway through, Wang Fu came over and said that the task he had assigned to us had been completed. In fact, Wangfan already knew it, because the godly rich critical hit system had already prompted it. The rewarded Bugatti Black Legend has been parked in the underground parking lot of Yida Shopping Mall. Bite. Sensing the host's emotional changes, triggering new tasks. Catch Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie in the act. If you complete the mission, you will be rewarded with 1,000 school district housing estates across the country. The mission was not completed, and the reader was chasing him with a 40-meter-long sword. Do you accept the mission? Now Wangfan has 1 trillion yuan in his hands and owns 1,000 large shopping malls. Stand up straight and don't have to live in frustration anymore. He who does not seek revenge is not a gentleman. He has been dating that bastard Fu Yanjie for 8 months and has not even met him in person. She cheated him out of 888,000 yuan through online chatting, and now she is checking into a hotel with that bastard Yang Wei. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. What's more, after completing the task, there are still 1,000 sets of school district housing to be obtained, which is more than 1 billion in assets. The most important thing is that school district housing is a scarce asset, and its value retention is better than that of large shopping malls, so why not do it? Besides, we can't let the readers chase us with swords in hand. What if they get exhausted? Accept the mission. The mission was accepted successfully. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Wangfan found a photo of his roommate Yang Wei on his phone. Said to Wang Fucai, half an hour ago, this man and a woman came to our mall. Help me find out where they went. Remember not to alert the enemy. Wang Fucai took out his cell phone and took a photo of Yang Wei with Wangfan's cell phone. Director Wang, I promise to find these 2 people before you finish your work. Now Wangfan finally feels the benefits of being a leader. Whenever he raises any problem, someone will help him solve it. This feeling is so great. After Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie arrived at the mall, they first had a very bourgeois steak meal. Then I went to a private cinema to watch a movie. It is generally known that good people go to private cinemas. This kind of place is usually not for watching movies, it is just a temporary room for providing food and shelter. They no longer cared about what was in the movie. Now Yang Wei had already taken action. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rapid knock on the door. Yang Wei really wanted to curse. He was about to get on his horse with his gun, which made him unable to move forward. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, I could only take a blanket and cover Fu Yanjie. I went to see what was going on with my bare chest and a pair of shorts. After the door was opened, before he could even curse, he was kicked to the ground. Then a man in a suit rushed over and pushed him to the ground. Who the hell are you? This is against the law, you know that? The lights were also turned on, which made Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie uncomfortable for a moment. At this time, Wangfan was wearing a handsome Givenchy suit and had a buzz cut, looking like a typical hormonal thug in a suit. Fu Yanjie was stunned. The blanket covering her body slipped down a bit, revealing a piece of white, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 5: Beating up Yang Wei and exposing his and Fu Yanjie's scam. Suddenly her phone rang and she subconsciously went to pick it up, but when she saw the note saying "suck up and sucker," she didn't bother to answer it. After all, her male god was walking towards her step by step. She felt that such a dreamy moment could not be ruined by a dog, so she hung up directly, but the call rang again soon. Fu Yanjie had no choice but to answer the call. "I have something to do now, please don't call me again, okay? Did you have sex with someone in a private theater?" A cold voice came from the man who was walking towards them. Fu Yanjie shuddered. She didn't expect that the person in front of her was actually her ultimate licking dog Wangfan. How was this possible? She had seen Wangfan's photos before. Although she had always used various reasons not to video chat or meet him in person, they still exchanged photos. That's right, she teamed up with Yang Wei, working together from inside and outside to defraud Wangfan of his hard-earned money time and time again. At this time, Fu Yanjie was really panicked. She didn't expect that the scam that she and Yang Wei thought was perfect would be exposed by Wangfan in this way. The incident happened too suddenly. Before she could react, Wangfan stepped forward, snatched Fu Yanjie's phone and handed it to Wang Fucai. "Save all the chats involving me, Yang Wei, and Fu Yanjie. You are not allowed to read or spread it, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk." "Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I will complete the task." Fu Yanjie finally reacted at this time. She covered the blanket with one hand and tried to grab her cell phone with the other. "Wangfan, I was wrong. Can you please give my phone back to me? Please." Wangfan held his phone and recorded the video while asking, "Come on, tell me where you went wrong?" Fu Yanjie saw that Wangfan was recording her with his cell phone, and it was obvious that he was collecting new evidence. As a liar, she has a strong sense of prevention and it is impossible for her to tell others about the bad things she has done to their faces. So he said, "My mistake was to believe that you were just a poor bitch and not meet you earlier." Wangfan was really angry. Fu Yanjie, such a J person, had fallen into such a situation, but she was still trying to trick him. Damn it, I really thought he was a fool. He put his phone in his pocket and slapped her in the face. "I caught you in the act, and you still want to PUA me. You really take me for a fool." Seeing Wangfan put down his phone, Fu Yanjie felt the burning pain on her face. She stared at Wangfan with resentment. She had never thought that the licker who usually obeyed her in everything on the internet would dare to slap her. This was a face that even her father couldn't bear to slap. How dare Wangfan do that? The rage in her heart was already burning fiercely, completely burning away the remaining rationality in her heart. "Wangfan, you f***ing dare to hit me. Are you still a man? Don't make yourself sound so innocent. You licked me just to fuck me. Come on, I'll let you fuck me and let you sleep enough." As she spoke, she tore off the blanket covering her body, and her snow-white skin suddenly appeared in front of Wangfan. Of course, there was also a Yida staff member filming nearby, but he knew that this was the boss's woman, so he quickly turned his head away. You know what? Wangfan had never seen such a scene before and was completely stunned by Fu Yanjie. This was the first time he had truly seen a woman's body. He didn't know what to do for a moment and just stood there staring. Looking at the handsome Wangfan's pig-like appearance, Fu Yanjie was quite proud in her heart. She knew that as long as she used a little trick, this sucker who had been licking her for 8 months would definitely surrender to her. Why is it different from the descriptions in other novels I've read? It's not clear enough. Wangfan asked Fu Yanjie the question in his mind with a puzzled look on his face. Why is it so black? Shouldn't it be flawless white jade? The seemingly ordinary question directly broke Fu Yanjie's defense. Fu Yanjie had few shortcomings, but Wangfan brought them up to make a fuss. For her, this was a shame, a great shame. She had agreed not to hit people in the face or expose their shortcomings when scolding them. Why did it turn into an indiscriminate venomous attack on Wangfan? It's really infuriating. He is just pure jealousy. He is just a sour grape owner who cannot eat it. At this moment, she remembered Yang Wei and grabbed the blanket she had thrown aside and covered herself with it. He cried and cursed loudly, "Yang Wei, are you still a man? Your woman has been bullied by that idiot Wangfan, and you don't even stand up for me. What kind of man are you? Why is my life so miserable?" Yang Wei, who was pinned to the ground, heard that Fu Yanjie was being bullied. Suddenly, a great force erupted from his body. He knocked over the person who was pressing on him and rushed towards Wangfan regardless of anything. Wangfan, what kind of man are you? How can you bully a woman? Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Wangfan glanced over and saw two employees of Yida. Holding Yang Wei's arms on the left and right, Wangfan kicked him in the stomach. I have money and people, who do you think you are? You want to fight me in a one-on-one fight? Hit me. Screams began to sound in the private cinema. Of course it was Yang Wei's voice. After a while, Yang Wei couldn't stand it anymore and started begging for mercy. Wangfan, we have been sleeping together for 3 years and we are best brothers. I usually care about you, how could you do this to me? Hearing this, Wangfan's anger was ignited again. He really regarded Yang Wei as a close brother. After all, a country kid came to a big city like Shanghai, and there was a city dweller who didn't hold grudges against him. Instead of looking down on him, he helped and cared about him everywhere, which naturally made Wangfan let down his guard. However, who knew that people's hearts were so sinister? City people are very cunning, and they are almost forcing him back to the countryside. Yang Wei, this bastard, actually teamed up with his girlfriend to play a trick on him. 8 months of online dating, 888,000 yuan was defrauded. Damn it, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Wangfan raised his foot and kicked Yang Wei hard in the stomach. In fact, he really wanted to move it down 3 inches and turn him into a eunuch. But reason still defeated the devil in his heart. He didn't want to go in and operate the sewing machine now. Wangfan's wonderful life has just begun, and he doesn't want to lose his freedom. After kicking him a few times, his anger subsided a little. Yang Wei, you teamed up with your girlfriend to defraud my money. I'll give you 3 days. Give me back every penny I owe, or I'll call the police and sue you for fraud. If we lock you up, you will be socially dead. Not only will you not have a diploma, you won't be able to find a decent job in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie's faces turned extremely ugly. The money they had cheated from Wangfan had long been squandered by them. Every time they got money out of Wangfan, they would eat, drink and have fun, and finally book a couple hotel to have some fun. It was such a great feeling. Chapter 6 gives the repayment deadline. Bugatti Black Legend is watched. Wangfan, you can't do this to me. I'm your baby. Fu Yanjie heard Wangfan say that if he didn't pay back the money, he would call the police. But the more than 800,000 yuan had already been squandered by them, so what could they use to pay back? So he started to act pitiful and tried to win back Wangfan's heart by saying, You said you would marry me in this life, how could you bear to make me sad? When Wangfan heard these words, he felt extremely disgusted and really felt like he was feeding the dogs. I didn't expect that my reputation would be ruined by this couple. Fu Yanjie, shut the fuck up. I just want the money that belongs to me, so stop disgusting me. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Looking at Wangfan's back as he left, he knew that Wangfan was serious this time. The 8 months they had been together, wasn't it worth it for him to miss her at all? Was he still the same dog who did everything she said? Was he still the sucker who would transfer money whenever she asked him to? How could a person who had been a queen be willing to be banished to the cold palace and become a lowly maid? Fu Yanjie couldn't stand it anymore. Wangfan, if you are ruthless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Wangfan stopped walking when he heard this, but he was extremely disgusted with Yanjie right now, so he just turned his back and wanted to hear what other farts she could come up with. Seeing Wangfan stop, Fu Yanjie thought that Wangfan was afraid of her and said even more arrogantly, Most of the money you transferred to me had a note that it was a voluntary gift. Even if you sue me, the court won't be on your side. We are in a normal relationship, what's wrong with spending some money on your girlfriend? Listen to this tea talk, is it human language? It is simply confusing right and wrong. At the beginning, Fu Yanjie took the initiative to add Wangfan to chat and ask about his well-being every day. This method can be said to be the same routine as Yang Wei. Wangfan felt a warmth he had never felt before, and he felt that his soulmate had finally arrived. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Half a month later, he started asking Wangfan for gifts and money under various festivals and excuses. Before this, Wangfan had already been subtly influenced to PUA that he loved her and wanted to be a good man who made her worry-free. Therefore, when it comes to large transfers, you must note that it is a voluntary gift. And Fu Yanjie is not the kind of liar who only accepts gifts. She knows very well that love requires give and take, so she provided Wangfan with full emotional value. Every time after defrauding money from Wangfan, he would buy something for 9.9 yuan with free shipping from Pink Sixy and give it to Wangfan as a gift. This was also one of the reasons why Wangfan gradually fell into her gentle embrace and could not extricate himself. Wangfan always feels that this relationship is not a one-sided one. It was obvious that this so-called voluntary gift must have been discussed in advance by Fu Yanjie and Yang Wei. It was just so that one day Wangfan would find out that this was a scam and he wouldn't have to return the money he gave to Fu Yanjie. In fact, with Wangfan's current wealth, he really doesn't care about the 888,000 yuan. But a tree lives by its skin, and a man lives by his face. Wangfan couldn't swallow the humiliation of being tricked by these two bitches. He had to make these two bastards pay the price before he could swallow this humiliation. Wangfan turned around and looked at Fu Yanjie with a cold smile, which made her shudder. Bitch, you and Yang Wei are really calculating, but the so-called voluntary gift is based on our love. It's obvious that there is no love between you and me. You just colluded with Yang Wei to set a trap for me and cheat me of my money. You were the first to commit fraud, using love to get my money, and now I've caught you in the act. So you have to return every penny of the money you cheated from me, or you can get a job working on a sewing machine. After saying this, Wangfan ignored the couple and walked out of the private cinema. After all, he had confirmed that he had completed the task issued by the system, and had been rewarded with 1,000 sets of school district housing. Not to mention that the Godly Rich's critical hit system is still very user-friendly. These 1,000 school district community houses cover the range from kindergartens, junior high schools to universities. So if you have children, you will never have to worry about finding a good school for them. If you want them to go to a certain school, you can just take out the property deed of that place. Just like the property ownership certificates of shopping malls, the property certificates of the 1,000 school district houses will be mailed to his residence. The electronic version has been sent to his mobile phone. Wangfan opened his phone and found a school district house closest to his school. He planned to go there to inspect it first. After all, before he got the Godly Rich critical strike system, his wish was to buy a house of his own in Shanghai with a down payment before he was 35, and then live a shameless life with Fu Yanjie. Now the dream has been half realized. I have 1,000 houses, and at the same time, the true colors of Fu Yanjie and Yang Wei have been revealed. However, Wangfan is in high spirits now, and his good mood will not be affected by the affairs of that couple. As for the subsequent matters, they were completely handed over to Wang Fucai to handle. If he can handle it well, Wangfan doesn't mind promoting him again. After all, he now has so many businesses that need people to take care of them. Moreover, Wangfan firmly believes that with the system in place, his industries will only grow larger and larger, and he will need more professionals to help manage these industries. He doesn't want to become a slave to money, he wants to be the master of money. According to the information about the Bugatti Black Legend provided by the Godly critical hit system, Wangfan rushed to the Yida underground parking lot. From a distance, I saw a lot of people surrounding a black sports car. I didn't have to look for it everywhere and just walked straight in that direction. My fellow broadcasters, you are in for a treat today. A big-breasted girl wearing a sling said in her sweet voice. Guess what kind of car I saw? The live broadcast room of Sister Bo talking about the car was immediately rained with barrages of comments. Sister Bo, I guess it's your speedster. Could it be the recently popular Xiaomi SU7? Looking at the scene, it's the underground parking lot of Yida Shopping Mall. Could it be the principal's Maybach S600? Sister Bo, please shake your headlights. That will be a treat for us. Sister Bo knows that in her live broadcast room, most of them are LSPs, and most of the MMPs are freeloaders who just watch without giving any rewards. If they continue to make random guesses like this, your account will probably be blocked. So he stopped the lawsuit and turned the camera directly to Bugatti Black Legend. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by the big guy in front of them. The deep black, like the purest ink in the night sky, swallowed up all the light around it, leaving only its unparalleled brilliance. Wow, Bugatti Black Legend, what a car! Oh shit, is this the principal's new car? It's so cool. The guy upstairs, stop it. If the principal dares to buy a car with such a small goal, Lao Wang can break his legs. I still think our Bobo's headlights are not as good looking. Shy. Chapter 7, Bobo encounters a lunatic during live broadcast, triggering a new mission. Just when Bobo was about to introduce the Bugatti Black Legend in the live broadcast room, suddenly, another girl's voice was heard. Excuse me, is this car yours? You are monopolizing the live broadcast here. Do you have any manners? Another girl who was also wearing a girlish makeup took over and said, "Needless to say, she has no manners. She's wearing a suspender and is so frivolous. It's obvious that she was airdropped from all over the country." Bobo's face suddenly turned ugly. She was originally a serious car talk show host, but she had always been tepid. The live broadcast room has a stable audience of dozens of people and has never exceeded 100. Even with such a small number of people, they don't really listen to her talk about cars. They are all discussing her figure, headlights, chassis, and so on. She was really helpless. Besides, all these people were good at teaching others. Make various live broadcast suggestions under the car science video content she posted. Not only did he find pictures for her, he also found a matching account for her. After a long time, I looked at the pitiful 3-digit income from the live broadcast. So Bobo boldly tried it, wearing tight yoga clothes and doing a live broadcast. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. It wasn't that people started to listen to her talk about cars seriously, but the platform gave her more traffic. The number of people coming to the live broadcast room also increased, from dozens to thousands. This was like opening Pandora's box, allowing her to finally taste the sweetness of traffic. So whether it is the content of the video or the clothes worn during the live broadcast, they all started to go the borderline route. Don't say it, really don't say it. The combination of cars, beauties, and the edge makes Bobo stand out from many male car talkers. More and more car manufacturers came to her for cooperation, and with Guangxi, her income increased. It was like she was walking on a road of no return, going further and further. She even wondered if she could use this account to meet a big shot and get ashore successfully. But there is always a big gap between reality and ideal. I didn't meet many big guys, but I attracted a large number of loyal and even BT LSPs. She said some nonsense in her live broadcast room. She could only turn a blind eye and let these people liven up her live broadcast room. Recently, she started outdoor live broadcasting, hoping to increase the traffic of her live broadcast room to a higher level. Unexpectedly, she saw a top luxury car, a Bugatti Black Legend worth more than 100 million yuan. She immediately felt that this wave of traffic was secure. Who knew that she would meet these two slutty bitches in front of her, openly laughing at her in front of so many people? She couldn't stand this. Do you know what kind of car this is? Seeing luxury cars and taking photos together is no different from seeing rich people and throwing yourself into their arms. You said I was selling online. You are so familiar with the business. Judging from your appearance, are you selling offline? Bobo has consistently demonstrated his sharp tongue skills. When he has nothing to do, he will use his sharp tongue to liven up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. She would angrily respond to the LSP's provocation, and over time she developed the habit of swearing without using any curse words, but making you feel that her curses were dirtier than those with curse words. One of the girls said angrily, "Damn, you have a big mouth. I don't know whether it's a car or not, but I know you can't keep your mouth shut today." He stretched out his hand and was about to tear Bobo's mouth. Seeing this, Bobo quickly appealed in the live broadcast room. "You bastards, I met a crazy woman in the underground parking lot of Yida in Magic City. She wanted to beat me up. Help me call the police." Another girl blocked her way back and opened her hands to tear Bobo's mouth. It is obvious that the two people who sang the same tune are obviously in the same group. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the onlookers all hid far away and watched the three beauties fighting with great interest. No one stepped forward to stop the fight. After all, based on previous observations, it was clear that these three people were not easy to deal with. At this time, the trapped Bobo still had his wits about him. "You can hit me, but can we stay away from this car? It's a Bugatti Black Legend, worth more than 100 million. If it's scratched even slightly, you and I can't afford to compensate for it." Bobo's words made the people around her exclaim again, and of course also intimidated the two girls who attacked her. I quickly moved away from the Bugatti Black Legend, fearing that it might get scratched. "You tell me, who doesn't know this is the Bugatti Black Legend, you bitch?" Sometimes when women go crazy, men really can't do anything. In order to maintain a good figure, Bobo works out every day, so she still has some strength. For a while, the three men fought evenly. There was a thin middle-aged man in the crowd, with red eyes staring straight at Bobo, the goddess who had accompanied him through countless lonely nights. For her, countless descendants were abandoned with paper towels. Strictly speaking, Bobo is the electronic mother that his sons have never met. I was planning to follow Bobo until I found her residence, but I never expected this to happen along the way. My goddess was actually bullied by two girls. I originally thought that with the help of the two girls, I might be able to see some spring scenery. I didn't expect these two women to be so useless. For hands were no match for Bobo, who was holding the phone with one hand and fighting with them with one hand, but Bobo's clothes had not been torn yet. He was very anxious. After all, Bobo had just shouted in the live broadcast room, asking people in the room to call the police. The law enforcement team will be here soon, and he won't have any chance then. At this moment, Crystal Bug came to his mind again, took out the fruit knife from his pocket, and rushed out like a hungry wolf. He stabbed a girl in the back. Ah! The girl fell down. The other girl screamed and ran away. No one had expected this turn of events, and the people who had watched Bugatti's dark legend scattered. He ran and shouted, "Murder!" The knife-wielding madman only had Bobo in his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Bobo, my goddess, I miss you so much." At this moment, Bobo was no longer as calm as he was during the fight just now. His face turned pale with nervousness, and he said in a trembling voice, "Don't mess around. I'm broadcasting live, and the law enforcement team will be here soon. You should turn yourself in right away." Wangfan was almost at his car when he saw the people who had surrounded his car disperse. At the same time, someone was heard shouting, "Murder!" Without a second thought, he turned around and ran away. After all, he is now worth hundreds of billions, and he hasn't really enjoyed a single day of his life. If he really tries to save an irrelevant person, he will be killed directly. He will be more wrong than Doi. So turning around and running is his wisest choice now. At worst, it's not too late to run to a safe area and call the police. Bite. The host encounters a knife-wielding attacker, triggering a random mission. Task requirements: subdue the knife-wielding person to prevent others from being hurt. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with the Donghyuan Villa project, worth 20 billion. The mission was not completed, and I was pressed to the ground by the super rich. Chapter 8, Exchange skill points in the rich mall. The hero saves the beauty and subdues the gangster. Wangfan was very depressed when he saw the options, but his mood did not change. It can also trigger the distribution of system tasks. Is this system a saintly bitch? But soon Wangfan made his own choice. No one can have too much money in fixed assets. Are you the gentlemen who are reading books? Also, this rich man is already very humble. Dear readers, please stop thinking about rubbing the ground. I wish all the gentlemen who gave 5-star reviews can become super rich. The host has made his choice. Please subdue the knife-wielding person as soon as possible to prevent others from getting hurt. System: I have never learned Shaolin Kung Fu, Sanda, or Taekwondo before. I am afraid I cannot defeat the knife-wielding person. What should I do? Then you can just wait for the rich men to push you to the ground and rub you. Okay, just kidding, don't forget you still have the Shinhao Mall. Wangfan then remembered that he had forgotten such crucial information, and thought to himself that he had a stupid brain. So he activated the godly critical attack system, and a blue light screen appeared in front of him. Check the following personal information. Host, Wangfan. Strength, 75. Intelligence, 82. Physical strength, 80. Spirit, 88. Super rich value, 2000000. System: I clearly topped up 10 million at Givenchy. Why is my godly value only 2 million? Please give me a reasonable explanation. The godly rich value is the amount paid by the host after shopping. The pre-charged money is considered as unsuccessful consumption. Oh, I see. It seems I need to spend more in the future, otherwise I won't be able to buy good things in the Shinhao Mall. When looking at the products in the Shinhao Mall, the products with a Shinhao value of less than 2 million are displayed with blue buttons and can be purchased. All gray buttons above 2 million cannot be purchased. Wangfan saw that the smallest purchase unit in this Shinhao Mall was 100,000 Shinhao value. As a result, the 2 million Shinhao points made Wangfan a little stretched. Seeing the knife-wielding robber approaching Bobo step by step in the distance, Wangfan had little time left. So without any hesitation, he directly spent 1.9 million godly rich points to exchange for 19 skill points and added them all to the relatively weaker strength. The strength reached an astonishing 94. The normal person's strength limit is 100. Wangfan now feels full of strength. Even if a wild bull comes across him, he dares to fight. With the remaining 100,000 Shinhao points, Wangfan bought a bottle of anti-wolf spray from the Shinhao Mall. With strength and weapons, Wangfan ran towards the scene without hesitation. Bobo, my goddess, you'd better not resist. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a few scratches on your face. How will you broadcast live then? Seeing that Bobo was dodging resistance, the knife-wielding man became impatient and began to threaten. Are you the beast in the darkness in my live studio? Bobo tried her best to delay some time, because she saw from the comments in the live broadcast that someone had called the police. Also, she saw Wangfan running towards her, so she had to calm the robber in front of her before the rescuers arrived. The other person's speaking habits reminded her of a person in the live broadcast room who always liked to call herself Bobo, my goddess, and was a frequent visitor to the live broadcast room. After a few visits, Bobo was deeply impressed by such remarks. But the other party is a freeloader, his words are as sweet as honey. But I couldn't even light up a fan sign. Not to mention that Popovich's question made the other party feel cold for a moment. He really didn't expect that the goddess in his heart could actually guess him. Bobo, my goddess, I didn't expect you to have paid attention to me for a long time. We are in love with each other, so if that's the case, just obey me. As he said that, he pounced on Bobo. Fortunately, Bobo was quite flexible and dodged again. Damn it, you pissed me off. If you dare to move again, I'll stab you to death. When he raised the knife and prepared to pounce on Bobo again, a cold voice sounded behind him, it's so unlucky to be your goddess. If you don't obey, you will stab her to death. Who the hell are you? And you're acting as a judge here. Wangfan wanted to further provoke the angry knife-wielding man. Only in this way will the other party reveal more flaws when his emotions lose control. The knife-wielder turned around, his bloodthirsty eyes filled with murderous intent. The goddess was right in front of him, but a Chang Yao Jin suddenly appeared and ruined his good deeds. He would not allow the cooked duck to fly out of his mouth. Boy, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Today I'll let you know the consequences of meddling in other people's affairs. Waving the knife in his hand, he rushed towards Wangfan. Careful. Bobo reminded from not far away. Wangfan was like a hermit at this moment. One hand was behind his back, as if he could subdue the criminal with one hand. Seeing the criminals approaching step by step, Wangfan was actually a little nervous. Because he only had one chance to use the pepper spray. If you fail, it will be harder than climbing to the sky to spray the other party. Moreover, the other party had a knife in his hand. He and Bobo were in danger at any time. In order to complete the system's task, he had no choice but to try his best. Use words and superficial disdain and calmness to further anger the robbers. Seeing the knife in the other person's hand less than 10 centimeters away from him, Wangfan moved. With his right hand behind his back, he pressed the button of the anti-wolf spray and sprayed it towards the gangster's face. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable cry. My eyes, I'm going to kill you. Even so, the other party did not throw the knife in his hand at Wangfan. But hold it firmly in your hand. But after Wangfan sprayed once, he quickly dodged. He didn't dare to bet that the other party would not throw the knife in his hand. After all, his life is very valuable now, so he must cherish his life. Then Wangfan raised his foot and kicked the opponent's thigh directly. With a click sound, the gangster was kicked more than 10 meters away by Wangfan. Wangfan himself couldn't believe the scene. He didn't expect that the power strengthened by the system would be so terrifying. He couldn't even imagine if his strength was increased to several times the normal human limit, then he would be able to catch bullets with his bare hands. As the saying goes, strike him while he's ill. Wangfan rushed over and continued to spray the anti-wolf spray on the criminal's head. He also kicked the knife out of the other person's hand, and of course the criminal's wrist was broken. At this point, the criminal was no longer a threat, with one hand and one foot broken. This whole process was broadcast live by Bobo. This little brother is so fierce and handsome, isn't he? Is that pepper spray in his hand? A man carrying that stuff when he goes out, is he a zero? How can there be such a cruel zero? If it were you, I'd say it's one. This criminal probably didn't expect that he would become an internet celebrity in someone else's live broadcast room. This move is awesome. Chapter 9 obtained the Dongyuan Villa project and had a car accident halfway. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The ownership of the Donghu Bay Villa project belongs to you. The relevant documents have been placed on the passenger seat of the Bugatti Dark Legend, please check them. Hearing the system prompt, Wangfan felt happy. He knew that the Dongyuan Villa project was one of the most luxurious properties in Shanghai. In the eyes of many wealthy people, it is superior to the large flat in Thompson 1. Press the key in your hand, and the scissor door opens with a click. It's like adding wings to this black beast. Bobo, who was about to express his gratitude to Wangfan, forgot to thank him after seeing this. She was stunned. It was beyond her expectation. The handsome guy who saved her not only has outstanding looks, but also has an unattainable net worth. The most important thing is that there is a loving heart, who wouldn't be confused when seeing this. Oh my god, what kind of luck is Bobo having to meet such a handsome guy? Hurry up, Bobo, the opportunity is right in front of you, when will you jump on it? It's over. My goddess is going to be beaten up. So sad. With a roar, the Bugatti Dark Legend swept across the world like a wild beast born from the wilderness. Bobo finally came back to his senses from his daze. Seeing the situation, he didn't bother to think too much and just opened his arms to block the car. Wangfan subconsciously slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the start was not a showy launch. Otherwise, the airbag would definitely deploy, and Wangfan would crash into it. Such dangerous behavior made Wangfan very angry. His brother was really stupid and was seeking death. You want to die, don't you know that this is dangerous? Hearing Wangfan's angry scolding, Bobo felt very aggrieved. She also knew that what she did was wrong. So tears couldn't help but flow down, seeing Bobo crying. This fragmented picture made Wangfan not know what to do next. I just wanted to leave this embarrassing situation as soon as possible. After all, there was such a big commotion here, plus the onlookers called the police just now. I believe the law enforcement team and paramedics will arrive soon. At that time, as a participant in the incident, you will definitely be taken back to the law enforcement team to be questioned about the entire incident and have your statement taken. Just thinking about it made him feel dizzy. He didn't want to waste a lot of time here. It is better to leave after the work is done, hiding your achievements and fame. At this point, I didn't care about Bobo, who was still crying in front of the car. After turning the direction, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the underground garage. Looking at the black legend of Bugatti going away, Bobo felt as if his heart was taken away. The more I thought about it, the more aggrieved I felt. Seeing the criminal still wailing on the ground, the anger seemed to have found a place to vent. If it weren't for the appearance of this BT, maybe she has already sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Black Legend, and then she will be able to truly feel whether the air conditioning of the supercar is not cooling. Wangfan was driving on the road and finally felt the charm of supercars. It is like a king, other vehicles stay away from it wherever it passes. I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, I'd get into some small friction with it. For some ordinary people, their whole life is wasted. Therefore, Wangfan left a distance of 3 or 4 car bodies in front, behind, and on both sides, for fear of having a close contact with the two black beasts. Every time I wait for a red light, passers-by take photos and videos. Wow, I don't know what kind of car this is, but it's so cool. Handsome guy, can I scan your QR code? Let's be friends. It is true that some people are born in Rome, while others are mules and horses all their lives. The answer they get is always the roar of Wangfan stepping on the accelerator, followed by another group of people exclaiming in amazement. A good car is fast. Its acceleration is as fast as a cheetah. You have to be low-key. If you are so high profile, it will bring trouble to his father sooner or later. How do these rich people make their money? If anyone can tell me how they do it, I'll try it too. Originally, Wangfan wanted to look for housing in the school district near the school. But now with the Dongyuan Villa project, I suddenly feel that school district housing is not so attractive. So I changed my mind and decided to experience the charm of the villa first. According to the navigation, there are still 2 intersections to go. After the red light turned green, Wangfan stepped on the accelerator again. At this moment, a BMW turned from the right and hit the rear of Wangfan's Bugatti Black Legend. Wangfan braked again and stopped the car. He got out of the car and saw that there were several scratches on the rear end of the car and a dent. This really made Wangfan feel upset. It seemed that carbon fiber and aluminum alloy were not that durable. At this moment, a girl got out of the BMW. She first looked at the front of her car. She found that the bumper and the hood were broken, which was a disfiguring disaster. She was very sad. This was her new car, and it became like this after she had driven it for less than a week. She wanted to die at this moment. Looking at the car that collided with me, I found that there was only a small dent in the rear part. I suddenly felt unbalanced, and angrily walked forward and said, "Can you drive? You crashed my car like this?" You have to pay for it. Wangfan was speechless. This woman looked smart, how could she say such stupid things? It was clearly her who hit him, but now he is trying to turn the tables on her. This is outrageous. Wangfan didn't have time to deal with her at this time, because he was communicating with the system. System, is this car insured? The host is assured, I bought full insurance. After getting confirmation, Wangfan felt relieved and turned to the girl who bumped into him and was still making trouble. I don't want to argue with you, call the police. Once the law enforcement team has determined the responsibility, I will pay whatever compensation is due. When Li Sueki heard that Wangfan wanted to call the police, she panicked. Because she just got her driver's license not long ago, she is a complete novice. When I turned the corner just now, an electric car suddenly appeared. In order to avoid the electric bike, she crashed into Wangfan's car. Wangfan is about the same age as me, so I guess he is also a student. So he decided to be the first to file a complaint and put all the blame on Wangfan. Unexpectedly, the other party did not accept her trick at all and directly called the police. Plus, people around her were saying that her BMW was in big trouble this time. I was immediately thrown into disarray, tears streaming down my face. He took out the phone from his pocket and dialed, "Sister, come quickly, I had a car accident." Li Sueki cried and said, he is going to call the police and ask the law enforcement team to arrest me. Please come and save me. Wangfan was really speechless. The woman in front of him was really good at making complaints first. When something happens, she will cry and tell her family, a real spoiled little princess. Wangfan took out her phone and called the police. Chapter 10 Li Shuajin arrives, Dongyuan Villa project has internal management problems. In fact, Wangfan didn't need to call the police, the law enforcement team would arrive soon. After all, the traffic accident happened at an intersection and soon caused congestion. Plus there was a luxury car, and everyone got out of their cars out of curiosity to watch. Oh my goodness, this isn't just an ordinary rear-end collision, it's like a deluxe version of Fast and Furious live broadcast. Look, BMW versus Bugatti, isn't this BMW hits luxury car, how courageous? I guess the BMW owner is now wondering if the insurance is enough to pay for it. The worst off are the insurance companies. They are probably crying with their calculators in their hands right now, thinking to themselves, we won't take this order. We really won't take this order. The BMW owner must have watched too many short videos, and was too deeply influenced by the marriage for rear-end collisions myth, so he stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the car, ha ha. Soon the law enforcement team arrived and retrieved the surveillance equipment at the intersection. After understanding the whole story, Li Sueki was determined to be fully responsible on the spot. Upon hearing this result, Li Sueki burst into tears on the spot, leaving the law enforcement team speechless. After some persuasion, I asked them to drive the car to the side of the road and wait for the tow truck. The law enforcement team learned that both parties had bought insurance, so they asked Li Sueki to contact her insurance company to come over and assess the damage. In addition to the amount paid by the insurance company, the rest would need to be paid by Li Sueki to Wangfan. It was at this time that a beautiful lady dressed exquisitely in a professional suit squeezed in through the crowd. When Li Sueki saw this, she was like a child who had suffered a great injustice outside and began to release her emotions after seeing her family, and she burst into tears again. The law enforcement team was speechless when they saw this. I briefly explained the whole story to Li Sueki's sister Li Shuajin. Li Shuajin expressed her gratitude to the law enforcement team and then apologized to Wangfan. He also said that he would take full responsibility and would not pay Wangfan a penny less in compensation. Compared with her sister who only knows how to cry, Li Shuajin's words made Wangfan feel more favorable towards her. At least she was a girl who was willing to take responsibility. But when I saw the work badge on Li Shuajin's chest, I felt like a flood had washed away the Dragon King Temple. It clearly read, Donghubei Villa. I didn't expect that she was my employee. She was very efficient, but she didn't look very mentally well. Under the delicate makeup, there seems to be a sense of fragmentation. But she kept all of this hidden deep in front of her sister. Are you a staff member of Donghubei Villa? Wangfan asked knowingly. Li Shuajin looked down at her work badge. It's still the same now. I don't know if it will be the same after this month. This aroused Wangfan's curiosity. Could something have happened in Donghubei? Otherwise, with Li Shuajin's looks and her capable approach to handling things, she should be considered a workplace elite. Such a talented person would be fired from Donghubei Villa? Can I trouble you for something? I happen to be planning to buy a villa in Donghu Bay. Can I take your car? And by the way, can you introduce me to your villa? Li Shuajin looked at Wangfan and felt that he didn't seem to be joking. This is incredible. My sister even found a client for herself. It was her sister who was at fault first. She hit someone else's car, which left them without a car to drive. In addition, she was an employee of Donghu Bay and had no reason to refuse, so she agreed. But she told Wangfan in advance, I'll tell you in advance that when you arrive at the company, it may be someone else who will receive you. I'm sorry in advance. This made Wangfan even more puzzled. Why would such an operation take place? So he asked back, just because your sister hit my car? So you can't serve me? No, please don't get me wrong. This is an internal problem within our company. We have recently adjusted our work process. No matter whose client it is, the vice president in charge of sales needs to reallocate them. Whoever is assigned to it will serve, so I'm not sure if I can serve you. It seems that there are many problems in this Donghuan Villa project. I can use Li Shuajin to find out more details and solve the problem at the same time. Li Sueki watched her sister driving Wangfan away, while she had to take a taxi home by herself, and she stamped her feet in anger. When Wangfan arrived at the sales office of Donghu Bay, his first impression was that it was very grand and luxurious. Just looking at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, it must cost several million. It seems that the previous owner has put a lot of effort into turning this place into a top villa project in Shanghai. But in Wangfan's eyes, it was completely unnecessary. These expenses were just to save face. It would be better to use better materials and give users more benefits when building houses. Of course, face is important sometimes, but there is no need to be as extravagant as it is now. Soon, several business personnel came over and pushed Li Shuajin out. After all, Wangfan is now wearing a Givenchy suit, and his appearance is also online. It can be said that he has both good looks and money. With their keen eyesight, they could tell at a glance that he was a rich young man. These are high-quality customers, and whoever gets them will definitely make a profit. Who can resist money these days? The cheapest villa costs 120 million yuan. If the commission is 5 points, that would be 6 million. Seeing this, Li Shuajin quietly walked aside and went to do other things. The moment she turned around, Wangfan saw helplessness and even a little sadness in her eyes. Wangfan was surrounded by a group of female salesmen and sat on the sofa. He said coldly, I came here with Miss Li. It's not a good idea for you to do this. One of them said quickly, if it were 2 months ago, no one would dare to snatch Manager Li's customers. A female salesperson nearby bumped the salesperson who was talking with her arm. The other party also knew that he had said too much, so he quickly covered his mouth. Another salesperson quickly answered, I wonder if you have learned about our villa before you came here, sir? Looking at the performance of these business personnel, Wangfan knew that there must be something wrong with the management of Donghu Bay Villa. Otherwise, this phenomenon of grabbing orders in person would definitely not happen. So what happened in these 2 months? Wangfan was determined to find out. But now it seems that we can't get any useful information from these salesmen. So he said coldly, I'm sorry, I still want Miss Li to serve me. After saying that, he stood up and walked straight towards Li Shuajin, leaving behind a group of envious and jealous salesmen. Manager Li is really amazing. Even though she has been suppressed like this, there are still clients looking for her. Who knows if this person was hired by her to act in a play? That's right. I saw that he didn't even have his own car. He came here directly in Li Shuajin's car. It's going to be a good show. Wang Xiaoman is here. She won't let Li Shuajin succeed. Chapter 11 Wang Xiaoman provokes, Li Shuajin is angered. Wang Xiaoman is the current top seller of Donghu Bay Villas. They swayed as they walked, just like Xiaoqing and Bai Suzhen and the green snake who had just transformed into human form and were learning to walk. Coupled with her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, her whole body exudes a burnt smell. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Oh, master, I found such a top-notch young man while sweeping the building. I, your disciple, have been very thirsty lately. Can you quench my thirst? That's right, when Wang Xiaoman first came to the company, she was brought by Li Shuajin, so she privately called Li Shuajin master. But ever since she hooked up with Zhang Shun, the vice president in charge of sales, she has been on a meteoric rise. Not only did she snatch away her master Li Shuajin's title of sales champion, she also snatched away many of Li Shuajin's clients. It can be said that she reaped the benefits. From an intern, she has become a multi-millionaire in just 6 months. In order to make more money, she kept whispering in Zhang Shun's ear. The workflow was simply readjusted. It was no longer the case that whoever brought the customer would be the one to provide service. Instead, it needed to be redistributed by Vice President Zhang Shun. In this way, Zhang Shun's power will become even greater, and he will be able to control more salesmen. If you want to earn commission, you must not only have the professional knowledge to serve customers, but also serve Zhang Shun well. Otherwise, you can only get a basic salary of 5,000, which is barely enough to survive in Shanghai. So after this operation, the female employees of Donghu Bay Villa directly became Zhang Shun's harem. After all, no one wants to go against money. But there is one exception, that is Li Shuajin. She has her own persistence and bottom line. Although her income has stopped immediately since the change in work process. But fortunately, she had always been the sales champion and earned a lot of money, so she could still hold on. Not to mention that she finally got her hope, because she heard that the East Bay Villa project had been sold by the boss to a mysterious buyer. With the arrival of the new boss, I hope there will be new changes. But at this critical juncture, his sister hit someone else's luxury car again, and he didn't know how much money he had to pay in compensation. The work is evaluated every 3 months, and if the performance does not meet the requirements, the job will be fired without compensation. She has been under a lot of pressure recently. It's not that she didn't resist, it's just that her resistance was futile. The big boss is a coal boss. He lives a very extravagant life and spends money lavishly when he has money. You can get a glimpse of this by looking at the decoration of the sales office. With the investment and construction of the Phase 3 project, everything was normal at the beginning. Who would have known that the rapid development of new energy would make him, a traditional energy tycoon, instantly become depressed? I am used to spending money lavishly, and I can't get used to living frugally. As a result, the capital chain was tight and the third phase was suspended. It is said that the big boss is looking for buyers everywhere, and Zhang Shun, who is now in charge of sales for the entire company, is the monkey who becomes the king in a mountain without a tiger. Li Shuajin hated Wang Xiaoman, the coquettish bitch, so much that she taught her everything she knew. Unexpectedly, she was useless, but used her talents in playing various instruments and singing to thrive in Donghu Bay, which made Li Shuajin very ashamed. Now she still owes Wangfan money, so she can't let Wang Xiaoman get involved, otherwise she will be even more troubled. Wang Xiaoman, if you're thirsty, go drink some water. Don't be like a cute female cat, flirting with others. Li Shuajin sternly warned, Mr. Wang is here to buy a villa, not to find a lady. If you want to serve, please show us your professional ability and Mr. Zhang's approval procedures. Otherwise, do what you need to do. Wang Xiaoman said disdainfully. Li Shuajin, calling you master, is that giving you face? Don't be here, you are shameless. Others don't know how you got those sales champions, but as your apprentice, shouldn't I know? Why are you pretending here? You act like a white lotus every day, but you are actually just a green tea dregs. It has to be said that Wang Xiaoman is very good at slandering people. He regards himself as Li Shuajin's apprentice and frames all the dirty things he has done on Li Shuajin. After all, there is a master-disciple relationship, so who can explain it clearly? Those colleagues who were watching the show not far away heard this. Their eyes were as big as bells, and this time they were really going to get a big melon. Wang Xiaoman has a really mean mouth. She dares to say anything. He is now the only famous person around Mr. Zhang. He has nothing to fear with a backer. Li Shuajin really raised an ungrateful person. He must be regretting it now. I didn't expect that I would fail. It's not because of my ability, but because the master and his apprentice have unique skills. Wangfan had been watching silently from the side, and finally sorted out the relationship between Wang Xiaoman and Li Shuajin. I really didn't expect that Wang Xiaoman, a woman who always makes dirty jokes, could be so mean. He stepped forward and stood in front of Li Shuajin and said to Wang Xiaoman, Don't be dirty yourself, everything you see is dirty. I will let Miss Li serve me today, so please leave. Wang Xiaoman also didn't expect that the client would stand up to defend Li Shuajin. What's so good about Li Shuajin? Isn't she just pretty? But she's not bad either. Why do so many people like her and want to get her, instead of truly liking themselves? And this handsome guy in front of me wearing a Givenchy suit, why doesn't he even look at me and even drives me away? Why is he going against me? The anger in my heart was like an uncontrollable volcano, erupting directly. You're wearing Givenchy, what are you doing here so arrogantly? You still want Li Shuajin to serve you. Sorry, Dong Hubei cannot provide you with any service. Please leave. Wangfan really didn't expect that Dong Hubei had become so rotten. He could not tolerate people driving guests away. Wang Xiaoman, don't rely on someone to back you up. You are lawless and you are driving customers away. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiaoman laughed unscrupulously. Li Shuajin, I advise you not to spread rumors and cause trouble here. How much does a villa here cost? Don't you know? How can a college student wearing a Givenchy suit that's not sure if it's fake spend more than 100 million to buy a house? I think he is just an actor you hired from outside just to disgust me and Mr. Zhang. Actually, you don't have to go to such great lengths to do this. As long as you accompany Mr. Zhang tonight, I'll give you the title of sales champion. Wang Xiaoman turned into a pimp and pimped Li Shuajin in front of the customers without any scruples. Pa! Li Shuajin slapped Wang Xiaoman in the face, and she was shaking with anger. Just as Wang Xiaoman was about to fight back, a stern voice came from behind. Li Shuajin, you don't work hard and beat up your colleagues at work. Go to the finance department to settle the bills and get out. Chapter 12, Arrogant Zheng Shun, Wangfan will not tolerate him. The person who came was none other than Wang Xiaoman's backer Zheng Shun, a man with a big belly and a Mediterranean complexion. According to Wang Fan's experience of watching movies and TV shows, this kind of man is usually a small-time guy who is also a sucker for sex. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoman ran over with tears in her eyes, grabbed Zheng Shun's arm, and pressed half of her body on him. The two footballs were so deformed that they kept rubbing against each other, portraying a pitiful image vividly. Mr. Zhang, you have to make the decision for me. Li Shuajin hit me and it hurts so much. Zheng Shun really enjoys the feeling of being flattered and dominating other people's destiny. He wishes the woman next to him was Li Shuajin, but this woman is really ungrateful. She didn't know how to seize the many opportunities given to her. She deserves to die. He stroked Wang Xiaoman's face and said, "Baby, it doesn't hurt. I will take good care of you later." Then he glared at Li Shuajin and said, "Li Shuajin, are you deaf? What are you still standing here for? You are fired, please leave Dong Hubei immediately." Li Shuajin knew that there was only one way to break the current crisis, and that was to surrender herself to the damn bald fat man in front of her. But she was already fed up with this dirty old man from the bottom of her heart. She felt sick just by looking at him, let alone letting herself become his toy. Boss Zhang, the probation period has not yet ended. According to the company's regulations, I still have 1 month of probation. If I fail to complete the task, I will naturally leave. Wang Xiaoman said arrogantly, Li Shuajin has never seen someone as shameless as you. Whether to evaluate or not is just a matter of Mr. Zhang's words. Do you think you have the point of picking words here? Do you really think that this pretty boy actor you found can really help you achieve your performance? After observing from the sidelines just now, Wangfan has roughly figured out the current problem with the East Bay villas. It is the pair of troublemakers in front of him who have colluded with each other and turned a good project into a transaction of power and sex. Li Shuajin stepped forward to defend Wangfan. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but now not only was he involved, but his personality was also insulted by Wang Xiaoman. She could not allow this. Wangfan stepped forward and said coldly, "You'd better keep your mouth clean. Oh, you must have eaten all those sausages and it's made you dirty and smelly, so your words stink." Puff. The female salespeople nearby didn't expect Wangfan's words to be so interesting. They couldn't help laughing out loud and subconsciously stole glances at Zheng Shun's lower body. Zheng Shun was so shocked that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Who the hell is this guy? He has such an amazing eye. Little white face, who are you talking about? Wang Xiaoman looked at Wangfan angrily. Dong Hubei does not welcome club male models like you, get out of here. Zheng Shun glared at Wangfan and said, "Security guard, where the hell is he? Come here quickly and kick him out." Wangfan pointed at Zheng Shun and said angrily, "Mr. Zhang, Deng Yuan invited you to come here, and this is how you work? Kid, who the hell do you think you are?" Zheng Shun said arrogantly, "How I work is none of your business. Get out of here now. You are not welcome here. Get lost?" Wangfan said domineeringly, "I think you should be the one to get lost." As he spoke, he could no longer suppress the anger in his body. Damn, the entire Dong Hubei belonged to him, and he was managed like this by this greasy guy, and now he wanted him to get lost. Who gave him the courage? Who gave him the guts? Fish Liang and Zhao Zilong? Zheng Shun kicked him. He really didn't expect that Wangfan was so unsportsmanlike and dared to provoke him in his territory. If he didn't beat the shit out of him today, he would be unworthy of the kick he received. Wang Xiaoman didn't expect that Wangfan would suddenly kick her, and she fell to the ground. The incident happened so suddenly that she was frightened and fell on her back, revealing the semi-transparent red lace inside. Wangfan took a look and felt very unlucky. I'm really going to get sty. At this time, the security guards also surrounded them. Wangfan pointed at them and said, anyone who wants to work here, stay here. If you don't want to work, just attack me. The security guards were all a little confused and didn't know what to do for a moment. Zhang Shun was on the ground, holding his big belly and said angrily, damn it, I invited you here just to watch the fun? If I don't beat him up so badly that even his parents don't recognize him, you can pack up and get out. I'm in the sales hall. I'll give you 1 minute. Wangfan said into the phone, if you can't make it, pack up and get out. The security guard who was about to take action stopped what he was doing when he heard the call from Wangfan. After all, 1 minute is not very long. The young man in front of them seems to be someone who is not easy to deal with. For low-level employees like them, it is better to have less trouble than more. Even if Vice President Zhang is yelling like crazy now, it is impossible to fire all of them at once. As long as they stick together, they can still handle the situation. The vice president in charge of the company's administrative and legal affairs ran out of the office as if he were sprinting a 100-meter race, and saw Wangfan standing out in the crowd. I quickly complimented him, Mr. Wang, when did you arrive? Why didn't you let me know in advance? I could have picked you up in person. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this scene. This was the hidden second in command of their Donghu Bei. It was said that he was the boss's brother-in-law and was a very smooth person. The company has always adhered to the policy of hands-off governance. As long as you can complete the task on time, all power will be delegated to you. This also invisibly contributed to Zhang Shun's arrogance, but when he faced Wangfan, he had such a flattering face, which directly broke people's stereotype of him. If I had informed you in advance, would I have been able to see such a good show? Kai Jianfeng smiled awkwardly, and then, like a Sichuan opera face changing, he angrily said to Zhang Shun and Wang Xiaoman who were still on the ground, Vice President Zhang, this is a bit too much. It is not proper to flirt with a female employee during working hours. Why don't you apologize to Chairman Wang quickly? Zhang Shun was a little confused, his mind was buzzing and blank, what was going on? Li Shuijin brought a pretty boy over, and he turned out to be their new chairman. Damn it, this is too little. However, he still doubted whether such a young person could come up with so much money to buy the Donghu Bei Villa project. Mr. Kai, this joke is not funny at all. Please change it to another one. Kai Jianfeng is really a little crazy. Does this idiot know what he is talking about? This will kill him. Zhang Shun, you abused your power and corrupted the company's morale by having affairs with female employees. You are fired. Get out now. Kai Jianfeng didn't want to be dragged down by this stupid teammate, so he took the initiative. Zhang Shun shook off Wang Xiaoman's arm like throwing away trash and said, Boss Kai, please don't do that. It was this bitch who seduced me. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 13 Eliminate the company pests and move into Donghyuan Villa number 1. Kai Jianfeng kicked Zhang Shun to the ground and said, Get lost, you ignorant person. Chairman Wang is here, I am nothing. It seems that he is rude to Zhang Shun, but in fact, the man surnamed Kai is helping the man surnamed Zhang to distinguish between the big and small Wang. Zhang Shun suddenly realized that the person he should really be licking was Wangfan, so he knelt and crawled towards Wangfan, just like a real dog. Oh my god, I never thought our new boss is so young and handsome. Wow, sisters, we are so lucky. It's really a case of one's own fault. Zhang never thought that this day would come. If you ask me, the one who suffers the most is probably Miss Wang. This time, all her efforts will be in vain. Li Shuijin did not participate in the whispers of her colleagues. She was truly shocked. She never expected that the person her sister bumped into was the new boss of their Donghu Bei. What made her even more nervous was that after dealing with Zhang Shun, it would probably be her turn. Director Wang, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. Please forgive me this time. I promise to work diligently for Donghu Bei from now on until my death. Wangfan was really disgusted by Zhang Shun's shamelessness. He was doubly disgusted now as he was so arrogant before, so he kicked him out again. Get lost and stop disgusting me. Then he turned to look at Kai Jianfeng, who was standing respectfully beside him, and said, "Boss Kai, call the colleagues in charge of legal affairs and finance over here." Kai Jianfeng frowned slightly, but Wangfan was angry again, so he didn't dare to disobey Wangfan. "Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll call them over right away." Zhang Shun also had a premonition that things seemed to be developing in a direction beyond his control, so he glanced at Wang Xiaoman, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze. Wang Xiaoman received the signal, took a deep breath, stood up, and simply tidied his appearance. She walked up to Wang Fan in her high heels, swaying and swaying. She stretched out her slender hand and was about to take Wang Fan's arm and pull him to her suitable place. She believed that no man could refuse her. At the beginning, the bald old darling Zhang Shun was completely subdued by her trick. Pa! A crisp slap sounded, shaking the hearts of those present. Wang Xiaoman covered her face and looked at Wang Fan in astonishment. When she was about to say something, Wang Fan took the lead and said, "How come you come to defend me after I hit your lover? I tell you, this is called self-defense. If you dare take another step forward, I'll beat you up again." Puff puff puff. The female salespeople couldn't help themselves and laughed out loud again. They also didn't expect that the new boss was so interesting. It was obvious that he was the one who slapped Wang Xiaoman mercilessly, but he turned the tables and made Wang Xiaoman suffer a loss. After the heads of finance and legal affairs arrived, Kai Jianfeng introduced Wang Fan's identity. From now on, all accounts will be frozen for liquidation. If any violations of laws or disciplines are found, they will be reported to the police directly. Wang Fan came up and set the tone right away, then pointed at Zhang Shun, Wang Xiaoman and Kai Jianfeng and said, "Especially the account transactions of these three people. I suspect there is something fishy. Check it out for me. If you find out, you will get a 5% reward. If you can't find out, you are in cahoots with them. Get out of here." Kai Jianfeng didn't expect that Wang Fan, the new official, would make 3 big moves and burn him. "Boss Wang, we are all in this circle. It's really unfair of you to be so ruthless to me. If this gets out, I'm afraid." "What do you mean by afraid?" "I'm afraid you're going to go in and operate the sewing machine. From what you saw, you seem to be helping me, but you were always considering Zhang Shun. If you two didn't have any interests in common, would you watch Zhang Shun do such a thing? I can only say that you have no professional ethics. I don't need a piece of trash like you. Wait until the accounts are cleared and make up for what you need and pay the compensation. Be more self-conscious, otherwise I will definitely send you all to jail." Kai Jianfeng snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zhang Shun followed him when he saw him. Wang Xiaoman stomped her feet and followed him too. Wang Fan looked at Li Shuajin outside the crowd and said, "Come here." Li Shuajin was feeling very uncomfortable now. Her legs were swinging a little. She really didn't expect that the young man she brought with her would be so decisive and ruthless. The 3 major cancers of the company were eliminated in a flash, and the 4th one could not be her. Suppressing the nervousness in her heart, she walked to Wang Fan and whispered, "Director Wang, you called me?" When Wang Fan saw this, he knew that the little girl must have been scared by him. So I reached out and prepared to pat her shoulder to comfort her, but she screamed, "Don't hit me in the face." Wang Fan's face was full of black lines, and he had to put down his raised hand in disappointment. "Li Shuajin, show your expertise and your sales champion's momentum. How can you take on the responsibility if you are so unstable?" Facing Wang Fan's questioning, Li Shuajin's eyes suddenly lit up, and she instantly felt that her world was also illuminated. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry." Li Shuajin knew that she was not the 4th person to be laid off, so she quickly adjusted her mindset and admitted her mistake on the spot. Wang Fan was quite satisfied to see that she could adjust her attitude so quickly. "I am announcing an appointment. From today on, Li Shuajin will be the general manager of Donghuan. She will be responsible for all daily affairs of the company and report directly to me. Well, from now on, I hope to see a vibrant East Lake Bay, not the filth and corruption it had before. I'll leave the company to you from now on. I hope you won't let me down." Li Shuajin didn't expect that this tremendous wealth would come so overwhelmingly. Looking at Wang Fan's disappearing back, she secretly made up her mind to manage Donghu Bay well. Led by the housekeeper, Wang Fan came to Villa No. 1 in Donghu Bay, which is the villa with the best location, largest area and highest price in the entire Donghu Bay. Since it was built, many wealthy people have visited, but when they learned about the payment method, they were discouraged. It requires 10 billion in cash and there is no installment payment. The top 10 families on the Forbes list can definitely afford it, but no one is so rich as to buy it with cash. After all, in this era where cash is king, with such a large amount of money in hand, why not do something else? Buying a place to live is simply crazy. However, when Wangfan walked into this single-family villa worth 1 billion, he was really shocked. Damn, its luxury was revealed everywhere. Mr. Wang, all the items here, even a small cotton swab, are custom-made, with hand-carved marks on them by the inheritors of the intangible cultural heritage. A housekeeper proudly introduced Wangfan. In addition, the whole house uses the most advanced intelligence system today. If you have any instructions, we can help you solve them with just one sentence. Wangfan was really enlightened today. He never expected that the life of rich people could be so extravagant. As soon as I sat on the sofa, a pleasant voice came out. It is detected that the master is tired. Do you need a massage service? Chapter 14, Buying a luxury car at a 4S store, encountering a female clerk with her breast cap exposed. It was really Xiao Dao who pulled the butt and opened Wangfan's eyes. Has the world of the rich evolved to this point? This is too smart. Yes, start massaging. It seemed like a hand grew out from behind the sofa and began to massage Wangfan rhythmically. Not to mention, this thing was in no way inferior to the manual massage in offline stores. In fact, Wangfan was bragging about this, because he had never been to an offline store before. The innocent little boy spent all his money on licking Fuyanjia. While having a massage, I had nothing to do, so I opened the personal information interface of the Godly Rich critical hit system. Host, Wangfan. Strength, 94. Intelligence, 82. Physical strength, 80. Spirit, 88. The limit for ordinary people is 100. Godly Rich value, 0. In order to subdue the criminals, I used my rich points to exchange for 19 skill points, and added all of them to strength. The weakest skill point became the strongest. To max out other skills, 56 skill points are needed, with each skill point worth 100,000 godly points, which means 5.6 million godly points are needed. But now the Godly Rich points have returned to 0. It seems that if I want to accumulate more Godly Rich points, I have to spend more money. Now I own 1,000 shopping malls, 1,000 school district houses and Donghu Bay villas. One of the 3 huge mountains weighing on young people has been removed. Kid, you don't have a girlfriend yet, let alone a wife, so you'll have to put this aside for now. That only leaves the car. The system originally rewarded me with a Bugatti Black Legend, but it was damaged by Li Shuajin's sister after only being driven once. Therefore, his current task should be to buy luxury cars to gain more Godly Rich points, and then improve his physical fitness, so that after a little exercise, he would not be prompted to sit on the sofa at home. The owner is detected to be tired. Do you need a massage service? He asked the butler to drive him to the largest luxury car 4S store in Shanghai. As soon as he got out of the car and saw the store, Wangfan felt it was something special. The 2 rows of model-like receptionists at the door all had fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. Especially the Chong Sams, which had slits so wide that they almost reached the armpits. Wangfan had never seen such a scene before. Although he was now the richest man in the world, his sudden wealth had not yet completely changed his state of mind. That's why he came to the car dealership in person to choose a car. In fact, with his current strength, whether he asked the housekeeper of the villa or the service staff of the agricultural bank, as long as he gave an order, things would be done clearly for him. Wangfan suddenly thought of a saying, that is, no one will love you when you wear sunglasses. He turned to the butler and said, Uncle Fu, go buy me a pair of sunglasses. Yes, master. After taking a few deep breaths, Wangfan adjusted his mood and walked into the hall to the sweet welcome of the receptionist. It is really magnificent and shocking at first glance. Those luxury cars that you have seen in movies, TV shows, or magazines now appear right before your eyes. Wangfan was still very excited. At this time, a beautiful woman in a low-cut dress came over and asked with a smile, Sir, I am Lina. I am happy to serve you. As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his chest, which made him look even more majestic, as if he was about to burst out. Wangfan coughed tactically to ease his embarrassment. If she were around, Wangfan would not have the energy to focus on luxury cars, which would definitely affect his choice of car. So he said, You are too happy too early. I don't like people who dress revealingly to serve me. It would dazzle me. If you can change your clothes, I will reluctantly let you continue to serve me. The girl named Lina didn't expect that the handsome guy in front of her wearing a Givenchy suit was quite conservative, completely different from those who came to them to buy sports cars before. Those people would like you to serve them without wearing anything, but I didn't expect to meet a pure and handsome young man today. Okay, wait a moment. As he said that, he twisted his waist and went to change his clothes. Wangfan looked at a particularly sexy red Ferrari. At this moment, another waiter came up with a big smile on his face and asked in a unique clip voice, "Sir, do you want me to introduce this car to you?" "Thank you, but that's not necessary." Wangfan replied politely, "You already have someone serving me." "Sir, you made the decision without even looking at me." The waitress said a little aggrievedly, "You will regret it." Wangfan was too lazy to pay attention to this self-righteous waiter. He walked closer and wanted to see clearly what model of Ferrari this was. The waitress had never been humiliated like this before. A man actually ignored her looks. Damn it! He stomped his feet and a plan came to mind. He quickly chased after him, then stumbled. Ouch! With a soft scream, the whole body fell towards Wangfan. Wangfan just wanted to buy a car to gain some wealth points. With his current wealth, he could find any woman he wanted. There was no need for him to find a flirtatious waitress. So he dodged it with a quick move. The girl didn't expect Wangfan to use this trick, so she tried to avoid falling to the ground. He could only rely on inertia to take a few quick steps forward, and then he lay directly on the hood of the Ferrari to avoid making a fool of himself. She turned her head and looked at Wangfan fiercely. This guy was so ungentlemanly. Wangfan was almost hurt from holding back his anger. He pointed at a silicone object on the hood and said, "Did you drop something?" Seeing Wangfan's serious and malicious look, the woman turned her head to see her milk cap suddenly appearing on the hood of the car, and quickly grabbed the milk cap in her hand. He didn't bother to continue arguing with Wangfan, and walked towards the bathroom with his hands on his chest. Wangfan didn't expect such an episode to happen and couldn't control his laughter anymore. At this time, Lina came over and asked, "Sir, can you share anything happy that happened to you?" Watching Lina in front of me, she changed into a professional suit with a white shirt inside. It was indeed not revealing but still magnificent. He couldn't help but think of the image of office ladies in some movies. He quickly shook his head to get rid of some inappropriate thoughts and asked, "What model of Ferrari is this?" The Ferrari Daytona SP3 is a limited edition super sports car under the Ferrari brand, with only 599 units available worldwide. This model not only represents Ferrari's outstanding achievements in the field of automobile manufacturing, but also is a perfect fusion of art and technology, showing the free, optimistic, and open-minded attitude towards life of Italians. You can sit in and feel the design of the car. If you are interested, I can apply for a test drive for you. Okay, then let me feel it. Wangfan said as he was about to sit in the car. At this moment, a mocking voice came from behind. "Do you know how much this car costs? How dare you sit in it? You look like you haven't graduated yet. You don't study hard, but you have acquired some bad habits. Aren't you afraid that your family will break your legs?" Chapter 15, Fight Li Qiankuan, I want to be your emperor customer. Wangfan stopped getting into the car and turned to look over. It turned out that the girl in the milk cap was carrying a guy who was older than her, and was teasing her from behind. "You're not that old, but you sound very fatherly. Is that how you talk to your father, too?" The milk-capped girl shook her headlights and said coquettishly, "Mr. Han, he took advantage of you and said he was your father." Wangfan had a face full of question marks. How the hell did I get into this 4S store with my comprehension ability? Lina, who was standing by, quickly said, "Luing, stop exaggerating. This gentleman didn't mean what you said." Han Xiao tilted his head to look at Lina, and his eyes lit up as he asked, "So what do you think she meant?" Wangfan quickly said, "I don't want to be your father. I don't have such a stupid son who chases me around and asks for scolding." After saying that, he didn't bother to pay attention to this idiot and turned around to get in the car again. "Kid, do you know how much this car costs? You're wearing a basic Givenchy suit and you're showing off. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" What Wangfan lacks the least now is money. Even if he buys this 4S store, it would only take a word. Stupid. Wangfan cursed and didn't bother to pay attention to this self-righteous idiot. The milk-cap girl shook Mr. Han's arm and said, "Mr. Han, he scolded you and got into the car without your permission." Han Xiao said with a gloomy face, "I just heard it, don't fucking talk to me." After saying that, he strode forward, grabbed Wangfan by the collar and said, "Boy, you dare to scold me, I will tear your stinky mouth to pieces." The other hand really came up to attack. Wangfan blocked it with his hand, and hit Han Xiao's hand directly on the car door frame, and Han Xiao immediately cried out in pain. There is a feeling of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice. Then Wang Fan opened the car door and bumped into Han Xiao's stomach. The hand that was holding Wang Fan's collar loosened and his body stepped back several steps. Fortunately, he was supported by Nai Gai and did not fall to the ground. After Wang Fan got out of the car, he chased after Han Xiao for a few steps and kicked him in the stomach. This time the milk cap girl learned her lesson and released Han Xiao's arm in advance, otherwise it would have been both of them falling to the ground. A series of small combos left Han Xiao with no power to defend himself. Just when Wang Fan was about to kick Han Xiao again. "Stop!" A cold shout came from not far away, and then 3 people surrounded Wang Fan in a horn-like manner. Han Xiao, who was lying on the ground, burst into tears as if he had seen his biological father. While crying, she said, "Mr. Li, you must make the decision for me. He didn't give you any face at all and beat me up." Li Xiao's face became even uglier. Han Fei did nothing but cause trouble every day and he had to clean up his mess every time. Thinking of this, Li Xiao got so angry that he kicked him in the crotch. Han Fei was in so much pain that he forgot to cry and just screamed loudly. "Shut up!" Li Xiaoyin said with a gloomy face. Han Fei covered his mouth with his hand, fearing that he would be kicked again if it was too late. "I'm Li Qiankuan, what's this friend's name?" Seeing that Li Qiankuan was not aggressive at first, Wang Fan replied calmly, "Wang Fan." "Then do you know Wang Tao?" Li Qiankuan asked further. In fact, this is where Li Qiankuan's cleverness lies. He first determines Wang Fan's identity before deciding whether to take action. After all, if he offends someone he shouldn't, not only him but possibly even his family will be implicated. Wang Fan also came to his senses and realized that Li Qiankuan was trying to trick him. So he smiled disdainfully and said, "I don't know Wang Tao, and I'm not some rich second-generation guy, so don't try to trick me with your hypocritical words." Seeing that his little tricks were exposed in front of him, Li Qiankuan stopped pretending. "Since it's not the Wang family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City, then you can rest assured. Beat them. Beat them to death as long as you can. You piece of trash, if you're brave enough, fight me in a one-on-one duel." Wang Fan hooked his hand at Li Qiankuan, and then he turned into Bruce Lee, crossing his feet and looking fearless. Ah! From time to time, he made some sounds similar to Bruce Lee's fighting sounds. "I didn't expect you to be such a fool. You seem to be imitating Bruce Lee, but I don't know how your fighting skills are. Why are you still hesitating when it's 3 against 1? Come on, come at me." Li Qiankuan's lackeys were frightened by Wang Fan's actions at first, but now that Li Xiao urged them, they dared not delay any longer and rushed forward with their fists waved. Wang Fan took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness, took out the anti-wolf spray, aimed at one of them and sprayed it out. I heard a scream, my eyes. While the other 2 were stunned, he went up and punched them twice, causing them to bleed from their noses. Li Qiankuan was completely stunned. He didn't expect that his 3 little followers were so incompetent. They were defeated by the opponent in one encounter. Seeing Wang Fan walking towards him viciously again, he was so scared that his legs were shaking. At this time, the milk cap girl Luing was very considerate and stepped forward to support him, so that he did not fall down because of fear. "Pa!" Li Qiankuan didn't know whether it was to give himself courage or because he had no place to vent his anger. He hit Luing in the face and said, "This is how your forest store treats VIP customers. Why don't you call security?" Luing was beaten so hard that tears came out of her eyes, but she knew that Li Xiao in front of her was not someone she could afford to offend, so she can only swallow her tears. "Security, security." Luing turned her sadness into an angry roar. "Come here quickly, there are people causing trouble here." The security guard who heard the cry for help rushed over with weapons in hand. When Li Qiankuan saw the security guard coming, he stood up again and pointed at Wang Fan and said, "He is the one causing trouble here and injuring my people. I am your VIP customer. You must give me an explanation today, otherwise I will make you all get out." The leading security guard knew that the young man in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend, but the way this guy spoke really deserved a beating. "I wonder what kind of explanation Master Li wants. Need I say that? Beat him up and kick him out. This kind of rubbish will affect my mood for buying a Ferrari Daytona SP3. The security guard had also heard of this car, which is one of the signature cars in their store. It is limited to 599 units worldwide, and each is worth more than 10 million. In this case, they can't afford to offend him. After all, not everyone can afford 10 million to buy a car. Wang Fan looked at Lina and asked, "Does your store have members with higher status than VIP customers?" Lina whispered, "Mr. Wang, why don't you apologize to young Master Li? It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Young Master Li has a complicated background. He is from the Li family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City. Most people can't afford to offend him. Wangfan didn't expect that at this critical juncture, Li Na still cared about him. What a rare good salesperson. You think I'm an ordinary person? Stop talking nonsense and answer my question. VIP customers here refer to those who have spent more than 50 million yuan in the store. The next level above VIP customers is the Emperor customers, whose cumulative spending needs to reach more than 100 million yuan. Oh, then go get the contract. I will be your royal client today. Chapter 16 Betting with Li Qianquan, Shunantian personally serves. Ah, Master Li, the pretentious guy, is acting crazy again. He doesn't even know what the Ferrari Daytona SP3 you want to buy is, and now he wants to become the most exclusive customer here. There should be a limit to how pretentious you are, kid. At this moment, Han Fei had forgotten the pain from being beaten just now, and now he looked excited as if he had caught something on Wangfan. Look at all the things on his body, they are not even as expensive as one of Li Xiao's shoes. He is still pretending to be a rich man and wants to spend 100 million to buy a car. This guy is just an idiot. That waitress is also an idiot. She did whatever she was told to do and actually took the contract. If she can become the king customer of this restaurant, I will eat my poop while standing on my head. Wangfan has plenty of money now, so he won't indulge these spoiled rich second generations. Whether I'm bragging or not, you'll know in a moment. I want to be the king of customers here. He eats his poop while standing upside down. What about you? Looking at your serious look, I almost believed it. If you can really become the emperor customer here, I will kneel down and call you grandpa. Okay, although I don't want to have sex with your grandma, I don't mind being your grandpa for the time being. Fuck you, I want. Okay, if you think what happened just now wasn't embarrassing enough, can you beat him? Li Qianquan stepped forward to stop him and said, if you can come up with 100 million to buy a car, I will recognize you as my big brother. Compared with Han Fei and the others, Li Qianquan still has some brains. At least he can still think when encountering problems. Okay. Wangfan agreed immediately, you will supervise them to complete our bet later. Han Fei and the others all looked bitter, and suddenly they felt like they had been betrayed by their boss. Li Na came over with a stack of contracts, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in business suit. He greeted Wangfan enthusiastically at first, and then, with Li Na's introduction, he greeted Wangfan and said, hello, Mr. Wang. Which cars do you like? To be honest, Wangfan really doesn't know how to answer such a question. In his understanding, good cars before were limited to Tesla, BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, etc. When it comes to sports cars, I've only heard of things like the Neo, the Panamera, the Maverick, etc. At this moment, Uncle Fu came over and said respectfully, Master, I bought the glasses you asked for. Everyone was shocked again, seeing an old man in his 60s holding more than a dozen bags of first-line brands. I didn't know which one the young master liked, so I bought a few more styles. Brands like Ray-Ban and Oakley are among the best brands in the sunglasses industry. It's a pity that Wangfan didn't know them. Among all these brands, he knew Dior, Prada, Gucci, Chanel and other luxury brands that Fu Yanjie often mentioned. Wangfan casually took the Dior sunglasses and put them on, then said to Uncle Fu, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fu. By the way, how many cars can be placed in the basement garage at home? Master, the villa you live in, Villa number 1, can accommodate 50 cars. Okay, then you can use this Ferrari as the standard. Wangfan pointed at the Ferrari Daytona SP3 in front of him and said, buy 10 first. If they don't have so many, a lower price is fine. Let's get 20 cars. Anyway, I want to be their king customer. After saying that, he took out his agricultural bank savings card with 900 billion yuan from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Fu. Originally, everyone present thought that Wangfan's tone was too much like that of a nouveau riche, but when Uncle Fu came over with sunglasses worth a small million, their opinion of him changed a little. They thought he could really spend 100 million to buy these luxury cars, but when they saw that Wangfan was holding an ordinary agricultural bank card, everyone was stunned. It wasn't even a gold card, it was just an ordinary savings card. How could there be 100 million in it? Han Fei teased again, boy, if you want to find actors to act with you, you have to do a complete set. What's this? You have to swipe 100 million with an ordinary agricultural bank card. Do you know what 100 million means? It weighs 115 tons, and if you stack them up, they will be 100 meters high. As if he didn't hear Han Fei's ridicule, Uncle Fu took Wangfan's card and said, "Okay, young master, please go to their reception room and wait for a while." Han Fei and the others were curious, so they followed Uncle Fu to see what kind of card they were going to buy. Wang Fanha followed the 4S owner Chu Nantian to the lounge where they served imperial customers. Li Qiankuan couldn't help but be amazed. The treatment given to VIP customers was indeed quite different from that given to imperial customers. You can tell just by looking at this lounge that both the decoration and the furniture used are antiques dating back to at least the Qing dynasty. Even the Dahongpo tea used to entertain customers is collected from the mother plant in Wui Mountain. In his heart, he still didn't believe that Wangfan could come up with 100 million at one time. Just like their family had a net worth of nearly 10 billion, which included assets such as real estate, factories, and equity. The actual cash that could be mobilized would probably not exceed 1 billion. If he dares to spend 100 million to buy a car, his father will probably break his legs. It has been 5 years since he first came to this 4S store to buy a car, and he has just accumulated a total of 50 million yuan. He originally thought that he was invincible here. Who would have thought that today he would meet a king who was determined to become the emperor's customer here with overwhelming force? What were his past 5 years worth? To be honest, Chu Nantian felt a little nervous looking at Wangfan. Since the opening of their store, they have only had one royal customer, and that is the second son of the Qin family, the richest family in Magic City. 8 years have passed, and there is still no second emperor customer. Today, one finally appears, and he will serve you well no matter what. After all, according to the information he had obtained before, Wangfan's garage could accommodate as many as 50 cars. If Wangfan is really a rich second generation, then their 4S store must fill up all the remaining 30 parking spaces. Chu Nantian stood up and said to Wangfan, "Master Wang, I'll go out and help you check. After all, Lina doesn't know as much about the models in the store as I do." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Chu. And Lina is a very good salesperson." This simple sentence actually means to tell Chu Nantian that he must have Lina's service. Well, Lina is one of the best salespeople here, and she has strong professional skills. Don't worry, it's hers and no one can take it away from her. I couldn't help but take a closer look at Wangfan. I thought he was quite interesting. He even didn't forget to flirt with the salesperson here while buying a car. "Master Wang, excuse me, which hotel did you book with that waitress named Lina?" Wangfan rolled his eyes and said, "Mr. Li, you know you are being presumptuous and still ask, aren't you a slut? Also, you are a slut, don't think everyone else is that slutty. You just had a better life. What is there to brag about or be proud of?" Stop. I didn't expect that Master Wang has the potential to be a white lotus. He has many tricks to teach people a lesson. It's really true that there is no point in talking to each other. Wangfan didn't bother to pay attention to him and picked up his phone to check Douyin. However, before he started, he was interrupted by a phone call. Chapter 17, Spend 180 million to buy 12 luxury cars. The treatment of the emperor's customers is really good. When Wangfan saw that the caller was his roommate Qi Shangdong, he frowned but answered the phone anyway. "Wangfan, you are awesome." Normally, Wangfan and Qi Shangdong were just nodding acquaintances. When he heard such inexplicable words on the phone, it made him frown even more. "I heard from Yang Wei that you poached his girlfriend. How does it feel?" Wangfan suddenly realized that it was most likely that Yang Wei had returned to the dormitory to complain to Qi Shangdong and the others. After all, asking them to pay back the 880,000 yuan was not a small amount. That's not true. Wangfan didn't want to recall the incident when he was tricked by the little 2+1. "Wangfan, you are being too mean. Yang Wei has admitted it himself, and now the whole school knows about it, and you are still trying to cover it up. We have been roommates for more than 3 years, isn't it enough for me to hear the truth from you?" Obviously Wangfan was good at grasping the key points, and there seemed to be a big discrepancy between his previous judgment and that. Yang Wei not only told his roommates in the dormitory, but also made it known to everyone in the school. What does he want to do? Does he want to use the power of public opinion to cover up their dirty truth and avoid paying back the money? How do you know that everyone in the school knows about it? Wangfan did not answer Qi Shangdong's question, but asked directly, did he complain on the playground with a loudspeaker? Wangfan, don't just think about working and making money and being a bootlicker. Come to school and learn more when you have time. Who would be so unsophisticated as to hold a loudspeaker and talk about things in the playground? Yang Wei directly wrote a 10,000-word article about what happened, with pictures and the truth. I have to say, brother, you are really a bootlicker. Is Fu Yanjie really that good? Wangfan's brain froze after hearing what Qi Shangdong said. His fame was about to be ruined. During the time when he was pursuing Fu Yanjie, Wangfan did say some cheesy love words that were not presentable. Baby, I'm going to get in 4. What's that? I miss you for 365 nights. Many things become boring after looking at them for a long time, but you are the only one that makes me happier the more I look at you. I'll support you. Stupid. Being emotionally affected by one person can be annoying, but it can also be sweet. Since I already knew the whole story, there was no need to listen to Qi Shangdong's nonsense and I decisively hung up the phone. I didn't expect this guy to be so tenacious. He called twice in a row, but both times he hung up. Only then did he stop. Then Wangfan heard Li Qianquan say sarcastically, "Hey, what kind of fairy is this that could make young Master Wang give up his status to poacher? Can you let me feast my eyes on her?" Wangfan looked at Li Qianquan next to him with murderous eyes and asked, "Fuck, you were so fucking boring that you actually eavesdropped on my phone call." Li Qianquan rolled his eyes and said, "Who wants to listen to your phone call? Your broken phone is like an external speaker. It's hard for me not to listen. Don't you have something to hide? Do you have a habit like Chow Man?" Wangfan was too lazy to pay attention to Li Qianquan. Looking at the bumpy shell and the broken screen of the phone, he felt really bad. "I will buy the most popular 3-fold flat mobile phone with a chrysanthemum shape no matter what. If someone is so blind as to say that his phone is leaking sound, I will fold the phone and beat him to death." Uncle Fu was holding a handbag filled with car purchase contracts. "Master, I'm sorry, we didn't meet your requirement of 20 cars. We bought 12 of the top sports cars in this store, and the total cost was 180 million. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Let them drive back to the villa later." Wangfan made arrangements casually, then looked at Li Qianquan and the others with a smug smile. Betting with him on money was like a poor guy challenging the god of wealth, asking for trouble. "Mr. Li, you lost the bet just now. It's time to cash in the bet. Hurry and finish it. I have something else to take care of." At this moment, Li Qianquan and his group all looked as ugly as if their parents had died, especially the guy who said he wanted to stand upside down and eat shit. Li Qianquan really didn't expect that Wangfan, a seemingly ordinary young man, was so generous that he spent nearly 200 million yuan to buy 12 luxury cars. Even if I were the richest young man from one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, I wouldn't be so courageous. What kind of family does this young Master Wangfan come from? He shuddered at the thought. If a big shot like this wanted to mess with their family, he could destroy it in minutes. It might be an opportunity for him to recognize the big brother now. After figuring out the key, his dead face instantly turned into a sunflower face, and he smiled brightly. Wangfan couldn't help but feel his anus tighten when he saw this. Could this guy have changed his personality? He is a straight man. Brother. Li Qianquan knelt down in front of Wangfan and said flatteringly, "From now on, if you have any instructions, I will go through fire and water to satisfy you." Seeing that his boss had knelt down and admitted defeat, Han Fei did not dare to be negligent. He knelt down in front of Wangfan and said, "Grandpa, from now on, if you have any instructions, I will go through fire and water to satisfy you." The guy who said that if Wangfan could become the exclusive customer of this 4S store, he would eat his poop while standing upside down looked uglier than if his parents had died when he saw this. He knelt on the ground and slapped himself madly. "Grandpa Wang, spare me, it's all my fault for being so mean and not recognizing the great man. Please be merciful and treat me like a fart." Looking at his swollen mouth from slapping himself, Wangfan knew that this guy really didn't want to eat poop. "Okay, everyone, get up." Wangfan said earnestly, "Today I'll teach you a lesson. Be more low-key in the future. As the saying goes, there are always people who are better than you." After pretending to be a bee, he turned around and left, looking like a great man. As soon as he went out, he met the milk cap girl. She looked apologetic and said cautiously, "Wang Xiao, I don't look down on others in the future. To be a salesperson, you still need to be professional. Thank you for your kindness, Master Wang. Thank you for your guidance. I will keep it in mind." Wangfan no longer cared about this little Karami, because it would be as easy for him to crush her to death as to crush an ant. Li Na smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, as our most prestigious customer, our 4S store has given you some gifts, which are all placed in the back seat of your Carmen King. Wangfan had not expected such treatment for a top customer. He asked curiously, "Are there any of Juowa's newly released trifold phones among these gifts?" Reply Wang, "It's rare. Every quarter we will give customers like you the most popular and fashionable items of the season, all of which are related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation." "Okay, go get me the trifold phone." Wangfan finally felt the happiness of rich people. It is true that as long as you have money, there will be a bunch of people around you to serve you. As long as you give the order, things will be done properly. On the streets of Shanghai, a line of 12 top luxury cars amazed passers-by. Chapter 18, Exchange skill points to improve physical fitness, and the school forum was cyberbullied. Villa number 1 in Donghubei has an owner, which has caused an uproar among the owners of Donghubei villas. After all, it was a house worth 10 billion, and the payment method required by the boss was also very abnormal, which was to pay it in one lump sum. Any boss with a bit of brains would not spend such a huge amount of money to buy a villa for himself to live in. With so much money, wouldn't it be nice to start a business and make some money? There are also well-informed people who got news from the staff inside Donghubei Villa that the owner of Donghubei number 1 is now their boss. These curious neighbors were all trying to find ways to get to know the new owner of Donghubei. At this moment, 12 luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan drove into the Donghubei Villa one after another. "Oh my god, my dream car is a limited edition Lamborghini Veneta. No, how come there's also a Ferrari LaFerrari? Oh my god, who is so arrogant? Fuck. Porsche 918, Pagani Huayra, Cible Tuatara. Holy crap, is this going to be a luxury car show? I can't believe my eyes. This is not just a car, it's a mobile vault, a torrent of wealth. I never thought that one day I would witness such a miracle with my own eyes. These 12 luxury cars are like pie in the sky, it's unbelievable. I have to post it on WeChat Moments so my friends can see the scene." Among these people, there was a girl who was about the same age as Wangfan, and she seemed to have made some kind of decision. She walked to the wine cabinet, found a bottle of 1982 Lafite, and tied an exquisite bow on it. She took a few steps back to look at her work and was quite satisfied with it. Then she went to the dressing table and put on some simple makeup. He picked up the prepared Lafite, walked straight to the door of Villa number 1 in Donghubei and rang the doorbell. This made everyone in the Donghubei Villa stunned. Is this even possible? It really proves the old saying that the bold ones enjoy the world first. So they seemed to be inspired. Those who had daughters immediately contacted their daughters, and those who didn't have daughters called their beautiful goddaughters over. No matter what, we must establish a good relationship with the owner of Donghubei Villa number 1, who is a super rich man with a net worth of at least 10 billion. If you hold on to the other person's thighs, you can save yourself 20 years of detours. After Wangfan got home, he immediately used his Shinhao points to purchase skill points from the Shinhao Mall, and made comprehensive improvements to his strength, intelligence, physical strength, and spirit. During this process, Wangfan discovered that every time he reached the limit of human beings and continued to increase skill points, the godly value consumed to purchase godly skill points would double. Wangfan truly felt Wang Duoyu's troubles. It was really hard to spend this money. Finally, Wangfan looked at the personal information in the system and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Host, Wangfan. Strength, 500. Intelligence, 500. Physical strength, 500. Spirit, 500. Super rich value, 1000000. System, I have upgraded my power to 5 times the limit of an ordinary person, but why is my super rich value only 1 million left? Did you embezzle money? Host, you think too much. When this system calculates costs, it is not a simple calculation of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It involves linear algebra, weighted average, calculus, etc. In short, I will not cheat you. Wangfan understood that the system was a trap. He couldn't calculate anyway, so whatever the system said was the truth. However, considering that the system had given him so many assets, he reluctantly forgave it. I felt like there was a layer of sticky stuff on the surface of my body, and when I rubbed it with my hands it was all mud. Wangfan immediately went to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, added milk, roses, and some essential oils, and prepared to take a beauty bath. Just at this moment, the doorbell outside Wangfan's villa rang. Uncle Fu stepped forward and asked, "I am the butler here. What can I do for this young lady?" Shu Shasha smiled politely and replied, "Hello, I'm Shu Shasha, I live in villa number 5, and I came here to congratulate neighbor number 1 on his new home." As he spoke, he did not forget to raise the bottle of 1982 Lafite in his hand to show his sincerity. "Hello, Miss Shu. My young master is taking a bath. Why don't you go back first and I'll tell him you were here after he finishes his bath." Shu Shasha thought that this was the housekeeper's self-righteous excuse, and the determination in her heart to never give up until she achieved her goal rose up. "It's okay, I can wait." Shu Shasha replied politely again, "I hope you can help inform your young master after he finishes taking a bath." "Thank you." Uncle Fu smiled meaningfully, ignored Shu Shasha, turned around and left back to the villa. Wangfan discovered that this bathtub was also smart. When he turned on the massage mode, it felt like a pair of delicate hands were massaging him. It felt so good. It made him truly feel how good it is to have money to spend. Picking up the Juhua Hong tri-fold screen mobile phone next to it, it looks high-end, and when you open the folding screen, it really lives up to their slogan, no matter how you fold it, it looks good. Wangfan logged into the school forum and found that the top post was posted by that bastard Yang Wei. "After living together for more than 3 years, I never expected to be poached by my roommate whom I thought of as my brother. After discovering the affair, he even asked someone to beat me up. Is there any justice or law?" This title sounds like an old lady's foot binding, long and smelly, but it is indeed eye-catching. Poaching, having an affair discovered, being beaten, the image of a complete victim. Often when a hot event happens, the public's psychology is to sympathize with the weak first, regardless of whether the event is right or wrong. After clicking on it, I saw Yang Wei's self-narration, how he treated Wangfan as a brother, how he took care of him, and how he introduced his girlfriend to Wangfan. With his exaggerated remarks, Wangfan was completely turned into a treacherous and unjust scum who stole his brother's friends. Of course, when talking about Fu Yanjie, it was just said that she was temporarily blinded by Wangfan's fake rich second-generation persona, and under the fierce attack of Wangfan's sugar-coated bullets, she lost her mind and agreed to become Wangfan's girlfriend. But as Yang Wei's girlfriend, Fu Yanjie only cheated on Wangfan mentally, and actually did not have any substantive and in-depth communication with Wangfan. During the narration, there are screenshots of green bubble chats and even the audio of the chats. After reading the entire article, Wangfan has completely become a joke, an ultimate bootlicker who was willing to give everything for Fu Yanjie just by seeing her photo and hearing her voice. In order to please Fu Yanjie, he even went so far as to embezzle the money for his mother's medical treatment to buy gifts for Fu Yanjie. This was simply unfilial and treasonous. Oh my god, this really opened my eyes. There is such garbage in our school. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Scum like this should be kicked out of our school. It is a shame for us to have him as an alumnus. At Mota University Academic Affairs Office, please come and take care of this scum. I've seen liquors, but I'd never seen one like this. He even embezzled his mother's medical money. He's really a beast. At Wangfan, are you really that kind of person? Come out and fight back. I look forward to you turning the tide. Chapter 19, The Infatuated Zhu Shasha and the Confused Wangfan. Reading the violent online comments directed at him made Wangfan feel the power of gossip that can melt metal and destroy people. If Wangfan hadn't gotten the system, he would have probably lost his mind like most people. Maybe there is a college student who wants to commit suicide on the rooftop or on a bridge. But now, facing these overwhelming attacks and insults, Wangfan seemed childish and ridiculous. They are just a bunch of innocent and stupid college students who follow the crowd, have no independent thinking ability and just want to join in the fun. After a brief thought, Wangfan commented on the post, "I met the wrong person and fell into someone else's trap. The innocent are innocent. There is no point in saying more. Seeing is not necessarily believing. I advise everyone to be rational. At 880000 must return it to me in 3 days without a cent missing, otherwise get ready to go to the sewing machine." After commenting, Wangfan left the school forum. Wangfan's comment once again attracted great attention from college students in Shanghai. Wow, I knew it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, I got screwed. Come out and talk about this 888,000 thing. This Wangfan is so awesome. He cleared himself of all charges in no time, and then threatened Yang Wei. Can anyone tell me where his confidence comes from? I think what Wangfan said is true. If it is really as Yang Wei said, he should report it to Uncle Hat instead of posting such a denunciation on the school forum. When Wangfan finished taking a shower and was wiping his body, he discovered that he had 8 abdominal muscles and his facial lines became more angular. In short, he looked more handsome. When he gently clenched his hands, a sonic boom sound was heard. Wangfan felt that he could kill a bison with one punch. Wangfan is very satisfied with himself now. Putting on the pajamas made of pure handmade silk, he feels that the pajamas he wore before were all garbage. When Uncle Fu saw Wangfan coming out of the bathroom, he quickly repeated what happened to his neighbor Zhu Shasha, who asked to see him at the door. Wangfan said to Uncle Fu, "If she is still outside the door, it means she is still sincere in her visit, so let her in." "Yes, master." Zhu Shasha looked at the Chanel fashion watch worth 3 million on her hand, and she was already cursing the owner of Villa Number 1 in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, she has never waited for anyone, only for her. But this time, it has been an hour and a half since she arrived at the door of Villa Number 1, and the owner of the house is still taking a shower. Isn't this just crazy? A grown man takes longer to shower than a girl. Is this guy a gay? Otherwise, why would he be so slow? Just as Zhu Shasha was cursing Wangfan in her heart, Uncle Fu came out of the villa and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Miss Zhu, I've kept you waiting for so long. My young master invites you in." "Thank you." Zhu Shasha suppressed the anger in her heart, tightly grasped the 1982 Lafite, followed Uncle Fu into the villa. Their family was not short of money before, so the villa was decorated magnificently. However, when Zhu Shasha walked into Wangfan's villa, she realized that it was worthy of being called Villa Number 1. There was no comparison between theirs and this one. At this time, Uncle Fu respectfully introduced Wangfan, "Master, this is Miss Zhu Shasha from Villa Number 5. She came here specially to celebrate your housewarming." Wangfan's eyes lit up when he looked at Zhu Shasha. She was indeed a rich lady who was well fed with money. She was really beautiful and a goddess-level beauty. Suddenly he felt that his vision was too narrow before. He actually regarded a woman like Fu Yanjie as a goddess. He was really blind. "Hello, Miss Zhu. I'm Wangfan. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long while I was taking a shower." He was holding the bottleneck of 1982 Lafite and was ready to hit Wangfan in the head with a backhand. But when Zhu Shasha saw Wangfan, she couldn't believe her eyes. There really was such a thing as a comic book man in this world. He was definitely a handsome man with sharp features who looked like he came out of a comic book. Zhu Shasha fell in love with him at first sight. And his magnetic and bubbly voice is simply a feast for the ears. My eyes were filled with love and I even forgot my original intention of coming here to find the owner of Villa Number 1. His body walked towards Wangfan uncontrollably, and then threw himself into Wangfan's arms. Seeing this, Uncle Fu shook his head helplessly, suppressed the smile in his heart, and left the villa. Wangfan was also in a state of confusion. This situation was completely beyond his expectations and had never happened in the past 20 years. Although he knew that after the systematic transformation of his body, all aspects of his body had been improved, and his appearance and height had changed to a certain extent, it was not to the extent that a goddess would throw herself into his arms. In fact, this is a misunderstanding. Wangfan thinks he is a little handsome, but in Zhu Shasha's eyes, he is super handsome. Feeling the faint rose scent emanating from Wangfan's body, Zhu Shasha was intoxicated and began to act boldly, which made her truly understand what it meant to look thin when dressed and have flesh when undressed. The key is those 8-pack abdominal muscles, which really confuse anyone who tries them. If this continued, Wangfan felt that he was about to cause an accidental discharge of the gun, so he quickly pushed Zhu Shasha away. He sat back on the sofa, rubbed his face with his hands, and tried to calm himself down. At this time, Zhu Shasha came back to her senses from her state of having her eyes full of peach blossoms. Now she was so embarrassed that she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her feet. Her resentment towards Wangfan for making her wait for more than an hour had long since disappeared. I'm sorry, I was so distracted just now and didn't mean it." Zhu Shasha apologized to Wangfan seriously. Wangfan was so upset that he wanted to say to Zhu Shasha, "Miss Zhu, listen to what you were saying. Zhu Shasha's parents are quite foresight. This is not Zhu Shasha at all, it's more like Zhu Shasha. This is my housewarming gift to you. It's a 1982 Lafite. Please accept it." Wangfan has heard of the 1982 Lafite. It is hard to find on the market now, and the value of a bottle is basically stable at around 100,000 yuan. Giving such a big gift on the first meeting means the other party must have something to ask for. Considering Zhu Shasha's reaction just now, he couldn't be trying to win him over with a bottle of 1982 Lafite. She was just being too whimsical. Wangfan was not a casual person. Wangfan took the 1982 Lafite handed to him by Zhu Shasha, took a quick look at it and put it on the table. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Wangfan looked at Zhu Shasha seriously and said, I don't like beating around the bush. Zhu Shasha felt that Wangfan really had no sense of romance. Since she had brought wine with her, shouldn't she open the wine and have a candlelight dinner together before talking about things? Why is it so direct? Going straight to the point without any preparation? This will make her very uncomfortable. It would be better to have foreplay. Chapter 20 Investing in White Wukong, Zhu Shasha's request. Zhu Shasha suppressed her dissatisfaction and said, I have liked animation since I was a child, and I fell in love with 3A games when I grew up. My father loves me more, so he opened a game company for me. From Zhu Shasha's narration, Wangfan learned that this was a girl who grew up in pampering. She had the protection of the big tree at home, so she had never encountered the beatings of society. Unlike Wangfan, who was a slave and didn't even dare to fart when his orders were snatched away from him at the company. As we all know, 3A games mean a lot of money, a lot of resources, and a lot of time. If Zhu Shasha's father had sufficient funds, it would be possible to accomplish such a thing. Unfortunately, Zhu Shasha's father, like the previous owner of Donghubei Villa, was engaged in coal business. As the country advocates the development of new energy, including wind power, solar energy, photovoltaics and other pollution-free clean energy, the traditional resource industry is on the decline. This caused Zhu Shasha's family business to experience a significant decline, and her father's transformation and investment in entertainment projects also encountered a series of force majeure factors, resulting in the films being unable to be released at all. So in the end, she was losing so much money that she had no time to care about the investment in Zhu Shasha's game company. If no more money came in, her game company would go bankrupt. In other words, the 300 million yuan invested previously was wasted. Today, I learned that Villa Number 1 was sold, and I was very curious about who was so rich that he could spend 1 billion yuan in cash to buy this villa. Later, 12 luxury cars worth hundreds of millions of dollars appeared in the villa area, and finally they all entered the parking lot of Villa Number 1. That is to say, in just 1 or 2 days, the owner of Villa Number 1 spent more than 1 billion on buying villas and luxury cars. He must be a big shot with a cash flow of tens of billions. Otherwise, who would dare to squander like this? Zhu Shasha saw hope. Whether her game could be saved depended on the owner of Villa Number 1. I thought he was a greasy middle-aged man with a big belly, but I didn't expect him to be a sunny and handsome comic book guy. His only shortcoming is that he doesn't understand romance very well. I was so thirsty from talking so much, but he didn't even ask me to drink some water. Also, I've been here for so long, but he didn't even ask me to sit down. Wangfan also roughly understood Zhu Shasha's situation. He felt that everything seemed to be going smoothly since he got the system. When you have luxury cars, villas, shopping malls, school district housing and more money than you can spend in your lifetime, you worry about how to spend it to gain more super rich points. Zhu Shasha appeared in front of him like an angel, wanting him to invest some money to help her overcome the difficulties and complete her epic 3A game masterpiece White Wukong, in which she invested hundreds of millions. Wangfan felt extremely distressed because he didn't know how to spend the money. Having a place to spend money makes Wangfan feel extremely happy. How much money do you need to finish this game? Zhu Shasha thought for a moment and said, at least 400 million will be needed. There may be various problems in the production later, and the production cost will need to be increased. While speaking, Zhu Shasha had been observing Wangfan's expression, trying to get Wangfan's attitude from it, but she was disappointed. Wangfan is just like those overbearing CEOs in movies and TV dramas, with an emotionless face, but still handsome enough to make people happy. If the money is in place, how long will it take for you to finish this game? Zhu Shasha thought about it seriously and said, it will take at least 4 years. Wangfan didn't understand what 3A games were. He thought that they were just low-intelligence games like Candy Crush Saga. All he had to do was type some code and make some changes to the content and format. So he shook his head and said, you may have misunderstood me. When I say the money is in place, I mean you don't have to worry about the cost. There is no upper limit to my investment in you. In this case, how long will it take to complete it? Zhu Shasha stared at Wangfan with her big eyes in disbelief, her red lips slightly opened as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Wangfan was not in a hurry. He picked up the Evian mineral water on the table. When he was about to drink it, he realized that he had forgotten to let Zhu Shasha sit down and did not give her water. So he handed the unscrewed Evian to Zhu Shasha and said calmly, don't be so polite, just sit anywhere. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Zhu Shasha but picked up another bottle of Evian and started drinking. Zhu Shasha seemed to be freed from a spell and sat down on the sofa not far from Wangfan. I detect that the guest is tired. Does he need a massage? This made Zhu Shasha blush. She quickly stood up and looked at the sofa in disbelief. Don't be afraid. The whole house is equipped with an intelligent system that can help you adjust according to your physical condition. After hearing Wangfan's explanation, Zhu Shasha sat down again and started the massage service. Maybe it was because Zhu Shasha had been standing for too long, or maybe it was because her sofa massage technique was quite sophisticated. After pressing a few buttons, I heard her make some sounds that were easy to make people imagine. Zhu Shasha was so scared that she quickly stood up again and said with embarrassment, "Your sofa is too indecent, I'd better stand." Wangfan was speechless. If you don't want a massage, you can just order it to stop. How can you start a game company with this brain? Wangfan couldn't help but have a big question mark in his mind. But he doesn't care whether Zhu Shasha can run this game company successfully. What he wants is whether Zhu Shasha can spend money for him. The more money he wants in a shorter time. Whatever you say. Wangfan replied calmly, "You haven't answered my question directly yet." Zhu Shasha held up 2 fingers and said, "Without setting a budget cap, it will take at least 2 years. Whether a 3A game can become a hit depends on time to polish the details. Okay, I only have one request, and that is to complete the production of the game as soon as possible." Wangfan emphasized again, "Give me your bank card number, and I will transfer the money to you now." Zhu Shasha was completely stunned. She felt like she was dreaming. Wangfan only mentioned the time for the completion of the game and did not discuss the details of the cooperation such as equity, contract, his rights, etc. He just wanted to make money directly. Is this just because he is stupid and rich? But she thought again, a rich young man like this who regards money as dirt must have a huge boss behind him. If she dares to cheat him of his money, she will be killed in a minute. This thought quickly occupied Zhu Shasha's mind, and she shivered with fear. He quickly said, "I have poured all my efforts into this game, and it is also one of the reasons that dragged down my father's capital chain. I thought my dream was about to end, but I didn't expect to meet you, Mr. Wang, and be able to continue proudly. So, can we split the equity into 100 and 100? Wangfan couldn't help but frown. Zhu Shasha in front of him was really smart when it came to doing the math. He invested so much money but only gave himself 1 share, while she took 9 shares for herself. She really treated him as a sucker. Seeing Wangfan frown, Zhu Shasha immediately explained, "I want 1 portion, and you take 9 portions, just as a token of my appreciation." Chapter 21. Invest 1 billion and enter Bobo's Card Talk live room to eat memoirs. Wangfan has plenty of money now, and he doesn't care how much money White Wukong can make for him. Seeing Zhu Shasha being so understanding, it is equivalent to giving him the entire company. So he said generously, "Since you still have a sense of filial piety, the shares will be divided into 30% and 70%, 70% for me and 30% for you. The first investment is 1 billion, and you can come back for more after you spend it. I only have one request, that you make the game as soon as possible with guaranteed quality and quantity." Zhu Shasha's eyes were instantly filled with tears. This was the first time a man other than her father had given her such unreserved love. At least that's what she thought. As for whether Wangfan admitted it or not, that was Wangfan's business. Don't cry. Wangfan couldn't stand the girl's tears because he didn't know how to deal with it. "Give me your bank card number first and I'll transfer it to you. As for the share transfer and investment contract, just prepare it for me later." When Zhu Shasha saw the text message from her bank, she felt like crying again. The 10 billion had arrived in her account, and her company was saved this time. When she was about to say something, Wangfan interrupted her again. "Don't say thank you, just run the company well and don't let my money go to waste. It's getting late, so you can have dinner with me." After saying that, Wangfan tapped the armrest of the sofa, and it turned out to be a display screen. He clicked the call button, and Uncle Fu's voice came from inside. Wangfan asked him to arrange dinner. Soon, under the guidance of Uncle Fu, a waiter came in with a dining cart. He stopped in front of the table, looked at Wangfan and asked, "Mr. Wang, do you need me to tell you the name of the dish?" Wangfan nodded in agreement. Steamed eggplant with black truffle sauce. After the eggplant is steamed, pour the special black truffle sauce on it, so that the eggplant can fully absorb the aroma of truffles, and the taste is rich and layered. Steamed lobster. Keep the original flavor of the lobster, simply season it and steam it, the meat is tender and the taste is delicate. Cod roe sushi. Put the cod roe on the sushi rice and take a bite. The freshness of the roe and the sweet and sour taste of the vinegar rice will blend in your mouth. Seared A5 Wagyu steak. We use a 5-grade Wagyu beef and fry it until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The meat is tender and juicy and melts in your mouth. Truffle hot spring egg rice. Add black truffle sauce to the hot spring egg and mix it with rice before eating. It has both the tenderness of the hot spring egg and the aroma of truffle. This is 30-year-old whiskey. This is Louis XIII brandy. I wish you a pleasant meal. Zhu Shasha was dumbfounded again. Is this the gap between the rich and the poor? Young Master Wang spent more than 100,000 yuan on a meal. This made her, who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, suddenly feel inferior. The saying that people should be treated differently when compared to others is absolutely true. Suddenly she thought again, this is good wine and good food. Could it be that this Wang Xiao is interested in her, wants to get her drunk, and then have sex with her? Thinking of this, her cheeks heated up, and she felt a burning sensation. Then she stole a glance at Wangfan and felt that if that was the case, she would not be at a disadvantage. Who can resist the lethality of a comic book man, unless she is a lesbian? In front of the delicious food, the two young men put aside their reserve and ate to their heart's content. They also drank some whiskey, but Wangfan thought it tasted just average, so he just had a quick taste. This made Zhu Shasha a little confused. Shouldn't she be forced to drink a lot of wine, and then after dinner, taking advantage of the charming atmosphere, she half-heartedly gave in and something unspeakable happened between them. To her surprise, after Wangfan had eaten, he lay directly on the rocking chair in the room, took out his mobile phone and started watching Douyin. It was as if he had forgotten her, and the delicious food in front of him became tasteless. Young Master Wang. Zhu Shasha called out softly, but Wangfan didn't hear it, so he walked forward and shook his recliner. Wangfan then realized that there was someone else in the room, so he said, "Why haven't you left yet? Aren't you full? If not, ask Uncle Fu to give you some more." Zhu Shasha was completely speechless. It was such a waste that she had such a good-looking appearance, but her emotional intelligence was worrying. To be honest, Zhu Shasha really wanted to jump onto Wangfan, straighten his face and ask him, "Am I not as good as those coquettish and slutty girls in the short videos?" But then she thought again, this is her financial sponsor, who just received a 1 billion investment, she can't afford to offend him. So I could only say, well, I'll just say hello and leave. Well, take care. Also, spend the money as soon as possible. If you don't have enough people, find someone else. If the equipment is not good, replace it. You have to make the game as soon as possible and don't worry about the money. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Zhu Shasha replied with gritted teeth, turned around and left. What a guy who doesn't understand romance. Wangfan swiped his finger and saw a familiar face on the screen. It was the anchor he met when he picked up the Bugatti Black Legend. Looking at her online name, Bobo talks about cars, and then looking at her figure, she really lives up to her name. Wangfan clicked on it and saw that she was describing what happened today. When she talked about the owner of the legendary black Bugatti, she was full of gratitude. Bobo, stop reminiscing. Some people are gone once you miss them. Bobo, listen to my advice. You can't control this kind of man, but I'm more obedient and easier to control. I'm really impressed by you LSPs. Not only do you talk nonsense online, but you also block people offline. It's really disgusting. During this period, some small gifts such as hearts and sunglasses were flashing on the public screen. At this moment, someone in Bobo's live broadcast room applied for a live connection. In fact, Bobo didn't want to connect. After all, she was still immersed in the disappointment of not getting Wangfan's contact information. Perhaps because she was absent-minded, she accidentally pressed the connect button when she refused to connect to the microphone. Just when he was about to hang up, the other party's face appeared on the screen, which immediately excited the LSP in the live broadcast room. The person who was connected to the microphone was none other than another friend of the girl who was slashed during the day, and she was also the girl who had a conflict with Bobo before when taking a photo with the Bugatti Black Legend. The other party came up and said, "Remember me, right? I didn't expect you to be such a vicious woman. My friend was seriously injured and is still in the hospital, but you started a live broadcast to make money. Now it's a good opportunity to tell me how you should compensate me and my friend." In fact, when Bobo saw the other party's look, he wanted to hang up, but at this time the people in the live broadcast room were already in an uproar, and they all wanted to watch the show. If she cut off the other party's microphone at this time, the nearly 10,000 people in the live broadcast room would definitely think that she was guilty. Wangfan was about to leave. After all, it was boring to see a bunch of old men flirting here. He didn't expect that there would be a follow-up to what happened during the day, so he stopped and wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Bobo said seriously, I also sympathize with your friend's experience during the day, but I have told Uncle Hat everything in the law enforcement team. Your friend's matter has nothing to do with me, otherwise Uncle Hat would not have let him go. As the saying goes, every debt has its own owner. You should seek compensation from the person who hurt your friend, not me. Chapter 22. Yao Yao is aggressive, Bobo is ready to take the PK. The opponent was obviously well prepared, and faced with Popovich's impeccable defense, they directly used their trump card. You are not guilty in legal terms, but you are wrong in moral terms. I want to ask you, is the murderer your fan? Is it because you always flirt with him that he had improper thoughts and eventually caused my friend to get hurt? After Bobo heard this, his face turned unhappy. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room is still increasing, and has reached 30,000. It seems that there will never be a lack of traffic as long as there is a topic. What the other party said was right. The guy who slashed people was the one who went offline through Bobo's live broadcast room to prepare for the real Bobo. Accidentally hurting others was just a coincidence and it was not his intention. Faced with the aggressive attitude, Bobo knew that he could neither remain silent nor go off the air, as that would make him appear guilty. Moreover, if they keep being led by the other party like this, I believe it won't be long before their fans will all run to the other party. They need to turn passivity into initiative to reverse the current situation. We live in a society ruled by law. I believe the law will not let any bad guy off, nor will it let any good person be wronged. Don't act like a messenger of justice here. Tell me your real purpose today, or I'll hang up on you. In fact, this matter started before the other party backstabbed them. The two went to Yida to interview an anchor at an MCN company, but they had objections to the salary offered by the other party and failed to reach an agreement. When I was leaving, I saw some people gathering in the underground garage to take pictures at the Bugatti Black Legend, so I also wanted to take a few pictures with the luxury car. Whether I post it on WeChat Moments or to Douyin, I believe it will attract a wave of traffic. After all, who can resist the temptation of luxury cars and beautiful women? Unexpectedly, he had a conflict with Popovich and was even slashed by Popovich's fans during the argument. This is a loss of both the wife and the army, and they regret it so much that they shouldn't have joined in the fun. Later, when Uncle Hat arrived, those who needed to be sent to the hospital were sent to the hospital, and those who needed to go to the law enforcement team to take statements took statements. I thought it was going to be a very unlucky day. Who knows which MCN agency's operations director we talked to before? After finding her, we expressed our intention to cooperate. It's actually very simple, which is to use this event to make them beautiful anchors talking about cars. Directly targeting Popovich, she would be aggressive in connecting with Popovich on the live broadcast to undermine her credibility, and then use the PK mode to make Popovich apologize. After this series of operations, I believe Popovich's fans will be attracted to her. After all, among the parties involved in the whirlpool of public opinion, whoever wins will get more traffic. That's why the PK happened tonight. Even if Bobo didn't connect this time, the other party would send internet troops to her live broadcast room to encourage her to connect. MCN has plenty of dirty tricks to deal with influencers, so don't sign with MCN easily. Yao Yao apology version, my purpose is very simple, to compensate my friend and me, and to post a video to apologize to us. I also know your anchor's routine, that there is no profit without profit, and it is useless to reason with you, but you are happy to accept the victory or defeat through PK. Then let's have a fight. If you lose, you'll do as I say, and if I lose, I won't hold you responsible. How about that? Bobo quickly calculated the opponent's true purpose, and at the same time he was also watching the reactions of the spectators in the live broadcast room. After all, PK is mainly about the big enemies in the live broadcast room. If they don't support, then the PK is meaningless and it's a losing game. Of course, the most important thing is to see whether the first, second, and third brothers you usually support are there, because they are the main force. What a pity, when I looked over, I saw that it was all those freeloaders in the live broadcast room who were making a fuss and asking others to PK with each other, and none of my brothers said a word. To be honest, Bobo's heart was already chilled, and sadness could not help showing on his face. What? You are a millionaire internet celebrity, but you don't even dare to fight a small streamer like me who earns tens of thousands of dollars. Could it be that all your fans are zombies? Yao Yao apology request version once again started to mock unscrupulously in the live broadcast room. Bobo, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. I'll take out my retirement money to help you defeat her, but I just can't stand her arrogance. The other party is so arrogant, there must be capital behind them. They have already set up the trap and are just waiting for you to jump in. Bobo, we can't be the victim. Yes, just apologize. It won't cost you anything anyway. Who allowed trash to appear among us? This is the cause that Bobo planted, so she should bear the consequences. Mortal, fight her, I'll back you up, I guarantee you'll win. Mortal, please don't mislead Popovich. You don't even have a fan sign to add fans, but you dare to speak nonsense. You must be someone sent by the other side to stir up trouble. Popovich should block this kind of person immediately. Some people just like to show off. I went to his homepage and he's just a flyer distributor. Bobo, don't trust him. He's an undercover agent. The account Fanrun was the one Wangfan registered before. He posted several videos of himself doing part-time jobs in it. The data was very poor and almost no one paid attention to it. Now that his identity has been exposed, Wangfan simply set it to a private account, and this has once again become a topic of discussion in Bobo's live broadcast room. Undercover, get out of Bobo's live studio right now. You are not welcome here. You have the guts to do it but don't have the guts to admit it. You even hid the previous video. You're really quick. When Bobo was in the most difficult time, you jumped out and stabbed him in the back. I advise you to be a human being and don't leave this annoying person who is hated by everyone. Bobo watched the people in the live broadcast room bullying Fanrun online, and she quickly came out to stop them, saying, "What are you doing? Don't think it's chaotic enough here? Don't embarrass Fanrun, he may have good intentions." Yao Yao apology version spoke again, "Bobo, so many people support you in PK, but you don't even have the courage to accept it. What are you afraid of? Are you guilty? Are you afraid to face the crime you committed?" Faced with the other party's humiliating questioning, Bobo gritted her teeth and decided to fight her. If she really lost, she would go off the air directly, and then stop broadcasting for a month, and then resume broadcasting after the heat cooled down. After making up his mind, Bobo took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. "Although I know that this is your long-planned revenge, but as you said, your friend's injury is indirectly related to me. I'm deeply sorry for her injury, but that's no excuse for you to pick a fight with me. Since you came prepared, let me see what you're made of." After that, a PK with a sense of revenge officially started. Yao Yao apology request version was well prepared and came up with a carnival full of people. On the other hand, on Popo's side, the little hearts, roses, and glasses appeared one after another, and the progress bars of both sides showed a one-sided trend. Chapter 23, Successfully Stole the Tower, singing "Why Do You Love Someone Else Behind My Back?" Where's the old man who's going to use his retirement money to support Bobo? Hurry up and go to Carnival and Douyin number 1. And that mortal who boasted that he would cover for Popovich, you were so annoying. You boasted so much that you just disappeared during the PK. What the hell is that? Bobo is doomed. There is no way to win. The other side has fewer people and more big brothers. This carnival is like free money and keeps smashing. There are already dozens of them now. Originally, after the PK started, Wangfan was about to give a reward, but at this time he received a call from their instructor. Asked about him and Yang Wei, because the matter had caused a lot of controversy, and some nosy classmates even moved the post from the school forum to their own social media. A public opinion storm also formed outside the school. If it was not handled properly, their Shanghai University would definitely be affected, so the school sent their counselor to find out the real situation. Wangfan briefly recounted what had happened, but in this case, one must look at the evidence, rather than just listening to the students' one-sided story. Finally, the instructor said, "Wangfan, bring the evidence to school tomorrow. I will also call Yang Wei and we will deal with it face to face. If you are innocent, the school will definitely clear your name when the time comes." In a situation like this, the school will definitely try to smooth things over, which will only result in an unsubstantial solution, and Wangfan will not be able to get the compensation he wants. So Wangfan directly refused and said, "Coach Lee, I have handed this matter over to a lawyer. Our school should not interfere. Let me handle it. Yang Wei and his gang set a trap to cheat me out of money, which is already a fraud. This incident can also serve as a warning to those students in the school who have bad intentions." The counselor did not expect Wangfan to be so decisive and efficient as to even hire a lawyer to intervene. He thought his response on the forum was just talk. In this case, the instructor stopped insisting and said, "Okay, if you encounter any difficulties, you can contact me, and I will also report your situation to the school." "Okay, thank you, instructor." After hanging up the phone interface returned to Bobo's live broadcast room, where he saw the progress bars of rewards from both Bobo and Yao Yao, as well as the overwhelming abuse against him from Bobo's live broadcast room. Then I looked at the time left until the end of the PK, there were still 2 minutes, I hoped I still had time. When faced with dozens of carnivals in Yao Yao's live broadcast room, which made everyone in Bobo's live broadcast room dare not breathe, the appearance of 10 consecutive carnivals was like a shot of adrenaline injected into this lifeless live broadcast room. Wow, our Bobo's big brother finally awakened, and he started with a 10-shot carnival. Awesome, crass. Oh my god, it's a mortal boss. He is definitely here to steal the tower. Mortal boss is awesome, who was behind Cricket Boss just now? Come out and apologize now. MD, you upstairs, you need to have some shame. You were the one who cursed the mortal boss the most harshly just now. Mortals send Carnival X20. Mortals send Carnival X50. Mortals send Carnival 99. With the help of the new round of Carnival, the number of people in Bobo's live broadcast room increased from 10,000 to 80,000, while the number of people in Yao Yao's live broadcast room dropped from 100,000 plus to 50,000. Yao Yao screamed loudly in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, hurry up to the carnival, the opponent is trying to steal the tower." To be honest, Wangfan's appearance did catch Yao Yao's MCN company off guard, because organizations like them have done a thorough study of the influencers and those who give rewards to the live broadcast rooms. Just like the PK with Bobo this time, according to the reward data about Bobo's live broadcast room that they dug up, the most rewarded in one game was only 50 carnivals. This time they have budgeted 3 times that amount, to prepare for 150 carnivals. Their plan was actually very simple, which was to confuse the opponents number 1, number 2, and number 3 on the list right from the start, making them feel scared and feel that winning was hopeless. Only in this way would they not help Bobo in PK, so he attacked fiercely right from the start and directly rewarded him with 50 carnivals, only to see that there was no movement from the other side. They relaxed their vigilance and started to have 1 or 2 carnivals per minute. Whenever a carnival appeared in the opposite live broadcast room, they would add 2 more carnivals. This was the operation strategy, and the final result was as they expected. The reward bar in Yao Yao's live broadcast room always had an absolute advantage over Bobo. When Zhang Boyan, the operations director of Huayang MCN, saw this scene backstage, his face turned extremely ugly. How could such an unconventional person suddenly appear in the other party's live broadcast room? Their rhythm was completely disrupted, and he said gloomily, "All in." As a result, the carnival reward competition appeared again in the live broadcast rooms of both sides. Afterwards, Zhang Boyan called his boss and told him about the situation here. After hanging up the phone, his eyes were full of murderous intent. He asked his operations staff to give Yao Yao a hint that no matter whether he won or lost this round, he had to play another round with Bobo. Yao Yao, who was originally in a depressed mood, now had a smug smile on her face again, and then she started a hot dance in the live broadcast room. Yao Yao is so great, her figure is as good as Bobo's, and she is also multi-talented. I love her. I've already thought of 108 moves for these long legs and their flexibility. It's obvious that the 2 balls have been tampered with. The rhythm of their swing is wrong. I have to pay attention to such a beauty. It's so appropriate at this time of night. Don't stop. At this time, the PK between the 2 also entered the countdown. With the support of Wangfan's 198 carnivals, Bobo's live broadcast room achieved a Jedi reversal. Popovich jumped up happily in the live broadcast room, with the 2 basketballs bouncing in front of him, and all the LSPs watching in front of their mobile phone screens were excited. I immediately picked up the tissue beside me, ready for when my nose would bleed. Bobo bowed happily to the screen and said, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Mortal. What kind of talent would you like to see? Singing and dancing are all fine. Oh my god, Bobo, you have this skill, why didn't you show it to me earlier? I might have given you 2 Huazi on impulse." It's obvious that they are fake fans. Old fans all know that Bobo was originally a talent anchor, and then he was trained by a group of LSPs to become the current troll anchor. Just now, our Bobo's few jumps immediately defeated the Yao Yao on the opposite side. The real stuff is king. Wangfan thought about it and typed out a song titled "Why Do You Love Someone Else Behind My Back?" Damn it, that blind woman doesn't even know how to cherish a mortal boss. Mortal baby, come to your sister's arms quickly. This is the warm harbor that your sister will give you. After Bobo found the accompaniment, she began her soulful singing, fully expressing the pain, confusion and incomprehension of facing betrayal in love. Chapter 24. Those who insult me will be punished no matter how far away they are. The mortal boss is domineering. The lover I love most hurt me the most. Why do you love someone else behind my back? Listening to such straightforward lyrics, Wangfan was quite touched. He loved Fu Yanjie so much, but he didn't expect that the couple would plot against him in the end. It's really karma. Now that they have fallen into my hands, I must send them to prison. This will make him feel at ease and better able to develop new relationships. Then he thought of the classic saying circulating on the internet, "Are you in love?" The kind that will put you in jail. Yao Yao started a new round of debt collection. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Bobo and said, "Stop, stop, stop. What's so good about this kind of whining song? The previous game doesn't count. Your eldest brother didn't follow martial ethics. He was just a little trash who attacked by surprise." Bobo ignored the other parties shouting and simply muted her. She still patiently sang "Why Do You Love Someone Else Behind My Back," the song that Wangfan requested. "Thank you again for your help, Mr. Mortal." "Thank you. I will send you a private message after I finish the live broadcast. I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. At the same time, I will return the reward you gave me." In front of more than 100,000 people during the live broadcast, Bobo expressed his different attitude towards the mortal boss so bluntly. The LSPs in the live broadcast room were so envious that their teeth were about to fall out. "Oh, I didn't expect that Bobo is such a materialistic woman. She was captured by a few carnivals. Ha, woman. As expected, the goddess in my mind is just a toy of a rich man. I am pierced by thousands of arrows, brothers. What are you guys yelling about, you freeloaders? If you have the guts, you should give Bobo more than 100 carnivals. Mortals, don't pay attention to them. I just want to ask if you need any accessories. I can add any accessories you want. Mortal, no, it's just a piece of cake." Seeing the words Wangfan typed, Bobo's face froze for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Then I'll send you my green bubble after I get off the air. If you have time, add me. You can always find me when you're free. My goddess has become a rich man's bootlicker. How can I, who is short of money, feel so embarrassed? Bobo, stop licking the mortal boss. Yao Yao is here to provoke you again." Under Yao Yao's instigation, some of her fans also came to Bobo's live broadcast room. Stealing the tower is really tasteless. Our Yao Yao is not like some people. She can take it and let it go. She admits defeat and stands at attention when she is beaten. Yao Yao wants to continue fighting with you. Are you afraid to fight? In fact, Bobo didn't want to fight anymore at this time. After all, she had finally waited for a real big boss. What she wanted was a long-term relationship rather than wiping the opponent out all at once. Having a chicken that lays golden eggs is much better than killing the chicken to get the eggs. At this time, Wangfan was checking his godly rich value through the system. One thing he wanted to confirm was whether the tip he gave to the anchor could be counted as his consumption and whether it could be converted into godly rich value. Host currently has a super rich value of 10594,000. It has increased by 5,940,000 or 198 carnivals compared to before, which means that the tips given to the anchor can be converted into the godly rich points. This discovery made Wangfan extremely excited. After all, money was just a string of numbers to him now, and he couldn't spend all the interest he earned every day. The super rich value is the most useful to him. At present, his car, house, and career are already top-notch, and there are really not many places for him to spend money. Now, giving gifts to female anchors can increase his wealth value, so he decided to go all out and directly recharged 100 million into his Douyin account. This action quickly attracted the attention of Douyin's official operators, who immediately notified their superiors of the news, for this wealthy man who had no shortage of money. The platform must provide super VIP services, and soon the official operations director Zhang Xinbing called Wangfan. "Mr. Wang, excuse me. I am Zhang Xinbing, the operations director of Douyin. I saw that you recharged 100 million the day after tomorrow. I want to confirm whether it was your own will. Also, do you have any problems when using our Douyin? We can help you solve them." Wangfan didn't expect that he could attract the official Douyin just by a simple recharge. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I made a voluntary top-up. Please help me solve the problem with your reward function. Can you adjust it so that I can fill in the reward amount myself and then reward with one click, instead of asking me to click on the gifts one by one? I just rewarded 198 carnivals and almost broke my hand." Zhang Xinbing didn't expect Wangfan's request to be so plain and simple. The god of wealth's request must be met. If a rich man like him can charge 100 million, he will definitely be able to charge another 1 billion later. Then he would be able to complete this year's performance, so he said happily, "Mr. Wang, I have received your question. I will arrange for a technician to solve it immediately." "Okay, thanks." After hanging up the phone, Wangfan saw that in Bobo's live broadcast room, Yaoyao's fans and Bobo's fans were still arguing. One of them said that the last bet had been completed and the whole PK was over. Another said that this was pure cheating and that the win was not honorable. If one wanted to prove himself, he should fight again in an honest way and not do it in a sneaky way. Of course, there are also overwhelming insults against mortals. Even though Bobo has once again stopped the fans of Yaoyao's live broadcast room from coming to her for anything and not attacking the mortal boss, it is completely useless. Seeing this, Bobo was already thinking of retreating. After all, the mortal was her benefactor, and now he was suffering from an unexpected disaster because of her. She felt a little bit unwilling to bear it. Although the traffic is still increasing, it is the best decision to watch the show in its current form. Thank you all for coming to my live broadcast room today. Thank you to the Mortal Master for saving me from danger. Today's live broadcast. Mortal, I connected to her microphone and saw her shouting so loudly. I think the big brother behind her is not simple. I want to see how good he is. Wangfan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, instantly setting Bobo's live broadcast room on fire. Mortal boss is mighty. Master Mortal, do you need a janitor? I'm easy to feed, and I can watch over your house for a whole day with just one steamed bun. Mortal man, look here, I have 38D, I want to have a baby with you. Bobo said somewhat embarrassedly, "Thank you, Mr. Mortal. I am ready to go offline. You helped me win the game just now. I am already very satisfied. I can't let you spend any more money." This made Wangfan anxious. He hadn't spent his money yet, and hadn't earned any rich points yet. How could he let the other party stop the live broadcast? Don't talk nonsense. If you really want to thank me, quickly fight with the other party. Anyone who insults me will be punished no matter how far away he is. Those who insult me will be punished no matter how far away they are. The mortal boss is so domineering. Those who insult me will be punished no matter how far away they are. The mortal boss is so domineering. Those who insult me will be punished no matter how far away they are. The mortal boss is so domineering. Bobo took a deep breath and a cute smile appeared on his face again. Okay, I'll listen to you, mortal boss. Chapter 25, The 10,000 Reward Carnival, The Jedi Counterattack Shocks Everyone. Bobo connected to Yaoyao's microphone, and the two agreed on the new punishment standard for each round. Whoever loses will have to dance a sexy dance to the song specified by the other party. Afterwards, both parties shut up their microphones, and each encouraged everyone to give gifts in their own live broadcast rooms. In order to attract more fans during this wave of traffic, Yaoyao directly used her ultimate weapon and lifted up the pole to show a pole dance to the people in the live broadcast room. Instantly, some of the LSPs in Bobo's live broadcast room were attracted over there. Bobo was relatively calm. She kept asking for the opinions of the mortal boss, and she would perform whatever he wanted to see. To be honest, before the system was installed, Wangfan would not watch female anchors with hot bodies in order to express his loyalty to Yenjia. He would just listen to songs or read novels most of the time. Even when watching live broadcasts, he only watched some treasure appraisal types, of course, the kind that were purely for free. He would just sigh at how other people's families all had some silver or copper coins, while his ancestors left him nothing. As for the song Clear, which is about making one's own trap, it is quite suitable for my former foolish self, so Wangfan chose another song of this kind. When the first line of lyrics sounded, Wangfan's heart was particularly caught. It was because I loved too foolishly and too naively that I took your loneliness as a soulmate. It was also my own fault that I took it so seriously and believed in your frivolous kiss. The sad thing is that he and Fu Yenjie didn't kiss at all. Now imagine that Wangfan wants to slap himself a few times. It really proves the old saying that dogs who lick the dog will have a bad ending. Thinking of this, Wangfan raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Now that there was endless money in the card, he had been enjoying himself all day. I haven't even sent money home yet. This is a heinous crime. So I found my mother's bank card and transferred 500,000 yuan directly to her. Sure enough, my mother called me soon. Fan, are you okay? Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Did you do anything illegal? Wangfan quickly explained, Mom, what are you thinking? Your son is so unbearable in your eyes, he would never do anything illegal. This money is part of the dividends from the business I told you about with my friends, you can take it and use it with Dad. Oh, my son Fanfan has made it big, and he has really achieved something. Your father and I will enjoy the good life with you in the future. But we don't have much to spend money on, so I'll save this money for you to use when you get married. Mom, the money is for you and Dad to spend. You don't have to save money for me. Now that your son has money, don't worry, he can marry you a few fairy-like daughters-in-law. Don't mess around, little brat. There are 3,000 rivers, and you only need to drink from one. Don't make me and your dad worry about you. Okay, Mom, I get it. I won't do anything rash. You and Dad should take care of yourselves at home. You don't have to save money for me. I can earn money now. While Wangfan was talking to his mother on the phone, Bobo's live broadcast room went viral again. Why is the live broadcast room talking about cars singing songs? There is no Big Brother yet, but you are still competing with others. Isn't this courting death? Who was the one who was barking, whoever insults me will be punished no matter how far away I am just now? Where is he now? He is hiding and preparing to steal the tower again. What do you black bastards know? The mortal boss is not like you brainless bastards. He has a strategy and waits for you to cry when the time comes. Mortal boss, hurry up and put down the other party's arrogance. Don't play the Jedi counterattack game anymore. The other party is now firing on all cylinders. Huazi is obviously not the only one rewarding. You will still lose if you can't click on them later at Mortal. Bobo finished singing his song. At the beginning, Wangfan gave him 3 carnivals as a reward, and then nothing happened. He disappeared again without any trace. Bobo looked at the progress bar of the PK and saw that he was crushed beyond recognition. Coupled with Yaoyao's contemptuous look, she regretted agreeing to the second PK, and could only ask tentatively, Master Mortal, what other songs do you want to hear? I will sing it for you. There was no answer. Looking at the people in the live broadcast room on the screen singing pessimistic words, Bobo was helpless. She could only bite the bullet and ask the people in the live broadcast room what they wanted to hear. She would sing to pass the long PK time. After all, it felt like every second was a year for her. Douyin's operations director Zhang Xinbing was also keeping a close eye on Bobo and Yaoyao's live broadcast, because he knew that it involved Wangfan, the man who broke their record with a one-time recharge. After the technical department colleagues completed Wangfan's requirements to be able to input the amount of reward required, Zhang Xinbing immediately called Wangfan, but the reminder tone was during the call. When Wangfan saw the caller notification, he remembered that there was a PK match going on, so he told his mother that a friend was looking for him, hung up the phone in a hurry, and called Zhang Xinbing back. Mr. Wang, your request has been revised by our colleagues in the technical department. I would also like to remind you that there is only 1.5 minutes left in the PK you are participating in. Okay, as long as it doesn't delay me from stealing the tower, thank you. When Wangfan returned to Bobo's live broadcast room, he saw a lot of wailing and pessimism in the comments section, and of course the ridicule from Yaoyao's fans. What surprised Wangfan was that Bobo was very calm this time. He was not as anxious as he was in the previous PK game. This could be considered an improvement. Mortal, sorry, I was delayed by something. I always keep my word. I will still kill the opponent in this PK. Don't even think twice before you brag. Yaoyao has already given over 500 carnivals. Even if you have money, you can't point out over 500 carnivals in just 1 minute. So you are doomed to lose, you show off. You're still a mortal. I think you're just a disgusting, self-aware little piece of trash. What do you mean by fighting with MCN? It's just wishful thinking. Just when Yaoyao's fans were making fun of Wangfan, a golden dragon special effect flashed in Bobo's live broadcast room. What the hell, what's going on? How did someone from Douyin get into Bobo's live broadcast room? Official, the mortal boss is someone you little Karami cannot underestimate. If he says he can win, he will definitely win. Don't doubt the boss's strength. Oh my god, the officially recognized big boss is worthy of being my mortal big boss. I love it. I saw a grand carnival appear on the screen, covering the entire phone screen with incomparable brilliance, and then it turned into a dragon and circled on the screen again. Then the dragon turned into a piece of text, Carnival 10,000. I saw that the PK reward progress bar, which was originally suppressed by Bobo and had no color at all, was instantly crushed with a devastating force. Everyone in Bobo's and Yao Yao's live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Damn, this operation is really cool. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, and I said that the mortal boss was so awesome that I had to kneel. Those who insult me will be punished no matter how far away they are. Please accept my respects, mortal master. Oh my god, this is too scary. She can make 30 million in one go. Oh my god, Bobo has become a multi-millionaire in seconds. Chapter 26 Doing God of Wealth, a mortal boss, airborne into the live broadcast room of school beauty Lin Xiaoxiao. A PK session received a reward of 30 million, which definitely set a record for rewards on Douyin. It is so shocking. Even the official authorities support this mortal boss, so what a terrifying background he must have. Mr. Mortal, I have sent you a private message. I am really 38D, with a big breast and a fat butt, and I am very strong. Remember to add me. Mortal God, I can attack, defend, bend or straighten, whatever you need me to do. The gay guy upstairs is so disgusting, get out of here right now. Friends, what happened just now? Who is the boss? Tell me. Compared to the joyful scene in Bobo's live broadcast room, Yao Yao's live broadcast room seems much duller. Zhang Boyong, the operations director of Huayang MCN, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He did not expect that Big Brother Bobo would be so generous this time and rewarded 10,000 carnivals at one time, a total of 30 million. They were completely unable to contend with this opponent. Before the second PK match began, he had already asked his boss for a budget of 3 million, determined to defeat the opponent at all costs. According to Zhang Boyang's plan, they only need to spend 1.5 million to win the second PK. Then we started the third live broadcast and spent all the remaining money, thus defeating Popovich 2-1. They attracted a large number of fans and at the same time suppressed Popovich's rising momentum. After repeating this process for a week, Popovich's commercial value fell to the bottom. Huayang can then conduct a second round of negotiations with Bobo, and then sign her into the company at the lowest price, and then build a matrix of beautiful women talking about cars around Bobo to attract a large number of car brands to cooperate with them. As for how to restore Popovich's reputation after signing the contract, it is actually very simple. That is to use El Shaarawy as a sacrifice and let Popovich step on El Shaarawy to get to the top again. In fact, the plan was planned perfectly, but I didn't expect someone to show up halfway. It's really damn stupid. Faced with such a wealthy man who did not play by the rules, they felt deeply powerless. Not only did they fail to suppress Popovich this time, they also became Popovich's stepping stone. Such a record will definitely allow her to gain over 1 million fans overnight. Who wouldn't be curious about the mortal boss behind her? The key is that this mortal is an officially certified boss. This is just unsolvable. Zhang Boyong called his boss again and explained the situation here. At the request of the LSP in the live broadcast room, Bobo asked the Yao Yao on the opposite side to dance to the popular online song Big Pisho with quite large movements. You can clearly see the surging waves all over Yao Yao's body. After the song ended, the microphone was turned off. Bobo once again expressed her sincere gratitude to Wangfan, and emphasized that he should definitely send her a private message and add her. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for many LSPs. The goddess in their hearts turned into a bootlicker of a mortal boss right in front of them. Bobo's move really caught Wangfan off guard. He was thinking of spending the 100 million he had recharged, but now he had only spent less than 1/3 of it and he was gone. Having money but not being able to spend it is quite annoying. So Wangfan started to continue to brush, hoping to find an anchor that he likes, then give her a surprise and become the top anchor on her list. When Wangfan was looking for his next poverty alleviation target, the entire Douyin was dominated by the fact that he spent 30 million to win a beautiful woman's smile, and he quickly topped the hot list. Every anchor is now looking forward to the mysterious mortal boss coming to his or her live broadcast room. It is under this fierce publicity offensive that the number of fans of Wangfan's private Douyin account is rising wildly. After seeing a treasure appraisal host that he often watched before, Wangfan easily bought 100 carnivals, which once again triggered a stir on Douyin. Many hosts' live broadcast rooms began to discuss the mortal boss and were waiting for his arrival. After all, who wouldn't he like a walking god of wealth like this? Lin Xiaoxiao was broadcasting live as usual, but something was a little unusual today. The hundreds of people in the live broadcast room were all discussing the mortal boss, and no one was teasing her. So he asked curiously in his live broadcast room, "Who is this mortal boss you are talking about?" Is he very powerful? When I heard about the heroic deeds of the mortal boss in Bobo's live broadcast room, I knew that both PKs were counterattacks, and both times he crushed the opponents without any chance of fighting back. Bobo was destined to become the most dazzling anchor tonight. Being favored by such a wealthy man allowed him to rise up and sing. From a little-known anchor with a million-level income, she became a lucky goddess favored by the god of wealth. Her worth for a live broadcast became tens of millions. She has definitely transformed from an ugly duckling into a white swan. Many people are saying that next time you watch Bobo's live broadcast, you will definitely not see her wearing tights or yoga pants, as she will definitely cover up her figure for the mortal boss. From this perspective, many freeloaders hate rich people like Wangfan. They have a lot of resources at their disposal, but they still have to snatch food from the mouths of poor people like them. They really have no conscience. After understanding the situation, Lin Xiaoxiao began to pray in her heart, praying that the mortal boss would visit her live broadcast room. Her mother was still in the ward waiting for money to see a doctor. She also took advantage of her mother's rest to come to the stairwell of the hospital and do some live streaming to earn some money for her and her daughter's meals tomorrow. Of course, this incident also caused a lot of controversy in her live broadcast room. Some people thought that Lin Xiaoxiao was taking advantage of her mother's illness to hype it up online and make money. Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to send the doctor's diagnosis form and other evidence to her own account in a coded form. Even so, some people still doubted her, which really made her speechless. Of course, there are also some rich people who, seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao is good-looking, send her private messages saying that they can help her and pay for her mother's medical treatment, but the condition is that she must stay with him for a year. There are quite a few people like this, and they are definitely taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Lin Xiaoxiao feels that this is an insult to her, and every time she faces such people, she blocks them directly. I'd like to give you the song Invisible Wings. I also hope that friends who are able to do so can send me some small gifts to help me get through my despair. As the accompaniment sounded, coupled with Lin Xiaoxiao's gentle yet powerful voice, and of course the reverberation of the corridor, the song was expressed to the fullest. Every time, I am strong in the wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I was hurt, I didn't shed tears. I know I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying, fly over despair. Wangfan had never expected to meet Lin Xiaoxiao, one of the 3 most beautiful girls in his school, while browsing Douyin. The most important thing is that it feels completely different from the Lin Xiaoxiao I met in real life. In school, Lin Xiaoxiao always gives people a feeling of being kept away from strangers, but when she is live streaming, she is like a well-behaved little girl next door. That kind of aloofness and indifference was swept away, and instead there was a sense of approachability. Of course, what surprised Wangfan was that Lin Xiaoxiao sang so beautifully. So Wangfan took action and clicked on the carnival and directly entered 100. Instantly, Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room exploded, and the mortal god of wealth had arrived. Chapter 27: The reason why Lin Xiaoxiao broadcasts live, the mortal boss is too popular. Looking at the carnival that continued to bloom on the screen of the live broadcast room, it was like fireworks in the dark night, illuminating Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room. She instantly burst into tears, but she was still very professional. Even though she felt dizzy from the sudden happiness, she still controlled her emotions and sang steadily. But she had already put her hands together to show her respect for the mortal boss. Oh my god, he is indeed a mortal boss. Every time he enters a live broadcast room, he will have 100 carnivals first. Awesome. Oh, if you compare goods, you will throw them away. If you compare people, you will die. A mortal boss spends 3 years' salary at a time. Why is the gap between people so big? I want to be a rich man. Mortal master, please hug me. What kind do you like? I can be a man, a woman, or a she-male, whatever you like. Mortal boss, I'm a college student. Can you give me some money so I can show off in school? After the song ended, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly expressed her gratitude to the mortal boss. Thank you for the reward, mortal boss. My mother is finally saved. Woo woo woo. Wow. I'm sorry I lost my composure. I'll try to calm down. Wangfan didn't expect that he just wanted to get some rich points, but he made the campus beauty of Lin University cry and saved her mother's life. Saving a life is truly better than building a 7-story pagoda, which gave Wangfan a full sense of accomplishment. So is it possible to find some people who really need help during the live broadcast and help them overcome their difficulties? In this way, the wealth in your hands can also benefit those in need. Wangfan thought this was a very good way to get rich points, but then he thought that by listening to stories about suffering every night, he would become a human trash can. If he looked back, he would have too many negative emotions and develop mental problems, which would not be worth it. It would be really sad if people went crazy before all the money was spent. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly adjusted her mood, and with a smile, she expressed her apologies to Wangfan again, and said seriously in front of the screen, "Thank you, Mr. Fanrun, I don't know how to repay you. I will give you my contact information after the broadcast, and I hope you will add me then." Oh my god, has my goddess fallen from grace so soon? How am I supposed to live? It really is true that the goddess in your eyes is nothing but a bootlicker in the eyes of others. Hey, where do these rich people get their money from? I also want to become rich, can anyone teach me? Mortal, no need, it's just a small favor. Do you want to PK? To be honest, Lin Xiaoxiao seldom connects to the microphone because she knows she doesn't have any big brothers. Most of the people who come to her live broadcast room are attracted by her looks. She often just talks big and few people actually give her tips. In a 2-hour live broadcast, she only receives more than 100 yuan in tips, which is barely enough for her and her mother's food expenses for a day. Lin Xiaoxiao said a little embarrassedly, "I am a small anchor. Some of the big anchors I connect with are unwilling to fight. Small anchors basically don't have big brothers, and there is no point in playing PK, so I rarely play." Oh my god, is Goddess Lin so honest? The mortal boss clearly wants to take you flying, and you say this. It really fits the saying that people can't make money beyond their knowledge. Hey, the god of wealth has come home. Goddess Lin is trying to push him away. Why are you still pretending at this time? Think about your mother's illness. Looking at the comments, Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to cry again. She was not pretending, but she didn't want to deceive the mortal boss who helped her. Mortal, what's wrong with your mother? Does it require a lot of money? At this point, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't control her emotions anymore. She dodged the camera and took a deep breath to adjust herself. Then she told her story. Her mother had a heart disease and now needed a bypass surgery. Since their family came from a mountainous rural area in Guizhou, the family's main income came from her father working outside the home and her mother farming at home. She was considered to be quite capable and was admitted to Shanghai University. She thought that good days would come for her family in the future. However, due to long-term hard work and irregular diet at home, her mother developed heart problems. The hospital recommended a heart bypass surgery, but the procedure would cost more than 300,000 yuan, which was simply not affordable for a family like hers. But human life is at stake. Her father and she have borrowed money from everyone around them, but they are still short of more than 100,000 yuan, and they don't know where to get it for the time being. Lin Xiaoxiao thought about posting her experience online to see if she could get help from kind people. Every day, she would go to the hospital stairwell to do live broadcasts after her mother had rested. She thought that any money she could make was good money, and at least it could ease some of her father's burden. As for her mother, after she was hospitalized, she took leave from school to take care of her mother. After listening to Lin Xiaoxiao's story, Wangfan was actually quite touched. His mother was admitted to the hospital due to overwork last time, and he used the money his father gave to his mother's treatment to buy a bag for Fu Yanjie, but lied that he was in urgent need of cash for his business with a friend. It was really damnable. Later I heard that my father had to ask for help from many people to raise enough money for my mother's medical treatment. Now I think back, I was really bewildered at that time. Mortal, for the sake of your filial piety, please sing me a few of your favorite songs. In fact, this sentence is a bit irrelevant, but Wangfan has money now. Even if he goes crazy in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room, other people will not say bad things about him, but think that he has personality. Listening to Lin Xiaoxiao's pleasant songs, I thought about the scene when I met Lin Xiaoxiao at school, and the pure dream about Lin Xiaoxiao that I had in the middle of the night. Wangfan's carnival reign bloomed again in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room. The official saw that a mortal boss had dropped into an amateur's live broadcast room, and then saw that she was a beautiful woman. He quickly pushed the stream, and many people followed the footsteps of the mortal boss and came to Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room. They were instantly attracted by Lin Xiaoxiao's pure appearance and followed her without any hesitation. Mortal boss's selection is indeed extraordinary. Each one is a goddess-level beauty. I envy mortal boss's daily life. The range of rich people is huge, from the royal sister Bobo to the pure girl next door Xiaoxiao. They have always been so simple and unpretentious. My god of wealth, mortal master, please fulfill my wish and make me rich overnight. I suspect that there is something wrong with him. No one's money comes from the wind. How can he spend money like crazy? I hope the relevant departments will intervene and investigate him to see if he is involved in X money. Looking at the carnival that filled the screen and the people rushing into the live broadcast room crazily, Lin Xiaoxiao panicked a little. He took advantage of the break in singing to quickly say, "Mortal boss, that's enough. Stop giving tips and donate the money to those in need." "Oh, sorry everyone, my phone is a bit old, and with so many people coming in at once, it's a bit slow, please forgive me." Later, the screen went black and the show went offline because the popularity of the show was so great that it overwhelmed Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room. Chapter 28 System rewards personal female secretary, Wangfan's new troubles. Wangfan was speechless. Why was it so difficult to spend some money? He had originally wanted to give Lin Xiaoxiao more money to help her get through her current difficulties, but she was blocked offline just after he spent 30 million. It was really unbelievable. Wangfan's plan tonight was to spend all the money on this small goal, but he didn't expect to fail twice. So he started a new round of looking for carnival targets. Anyone who caught Wangfan's eye would be given at least 100 carnivals. This move instantly set off Douyin. Everyone rushed to start the live broadcast, and they were all silently praying that the mortal boss would come to their live broadcast room. Assuming a minimum of 100 carnivals, the platform will deduct half of the amount, and in the end the achiever will still have 150,000 left. Among them was an ordinary girl who celebrated her birthday alone in her small rental house. She turned on the live broadcast just to let netizens celebrate with her. There were only about 20 people in the live broadcast room, and they were coming in and out. As soon as she closed her eyes and made a wish, Wangfan came to her live broadcast room. It's quite pitiful to see such a scene, a girl wandering around without many friends and not knowing whether she has the blessing of her family. So Wangfan directly gave him 100 carnivals, and then sent him a sentence, "Happy birthday to you." When the girl made her wish and opened her eyes, she found that there were more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room, and everyone was wishing her a happy birthday. Seeing this scene, she was stunned. Could it be that wishing was so effective? The wish she made just now was to have a stable job and make a fortune. Seeing so many people, I thought that the authorities saw her unknown advantages and were preparing to promote her to become a big anchor. Blogger, you are so lucky to be favored by a mortal boss who directly rewarded you with 100 carnivals. Mortal boss even wrote a letter to wish you a happy birthday. I want to celebrate my birthday too. Mom, why didn't you give birth to me 20 years ago today? I'm relying on the blogger's good luck. I hope that the mortal boss will come to my live broadcast room and let me make some unexpected money. Looking at everyone's comments, the girl also understood why so many people suddenly flocked to her live broadcast room, and then she looked at her live broadcast income. Yama was stunned for a moment, and then she screamed. She was really the good luck girl. 15,000 was a full 1,500,000. This gave her great confidence and she felt that she would definitely be surrounded by the god of luck from now on. So she had a wild idea that with the help of the mortal boss, she would become a big anchor and earn 150,000 yuan a day. It won't be long before she becomes a superior person and gets rid of the original family that she finds difficult to talk about. If Wangfan knew that she would think like this, he would definitely not help her celebrate her birthday, and he would not let an originally hard-working girl become a whimsical girl who waits for opportunities. Wangfan gradually gave out another 10 million yuan, and finally stopped in the live broadcast room of a stray cat and dog rescue station, looking at the various cats and dogs in it. The older sister who was broadcasting the live broadcast should not be very old, but she had a head full of white hair. She was sitting there telling the origins of every little animal around her. There was a little teddy bear who had lost his 2 front legs. He used his remaining 2 short legs to jump around and ask his big sister for food. There are also cats lying on the ground unable to stand up. It can be said that these stray animals have suffered countless hardships and inhumane persecutions before coming here. But under the careful care of the eldest sister, they regained their trust in people. How does the saying go? These stray and injured little animals will grow flesh and blood like crazy under the nourishment of love. Without saying a word, Wangfan gave out the remaining 30 million in his account in the form of a carnival reward. The lady at the rescue station wiped away the sadness and fatigue on her face and expressed her gratitude to Wangfan repeatedly in front of the screen. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Wangfan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Give the anchor 100 million dragon coins as a reward and get a personal secretary. Is it effective immediately? Wangfan originally wanted to look at his watch, but found that his wrist was empty, and immediately had the idea of buying a watch. I picked up my phone and found that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. I wondered to myself, how could the effect appear at this late hour? Host, don't doubt the ability of this system. If you don't believe it, try to shrink your bird by 10 centimeters. System master, please spare my life, please don't do that. If that happens, I will be worse off than dead. I trust you, isn't that enough? If that's the case, then let it take effect immediately. Hearing a knock on the door, Wangfan said come into the door through the smart system in the house. Uncle Fu had his long black hair tied into a low ponytail with a few strands of hair lightly brushing his forehead. He wore a fitted suit, a simple white shirt and a silver necklace, showing his elegance and fashion. She wears high heels and looks steady and confident, while holding her briefcase tightly in her hand. She exudes the sophistication and elegance of a professional woman. If she wears a pair of black glasses, Wangfan will be reminded of the heroine in some short films. If it is truly a system product, it must be a top-quality product. Hello, boss. I am your personal secretary Dong Mingjiao. If you need anything in the future, whether it is work or life, you can tell me and I can help you solve it. There was obviously some deeper meaning in Dong Mingjiao's eyes when she finished speaking. Looking at such an attractive secretary reminded Wangfan of a saying, the secretary does the work when there is work to do, and the secretary does the work when there is nothing to do. The system still won his heart. Very good, there are several boxes of property ownership certificates in the study on the second floor. You will learn about them from tomorrow. From now on, all the properties under my name will be handed over to you to manage. And your salary is tentatively set at 10 million per year. Project commissions and bonuses are calculated separately. I can only say that it will be higher than your salary, not lower. Dong Mingjiao's face lit up with joy and she said, thank you, boss. I'll do my best. By the way, which room should I sleep in tonight? Wangfan also didn't expect whether this was a personal secretary or a live-in nanny. You can choose any room on the second floor. I'll live on the third floor. Okay, boss. I'll get busy now. After saying that, she ignored Wangfan and went upstairs in her high heels. Of course there was an elevator inside, but Dong Mingjiao didn't take it. When she went upstairs, from Wangfan's perspective, it was not an exaggeration to say that the curves of her body were in golden ratio. When he had no money, he always fantasized about goddesses. Now that he had money, the goddess was still around him. However, although he had physical impulses, he wanted pure love more. The kind of love that is highly compatible both in soul and body. But thinking back, I feel that it would be even more difficult to get such a relationship now. After all, who knows whether the other party is after his money or his looks? Alas, sometimes being too outstanding can also be a burden. Chapter 29 Dong Mingjiao cancels her social account. Wangfan comes out to buy a watch. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. When Wangfan woke up and looked at the furnishings in the room, he felt something was unreal. In order to save money, I used to travel long distances for internships, eat in the school cafeteria and live in the dormitory. Now I live in a luxurious villa, lying on a fully intelligent big bed, and I can constantly adjust my sleeping position according to my sleeping habits. To improve the quality of sleep to a new level, pick up the phone habitually. It is no longer the old smartphone with a cracked screen that people were reluctant to replace, but a three-fold daisy-shaped phone. It's really addictive to watch videos with this thing. When Wangfan opened Douyin, he was flooded with information about the mortal boss, all filled with envy and praise. This made him feel more vain, so he casually took a photo of the room. He posted it directly to his own account, with an annoying caption, "Another plain day." Logically speaking, this kind of casual shot, without any music, is just a photo, which is equivalent to a circle of friends, and will not have any traffic on Douyin. But who can blame Wangfan for not being an ordinary person? He is a mortal boss who is the focus of everyone's attention. In an instant, the onlookers spread the news that the mortal boss has new developments. So many netizens turned into detectives and began to use their microscopes to analyze the quality of Wangfan's bedroom photos. Oh my god, what am I seeing? You told me this is a bedroom? This is the paradise I've always dreamed of. There's even a display screen on the bedside. Wow, could this room be fully intelligent? Poverty really limits my imagination. That gorgeous crystal chandelier, that pure wool carpet, and the painting hanging on the wall is actually the banquet. This is a work worth half a small goal. Who can tell me where the mortal boss lives? I also like those beauties who play the flute. When I saw this bedroom, I suddenly felt that my rental house was not so good anymore. I will work hard to achieve bedroom freedom as soon as possible. Every corner of this bedroom tells me, it's great to be rich. Wangfan took another look at his fans, which had reached an astonishing 10 million and were still increasing. Fortunately, I am using a 3-fold folding phone. If it was an old phone, I probably wouldn't be able to log into Douyin at all. Scrolling further, you can see Dong Mingjiao live streaming herself practicing yoga. The pink yoga pants make her perfect figure even more impressive. Wangfan couldn't help but have wild thoughts when he saw that a man of 175 centimeters height could be so flexible. Looking at the comments section again, there are all kinds of comments from sycophants. To be honest, Wangfan feels a little jealous at this moment, as if his stuff has not even been used yet and people are already criticizing it. So Wangfan directly called Dong Mingjiao. The tens of thousands of people who were originally in Dong Mingjiao's live broadcast room suddenly saw darkness, and the live broadcast room disappeared from their sight. Oh my god, this is too much. I am stuck in this state. What should I do? My good mood this morning is gone in an instant. Goddess Jiao is so mean. Damn it, I can only watch the short videos of Goddess Jiao before. Life is like a song. How can I relieve my worries? Only Goddess Jiao can do it. Dong Mingjiao received Wangfan's call and replied sweetly, "Boss, good morning, what can I do for you? Go register an investment company today and call it Fan Run Investment. Let's set a small goal first and become one of the top 10 investment groups in the world. Send me your bank card number later and I'll make some money for you." Okay boss, anything else? Wangfan thought for a moment and asked, "Are you short of money?" Dong Mingjiao? If you need any, please tell me. As the actual operator of a top 10 investment company in the world, I have to maintain a certain sense of mystery. It would be bad for my reputation if I showed up online. Dong Mingjiao smiled, a smile from the bottom of her heart. Boss, how's my figure? Wangfan hung up the phone awkwardly, as if he was caught eavesdropping. Dong Mingjiao smiled even more proudly. She picked up her phone and after some operations, she directly uninstalled Douyin. Oh my god, what's going on? Who the hell reported Goddess Jiao? I can't even see the content. What should I do with the last point? Goddess Jiao has quit the internet. What's going on? That bastard did it. I think there must be a conspiracy here. I have to report it to Uncle Hat. While everyone was discussing the mortal boss, a small number of people began to frantically search for Jiao Yoga on the entire internet, but after searching the entire internet, they found that all her accounts on various platforms had been cancelled. Such a sudden disappearance without saying goodbye made many otakus cry and wet their pillowcases. If these otakus knew that their goddess was made to quit the internet by Wangfan's words, they would probably come to stop him with 40-meter-long machetes. After having a hearty breakfast with Dong Mingjiao was about to register a company. Wangfan took out a row of luxury car keys and said, "Choose one to be your car." Dong Mingjiao didn't expect her boss to be so arrogant. Looking at the keys to the 12 luxury cars, she asked, "Boss, you were so nice to me, do you want to seduce me?" Wangfan couldn't stand Dong Mingjiao, a Chinese student studying abroad, who completely threw away all the polite greetings left by her ancestors. He spoke very directly, which made Wangfan's scalp tingle and he was a little uncomfortable. Wangfan picked up King Kalman's car keys and said to Dong Mingjiao, "Work hard and don't always think about those things. Your boss is not a man you can get just because you want him." Wangfan was very satisfied with this SUV, which is known as the world's most expensive SUV and looks a bit like a stealth fighter and is full of futuristic technology. The only shortcoming he could complain about is that its maximum speed is only 140 km per hour. However, the weight of the vehicle body reaches 5,500 kilograms, which is definitely a walking armored vehicle. It is definitely not afraid of any car if it encounters some minor scratches and bumps on the road. Wangfan drove to Yida Plaza. He came here to buy a watch today. He followed the instructions and came to the watch store. He looked at the dazzling array of brands: Patek Philippe, Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Omega. It can be said that they have everything. Among so many brands, Wangfan only recognized Rolex. After all, when he was watching short videos before, he always saw some scumbag men renting luxury cars with fake green submariners to cheat some scumbag women. So he walked into Rolex first. The waiter saw that Wangfan was not only handsome, but also wearing a Givenchy suit. He was obviously a powerful second-generation rich man. He enthusiastically led Wangfan to the store and asked him if he had any favorite styles. Wangfan thought for a moment and said, "Do you have a green submariner?" "Yes, sir." "Please wait a moment." As he said this, he put on white gloves and asked the manager for the key. At this moment, a voice came from behind Wangfan. Hey, isn't this Wangfan? He's dressed like a gentleman and comes to buy a product. Is he hooking up with that lady? Chapter 30, Unbearable Past, Gaga and his eldest sister. Wangfan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman with a triple-folded belly, holding the arm of a young man about her own age, who looked like mother and son. All the bad experiences in the past came to my mind like a movie. Wangfan works for an advertising company. Trifold Woman is the brand and is in charge of a $5 million promotional project. At that time, Wangfan was responsible for following up this project. If the project could be successful, he could get a commission of nearly 100,000 yuan, which was a considerable income for Wangfan at that time. Then I can buy gifts for Fu Yanjie and make her happy. So Wangfan worked very seriously, and the final proposal he presented also showed that Sanja and her company liked it, but before the official bidding, no one knew who would win. On a dark and windy night, the sand-folding woman called Wangfan and said that she had some questions about the plan and asked him to come over to talk about it. If she could be satisfied, then the project would be handed over to them. Wangfan went to the appointment without thinking too much. The three women chose a noisy bar, and it was impossible to talk in such an environment. He just kept forcing Wangfan to drink, including beer, red wine, foreign wine, and white wine. In fact, during the drinking process, Wangfan felt something was wrong. The threefold woman started to touch him, which made him feel nauseous, so he had to go to the bathroom to vomit after drinking, otherwise he could not bear the double blow of physical and mental stress. After doing this 3 times, the woman said meaningfully, Xiao Wang, so this is the style you like. I'm old now, and I really can't keep up with you young people. Whoever said Sister Li is old, I'm angry with him. Wangfan turned into a dog to get commission. Sister Li is always 18 years old. As soon as these words came out, Sister Li smiled like a flower, and the flesh on her body rolled and overlapped layer by layer like waves. Wangfan felt sick again, and then said apologetically, Sister Li, I can't do it anymore. I have to go to the bathroom. Sorry. At this time, Sister Li grabbed him and said with a meaningful smile, That's great, I want to go too, let's go together. Wangfan had no choice but to follow her. Sister Li supported him and the two of them walked through the dancing crowd to the relatively quiet bathroom. Wangfan had just finished spitting into the trash can when he felt a ball of pork belly hit him from behind. When I turned around, it was Sister Li who looked crazy. Xiao Wang, Sister Li fell in love with you the first time I saw you. As long as you let me cherish you, all the projects in the company will be given to you in the future. As he said this, he was about to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, Wangfan sobered up instantly and pried Sister Li's hand away and said, Sister Li, I have a girlfriend, you can't do this. Silly boy, haven't you heard the saying, young people don't know how good ants are, and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures? Sister, I am your big treasure now. Wangfan used all his strength to push Sister Li down, then turned around and ran away. Fuck young women, he could only be Fu Yanjie's treasure. Of course, Wangfan did not get this project in the end. Instead, it was snatched away by Wangfan's dog boss. It is said that it was the dog boss who found a young hunk for Sister Li, which allowed the project to continue. Wangfan quickly shook the bad experiences from his mind. He was too lazy to bother with such people. They didn't even know their last names when they had a few bucks. Then he turned around and saw the waiter opening the bidding cabinet and took out the 3rd-generation green submariner. Sister Li was very unhappy, and of course the young hunk next to her was also unhappy. He finally hooked up with a rich woman, but he didn't expect that when he went out to buy a watch, he met the rich woman's white moonlight. What made him even more unhappy was that Wangfan was too handsome. He was now very afraid that Sister Li beside him would abandon him and throw herself into Wangfan's arms, and then his green submariner would be ruined today. So when he saw the waiter take out the green submariner, he took it from the counter first, then walked over to Sister Li and said flatteringly, Baby, this is the model I'm talking about. It's very popular online now. If I wear it out, I can make you proud. Sister Li said generously, Xiao Bao is a good boy. As long as you are obedient, I will buy it for you. As for those disobedient Xiao Wang, they can only envy you. The waiter said, Hello, sir. Excuse me, this gentleman was the first to see this watch. Please take the watch over first. I am a member of your store. Sister Li looked at the waiter and said, Don't be so ungrateful. You are picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. I thought the green submariner, which is very popular on the internet, was a high-end watch, but I didn't expect it to be a Gaga model. Wangfan lost interest in it instantly. Fortunately, he met this man. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to wear it outside. Forget it, just bring me the most expensive watch in your store, and I'll buy it if it's suitable. Sir, our store has a limited edition Rolex, the Unicorn Daytona number 6265, which is our boss's collection and is worth 50 million. Wangfan became interested when he heard it. It is true that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches, fools play with mobile phones and idiots play with computers. Then come over and let me take a look. If you like it, just swipe the card. As he spoke, he did not forget to show the ordinary agricultural bank savings card in his pocket. The waiter replied, "Sir, please wait a moment. I need to communicate with the boss." At this time, Sisterly, who had been watching the fun, said with a smile, "Xiao Wang, this ordinary savings card of yours was not given to you by your mother who grows fruits. That's 50 million, not 5,000. Do you really think Lao is the rotten fruit your family grows?" Seeing this, Xiao Gaga next to him also became arrogant. He grabbed the bank card that Wangfan took out from the counter as if he was snatching a green water ghost. "This can't be a second-class bank card with a daily limit of 10,000. You still want to buy Labor Day with this? There must be a limit to your pretense, brother." Wangfan felt that if anyone said a word to him, it would be an insult to his personality. He grabbed the other person with his backhand and said in pain, "Oh, let me go quickly, you're hurting me." Wangfan snatched the bank card back and slapped the man to the ground. "Sisterly, he hit your baby, you have to take charge for me." Wangfan felt like vomiting. He thought Sisterly was really weird. She chose a guy who looked like a castrated one. "Wangfan, you have become so capable that you dare to hit someone in front of me. Believe it or not, I can make you lose your job with just one phone call." Wangfan sneered, "Misley, do you think your husband knows that you are having so much fun out there? Don't threaten me with work. I have already resigned. What other tricks do you have to use? Just use them." After saying this, Wangfan regretted it, because he saw the piece of pork belly rushing towards him. Chapter 31: A chaotic relationship, turning around and around. Wangfan shuddered instantly, the past memories came back to him again, and he felt like vomiting physiologically. The feeling of flesh like the waves of the ocean made his stomach churn. He looked at the trash can next to the cabinet, bent down and started to vomit. It was precisely this action that caused Sisterly, who was about to take advantage of Wangfan, to knock her to the ground. Seeing this, the male Gaga rushed to help. Sisterly also got angry and slapped Gaga in the face. "Fuck, you loser, I've been bullied, and you don't even know how to rush over and fight me." The man wanted to charge forward and act aggressively, but Wangfan had just slapped him in the face and knocked out 3 of his teeth, so now half of his face was swollen. He really was no match for Wangfan, he was really scared. But the sponsor had such a request, so there was no way not to act. After all, the green submariner was not in his hands yet, and he couldn't take this slap in vain, so he rushed forward with gritted teeth. He also imitated Sisterly and wanted to hug and throw Wangfan from behind. Thinking of Wangfan's figure, the man felt inexplicably excited. Although Wangfan was vomiting and feeling dizzy, his body had been transformed by the system after all. Now his 6 senses were very sensitive and he felt danger behind him, so he kicked out without even looking. The male Gaga was kicked to the ground before he could get close to the opponent. He slid for more than a meter and was stopped by a cabinet. He then spat out a mouthful of blood, his neck tilted and he fainted. The other customers in the store were so frightened that they screamed, "Ah, murder." Wangfan was speechless, not knowing what was going on and just shouting nonsense. At this time, he had finished vomiting and turned to look at the shouting crowd. That murderous look instantly made those who wanted to scream shut their mouths tightly. Sisterly didn't expect that her Gaga was so useless. Instead, it made Wangfan look so brave, which made her even happier. "Xiao Wang, you are in big trouble. As long as you obey me, I will help you settle this matter." At this moment, a middle-aged bald man rushed out from the crowd. He was previously holding the arm of a young girl who looked like a college student. The bald old man angrily walked up to Sisterly and slapped her in the face. "Damn it, you dare to plant grass on my head. Do you still have any shame?" After saying that, he was still not satisfied, so he walked over to the unconscious Gaga and started punching and kicking him again. The pain in his body woke Gaga up from his unconscious state. Seeing another strange man beating him, he looked at Sisterly and said, "Honey, your baby is being bullied, do you want to do anything about it?" Woo woo woo. When the bald man heard this, he became furious and grabbed the man's hair and dragged him towards Sisterly. Sisterly was also a little flustered at this time. She didn't expect to be caught red-handed by her husband in such a place. But when she heard the man calling her love just now, her brain was working fast, her eyes rolled around, and she came up with an idea. She quickly stood up from the ground, adjusted her position, and started to fight back. The bald man threw the male GAGA to Sister Lee's feet, with a bunch of hair in his hand, and then threw it to the ground with disgust. He was about to raise his hand to slap his wife again, but was stopped by Sister Lee. Han Da-peng, you King dared to hit me, you're going to die. She slapped Han Da-peng in the face and cursed, I didn't settle the score with you for attracting other girls outside, but now you're blaming me. To be honest, Han Da-peng was a little confused after being beaten, and even fell into self-doubt. Could it be that he had seen it wrong and wronged his wife? Otherwise, the current situation was not right. He's a gay. Sister Lee kicked the man and said, my best friend, if you don't accompany me shopping, I can't find a male best friend. It's unreasonable that you, the governor, are allowed to set fires but ordinary people like me are not allowed to light lamps. To be honest, Han Da-peng felt a little guilty. He just came here with his lover to buy things and inadvertently saw that there were many people here. His lover came over to take a look out of curiosity, but he didn't expect to be the one to eat the melon. Sister Lee's aura as a strong woman in the workplace was fully revealed, and then she pointed at Wangfan and said, I am a man who dares to act and take responsibility. I do have a man I like, and that man is him. Wangfan was really speechless. Sister Lee was very good at diverting the blame. I heard that he likes watches, so I came here to take a look and prepare to give him a gift. Not to mention that Sister Lee's trick really worked. Han Da-peng really walked towards Wangfan angrily. You are still a college student, right? Which school are you from? Your school taught you this way, letting you get something for nothing. Wangfan was really impressed by this old six. Anyone who was not bald should have a smart brain, but why did his brain become a mess? Wangfan ignored him and walked towards the crowd, grabbed the girl who had been holding Han Da-peng's arm, and pushed her in front of Sister Lee. I suspect that she spent your husband's money and had an improper relationship with him. You can ask her to return all the money your husband spent on her according to the civil code, because that is your common property after marriage. The spectators at the scene became excited. Oh my God, I am enjoying this melon today. It is the best melon among melons. It is so refreshing. This couple is invincible, and neither of them is clean. It would be better for them to just stop saying anything about each other and just have fun on their own. Men are such a despicable species. It's okay for him to play with other people's wives, but he gets angry when someone else plays with his wife. His mentality is unbalanced. Who is Sister Lee? She is a seasoned veteran in the workplace and has seen all kinds of people. When Wangfan pulled out her husband's lover, she saw her husband's expression and the girl's expression, and instantly understood everything. My face is still burning with pain from the slap my husband just now. When will I take revenge? Grabbing the other person's hair and raising his hand to slap her, the man grabbed Sister Lee's legs and said, Honey, don't, she is my sister. Damn it, this made everyone present stunned again. There is such a thing. Sister Lee was furious. She continued to pull her husband's lover's hair with one hand and stepped on the man with the other foot and asked, Fuck, what kind of sister is he to you? Loved sister? Dear, she is my biological sister, not some love sister, let her go immediately. Damn it, you two siblings think you can take advantage of us, right? You're playing this trick on me. In fact, Sister Lee is also responsible for this matter. After she brought Nan Gaga back home and showed him his strength, Nan Gaga came up with an idea and felt that there was still potential in their family. So she secretly wrote down Sister Lee's husband's number and then gave it to his sister. Their purpose was very simple, which was to get the couple's money. Who would have thought that there would be a big party here today? Han Da-peng also came to his senses at this time. He originally thought he had met true love, but he didn't expect that he had fallen into someone else's trap from the very beginning. Chapter 32, bought a watch worth more than 500 million, causing a sensation in the entire luxury watch circle. Han Da-peng walked over, grabbed his lover's head and said, I love you so much, why did you lie to me? Are you just after my money? Then what do I want from you? Because you're old, because you don't take a shower, because you smell like an old man, or because you're impotent? The explosion was quite shocking, which also indirectly confirmed why Sister Lee came out to cheat. So the four of them quickly reunited their front. Sister Lee and her husband began to face the outside world together, and the Gaga man and the Gigi woman became allies. The two sides started to fight, and the Rolex waiter's voice to stop them was of no use at all. The commotion here caused congestion in the passage outside the store, and the mall security also rushed over after hearing the news. They quickly got the four of them out. At this time, the owner of the Rolex store also hurried over. He was obviously a rich second generation who had been living a life of luxury since childhood and was dressed in a very businesslike manner. At the waiter's introduction, he shook hands with Wangfan with a smile and introduced himself. "Hello, sir. I am Li Xuedong, the owner of this store. I heard that you want to buy Unicorn Daytona number 6265. Let me show you." After making a gesture of invitation, Wangfan followed him to a reception room where there was a safe. Li Xuedong walked over and operated it for a while, then took out a square glass cover, inside which was the unicorn. Li Xuedong was still very cautious. He opened the glass cover with his fingerprint, put on white gloves, took out the unicorn, and then introduced, "The Unicorn Daytona is numbered 6265. It is called the unicorn because it is the only watch in the Rolex Daytona series that uses 18-karat white gold, which makes it extremely unique and rare in the market." Wangfan liked the watch at first sight. He took it and asked, "Name a price. How much do I want?" Li Xuedong didn't expect that the handsome young man in front of him was so generous. He tried to think quickly in his mind, who was this young man? But after thinking for a while, he still had no answer. "I bought this watch from a watch collector. I spent $5.9 million on it. I was going to sell it for 50 million dragon coins. But since you are so generous and like my personality, I'd like to make friends with you and give me 45 million. Wangfan felt that Li Xuedong was quite to his liking. He was unlike some of the rich people he knew, who always gave him a feeling of superiority. However, giving himself a discount of 5 million yuan at once was a bit expensive for this friend. Wangfan had plenty of money now and didn't want to owe anyone a favor. He smiled and said, "It's as much as it should be. I don't need a little bit of money. Besides this watch, are there any other expensive watches? Please recommend a few more to me." Only then did Li Xuedong realize how wealthy Wangfan was. He then took out two rare Rolex watches from two other safes. They were all high-end custom-made models. Since the diamonds and gems inlaid on them were of high quality, the prices were 18 million and 26 million respectively. Wangfan was a little depressed that he hadn't even spent all the money for a small goal. It was really not easy to spend money. That one is 50 million plus these two, a total of 94 million. I still need 6 million to reach a small goal. How about this, you go to another store and buy me a watch worth 6 million, and then I can reach a small goal. Li Xuedong was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. Who buys a watch based on small goals? My God, I've seen many arrogant people, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as this one. I see there are quite a few luxury brands on this floor. I believe you are familiar with their bosses. Go and get all the watches worth more than 10 million yuan in their stores. I want them all. Li Xuedong's eyes widened. This was really shocking. His tongue was curled as he said, "Master Wang, are you telling the truth? Are you going to collect tens of millions of watches from all the luxury brands on the third floor? Well, is there any problem?" Wangfan said disapprovingly, "Well, I'm only going out to buy things once, so I might as well buy them all to avoid having to go back and forth to buy things, which is too troublesome." Listen to what you are saying. In order to avoid trouble, you spend hundreds of millions to buy a watch. Is there any justice in this world? Seeing that Li Xuedong was still standing there, Wangfan thought he felt that he was bragging, so he said, "Give me your bank card number, and I will transfer the money for these 3 watches to you first." Li Xuedong really wanted to kneel down to Wangfan. He had never seen such a generous person since he was a child. Today was an eye-opener for him. At this moment, he was in a state of unreality. He couldn't believe that someone could be so generous. So, for some unknown reason, he followed Wangfan's request and gave out his bank card number. Wangfan didn't waste any time and directly operated on the phone. When Li Xuedong heard the sound of a text message, he opened it and saw that his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't hold it steadily. The cell phone hit his toe, and the piercing pain instantly sobered him up. He ignored the pain and picked up the phone to carefully check the zeros after the 1. There were exactly 8 of them. The phone fell again and hit the same toe, causing him to grimace in pain again. Wangfan looked at him with an innocent look and felt secretly happy. This was the simple happiness of the rich. "Are you okay?" Wangfan asked with concern, and Li Xuedong quickly shook his head. "Then please help me buy some watches of other brands." "Okay, please wait a moment." Li Shuadong limped out. What happened next made the entire third floor of luxury watch shops excited. A mysterious tycoon bought top-quality watches worth hundreds of millions from the Rolex store. They also have to continue to purchase luxury watches worth more than 10 million yuan from other brands. Every store has become busy. Even if there are no watches worth tens of millions, shops with millions will try their luck. In the end, Wangfan spent 5 small goals and bought 30 watches, each costing more than 10 million yuan on average. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of Yida Shopping Mall. Through surveillance, they discovered that their boss had arrived, so Wang Fucai brought a group of senior executives here. As a result, Wangfan, who originally wanted to keep a low profile, was unable to complain. When I wanted to be famous, no one paid attention to me. Now I don't want to be famous, but my ability doesn't allow it. Since they were here and Wangfan bought so many watches, it would be bad to let his executives go home empty-handed, so he said to Li Shuadong, "Give me another 10 watches, 1 for 2 million, and 9 for 1 million, as a benefit for Mr. Wang and his men." Li Shuadong went to prepare the table happily. Wang Fucai and the others were dumbfounded. They thought their boss was too arrogant. Deputy Wang quickly said, "President Wang, you can't do that. It will cost you money." Wangfan waved his hand pretentiously and said, "You will all represent the image of the mortal group in the future. Just think of it as a benefit. As long as you work hard, we will never treat you unfairly." Chapter 33, Principal Wang's Fate. Mortals cause controversy again. Wangfan is hit by a car again. Oh my god, what kind of boss is this? The gifts he gave me are so awesome. Do I still have a chance to join Yida now? Mortal group? How come I have never heard of it? Mortal, oh my god, could the mortal boss who went viral online yesterday be the one in front of me? Ah! I caught a living god of wealth, mortal master. Can I take a picture with you? Wangfan didn't expect that he would become so famous on the internet. As the saying goes, if you don't return home when you are rich, it's like walking in fine clothes at night. Having lived for more than 20 years, Wangfan had never been treated like this before. He accepted everyone who came and took photos with them. As short videos, pictures and texts were posted online, the issue of whether Wangfan was a mortal boss once again sparked heated discussion. However, this time there were some questioning comments mixed in, and no one believed that this incredibly handsome man was a mortal boss. In their stereotype, a big money sponsor who can give hundreds of millions of dollars in rewards overnight must be a pot-bellied, bald old baby. How can a man be handsome and rich? So what door did God close for him? It's obvious that this photo is fake. These bloggers who have no bottom line for traffic are really despicable. Everyone knows that Yida in Shanghai belongs to Principal Wang. Obviously this person is not Principal Wang, let alone Lao Wang. No matter if he is a mortal boss or not, his looks alone beat all the top idols. I want to be his fan and you are not allowed to say bad things about him. Don't you think he looks like someone? The owner of the Bugatti Black Legend who drives a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? No matter if he is a mortal boss or not, in my heart he is the god of wealth. Which good person can spend 5 small goals on a watch? For a time, the discussion about the mortal boss became popular again on the internet, and the Mortal S Douyin account also started a new round of attracting fans with this wave of discussion. Soon the number of fans reached an astonishing 10 million, and the number of fans is still growing. Then Principal Wang dropped a post about a mortal boss and commented, "There is no such person in my Wang family." It is obvious that this is a public relations event. By creating a super rich persona, they attract fans crazily and then start live streaming to cut leaks. Everyone should be careful. For a moment, it once again caused a huge uproar on the internet, and speculation about mortals rose to a new height. Wangfan knew nothing about these. After buying the watch, he put the Rolex unicorn on his hand and felt pretty good. When driving a Carman King on the road, many car owners automatically give way to it. Although many people don't know what brand of car this is, you can tell from its appearance that it is definitely not cheap. If there is a scratch on this kind of car, it will be a disaster for them. So a strange scene appeared. There was no car for more than 300 meters behind King Kalman, and passers-by began to become curious about the car. Chinese cars are really amazing now. They can even make cars with such a futuristic sense of technology. I'm sure this thing was modified by the owner himself. I haven't seen this brand on the market. It's probably just a showpiece. It looks impressive, but it's actually a piece of junk. It will probably fall apart if it's hit even a little bit. Damn it, man, you're such a good talker. You said it was a wreck, but you were totally wrong when you said it was a piece of junk. Look at the front of the Range Rover, it's completely unrecognizable after being hit. Wangfan was driving leisurely when he suddenly felt a strong push on his back. He looked through the rearview mirror and found that he had been hit. He then stopped the car and walked to the rear of it. He found that the bumper was slightly deformed, but the paint was not even scratched off. Then he looked at the front of the Land Rover Range Rover that had hit him and found that it was dented, and even the airbag on the passenger side had popped out. The collision must have been quite forceful. A young man about Wangfan's age got out of the car, pointed at him angrily and cursed, "Do you know how to drive? You treat the driveway as your backyard and drive at the same speed as an old man. The car I just picked up costs more than 5 million yuan, so you decide how much to pay." Wangfan was convinced by this unreasonable rich second generation. It was clearly his fault, but he used his aura to overwhelm the victim and turned him into the perpetrator. If Wangfan had encountered such a situation before the system was installed, he would have definitely given up no matter whether it was his own problem or not. Now he not only has countless money, but also a body that has been transformed by the system and is 5 times stronger than the average human being, and of course, the mysterious system. If you are faced with such a playboy and are still frightened and at a loss, you should just bow down and apologize to him. The most important thing is that there was a strong smell of alcohol coming from this guy's breath. He was really bold enough to drive under the influence in broad daylight. Fortunately, it was his own car that was hit. If it had hit an ordinary car, he would have been smashed to pieces. "I don't want to get involved with a drunkard like you, let Uncle Hat handle it." Upon hearing this, the young man who was in charge got angry. Isn't this just sending him to jail? The reason why he hit Wangfan's car was because he picked up a luxury car today and should have enjoyed the envious eyes of everyone on the street, and all the vehicles on the road around him should give way to him. Unexpectedly, he was stuck behind. After overtaking several cars, he found that the treatment he wanted was overshadowed by a strange-looking big car in front of him. After pressing the horn for a long time, it directly overtook the car that was more than 300 meters away from Wangfan, then stepped on the accelerator and accelerated to 100 meters per hour, and hit Wangfan's Cowman King. To his surprise, Wangfan's car was not just a showpiece, but a solid structure of steel and iron, which completely changed the Range Rover's appearance. Uncle Hat is your father, as you call him so affectionately. If you offend young Master Qin, no one can stop you. That's right. It was you who blocked the road ahead and deliberately cut off our car. You are definitely fully responsible. Pay the money quickly. For the damage to the car plus the mental loss, you should give me 20 million. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the Demon City. These second generations are definitely the kind that are spoiled by their families, which is why they are so lawless. Wangfan would not tolerate them and directly took out his cell phone to call the law enforcement team. Young Master Qin gave an order, grab his phone and let him know the consequences of offending me. After receiving the order, the others surrounded Wangfan, hoping to win by numbers. Wangfan snorted coldly, showing his complete disdain, which stimulated the second generation who drank dog urine. Each of them was like a furious bull demon king, trying to snatch Wangfan's phone. Since they had already taken action, all of Wangfan's counterattacks were self-defense. Only a series of screams were heard, and all the rich second generations who besieged Wangfan were beaten to the ground by him. Chapter 34, Xin Xiao is not good either, the injustice of the law enforcement team. Seeing this scene, Xin Xiao sobered up a lot. This was so different from the previous situations. Before, he always mentioned his title as the young master of the Qin family, and the other party would immediately become a coward. Then he waved his hand and his little followers rushed up and beat the other party up. Finally, he looked down on the other party, got compensation, kicked him twice more, and the job was done. Now it's completely the opposite. My status is not enough to suppress the other party, and this handsome guy has amazing martial arts skills. This bunch of useless little brothers of mine are really useless. Seeing Wangfan walking towards him, young Master Qin was so scared that he stepped back. At this moment, a female companion beside young Master Qin stood up and said, "Don't be impulsive. Young Master Qin is not someone you can mess with. He is the young master of the Qin family, one of the 4 major families in Magic City. If you hit him, it is equivalent to hitting the Qin family. You can't afford the consequences." Wangfan looked at the girl opposite him who had a young and timid face but still stood up. He felt that she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen a similar face. The young master of the Qin family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City? Wangfan asked in a suspicious tone, is it the Qin family of Qinfan, the emperor of Shanghai, who is so popular on the internet? Yes, yes, yes. The girl nodded in agreement quickly, fearing that Wangfan would ignore the Qin family's feelings and beat up young Master Qin. It's that Qin family. The emperor of Shanghai is young Master Qin's brother. Qin Feng saw that Wangfan had some understanding of their Qin family, and he was confident again. He felt that he was in good shape again, and he stood up and said arrogantly, since you know that I am the younger brother of the emperor of Shanghai, if you are smart, take out 100 million, and I will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, the only way out for you to offend me is death. Wangfan asked disdainfully, 100 million? I'm afraid you'll have the life to ask for it but not the life to spend it. Is this how you extorted the Qin family's money? You just talk nonsense, faster than robbing a bank. You are dead, kid. You dare to slander the Qin family. Even if the Buddha himself comes, he can't save you today. Wangfan looked at Qin Feng and said, I don't know whether Buddha can bless me, but I know that Buddha can't bless you. Without further ado, he walked towards Qin Feng in 2 steps. Seeing Wangfan's attitude, he knew that it was useless to use his cousin's identity as the emperor of Shanghai. He backed off again and hid behind the girl who spoke for him. Because according to Qin Feng's experience, decent men basically won't hit girls, and this is his shield. Wangfan said to the girl with a cold face, get out of the way, or I will beat you too. As he said that, he raised his hand to slap. Li Qianling screamed and ran away. She didn't want to be like those people just now, who lost 3 teeth and had their face swollen like a steamed bun after being slapped by Wangfan. You are such a coward, pushing women out as shields whenever something happens. Are you still a man? You have brought shame to the Qin family. Since the Qin family has not fulfilled their obligation to educate you, I will educate you on their behalf. Ah! How dare you hit me? I am. Oh! I beg you to stop. Some people are like this, relying on the influence of their family to act as accomplices to evildoers outside, and they don't take ordinary people seriously. After failing to see the situation clearly and getting beaten, it was too late to beg for mercy. You are just good at reincarnation, the rest is shit. If you dare to be rich and unkind again, I will beat you every time I see you. Okay, I won't do it again. Stop hitting me. It hurts so much. Now you feel the pain, but where is the aggressiveness you had just now? Not to mention you, even if your brother came and dared to challenge me like this, I would still beat him up. At this moment, Wangfan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the customer service phone number of the Agricultural Bank of China. Hello, I'm Wangfan. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Bai Jia, the president of the Agricultural Bank of China's Modu branch. I should have contacted you yesterday. Since you have a huge amount of deposits in our bank, after reporting to the head office, we decided to upgrade you to a Supreme Dragon card from one of the 4 major banks. When are you free? I'll send it to you. Wangfan thought about it and felt that he would have to deal with this so-called young Master Qin for a while, so he said, something happened to me at Fuxing Middle Road, so I probably need to stay here for a while. You can come over if you have time. Mr. Wang, are you okay? Bai Jia asked with concern, I'll be there right away. Well, it's okay. Wangfan hung up the phone and then called the police. Then he waved to the girl not far away, and Li Qianling walked over tremblingly and reluctantly. What's your name? Li Qianling. Wangfan suddenly felt as if he had suddenly realized something. No wonder he felt that she looked familiar. It turned out that she looked somewhat like Li Qiankuan, the younger brother he recruited yesterday. Are you Li Qiankuan's sister? Ah, you know my brother? Li Qianling seemed to have thought of something and quickly shook his head and said, No, I don't know the Li Qiankuan you were talking about. But it was too late. Qin Feng, who was still lying on the ground, seemed to have heard great news. He said to Li Qianling fiercely, Linger, your brother is really great. He actually knows this kind of person. Call him quickly. I want him to give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Li Qianling's face fell immediately. It was really a disaster that came from the sky. What kind of people did his unreliable brother know? Now he had directly offended young Master Qin. Wangfan didn't expect that Qin Feng was really a dog and couldn't change his habit of eating shit. Before he left, he had forgotten the pain in his body. Okay, you want to explain, right? I'll give you an explanation. Wangfan walked to Qin Feng again. Why are you so mean? You just got beaten and you're itching again. Then there was another tragic wail, which made Li Qianling's scalp numb. Woohoo, woohoo. After the law enforcement team arrived, Qin Feng felt that he had someone to rely on again, and immediately shouted, "Uncle Hat, I am Qin Feng from the Qin family. This man not only deliberately hit my car and caused a rear-end collision, but when we went up to argue with him, he also beat us up." Qin Feng is quite good at confusing right and wrong. In just a few words, he pushed all the responsibility onto Wangfan. Of course, the most powerful move is to reveal your identity first, so that Uncle Hat will look at you differently. As expected, one of the uncles in hats asked with concern, "Mr. Qin, do you need to go to the hospital for a full body checkup first?" "Don't worry, we will never let a bad guy go, nor will we wrongly accuse a good guy." Although it sounds righteous, the scales have actually already tilted towards. Do you know that hitting someone is wrong, and hitting someone in the street? Do you know how serious the consequences will be? Wangfan frowned and said, "Uncle Hat, shouldn't you verify the specific situation before preaching? Are you teaching me how to do things?" Chapter 35, the four major banks jointly hold the Supreme Dragon card, Wangfan's request. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng started to show off again. "How dare you look down on Uncle Hat? This is provoking trouble, understand? I was wondering why you are so arrogant. It turns out you are ignorant of the law. Sometimes it is like this. No matter how rich you are and how no background you have, when you meet some law enforcement officers, you will feel like a scholar meeting a soldier and cannot explain your reason clearly. Mr. Qin, are you itching for trouble again? You are a drunk driver who crashed a car. What qualifications do you have to shout and confuse right and wrong here? Just check the surveillance video to see who is right and who is wrong." The hatted uncle who had been standing by Qin Feng said again, "The car has been hit like this, and the onboard surveillance is probably also damaged. And why did you modify your car like this? Have you reported it to the relevant departments? Bring me the relevant information." Wangfan was really angry, and it was too obvious that he was taking sides. He is clearly the victim, but now he feels like it's all his fault. The reason why the uncle in the hat from the law enforcement team favors Qin Feng is actually very simple. He rose to power with the support of the Qin family, and the people of the Qin family are naturally his own people. I can show you if my car has been modified, but it's obvious that he was driving under the influence. Don't you care? Who said we don't care? Don't accuse us of anything. We have our own procedures for doing things, and it's not your turn to point fingers at us. Zhang Huntao, I will remember you. I doubt your fairness in your law enforcement process and I will complain to your superiors. Good boy, you dare to threaten me. Do you know that this is a crime? Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, a black business Mercedes-Benz stopped nearby. A lady in a blue suit and with a stunning figure got out of the car, followed by two middle-aged men in businessmen's suits. The aura coming towards her was very strong. She walked straight to Wang Fan and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Bai Jia, the president of the Agricultural Bank of Shanghai. This is the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by our four major banks." Wang Fan opened the gift box, and inside was a golden card with a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon on the front, as if it could fly out of the card at any time, making the card look extremely high-end and classy. Qin Feng's expression has become extremely ugly since he met Bai Jia. He thought Wang Fan was a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied, but he didn't expect that he actually knew President Bai. As a member of the Qin family, he had met the bank president Bai Jia on some important occasions. She is the only female president of the four major banks in Shanghai. I heard that she is very capable. I didn't expect that she would come in person today to deliver a bank card to the guy who offended her. It is actually the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by the four major banks of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Agricultural Bank of China, Bank of China and China Construction Bank. This card can be said to be the top bank card in Dragon Country. It is said that one is not qualified to own it unless he has a net worth of 1 trillion. Their Qin family has such a Supreme Dragon card, but it is something that only the head of the family is qualified to own, and he has only seen it from a distance. Why did President Bai send him the Supreme Dragon card? What is going on? Does this guy have trillions in bank deposits? This completely overturned Qin Feng's cognition. She was obviously about the same age as him, so why was there such a big difference in their character? He didn't believe that all this was true. So he walked forward and asked tentatively, "President Bai, I am Qin Feng from the Qin family. I would like to ask if the card you just took is the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by the four major banks?" Oh, it turns out to be the young master of the Qin family. President Bai replied with a smile, "Yes, it is the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by the 4 major banks. Xin Feng looked at Wangfan in disbelief, and then asked a stupid question that his mother would slap him twice if she heard it. Why did you give him this Supreme Dragon card? President Bai Jia looked at him as if he were an idiot, turned around and didn't bother to deal with such a fool. Why? Of course it was because of his strength. Mr. Wang, I heard on the phone that you were in some trouble, so I specially called our lawyer Wang Hasong to come over. You can let him handle any problems you have. Wangfan really didn't expect that Bai Jia was so thoughtful and could be so comprehensive just by looking at the few words they had in the previous phone call. He really deserves to be the president of the Agricultural Bank of China in Shanghai at such a young age. His mind is really amazing. Then I won't be polite to President Bai. Wangfan said to Bai Jia, thank you. Afterwards, Wangfan told lawyer Wang what had happened. This was a very simple case for Wang Hasong, but he had already learned a little about Wangfan's identity from President Bai on the way. So he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest, because he knew that if he could get in touch with Wangfan through this matter, his career would definitely have another qualitative leap. Master Wang, leave this matter to me. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Hasong confidently said to Wangfan, I wonder if young Master Wang has any special requests. You can put them forward and I will do my best to fulfill them. Wangfan pointed at Qin Feng and said, he was driving drunk and hit my car. Send him to jail. Then he pointed at the hat leaning towards Qin Feng and said, as a law enforcer, he put the blame on me without asking any questions. People like him have no sense of justice. Skin him off. Wang Hasong glanced at Wangfan and said, Master Wang, if I'm not mistaken, your car should be a Carlman King. The trip recorder on it can take a panoramic view of the car. Can you give me a copy of the video before and after the traffic accident? Wang Hasong did not directly agree to Wangfan's request, but asked for relevant evidence of the incident. This shows that lawyer Wang is quite pragmatic and not the kind of person who talks nonsense. Wangfan threw the key to Wang Hasong and said, Lawyer Wang, go and copy it yourself. At this moment, both Qin Feng and Zhang Huntao looked very ugly. They didn't expect that they would hit a wall this time. Mr. Qin, call home for help. Zhang Huntao quickly gave Qin Feng some advice, if they really file a lawsuit, you will definitely go to jail. I have to say that Zhang Huntao is worthy of being in the system. He sees things very clearly. Moreover, when it comes to using people, he will not say it directly, but will use roundabout ways to achieve his own goals. Qin Feng didn't want to live there, so he took out his phone and called his father. Dad, I had a car accident on the road, and the other party was not willing to give in and wanted to send me to jail. Please save me. Whose child is who knows? Qin Feng's father asked on the other end of the phone, it's already this time, if you don't tell the truth, then when you go in, even the emperor can't save you. Qin Feng saw that his father was really angry, and he already knew that Wangfan was no simple person, so he walked aside and told him the whole story. Before I call you, don't say anything else and wait for my news. Chapter 36, Planning to Cooperate with Bai Jia, Cousin Fong Lianyue's Request. Seeing that Qin Feng had finished his call, Zhang Huntao hurried forward to ask about the situation. Qin Feng shook his head and looked at Wangfan, whose expression became increasingly ugly. The situation this time was completely different from before. At this moment, Bai Jia's phone rang suddenly. She took a look at the incoming call and answered it directly in front of Wangfan. She revealed what she could say and directly refused what she could not say. He quickly finished the call, and then said directly to Wangfan, Mr. Wang, this is the Qin family calling to inquire about your situation. The Qin family is quite fast. Wangfan said with amusement, it doesn't matter. If the Qin family doesn't know what's good for them, I don't mind pulling the Qin family down from the 4 major families in the Magic City. If any other young person spoke to Bai Jia like this, she would think that the other person was arrogant. But thinking about the deposit in Wangfan's bank card, she felt that if the Qin family really didn't know what was good for them, it would only be a matter of time before he wanted to destroy the Qin family. Later, Bai Jia, on behalf of the 4 major banks, told Wangfan about the related services that came with the Supreme Dragon card, which made Wangfan sigh with emotion. The richer you are, the more services you get beyond your imagination. When everyone is worrying about when the annualized interest rate of deposits will break too. As the holder of the Supreme Dragon card, the bank can guarantee that through their financial management method, the annualized interest rate will be no less than 30%. So the richer a person is, the richer he will become. That's the truth. After his body was systematically transformed, Wangfan's physique not only improved, but his brain also worked better. So in many cases, he could deduce the other party's intentions without Bai Jie saying it out loud. Wangfan was quite proud of the work done by President Bai Jie. So he said to President Bai, I am preparing to set up an investment bank. When the company is established, we can cooperate with each other. We can first put out 100 billion to try the effect. If it is good, we can cooperate further. Bai Jie really didn't expect that giving Wangfan an upgraded Supreme Dragon card would bring her such a blessing. If she could really get Wangfan's 100 billion investment, it would be possible for her to make further progress in this banking system. Thinking of this, she became a little excited and bowed to Wangfan to thank him. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your trust in our bank. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. You're welcome. It's just a mutual benefit. At this time, lawyer Wang Hasong had already copied the contents of the dashcam to his USB flash drive. He walked over and handed the car keys to Wangfan and said, Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I just took a quick look and I can definitely do what you asked. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Wangfan said casually, If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Okay, Mr. Wang, take care. Wangfan greeted Bai Jie again, then got into the car and drove away. At this time, Qin Feng and Sun Huntao had no better solution and could only watch Wangfan drive away. In the car, Wangfan looked through the rearview mirror and saw Qin Feng's dark face, as if his father had died, and he felt inexplicably happy. At this moment, the phone rang again. Wangfan pressed the answer button on his Bluetooth headset. A series of silver bell-like voices complained from the microphone, Brother, you were so busy with your love life that you forgot about me, your sister, whoa. To be honest, I felt warm inside when I heard the call from my cousin. In fact, a big part of the reason why I applied to Shanghai University was because my cousin's family lived in Shanghai. He clearly remembered his mother saying, Your aunt is in Shanghai. If you go to school there, your aunt will be able to take care of you. In the end, he couldn't persuade his mother and had to give up applying to the school in the capital and come to the Magic City to study. At first, he would go to his aunt's house on weekends, but later he found that his uncle's family didn't like him as an outsider, so he rarely went there. In the weekend time he saved, Wangfan would do some part-time jobs to earn some extra money. Wangfan listened to his cousin's performance, and then said, Okay, stop pretending and get down to business. If you don't, I'm going to hang up. Our school is going to hold a parent-teacher meeting this afternoon. Can you help me with that? Where's your aunt? Why don't you ask your aunt to open it? My mom and dad are both busy at work, and my grandpa and grandma have difficulty walking. The only relative I can think of is you, my brother. Wangfan didn't know how to refuse after hearing this. If a girl is sweet-talking, she can definitely attract all the opposite sex around her. Well, it's almost noon, how about we have lunch together? Okay, I know my brother is the best, so can I bring along 2 roommates I have a good relationship with? Okay, I'll pick you up at the gate of your school. Okay, see you later, brother. In fact, he has a pretty good relationship with his little cousin. Every time he goes to her house, he gives her delicious food and takes out his game console for Wangfan to play with. Wangfan had nothing to say about his aunt and cousin, but he didn't have a good impression of his uncle-in-law and his cousin's grandparents. He always felt that they were from Shanghai and were superior to others. However, if they knew Wangfan's current net worth, with their so-called superiority, they would definitely turn around and lick his ass, given their character of climbing up the social ladder and stepping on the lower ground. Wangfan parked his car in the parking lot opposite his cousin's high school. There are usually no parking spaces in front of school gates. He looked at his watch and saw that there were still about 10 minutes before school was over. So I leaned against a tree, took out my phone and started reading a novel. This scene was seen by some passers-by. Some of them took out their mobile phones and started taking photos or short videos. There was even a brave woman who took the initiative to come forward to say hello and wanted to take a photo with Wangfan. Wangfan suddenly understood the troubles of being a celebrity, and felt uneasy wherever he went. I secretly made up my mind that I would wear a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap when I go out in the future. This way, these people would not be able to see my beautiful face and I would not have so many worries. As soon as the bell rang, Fang Lianyue took her 2 roommates and walked out of the school gate. Classmate Fang Lianyue, what a coincidence, are you guys going out to eat too? It's a coincidence, so I'll go too. Kong Lianxuan asked and answered himself with a smile. Fang Lianyue said seriously, I'm sorry, Mr. Kong. It's such a coincidence. I have an appointment today. Please make yourself at home. After saying this, without waiting for Kong Lianchuan to reply, he took the hands of his two roommates and walked quickly towards the school gate. Kong Lianchuan said viciously from behind, "Let's go and see who is the blind man who dared to snatch Fang Lianyue from me. Today, he will be punished." When Fang Lianyue and the others walked out of the school gate, they looked around but did not see any trace of Wangfan. So he picked up the phone and dialed it. At this time, Wangfan said to the people he was photographing, "Everyone, excuse me, my sister is here, I have to leave." Chapter 37 Taking my cousin to People's Square to eat fried chicken, Kong Lianchuan's threat. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw three young and energetic high school students looking around there. It turns out that handsome guys like this type, but this is an underdeveloped one. "You are so handsome, I don't want you to go in and pick up soap. You are young and don't know the good of young women. You mistake young girls for treasures. Handsome boy, please don't take any more detours. I will feel bad. I'm hungry too, call your little sister, let's have a meal together, and then this Mercedes-Benz will be yours." Wangfan really didn't expect that when he kindly took photos with these women, they were actually greedy for his body. He couldn't help but think of the saying, if a woman becomes shy, men really have no chance of doing anything. "Have you guys had enough of the trouble?" Wangfan said coldly, "Don't take my kindness as cowardice, or I'll turn my back on you." Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Wangfan's body, the people surrounding him unconsciously took a few steps back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wangfan squeezed out of the crowd, waved his arms and said, "Cousin, this way." Fang Lianyue saw Wangfan then and was about to run over happily, but was stopped by her two roommates. "Lianyu, you are not considerate enough. You have such a handsome cousin, but you didn't introduce him to us earlier. You kept him all to yourself. Li Xuanxuan, you want to die? He's my cousin, don't say anything nonsense. And why do I feel like he's become more handsome again? Yeah, you are amazing. Just now you were talking about your cousin, but now you are acting like a fangirl and saying that he is handsome again. You two are probably some kind of orthopedic surgeon in Germany, right? Fan Shuqin, I'll beat you to death. You guys are going to make me die of anger." The three girls came to Wangfan while playing and joking. Li Xuanxuan and Fan Shuqin looked at each other, then put their arms around Wangfan's arms from the left and right. Wangfan's pupils became much bigger and he looked at his cousin Fang Lianyue helplessly. "Cousin, I can't save you." Fang Lianyue spread her hands helplessly and said, "These two are my roommates. The one on your left is Li Xuanxuan and the one on your right is Fan Shuqin. They both become crazy about handsome guys." Wangfan looked left and right, and just as his cousin said, the two of them were like perverts, staring at his handsome face and shouting together, "Cousin." Wangfan really didn't expect that after he had just avoided those older sisters and aunts, he would be entangled by the two younger sisters. "Where do you want to eat?" Wangfan asked casually. "I'll drive you there." Fang Lianyue couldn't believe it and asked again, "Cousin, did you win the lottery? Or are you being kept by a rich woman? Not only have you become more handsome, but you also have money. When will you help me out? Your cousin is starving." Seeing that his cousin was still so poor, Wangfan felt warm. He reached out and tapped her on the head and said, "What are you thinking about in your little head all day long? You don't study hard and just play around. Stop, cousin, why are you acting like your aunt?" Fang Lianyue said indignantly, "Besides, I'm not a child anymore, don't touch my head randomly." Kong Lianchuan, who had rushed over, saw this scene clearly. He was so angry that he would have rushed over and fought with Wangfan for 300 rounds if his classmates had not stopped him. Fortunately, the attendant said to him, "Boss, this is the school gate. There will be a parents' meeting in the afternoon. We can't be caught and made an example of. Then our family will definitely skin us alive. Let's follow them and wait until we get to the dining area to deal with him." Watching Wangfan take Fang Lianyue and the others across the overpass to the other side of the road, and then drive the Kalman King to People's Square. Kong Lianchuan and his friends quickly caught a taxi and followed. "Master, follow the Chinese-made idiot car in front. It looks so irregular, it's just a show car." The driver glanced at the angry teenager next to him and thought to himself, "What do you know, you little idiot? That's a top-of-the-line SUV that costs more than 10 million yuan. It's not just for show. How dare this ignorant idiot talk nonsense so brazenly?" It was obvious that the driver knew students of this age group, who were in adolescence and at an age of not knowing how to behave. He didn't want to have unnecessary friction with these fools. Fang Lianyue and her two roommates were like 300,000 wise, throwing questions to Wangfan one after another, making him feel a little overwhelmed. In order to shut them up, Wangfan suggested that they sing a song for him, so they listened to a magical song "I'm eating fried chicken in People's Square" along the way. The brainwashing melody made Wangfan's head buzz. Perhaps this is the vitality of youth. After getting off the bus, Fong Lianyue and the others insisted on eating fried chicken, thinking that this was the right way to eat it. Wangfan now had some doubts that the author of "I'm eating fried chicken in People's Square" must have opened a fried chicken shop nearby. They were definitely trying to divert traffic to their own business. Wangfan couldn't persuade them, so he had to order some fried chicken, milk tea, and other foods that girls love. In fact, Wangfan had originally wanted to treat them to a big meal, but he didn't expect that these three little girls would save him money. So I promised them that after dinner, if I had enough time, I would take them to the mall and buy them whatever they liked. After hearing what Wangfan said, Kong Lianchuan immediately responded, "You drive a modified, worthless domestic car, take people to eat cheap fried chicken, and say such shameless words. I've seen a lot of rubbish like you. Do you only rely on talking to pick up girls?" Wangfan saw that Kong Lianchuan was wearing the same school uniform as his cousin, and the other party had come in not long after they had ordered. This place is more than 10 minutes drive from their school, and it is obviously aimed at them. Li Shuangshuang stood up and said, "Kong Lianchuan, why are you like a dogskin plaster? Lian Yu rejected you, but you still followed me. You should have some shame. Li Shuangshuang, you are looking for death." Kong Lianchuan didn't expect that the female companion next to Fong Lianyue would stand on Wangfan's side so quickly, and he became even more angry. He raised his hand to hit someone, but Li Shuangshuang screamed and hid behind Wangfan. Wangfan grabbed Kong Lianchuan's hand and squeezed it lightly, causing the other person to howl like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah, it hurts so much, let me go quickly, or my brother won't let you go." Wangfan shook his head helplessly. Children are children after all. If they suffer any injustice outside, they will know to look for their parents. "Okay, I'll give you a chance. Call your brother over here and see what he can do to me." After saying that, he pushed Kong Lianchuan and made him fall to the ground. He looked at the situation with a grin on his face and threatened Wangfan, "Wait, kid. When my brother comes, I will make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy and apologize." After saying those harsh words, he ran out of the fried chicken shop with his two younger brothers. Fong Lianyue said worriedly, "Brother, let's go. Kong Lianchuan is a notorious jerk in our school. He does whatever he wants because his family is rich. What if his brother comes and hurts you? Don't worry, I'm here to protect you, just sit here and enjoy your fried chicken." Chapter 38. Kong Liantong arrives and kneels down upon seeing Wangfan. "Brother, I noticed that you have changed so much this time. Not only have you become more handsome, but you have also become more confident. Are you really being kept by a rich woman?" Wangfan was really confused. His cousin was really imaginative. "With my current net worth, that rich woman can afford to support me. Didn't I tell you that I changed my job and found a powerful boss? We are mainly engaged in the health industry, so it's normal for me to become more handsome after managing my body shape." Fong Lianyue stepped back in fear, covering her mouth and staring at Wangfan in disbelief. Fan Shuqin stared at him with big eyes like a curious baby and asked, "Cousin, are you 0 or 1? You can't pay for this meal no matter what. We have money with us, how can we spend your hard-earned money?" Damn it, Wangfan was almost driven crazy by these three girls in front of him. After a few words, he became a gay again. "I am speechless as to what today's high school students are thinking about all day long." Kong Lianchuan left the fried chicken shop and called his brother. He gave a performance worthy of an Oscar winner, vividly portraying the process of his humiliation with his voice and actions. Kong Liantong, who was preparing to go to People's Square with 5 of his brothers to find a place to eat, was furious when he heard this. He patted his chest and said, "Give me your address, I'll go over right away. I want to see who dares to touch anyone from my Kong family." To be honest, what Kong Liantong said was a bit funny, as if their Kong family was such an awesome family. In fact, they were just street thugs who met some rich second generations through connections and worked as their thugs. Usually he acts like a grandson in front of the rich second generation, and then finds some younger brothers, and tells them some things that happened to him and pretends to be cool. It only takes about 10 minutes to get from People's Park to People's Square. When Kong Lianchuan saw his elder brother, he pretended to cry out of grievance. Kong Liantong kicked him and said, "Why are you crying like a woman? Men in our Kong family shed blood but not tears. If anyone dares to touch you, we will make him pay with blood." Kong Lianchuan immediately suppressed his desire to cry and said indignantly, "Brother is right. Now let's make that kid pay with blood. So the person in front led the way into the fried chicken shop. When the other people in the shop saw this, they all stayed away, fearing that something might happen and they would be covered in blood. With his big brother as a backer, Kong Lianchuan is now very confident. He walked over to Wang Fan and the others and said, "Boy, I'll give you one more chance. Invite us all to dinner and let your sister be my girlfriend. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll break one of your hands today." Wang Fan knew by listening to the sound that there were several people behind him. He smiled and said to his cousins, "Don't worry, eat and drink as usual. I will take care of the garbage. Come on, cousin." Li Shuangshuang stared with wide eyes. A responsible man is the most attractive. Fan Shuqin was also cheering for Wang Fan, but Fang Lianyue looked unhappy because she was facing the people who were coming. There were 9 people in total, including Kong Lianchuan and the others who were called over. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. She was really a little scared, afraid that her cousin would be beaten, so she grabbed Wang Fan's hand and said, "Brother, forget it. There are 9 people on the other side. You can't beat them even if you can fight. Otherwise, I should agree to be Kong Lianchuan's girlfriend first, solve the current urgent problem, and then it won't be too late to make plans." Kong Lianchuan laughed even more arrogantly when he heard this. "Boy, your cousin is right. If she becomes my girlfriend, I won't let her suffer any loss. Brother, what do you think of the sister-in-law I chose for you? You have good taste, this is your school's beauty, she's really pretty, how about this, give it to me first, and I'll give it to you when I've had enough fun with it." "Fuck, the boss is awesome, I think you can be our sister-in-law." Kong Lianchuan felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Damn it, when did this world become so crazy? "Brother, she is your sister-in-law. How can you covet my wife? I will introduce you to a more beautiful female classmate someday. How about that?" Wang Fan was really angry. These 2 brothers were simply beasts. There must be holes in their brains, otherwise how could they have such wild imaginations? So he flipped his hand and slapped him. Kong Lianchuan screamed and fell to the ground. Then he looked at the blood on his hand and the 2 teeth on the ground. He said angrily, "Brother, he hit me in the face." He originally thought that his brother would just give a shout, and then his brother's 5 men would rush forward and knock Wang Fan to the ground. But when Kong Lianchuan turned around to look at his brother Kong Liantong, he saw him kneeling in front of Wang Fan, his body shaking. Kong Lianchuan didn't care about the burning pain on his face, and even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. His brother just wanted to snatch his girlfriend from him, but now he was facing the real girlfriend's brother, and he immediately backed down. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you possessed by a ghost? Boss, if you're kidnapped, just blink at me. Shut the fuck up, everyone. Get down on your knees. This is the mysterious Master Wang I told you about." When the 5 younger brothers brought by Kong Liantong heard about the legendary big shot, their eyes became enthusiastic, and this enthusiasm was mixed with a lot of admiration. Spending nearly 200 million to buy 12 luxury cars at once, he is simply a super rich man. He is really a rare and handsome man. Now think about the action of slapping the other person with your backhand just now, it was so smooth. He is indeed a great god. Kneeling in front of such a rich man is like worshipping. They all kneel down devoutly. This scene is very weird. He was clearly an invited helper, but in the blink of an eye he became the other party's bootlicker. What the hell is wrong with this world? As mentioned before, Kong Liantong is a follower of some rich second generations. When Wang Fan bought a car, he was one of the many followers around Li Xiao. He witnessed with his own eyes how Wang Fan outperformed a group of wealthy young masters including Li Xiao in the car dealership and finally bought 12 luxury cars for 180 million. There are still posts online about mysterious rich men buying 12 top-of-the-line sports cars at once. What impressed him most was that after losing the bet with Wang Fan, those second-generation rich men all fulfilled their promises one by one. Especially the young master who ate poop upside down. After receiving the punishment, Li Xiao and the others never played with him again. It can be said that they really lost both the wife and the army. Facing such a wealthy man, Kong Liantong was nothing. What qualifications did he have to avenge his brother? A blind guy like this who actually offended Wang Xiao should sever his brotherly relationship with him. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Your brother was beaten. Hurry up and avenge me. What's the point of you kneeling in front of my enemy? Don't let me look down on you." Kong Shuntang was furious and ordered, "Beat him." This blind man actually provoked young Master Wang. Beat him to death. Chapter 39. I booked a place to treat everyone to a meal, and met my cousin's weird roommate while shopping. Kong Lianchuan was beaten and kicked by his brother and his brothers. He was so aggrieved that he shouted to his mother, "I want to tell Mom that you brought people to beat me. Are you still my brother? You are such a bastard." Pa! Kong Liantong slapped his brother again, then grabbed his collar and said angrily, "I'm saving you, do you know who you've provoked? This is Li Shaoxin's new big brother, he can kill you with just one finger, you bastard, I've been killed by you." As he said this, he slapped him again. Kong Lianchuan was confused. He just wanted to seduce the school belle, but how did he end up offending Li Shao's eldest brother? "Brother, the young Master Li you're talking about is the one you often mention to me, the one who was related to the Li family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City?" Kong Lianchuan asked in confusion. "That's not right. His last name is Wang, and young Master Li's last name is Li. How could he be young Master Li's eldest brother? MD, how can I have a stupid brother like you? He is the eldest brother recognized by Master Li. Hurry up and admit your mistake to Master Wang. If you don't get Master Wang's forgiveness, I will kill you today." Only then did Kong Lianchuan realize how wrong he was. He had accidentally offended such a great god. He quickly knelt down in front of Wangfan and begged for mercy, but was kicked to the ground by Wangfan. "You shouldn't apologize to me, you should apologize to my sister, and don't harass my sister again in the future, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Yes, I won't dare to do it again." Kong Lianchuan was now as obedient as a stray dog, and then he looked at Fong Lianyue pitifully and said, "Classmate Fong, it was all a misunderstanding before. I didn't know your brother was young Master Wang. Otherwise, even if you gave me 800 guts, I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about you. We are classmates, please let me go, I will never dare to do it again." Fong Lianyue was a high school student after all. When she saw her classmate's face covered in blood, she thought about the parent-teacher meeting in the afternoon. It would be bad if the teacher found out and caused more trouble. So he said, "I hope you keep your word and don't come to me again, otherwise my brother will not let you go." "Thank you, Mr. Fong. I won't dare to do that again." After receiving Fong Lianyue's forgiveness, Kong Lianchuan looked at Wang Fan and said, "Mr. Wang, I promise not to harass your sister again. If she encounters any trouble at school, I can help solve it." At this time, everyone in the store was watching them. Since his sister had already forgiven Kong Lianchuan, he said coldly, "Everyone, get up." Then he said to everyone in the store, "I'm sorry to bother you all. I'll treat you to lunch today, so please help yourself." When everyone in the store heard Wang Fan say this, they cheered. Fong Lianyue and the others looked at Wang Fan with eyes full of admiration, especially Fong Lianyue, who felt like she didn't even recognize her cousin anymore. When did Wang Xiao become so intimidating? She knew her aunt's family situation. They were not a wealthy family. They planted an orchard in their hometown. They were an ordinary family that was not as rich as others but better than others. It has nothing to do with the so-called young master. Besides, my cousin is so generous that he wants to treat everyone in the restaurant to a meal. It is the peak time now, so it must cost a lot of money. Where did he get so much money? Could it be that he was heartbroken and had no attachment to this world anymore, so he was going to die after spending all the money? Thinking of this, Fong Lianyue said with red eyes, "Brother, if you need money, tell me. I still have some private money. If it doesn't work, I will ask my mother for some. Difficulties can always be overcome. Being alive is better than anything else." Wang Fan was upset again. His cousin was really ruined by this melodrama. He found the waiter and asked them how much they had sold in the afternoon. When he got the reply of about 80,000, Wang Fan took out his ordinary ABC card and asked the other party to swipe it. "The reason why I didn't take out the Supreme Dragon card was because I was afraid of trouble. My cousin loves to think too much, and it would be even more troublesome if she asked more questions. Let's go." Wang Fan put away the bank card and said, "I'll take you shopping." Fong Lianyue held Wang Fan's hand and said, "Brother, do you want to die? Spend all your money and then jump into the Huangpu River." Wang Fan touched her head and asked, "You don't have a fever? Why are you talking nonsense? Your brother's good life has just begun. I won't die no matter who dies. Don't guess. I'm fine." Li Shuangshuang said at the side, "My eldest cousin is so handsome and rich, he is the brother of my dreams. If you don't want Lianyu, give her to me." Fan Shuqin took over and said, "That's right, I also want a brother who spoils me like this." Seeing that his two roommates were about to take his cousin's arm again, Fong Lianyue quickly grabbed one and said, "He's my brother, I won't give it to you." The Kong brothers and their group looked at Wang Fan and said hurriedly, "Master Wang, have a safe journey." Wang Fan stumbled. The guys almost sent him away, so he said viciously, "Fried chicken can't stop you from eating. Eat your own food." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." When they got to the mall, the three high school girls did not go directly into the luxury stores to buy bags and jewelry like those gold diggers, but went directly to the BA accessories department to look at the rubber bands, small clips, hairbands, etc. Wang Fan felt helpless. If people knew that he took his cousin to such a store, they would probably be laughed to death. However, Wang Fan also knew that wealth should not be shown to others. Since they liked it, he might as well buy some for them. Li Xuanxuang suddenly came over and confirmed again, "Cousin, are you really going to buy it for us? I don't have any extra pocket money except for living expenses." Wang Fan smiled and said, "Since you call me cousin, I have to show my appreciation. Feel free to buy it." "Wow, Li Xuanxuang, you are amazing. Where did you find such a handsome guy to be your cousin? And this handsome guy is here in a place like this. Why is he pretending to be a rich man? He only spends $100 or $200 to buy something here. From your tone just now, it seems like you can buy this place." To be honest, Wang Fan was a little annoyed. Why did he always encounter these people who were looking for trouble everywhere? Couldn't he just have some peace and quiet for a while? So he looked at Li Xuanxuang with a puzzled look, as if asking her, "Is this your friend?" Li Xuanxuang didn't expect to meet Zhang Mang, the elusive person in their dormitory, in this place. "Zhang Mang, I haven't seen you for a while. How come you've become even more mean?" Li Xuanxuang retorted mercilessly, "My cousin is handsome and kind-hearted. He bought me a gift. You are envious, right? But it's useless to be envious. My cousin won't pay any attention to you. If you want to go find your godfather, go find him." Wang Fan really didn't expect that the seemingly weak Li Xuanxuang could be so fierce when confronting others. Zhang Meng's face became increasingly ugly. "Li Xuanxuang, you bitch, I'm going to tear your mouth apart." As he said that, he pounced towards Li Xuanxuang with his fangs and claws. Li Xuanxuang quickly hid behind Wang Fan. Zhang Meng didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but she cried out and fell into Wang Fan's arms. Chapter 40 Wang Fan scolds the bald man, power game inside and outside the mall. Wang Fan never expected that his roommate Li Xuanxuang was such a talented actor at such a young age. When Zhang Meng pounced on her fiercely, it seemed like a fight, but in fact it was a performance she had carefully designed. She didn't really want to take action, but took the opportunity to get closer to Wang Fan and try to create some intimate contact. Fortunately, Wang Fan's body has undergone systematic transformation and his reactions are extremely quick. At the moment when Zhang Meng almost pounced on him, he turned around nimbly and dodged quickly, leaving her empty-handed. Zhang Meng obviously didn't expect Wang Fan's reaction to be so quick. She lost her balance and fell on her back. Fortunately, she was able to support herself on the ground with her hands when she fell, thus avoiding the embarrassment of falling on her face. If you really fall flat on your face, that would be a very embarrassing scene. Godfather. Zhang Meng instantly changed into a delicate and weak appearance, with a soft voice, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "I have been bullied like this, and you don't do anything about it?" The word godfather made Wang Fan's heart churn. He couldn't help but secretly complain, young people nowadays are getting bolder and bolder. They are even so good at this kind of seductive trick. Soon a man who came running after hearing the noise caught Wang Fan's attention. He is indeed qualified to be Zhang Meng's godfather. His head is shiny bald, his belly is round as if he is 6 months pregnant, and he has a small leather bag under his armpit. The only thing that doesn't fit the image of a godfather is that he doesn't have a gold chain around his neck, which makes him lack the aura of a contractor. "Oh, my sweetheart." The man squatted down like a clumsy fat pig, patted Zhang Meng's shoulder with difficulty, and muttered, "Who knocked you down? The ground is cold, get up quickly." Seeing that his godfather was struggling so much, Zhang Meng stopped pretending and stood up. He pointed at Wang Fan and said angrily, "Godfather, he is the one who bullied me. I only said that he was pretending to be a rich man. How can he compare with a real rich man like you? He was so angry that he pushed me down." Zhang Meng's acting skills are first-rate, and her vivid descriptions can almost make others believe it. "Godfather, you have to stand up for me and prove that you are a real rich man. Take me to buy some brand-name jewelry and slap him in the face." When she said this, her eyes flashed with greed, completely ignoring her own embarrassment just now. Wangfan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this little green tea girl is really scheming. For the sake of luxury goods, she even used him as a stepping stone to climb up. The godfather also noticed that Wangfan was good-looking, and that Li Shuangshuang, Fan Shuqin, and Fang Lianyue beside him were even more beautiful, especially Fang Lianyue, who was much prettier than Zhang Meng. The man's heart was in turmoil, as if he was already fantasizing that if he could get Fang Lianyue, it would be worth it even if he spent a little more money on Zhang Meng today. Boy, I see you are dressed like that. I'll give you a chance. Either kneel down and apologize to my goddaughter, or compete with me to see who is more willing to spend money on a woman. Do you dare? The bald man looked at Wangfan provocatively, his tone full of contempt. Wangfan looked at his obscene eyes, his heart burning with anger, and he wanted to kick his head off. But he knew very well that words alone could not solve the problem, but would put himself in a passive position. So he calmly said, if the bet is more expensive than spending money, what if you lose? The bald man smiled nonchalantly, if I lose, I'll give Zhang Meng to you, how about that? This sentence made Wangfan even angrier. Although he was used to seeing shameless people, the behavior of treating people as trading objects still made him feel sick. I don't want to. Wangfan refused without hesitation, if you lose, just take out your ID card, record an apology video, and send it to me. The bald man's face changed slightly, but Zhang Meng interrupted unwillingly, Li Shuangshuang's cousin, what do you mean? I'm so beautiful, but even you don't like me? If you lose, I will scratch your face. This made Wangfan completely speechless, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, what's in her head? He actually threatened others as soon as he opened his mouth, while I just stood aside and watched the show without even reacting. The bald man pointed at Fang Lianyue unwillingly and challenged her, if I win, give her to me and make her my goddaughter. This sentence completely ignited Wangfan's anger. He no longer hesitated, stomped his foot, and kicked the bald man directly in the stomach. The man flew out more than a meter like a bowling ball and knocked down 2 rows of cabinets before he stopped. Wangfan did not use his full strength in this kick. If he had kicked a little harder, the bald man would have been killed. Upon seeing this, the store clerk at the mall immediately called the police and notified security, and also contacted the law enforcement team. Wangfan took out the car keys, handed them to Fang Lianyue and said, Lianyue, take them to my car and wait for me. Fang Lianyue wanted to stay with Wangfan, but he said firmly, Shuqin, take them away first. You have a parent-teacher meeting this afternoon. Don't get involved because of this. The head teacher will criticize you again then. Fan Shuqin and Li Shuangshuang nodded and pulled Fang Lianyue out of the mall. Wangfan took out his cell phone and called the general manager of the mall. After a while, Fan Debiao, general manager of People's Department Store, arrived in a hurry. When he saw Wangfan, he bowed his head respectfully and said, Director Wang, I didn't know you were coming here in person. I am sorry for the neglect. Please forgive me. Wangfan glanced at him and felt that he was more energetic than in the photo, so he briefly explained the situation, turn up the surveillance. There may be a law enforcement team coming later. Let you handle it. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I will definitely get it done. Fan Debiao patted his chest and promised. Wangfan nodded and continued, by the way, find out the relationship between the bald man and Zhang Meng. If it's fake, it's a criminal offense, and there's more room for handling. I understand, Mr. Wang. If you handle this matter well, I will consider improving the compensation of the company's employees. Wangfan said in a steady tone, and did not forget to give some sweet treats. It can be said that he has mastered the ways of the boss to perfection. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Fan Debiao was very excited and his gratitude was beyond words. Wangfan patted Fan Debiao on the shoulder and left the mall in a cool manner. Without Wangfan present, General Manager Fan Debiao's momentum suddenly increased and his expression became extremely stern. The photo of the bald man was then sent to the Public Relations Department, asking them to check his personal information. Not long after, the bald man's message appeared on his phone. Wangfan recalled how Fan Debiao had been groveling in front of him just now, and suddenly he understood why so many people wanted to climb up. Because you are standing high enough, there will be many people serving you. You don't have to do everything yourself, and there will be people to help you solve many problems. Chapter 41, Arriving at the cousin's high school and causing a stir, Wangfan decided to donate. Wangfan was holding 3 shopping bags filled with Swarovski earrings, bracelets, and necklaces. The reason why Wangfan bought 3 copies was that he realized that his cousin was too beautiful and would inevitably be coveted by some bad students or people in society. Fan Shuqin and Li Shuangshuang, the 2 roommates, have good personalities and are quite Wangfan's type. Plus, they live in the same dormitory with his cousin, so having them around is like having two more pairs of eyes and ears. If anything happens to his cousin at school, he can be informed immediately to avoid irreparable tragedies. So bribing these two little cuties first will definitely help you achieve great things with little money. When the three girls saw the gifts Wangfan gave them, they were all as happy as flowers. However, after they took a look at them, they felt that the gifts were too expensive. The three things cost tens of thousands of yuan, and they bought 3 sets at a time, which was 30,000 yuan. Cousin, this gift is too expensive. We can't accept it. Li Shuangshuang spoke first. Fan Shuqin was not willing to be left behind. We are still students now, and we have nothing to give you in return. If you insist on giving me something, Li Shuangshuang and I can only pledge ourselves to you. Fang Lianyue looked at Fan Shuqin in disbelief and said, Shuqin, you are crazy. He is our eldest cousin. How can you have such an idea? Lianyu, you are wrong. Li Shuangshuang said from the side, the elder cousin is just your elder cousin. He can be the love brother of Shuqin and me. Wangfan was so confused listening to the three girls talking that he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. The strong feeling of being pushed on the back made the three of them exclaim, and instantly forgot what they had just discussed. They turned around and started criticizing Wangfan's driving skills. Wangfan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and thought that today's high school students are really naive and a little cute. After Fang Lianyue and the others explained the situation, the guard opened the school gate, and Wangfan drove into the school openly, instantly attracting many students on campus to stop and watch. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? It's full of futuristic technology. So cool. Is it just me who saw it? The guy driving the car is so handsome. There's no one as handsome as him in our school. Fuck, Fang Lianyue is actually sitting in the passenger seat. Could he be her boyfriend? Is this the legendary perfect match? Who cares? Just follow him and take a look. I saw through the rearview mirror that many classmates were running after me. Fang Lianyue felt a headache for a while. She was already very famous in the school and was recognized as the school belle. Now sitting in the car of my handsome and rich cousin, I will definitely get into a lot of trouble later. Brother, you get out of the car first to attract fire, and then we'll take the opportunity to run back to the dormitory. Fang Lianyue arranged things for Wangfan seriously. Please, otherwise your sister will be talked about in school again. Can you bear it? What else could Wangfan say? He could only sigh. Since she was his sister, he nodded helplessly. Fang Lianyue then crossed from the front row to the back row and rearranged the group, saying, let's put our school uniforms over our heads, leaving a gap to see the road. The three of us are of similar build, so they won't be able to tell who is who. After we get off the bus, we'll run in 3 different directions and finally meet at the dormitory. Li Shuangshuang and Fan Shuqin agreed. Fang Lianyue finally arranged, brother, you can go directly to our class, class 3-5. If you don't know where it is, just ask the classmates around you. Wangfan sighed again. What an ungrateful person these three were. They ignored his safety when they were in danger. Sure enough, after Wangfan got off the bus, students from the school flocked to him, especially the girls, who all became crazy about him. It turns out that the power of the comic book man is extraordinary. Some people asked for a photo with green bubbles, and of course some asked to be Wangfan's girlfriend. All the male classmates were extremely envious, and some even started complaining about their parents, asking why they didn't give them a handsome face. At this moment, Fang Lianyue and her friends got out of the car from the back door with their heads covered with their school uniforms. According to Fang Lianyue's plan, the three of them ran away separately. They were originally thinking about whether it was Fang Lianyue. They were completely confused and didn't know who to chase. By the time they reacted and split into 3 groups to chase them, the 3 students in the school uniforms with their heads covered had already run far away. Wangfan saw that Fang Lianyue and the others had already escaped, so there was no need for him to keep pretending to be nice to these female classmates. I glanced at my watch and saw that there was still nearly an hour before the parent-teacher meeting. It would seem a bit silly to go wait in the classroom now. So Wangfan smiled and asked the female student next to him, which student can take me to the principal's office? I want to talk to your principal about something. Many female classmates raised their hands to indicate that they could take him there, and so Wangfan, surrounded by a group of girls, came to the principal's office. The female classmates who had brought him here scattered like birds and beasts in an instant. Wangfan knocked on the door, and a sweet voice like a clear orchid came from inside. Come in. This was really beyond Wangfan's expectations. In his stereotype, the person who could become the principal of such a high school must be similar to the bald man he met in the People's Shopping Mall. Unexpectedly, what I saw was a middle-aged woman wearing a professional suit, looking very capable, probably in her 30s but less than 40 years old. She was at the age when she exuded the charm of a mature woman. When she looked up at Wangfan, her eyes lit up. She never expected that there was such a handsome young man. "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you?" Wangfan sat down in front of the Principal Tang Xianshan, and then said with a smile, "Principal Tang, I see that some parts of our school are being renovated, and I want to donate some money to us." Tang Xianshan looked at Wangfan with interest and asked, "Then please introduce yourself first, and how much do you plan to donate?" Wangfan thought for a moment and said, "I am a senior student at Magic City University. My name is Wangfan, and I am the cousin of Fan Lianyue from class 3-5 of senior high school." Tang Xianxian didn't expect that the person in front of her was actually a student, so his so-called donation seemed insignificant to Tang Xianxian. After all, how much money can a college student have? When she heard Fan Lianyue's name, she felt as if something had suddenly dawned on her. No wonder the young man in front of her was so handsome. The reason why the other party had an impression of Lianyue was mainly because this girl was not only good at studying but also beautiful. She was the recognized school belle. Naturally, she became the subject of discussion among the substitute teacher and classmates. Of course, I also have a brief understanding of Fan Lianyue's family situation, but I haven't heard that she has any relatives with special backgrounds. As for how much I should donate? I would like to ask Principal Tang, if we renovate our school's library, stadium, dormitory building, etc., and also introduce the latest AI teaching system, replace hardware equipment such as computers, etc., how much budget will it cost? Chapter 42, showing his watch to dispel Tang Xuanxuan's doubts, donating 100 million to get the beauty. Tang Xianxian didn't expect Wangfan to be serious about it. He spoke with such sincerity and seriousness that it made her feel convincing. But she quickly dismissed the idea. After all, Wangfan was too young for her. If the man in front of her was a bald man with a big belly, she might have believed him 70% to 80%. The man in front of him, apart from a Givenchy suit worth tens of thousands of dollars, did not look wealthy in other aspects. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your concern for our school." Tang Xianxian responded with a smile, "Our school has already applied to the higher authorities for the corresponding budget. Although it is not much, it can help the students improve their accommodation conditions first. As for the rest, we will also rely on the support of the higher authorities, and we will also raise funds from some outstanding alumni and people in the society, so Mr. Wang, please don't worry about it. You should just study hard and complete your studies and internship." Wangfan could tell that Tang Xianxian in front of him didn't believe that he had the money to help their school improve its hardware and software facilities. Being famous seems to be a double-edged sword. Sometimes it can bring you some conveniences. If it was Principal Wang standing in front of Principal Tang, she would probably have been overjoyed. She believes that Principal Wang has the ability to help their school improve the learning environment. The inconvenience is that life will be infinitely magnified and personal privacy will be exposed from head to toe. Now, Wangfan would feel uncomfortable if he didn't spend a small goal every day. He spent more than 100,000 yuan on a trip to the People's Shopping Mall, but could only buy one skill point in the Shanhao Mall, which made Wangfan lose interest at all. There is no choice but to show my true strength to Principal Tang. Wangfan stood up. Tang Xianxian thought he was going to leave, but he walked straight towards his desk. Inexplicably, Tang Xianxian felt her heart beating faster and became inexplicably nervous. It seems that no matter what age group, people have no resistance to handsome guys. "Student Wang, what are you going to do?" Tang Xianxian asked nervously. Wangfan smiled evilly and said, "I just want to show Principal Tang my strength." As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves. Tang Xianxian thought he was going to attack her, and she was so scared that she sat back in her chair. "I wonder if Principal Tang recognizes the watch I'm wearing." Wangfan asked, "Do you know how much it costs?" Tang Xianxian looked carefully and only recognized the Rolex logo, but had no idea which model it was. "It's a Rolex, but I don't know which one. Let me tell you, it's the Unicorn Daytona number 6265. You can check how much it's worth, and then you'll know if I can help our school improve its hardware and software facilities." Being stared at by Wangfan in such a condescending and aggressive manner, Tang Xianxian felt a little uncomfortable, as if she was seen through by the man in front of her. "Okay, I get it, can you sit back down?" Wangfan saw that she was absent-minded, took out his chrysanthemum trifold and said, "Principal Tang, add a green bubble." I will send you the relevant information. Tang Xianxian had never been so passive before. She didn't expect to be led by the nose by a man so much younger than her. I had to take out my phone and scan the other party's QR code. To her surprise, Wangfan took off his watch and put it directly on her desk. When she saw the information about the unicorn Daytona number 6265 sent by Wangfan, her eyes widened. Such a watch actually cost more than 40 million. Then she carefully picked up the watch and entered a code on the watch according to the prompts on the official website. The prompt she got was true. She looked at Wangfan, who was sitting on the sofa again. Her previous stereotype was completely gone. She felt that he might really be able to help the school improve its environment. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry for not trusting you just now. You should take this watch back. Wangfan did not move, but asked, Principal Tang, can you tell me now how much budget is needed to improve the school facilities? Tang Xianxian thought for a moment and replied, according to our previous calculations, it would cost about 50 million to improve the entire school. If we improve the hardware and software as you just said, it would probably cost about 20 to 30 million more than that. Without even thinking, Wangfan said, then I will donate 100 million to our school first. If the subsequent budget is not enough, you can come to me for more. Tang Xianxian really didn't expect that while she was sitting in the office, a good thing that came to her like a small goal would happen to her. All this made her feel unreal. I wonder if Mr. Wang has any additional conditions for donating 100 million to our school? In fact, at this time, Tang Xianxian had already begun to struggle in her heart. If the handsome boy in front of her made excessive demands, would she agree? Wangfan seemed to have seen through Tang Xuanxuan's thoughts. He sighed helplessly and said, Principal Tang, don't people even have basic trust in each other? What can I ask for? All I ask is that my cousin is studying in our school. I hope you can take good care of her in the future. Tang Xianxian didn't expect Wangfan to make such a small request after donating 100 million yuan. She didn't know why she felt a void in her heart. Mr. Wang, your cousin is a student at our school, so we will naturally take care of her. Don't worry about that. Wangfan was obviously not satisfied with Tang Xuanxuan's official answer. Principal Tang, I don't want you to treat everyone equally. I need you to favor my cousin and ensure that she is not harassed by her classmates at school. Could it be that Fong was bullied by other students? Tang Xianxian asked in confusion. If this really happened, we will definitely deal with it seriously. However, you don't have to donate 100 million for your cousin. No one's money comes from the wind. I think you should think twice before acting, Mr. Wang. Although Wangfan used a watch worth more than 40 million yuan to prove that he could come up with the 100 million yuan, it does not mean that the money is his. It may belong to his family. I have the final say over my money. Wangfan said domineeringly, Principal Tang, just give me our school's public bank card number, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Seeing Wangfan so determined, Tang Xianxian picked up her phone and called the finance office, asking the relevant teacher to send the school's public account over. Everything went smoothly after that, and Wangfan transferred the money as soon as he got the account number. After getting confirmation from the finance teacher that the 100 million had been received, Wangfan stood up and said goodbye to attend his cousin's class meeting. Mr. Wang, wait a moment. Tang Xianxian quickly called Wangfan, your watch. Maybe it was because Tang Xianxian walked too fast, her footing lost stability, and she screamed and was about to fall down. She had already thought it through. Even if her breasts were broken, she couldn't let the watch have any accidents. This was a watch worth more than 40 million yuan and she couldn't afford to pay for it. Seeing this, Wangfan stepped on the gas and increased the speed to the maximum. When Tang Xianxian was about to fall, he hugged her in his arms. Chapter 43, Women's Revenge, Red Envelope War in the Class Group. Tang Xianxian looked at Wangfan's handsome profile. She felt it was incredible. How did he do it? He had already walked to the door. How come he suddenly appeared in front of my desk and hugged me? The scene where he just held his waist and turned around really looked like an idol drama. It's a pity that she is too old. If she were the same age as Wangfan, she would definitely pursue him. But then he thought again, although he was a few years older than Wangfan, as the old saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man is worth 12 gold bricks, and he was lucky for this guy. Wangfan didn't expect that although Principal Tang looked thin, she didn't feel uncomfortable to the touch, especially since he was afraid that she would fall, so he accidentally put his hand on her buttocks, which were very elastic. But now Principal Tang has his eyes closed, looking ready to be picked, which is really tempting. If she backed down at this moment, wouldn't Principal Tang mistakenly think that she was unattractive? She would then develop an inferiority complex and be unable to manage the school properly? He would be committing a serious sin. So Wangfan lowered his head and was about to kiss her when he heard a knock on the door. Wangfan was so scared that he quickly stopped what he was saying, then helped Tang Xianxian up. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes, but it still didn't escape Wangfan's sharp eyes. After adjusting her mood, Tang Xianxian said coldly, "Please come in." Wangfan casually took the watch from Tang Xianxian and put it back on his hand. The person who came in was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a bald head. He did not give the impression of being a good person. There was a kind of madness in his eyes when he looked at Tang Xianxian, but when he saw Wangfan, he instantly became hostile. "Director Wang, what's going on?" "Principal, who is this handsome guy? Is he a new colleague? I haven't seen him before." Tang Xuanxuan's good time was interrupted and she was already in a bad mood, so she had no time to pay attention to him. "If you have something to say, just say it." Principal Tang, who was always gentle and polite, suddenly changed his temperament, making Director Wang naturally think that it was all Wangfan's doing. At this time, I didn't dare to offend the principal anymore, so I said honestly, "There will be a mobilization meeting for the senior students to move into the dormitory this afternoon. I wanted to ask if you will attend? I have something else to do, so I won't attend." Tang Xianxian answered and looked at Director Wang and asked, "Do you have anything else to do?" "Oh, no, I'm going out now." After saying that, he closed the door and left. Director Wang was almost angry to death, and cursed Wangfan's ancestors in his heart. Without Director Wang, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became a little subtle. Wangfan felt a little awkward and said quickly, "Principal Tang, I have to leave too. See you later." After saying that, he was about to open the door and leave. The moment Wangfan walked out, Tang Xianxian grabbed Wangfan's butt as if possessed by something. Then he quickly closed the door. She leaned against the door, breathing rapidly, her heart pounding. Wangfan was really speechless. He really didn't expect that women have such a strong desire for revenge. They would not tolerate any loss at all. So he knocked on the door and said, "Principal Tang, a gentleman's revenge is always a matter of time. You are really great." After saying that, he walked towards class 3-5 of senior high school. Of course, he asked some classmates before he found the place. After arriving, he saw that some parents had already arrived. Wangfan's appearance instantly caught the attention of the female parent. After all, it was a rare opportunity to meet such a handsome man in such an occasion. So many female parents gathered around, and some male parents couldn't stand it. Why were the treatments so different when they were all parents of students? I also joined in the fun, took out my phone, opened the green bubble and said, "This parent, I haven't seen you in the class group before. Do you mind adding me as a friend and adding you to the group?" This reminder made many female parents' eyes light up and they quickly echoed, "Yes, join the group." Teachers will release information about students every day. Especially in the third year of high school, we need to pay more attention to the children's dynamics, otherwise it will affect the college entrance examination, which will delay the children's life. Wangfan actually didn't want to join. After all, he was just attending a parent-teacher meeting on behalf of his cousin. Once the mission was completed, he would be done. He didn't want to continue doing the cleanup work. However, unable to resist the enthusiasm of so many parents, he took out his QR code, asked everyone to scan it, and by the way, added him to the class group. Soon Wangfan entered the class group of grade 3-5. Zhang Xiaowei's father directly at Wangfan and said, "Welcome handsome boy's parents to join the group, send a red envelope to celebrate." Then, parents of various male classmates started to make a fuss and asked Wangfan to give out red envelopes. This immediately put Wangfan in a difficult position. If he didn't send it, it would make him look stingy. In this way, no matter how handsome a man was, no female parent would like him. This move is an open conspiracy. Just like the joke on the internet says, to test whether the relationship between two people is strong, you can find out by borrowing money from him. It is actually the same truth. Although Wangfan is very rich now, he doesn't want to be a sucker. So he directly at Zhang Xiaowei's father and said, "It would be boring if I'm the only one giving out red envelopes. How about this, I'll give you double the amount you give out for any red envelopes you give out. Do you dare to give out red envelopes?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire group of parents was in an uproar. Xiaowei's father needs to stand up for himself. A man can't say he can't do it. Hurry up and post it. At Wangfan, you've hit a wall this time. Mr. Zhang is worth tens of millions, which is more than a little handsome boy like you can compare to. Seeing the news praising himself in the group, Zhang Xiaowei's father instantly got excited. I quickly asked at Wangfan in the group, do you keep your word? Wangfan smiled slightly and replied in the group, you will know if you try it. So Zhang Xiaowei's father directly entered a random red envelope of 200 yuan. It must be said that everyone's enthusiasm was very high and it was snatched away in just 5 seconds. Wangfan didn't hesitate and directly sent a random red envelope of 400 in the group. It was required by the plot, please do not apply the real VX limit. Zhang Xiaowei's father glanced at Wangfan and thought that this boy was interesting. Then he looked at a beautiful mother not far away, his eyes full of passion. Originally, he was wearing all branded clothes today and everyone was praising him. Especially when he saw a beautiful mother who was dressed very fashionably, he boasted about his career even more unscrupulously, like a peacock spreading its tail. Who knew that the good times wouldn't last long? Wangfan came and immediately attracted all the attention focused on him, so he resorted to this desperate measure to embarrass Wangfan. Unexpectedly, Wangfan was still arguing with him, so he entered 1,000 random red envelopes again, and the parents in the group were excited again. Wangfan randomly received a red packet of 2,000 yuan without even looking at it. This attracted the attention of the head teacher of class 3-5. He wanted to say something, but when he saw that he had received the best red packet of 888 yuan, he fell silent and had even more expectations. Chapter 44 Zhang Xiaowei's father was cheated, and the head teacher retaliated against Wangfan. Zhang Xiaowei's father really didn't expect that Wangfan, this pretty boy, was actually twice as tall as him every time. But he sneered in his heart. Judging from Wangfan's age, he is most likely still a college student. How much pocket money can he have? I guess the person who came here this time is the older brother of a classmate, and he came to attend the class meeting on behalf of his parents. He still wants to show off in front of his boss who is worth tens of millions. If he doesn't beat his face until it is swollen, he is not called Zhang Weiman. So he stopped trying to send out a red envelope of 1,800 yuan and directly sent a red envelope of 10,000 yuan to the group. The entire class was instantly ignited and everyone started licking him crazily. Thank you for the red envelope, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang is so handsome. As a parent, I am so lucky to be in the same class with Mr. Zhang's child. Oh yeah, I'm the best and I got 999, thank you boss Zhang. Zhang Xiaowei's father looked at Wangfan provocatively, and then looked naturally at the student's parent who was dressed fashionably. Seeing her concentrating on grabbing the red envelope, he felt even more itchy in his heart. Wangfan ignored him and directly sent a red envelope of 20,000 yuan in the group, which made him even crazier. The previous moment of praise for Zhang Xiaowei's father was drowned out by the words praising Wangfan. Everyone was praising Wangfan for not only being handsome but also being a rich man. Especially the fashionably dressed mother, after grabbing 1888, her eyes looked at Wangfan with incomparable passion. Being rich and handsome, he must be the chosen one. This scene deeply stimulated Zhang Xiaowei's father. He was so angry that he directly sent a red envelope of 100,000 yuan in the group. Class 3-5 was in an uproar, with all the screams seeming to be able to blow the roof of the classroom off. The fashionable student's mother, after grabbing the red envelope and seeing the number 6888, was so happy that she felt like she was 18 years old again. The look she gave Zhang Xiaowei's father became tender. The least that others grabbed was over 1,000, and their happy faces were like blooming chrysanthemums. Before coming here, they were still cursing the school, saying that if there was anything, they couldn't notify the group, and that they had to come to the parent-teacher meeting on a weekday. As a result, they had to take leave and half a day's salary would be deducted. Everyone was in a bad mood. Unexpectedly, there were two idiots in the parent group who started to compete with each other in sending red envelopes for some unknown reason. The previous resentment was instantly washed away by the big red envelope in the group, and everyone looked at Wangfan expectantly. Wangfan didn't hesitate at all and directly sent a red envelope of 200,000 yuan to the class group of class 3-5 in green bubble. Thank you, God of Wealth. This is the biggest red envelope I have ever gotten in my life. I benefit from the fight between the God of Wealth and you two lords, fight harder. Mr. Zhang, don't be a coward. Go for it. If you make more money, you will have to make at least 1 million. Don't let this little gigolo look down on you. The man who said this must be the one who instigated the trouble. His only purpose is to add fuel to the fire and make these two fools fight to the death. They all benefited from the situation in the group. At this moment, the fashionable student's mother looked at Zhang Xiaowei's father and said sweetly, "Dad Xiaowei, the red envelope I just grabbed was so small, less than 10,000 yuan. Do you hear what people say? Can you let me have a try, grab a big one, and then show off on WeChat moments?" That kind of please expression instantly made Zhang Xiaowei's father excited. He glared at Wangfan fiercely, then said, "Okay, then I'll give out 1 million, so that everyone can have fun." A red envelope of 1 million was directly sent to the group. Wangfan showed an imperceptible evil smile on his face. He quickly clicked on the red envelope. After opening it, he found that he had actually grabbed 258,800 for the best of the game. In other words, the red envelope sent out before will be recovered the moment it is opened. Then Wangfan put away his phone and put it in his pocket. Everyone who was about to praise Zhang Xiaofeng's father in front of the public suddenly felt unhappy. He was even thinking about snatching Wangfan's 2 million red envelope, but why did he just put away his phone so simply? "Wangfan, Mr. Zhang sent out a red envelope of 1 million in the group, shouldn't you double it to 2 million? That's right, hurry up and post it. People should be honest and keep their words." Facing the crowd's aggressiveness, Wangfan said innocently, "Do you know what the 4 big words written on your foreheads mean?" Everyone looked at each other, but didn't see any words at all. They thought Wangfan was playing a trick on them. "What words? Why didn't we see them? You are so greedy, you can't even give up, and you're still complaining about this and that. What qualifications do you have to boss me around?" The group of grown men's faces turned green and red as they spoke. At this time, Zhang Xiaowei's father also realized that he had been tricked by Wangfan. He suffered a great loss this time and fell into the trap because of his impulsiveness. "Wangfan, you said that everyone has no right to criticize you, then I, the person involved, should have the right to criticize you. Didn't you just say in the group that you would double the amount of red envelopes I send? Why don't you dare to follow up after I offered 1 million? Are you still a man?" Wangfan looked at a fool and said, "Go check the chat history again. I didn't agree to double your investment. You have a hole in your brain and you blame me." After Wangfan's reminder, and looking at the chat records between the two, he discovered that Wangfan's last words, "If Zhang Xiaowei's father doesn't believe it, he can try it," did not say for sure that he would double his money. It was obvious that Wangfan had set a trap for the other party. Zhang Xiaowei's father said with a dark face, "I don't care if other people grab my red envelopes, but you must return the more than 200,000 yuan you grabbed to me." Wangfan replied with 2 words in disdain, "Don't even think about it." The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, as if it could explode at any time. Li Guangbei, the head teacher, walked in with a stack of information. "Good afternoon, everyone. I invited all the parents here today for only one topic, which is that the school needs to improve the accommodation conditions for students and carry out renovations. Since we are in the 3rd year of high school, we will be dealt with first. This brings up a problem: how to solve the accommodation problem for students." Wangfan listened to the head teacher Li Guangbei on the podium. He could have just said it in one sentence, but he insisted on giving a long speech on the cause and effect of the matter, how difficult it was for the school to do this, what its deeper meaning was, etc. In fact, their school has finally applied for this budget, and they need to implement it as soon as possible to make improvements. The current problem is student accommodation. The school requires that everyone move into the apartment they have agreed on, but they need to pay a part of the fee. Parents who lived closer to home were naturally unwilling to do so, so an argument arose. When Wangfan heard that there must be something fishy going on, he became too lazy to listen. He was drowsy and finally fell asleep. Li Guangbei was already unhappy with the parents' dissatisfaction, and now he saw someone still sleeping, and that guy was even more handsome than him. Of course, what made him most angry was that the other party actually cheated and did not send the red envelope of 2 million in the group, causing him to directly lose tens of thousands. So he picked up a piece of chalk, broke it off, and threw it at Wangfan's head. Chapter 45: Wangfan's counterattack, threatened by Li Guangbei. Now Wangfan's various indicators are already 5 times the limit of ordinary human body. Even when he was sleeping, his body could instinctively sense the coming of a crisis. When the chalk was about to hit his head, he grabbed the chalk as if by reflex. Then he flicked his finger and the chalk head quickly shot towards Li Guangbei, which made the parents present exclaim in surprise. It was like discovering a new continent. Wangfan was not only handsome and had some money, but he also knew martial arts. He was really an all-rounder. If I could date a handsome guy like this, I would be willing to do it even if it cost me 10 years of my best friend's life. Li Guangbei really didn't expect that Wangfan would do this to him. I was so frightened that I thought my life would be in danger if I didn't dodge the attack. In a panic, I hit my head on the table, and a big blister appeared on my head. I wanted to curse, but I heard a bang and the blackboard was pierced by the chalk and shattered into pieces, as if it had been hit by a bullet, while the chalk head was nailed to the wall intact. This scene made the parents present feel even more incredible. Wangfan couldn't be a descendant of some immortal cultivation family. This move is quite impressive. Hurry up and report to the police. This is murder for money. If Teacher Lee hadn't dodged in time, I can't imagine what would have happened. Handsome Wang, do you have a girlfriend? I have a twin sister I want to introduce to you. The noisy noise in the classroom woke Wangfan up. He looked at the people around him in confusion, feeling a sense of unreality. Shouldn't we be holding a class meeting? Why are we starting to discuss him? I can't send red envelopes in the group even if I kill him. When Li Guangbei saw Wangfan wake up, he slammed the table and said, Wangfan, this is how you come to your sister's parent-teacher conference, attacking the teacher and smashing the blackboard in the classroom. You want to go to heaven. Zhang Xiaowei's father then jumped out and said, if you are dissatisfied with Teacher Li, you can speak out openly. If you launch a sneak attack, it would be a mean act. Wangfan was a little confused and asked, Teacher, I admit that it was wrong for me to fall asleep just now, but I was accused of hitting you and breaking the blackboard. I definitely didn't do it on purpose. Who provided me with the chalk? Zhang Xiaowei's father was afraid that his words would fall to the ground, so he quickly answered, it was the head teacher who saw you sleeping and wanted to wake you up with chalk, but he didn't expect you to fight back. You are so bold. You are trying to kill for money. Wangfan glared at Zhang Xiaowei's father and said, shut up, or else don't blame me for being rude. Then Wangfan looked at Li Guangbei and asked, if you were the teacher who hit me with chalk first, then my counterattack would be considered as self-defense, and I won't be held responsible for anything. But I admit that I broke the glass. Anyway, I just grabbed more than 200,000 yuan from the red envelope, so I still have enough money to buy a new blackboard for our class. Killing two people in a row, Zhang Xiaowei's father's face became very ugly. MD was just cheated and now he was being criticized again. This Wangfan is his nemesis. Li Guangbei's face was not looking any better either. Fang Lianyue's cousin, don't think that just because you are not a direct relative of Fang Lianyue, you can do whatever you want here. If you continue to make trouble, it will affect Fang Lianyue. You should think it over carefully. In fact, the teacher's biggest reliance is that he can control your child. Most parents will definitely compromise when faced with such a situation. But who is Wangfan? It would be a huge joke if he was afraid of a small class teacher like him. Teacher Li, are you threatening me with my cousin in front of all the parents? Wangfan said disdainfully, is this your ethics as a teacher? The eyes of the parents present looked at Wangfan with changed expressions. How dare he do that? It was also the first time that Li Guangbei encountered such an angry parent, who actually embarrassed him in front of so many parents. The happiest person was Zhang Xiaowei's father. He felt very happy that Wangfan was a fool. If he went against the class teacher, he would definitely be dead. Fang Lianyue's cousin, is this how you look down on me as your class teacher? I'll call Fang Lianyue's parents over right now to see if they don't care whether their child can go to school or not. Wangfan didn't expect that this head teacher had no bottom line and would even escalate the threats. Whether Fang Lianyue can go to school is not up to you, a mere class teacher, to decide. Wangfan was also angry. How could such a guy with no professional ethics become a gardener of the flowers of the motherland? This cancer should be cleared out of the teaching team. Wangfan, I don't know who gave you the confidence, but don't think that you can get away with cheating Zhang Xiaowei's father out of more than 1 million yuan with your little cleverness. You know that this constitutes the crime of extortion. I advise you to return the money to Zhang Xiaowei's father. As for whether your cousin can attend school here, whether I, a small class teacher, can make the decision, you just wait and see. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and made a call, saying, Director Wang, there is a parent in our class who is making trouble and not following the school's arrangements. He has caused trouble for our class. Please ask him to take the student home. After hanging up the phone, Li Guangbei looked down on all the parents in the class like a general returning from a victorious battle, saying, if any of you don't want to obey the school's arrangement, just follow him and take your own children home. Our school doesn't need to be corrupted by unhealthy parents. What a good trick of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. All the parents of class 3-5 of senior high school were silent. Some parents of students who lived very close to the school and asked to live at home no longer dared to say a word. Wangfan snorted coldly and asked, Mr. Li, you are so arrogant. I wonder how long you can still be so arrogant. I suspect that you colluded with apartments outside the school and forced students to move in. You took kickbacks from them. Do you think you are a human being? Li Guangbei didn't expect that Wangfan was so capable. He could unravel the key to the problem from his false words. It was indeed the idea of his uncle, Director Wang, that everyone in the class should live in the apartment they designated. Because the property manager there was a classmate of Director Wang, this matter was decided over a dinner table. Director Wang also promised to give his nephew a 10-point commission after the matter was completed, which would also be a considerable extra income. Wangfan, get out of here. Li Guangbei used anger to cover up the fact, we don't welcome people like you in class 3-5 of senior high school. Anger can't cover up the fact that you are unworthy of being a teacher. Wangfan said disdainfully, you just stole a lot of red envelopes. Do you really think everyone's eyes are blind? I'm not telling you to save your face. If you don't have any shame, don't blame me for being rude. At this time, the back door of the classroom was pushed open from the outside. I want to see who is so bold as to scold our teacher. Such uneducated parents probably have children who are not any better. Take your child and leave. Chapter 46, Li Guangbei's backstage. Tang Xianxian stands up for Wangfan seeking 5-star praise, thanks. The person who came was none other than Director Wang, who was going to Principal Tang's office and was also Li Guangbei's uncle. In fact, he had already recognized Wangfan's voice outside the door, and his anger was surging out. He has always had a crush on Tang Xianxian, and every time he would find various reasons to talk to Principal Tang, but every time Tang Xianxian acted in a businesslike manner, which completely aroused his desire to conquer her. He originally didn't want Tang Xianxian to participate in this senior year mobilization meeting. After all, he and his nephew had a secret that could not be told, so he deliberately went to Tang Xuanxuan's office to report. According to his past experience, once he said this, Tang Xianxian would definitely not participate, so he would have the final say on the matter. Who would have thought that he would meet Wangfan in Tang Xuanxuan's office? Not only did Tang Xianxian protect him, but Wangfan was also so handsome that he was nothing compared to him. And in Director Wang's mind, looking at Wangfan and Tang Xianxian, one word popped up, a talented man and a beautiful woman. This was a little hard for him to accept, and when Director Wang asked Principal Tang who Wangfan was, he was simply ignored. Director Wang felt that his dignity was trampled upon, and he had been wanting to vent his anger. Unexpectedly, his nephew called and said that he had encountered a troublemaker, and he thought it would be better to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Who knew that after seeing that troublemaker, he would become extremely excited, because it was none other than the handsome guy in Tang Xuanxuan's office. He wanted to use the power in his hands to trample Wangfan under his feet, make Wangfan kneel down and submit to him, and then step on Wangfan's dignity to get him out. Wangfan turned his head and looked, and he didn't expect that the so-called Director Wang appeared in Principal Tang's office. He came up without asking any questions, and his tone was exactly the same as Li Guangbei's. So he looked at Director Wang and asked, "Who are you? You didn't know we were having a parents' meeting, but you barged in. Do you have any manners?" Director Wang did not expect that Wangfan would be so bold as to fire directly at him in front of so many people. He even pretended not to know him, which showed that he simply didn't take his master seriously. It was outrageous. "I'm Wang Defa, the school director. How dare you be so rude to me and even blame me? You don't deserve to be in our school. Take your children and leave right now." Wangfan was really impressed by these two scumbag teachers. They didn't know anything and just drove people away. What kind of people are they? As a class teacher and a school director, I would like to ask, Wangfan pointed at Li Guangbei and Director Wang and said, who gave you the right to deprive a child of the right to education? Don't think that just because you have a little power, you don't know your own name. People like you who have no morals and no principles would definitely be traitors in wartime. I will never bow my head to a traitor, unless your Principal Tang comes over. If she also thinks I am wrong and asks me to leave, I will turn around and leave. Wangfan's words made Director Wang certain that this guy came to the school to poach his students. I didn't expect that this guy would dare to snatch the woman I liked. He is really looking for death. Director Wang certainly wouldn't let Wangfan have his way. He sneered and said, "Boy, don't dream of using Principal Tang to pressure me. In this school, my decision can't be changed even if Principal Tang comes. So don't try to struggle, take your child and get out of here." At this moment, the door behind opened again. Director Wang, what a powerful authority. As school administrators, we are here to provide students with a good learning environment and to cooperate with parents to train their children into pillars of society, not to let you show off your authority here. The person who came was none other than the principal Tang Xianxian. Director Wang's forehead instantly broke out in sweat. He really didn't expect that there was a yellow bird behind him. Wangfan saw Principal Tang coming over and smiled at her and said, "Hello, Principal Tang. On behalf of the students' parents, I would like to ask our school whether all students need to live in our designated apartments regardless of how far their homes are from the school? Is this one-size-fits-all approach against the rules?" Tang Xianxian frowned. This was completely different from the plan they had discussed during the previous school management meeting. The plan at the time was for the school to contribute part of the fees, and for the students' parents to contribute part of the fees as well, to find a relatively good apartment near the school to help the students get through this difficult time. Students who live near the school can go home, but for the students' safety, parents must come to the school to pick them up after evening study. Director Wang, is this the content of the meeting that you conveyed to the head teachers of each class? Tang Xianxian was very angry. She hated people who pretended to obey but actually disobeyed their orders, and who disregarded the reputation of the school. Director Wang's CPU was about to smoke at this time. He was thinking of a solution, when suddenly he saw his nephew on the podium. He followed the principle of a friend's death is better than my own death. He said sternly, "Teacher Li, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you strictly follow the spirit of the meeting I conveyed, but change the content of the meeting privately?" At this moment, Li Guangbei really wanted to strangle his uncle to death. He was caught off guard by the blame. He is now in a critical period of love with his girlfriend. She values his profession as a teacher very much and thinks it is stable and has 2 relatively long holidays a year. Once they have a child, he can create a better educational environment for the child. If he is fired because of taking kickbacks, his current girlfriend will most likely end up breaking up with him. So he couldn't lose this job, so he started his fight back. Director Wang, I conveyed the spirit of the meeting in accordance with your ideas. Why do I have to take the blame when the principal asks me? Director Wang almost vomited blood. How could he have such a stupid teammate? He was really screwed. In the face of such a major issue, he was stabbed in the back by his own nephew. He really wanted to strangle the other person to death. What an ungrateful person. It was all because of his efforts that he became the head teacher and was able to be a teacher in this school. When something goes wrong, he doesn't take any blame. Once he falls, how can a half-baked teacher like him stay in this school? He has no tact at all. I really regret working with him. Seeing Director Wang's face turning pale, Tang Xianxian pressed him further. Director Wang, do you have anything else to say? For the students' safety, I checked out relatively good apartments and let them move in. Is that wrong? Wangfan continued, Director Wang, your original intention may be good, but you dare to call the person in charge of the apartment you negotiated with and confront him. Did you negotiate with him about taking kickbacks? When Director Wang heard what Wangfan said, he immediately became excited and said, I am an upright person. There is nothing to be afraid of. I will call the person in charge over right away. Chapter 47 Zhang Xiaowei's father was sanctioned, and the manager Gao of Xiangyang apartment arrived. Everyone present, including Tang Xianxian, was puzzled by Wang Fan's confusing operation. Wang Fan is indeed handsome, but he has a stupid brain. If it is true as he speculated, Director Wang has colluded with the people over there, then they can't come up with a fart when confronted with the mass energy comparison. I think this Wang Fan is an egomaniac. He feels like he has everything under control, but it's actually bullshit. It's obvious that Principal Tang is on the handsome guy's side. What else can Director Wang come up with? I think the principal and the handsome guy are a perfect match. Wang Fan ignored the rumors of the people around him and lay down on the table again. He was feeling very unhappy because he was woken up by the people around him when he was sleeping soundly just now. Wang Fan, have you already started to act like a loser? Hurry up and find someone to back you up. If Director Wang brings his men here later, you'll be dead. Zhang Xiaowei's father started yelling again, but Wang Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this clown-like character. But he is like a mosquito, buzzing all the time when you are sleeping, which is actually very annoying. So Wang Fan looked up at Zhang Xiaowei's father and said, have you had enough of the good life? Do you want to go back to the days of poverty? If not, shut up. Zhang Xiaowei's father didn't expect Wang Fan to be so tough and ridiculed him in front of so many parents and the principal. If he just gave in and said nothing, it would be like admitting that he was afraid. Then where would Mr. Zhang's face be? Wangfan, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty here? You're making me live a life of poverty. Are you a big idiot? Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue tangled when you say such big words? You are a coward who refuses to admit a bet and cheated me out of more than 200,000 yuan. Are you just good at talking? I want to see if you can make me penniless. Wangfan snorted coldly and looked at Zhang Xiaowei's father as if he were a fool. Everyone is listening, bear witness for me, he is courting death, and it will be useless even if you kneel down and beg me later. Just keep pretending. Everyone can brag. When you blow your own trumpet, let's see how you end up. Wangfan pointed at Zhang Xiaowei's father and dialed the number, and the call was connected. Help me check this person. His son is a student in class 3-5 of Pengcheng High School. Find out what industry his family is in. I don't care what method you use, just ruin his industry as soon as possible and turn him from a middle-class person into a poor person. If you can't handle it alone, you can ask Wang Fucai from Yida to help you. By the way, banks are the best at checking a person's assets. You can also contact President Bai Jia. Well, I only have one request, and that is fast. After saying that, Wangfan hung up the phone and continued to lie on the table ready to go to sleep. Zhang Xiaowei's father laughed out loud. Wangfan, you are quite good at pretending. Are President Wang of Yida and President Bai of Shanghai Agricultural Bank the people that a pretty boy like you can get in touch with? You really just talk nonsense. Aren't you afraid that you'll get slapped in the face later? As soon as Zhang Xiaowei's father finished speaking, his phone rang. It was a call from China Merchants Bank. Hello, Manager Jean, why are you calling me at this time? The call was hung up after a few words, and then Zhang Xiaowei's father's face turned ugly. Several more calls followed and Zhang Xiaowei's father's face turned extremely pale. The look in his eyes when he looked at Wangfan changed. It was no longer arrogant, but became very fearful, just like a mouse seeing a cat. Just now, his assets in major banks all ran into problems. Either he was asked to repay the loans quickly, or errors occurred when transferring accounts and he could not pay. The 4 words in a state of panic instantly materialized in his mind. The reason for this series of problems was that he kept provoking Wangfan. He recalled the phone call Wangfan had just made, which threatened to turn him from the middle class into the proletariat. He was terrified to the extreme. He no longer cared about his face and knelt down in front of Wangfan and said, Master Wang, I was wrong. Please let me go. I have a family to support. It's all my fault for being mean and shouldn't have provoked you. Please. He then started to slap himself in the face without caring about anything. This scene once again refreshed the perception of Wangfan among the people present. A phone call could make a multi-millionaire kneel down and apologize so shamelessly. What kind of power does it take to do this? The key point is that he doesn't even know Zhang Xiaowei's father's name, but he was able to make Zhang Xiaowei's father kneel down and beg for mercy so quickly. It's so terrifying. Wangfan was too lazy to even look at him. He had warned him about this rubbish, but he just wouldn't listen and kept on being a jerk. Just at this moment, Director Wang came in with Gao Su, the manager of Shangyang apartment. Seeing this scene, Director Wang felt like he had discovered a new world. Pointing at Wangfan, he asked, What are you doing? Why are you making this parent kneel in front of you? Do you know how much negative impact this will have on our school? Wangfan turned his head and looked at Director Wang and said, What are you barking about? Haven't you heard the saying? If you don't investigate, you have no right to speak. You don't even know the cause and effect of the matter, but you just make a conclusion. Having a parasite like you is bad for the school. Boy, no matter who you rely on, I will not allow you and your family to be troublemakers in our Pengcheng High School. Wangfan stood up, looked at Director Wang and said, I'll give you the same words. He was about to confront Director Wang and Gao Su, but at this moment, Zhang Xiaowei's father grabbed Wangfan's leg and said, Master Wang, please let me go. I can't become penniless. My children need money to go to school. Wangfan kicked him down and said coldly, It's none of my business. Then he walked up to Gao Su and asked, Are you the one who discussed the apartment cooperation with Director Wang? So is there something fishy going on between the two of you? If everyone had not seen how Wangfan changed Zhang Xiaowei's father's name from Mr. Zhang to Mr. Zhang with just one phone call, they would definitely think that Wangfan was an idiot. It's impossible for a normal person to ask such a question so openly. Gao Su's face instantly turned red and he angrily said, Who are you? You escaped from that mental hospital. You are slandering me. I can sue you. Only incompetent people will get furious, and only those who are caught with something will instantly turn red in the face. In fact, Wangfan already knew this. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the shady dealings between you and Director Wang, or don't blame me for being rude. At this time, Director Wang's face was also very ugly. He pointed at Wangfan and said, Mr. Wang, you must not be rude to Manager Gao at Shangyang apartment. He is not your prisoner. What is your attitude? How should I treat people like you who are not presentable, Director Wang? Wangfan said coldly, and you should enjoy your last days as Director Wang. As he spoke, Wangfan took out his phone again, asked the system to dial the number of Fan Changqing, the person in charge of Shangyang apartment, and called him. Chapter 48, Fan Changqing exposes the collusion between the school and the apartment, and Director Wang spreads rumors to discredit Principal Tang. You are playing tricks, Director Wang said disdainfully, let me see who you can call. I tell you, no matter who you call, I can't protect you today. When other parents in the class saw the scene, they felt it was very familiar. Zhang Xiaowei's father had been so arrogant in shouting at Wangfan before, but now he was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy like a stray dog. Li Guangbei, who had been standing on the podium, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Wangfan made Zhang Xiaowei's father lose everything with just one phone call. His uncle obviously didn't know Wangfan's true identity yet, and if he continued to provoke him like this, he would definitely not end up well. So Li Guangbei came over and said to his uncle, Director Wang, this person is not simple, don't be fooled by his appearance of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Director Wang was very angry at this moment. It was this ungrateful nephew who had betrayed him. Now he is here to destroy his own prestige and boost Wangfan's morale. He really deserves to die. He raised his hand and slapped him, you are a traitor. What qualifications do you have to teach me how to do things? Get out of my way. Li Guangbei never expected that his uncle was so ungrateful. He was clearly helping him, but not only did he not appreciate it, he also slapped him in front of so many people, which really humiliated him. Okay, if you dare to hit me, I'll tell my mom and let her punish you. Once these words were spoken, the filters that many parents had for their children's class teacher were shattered. He is definitely a mama's boy. Even though he is so old, he still looks for his mother when he has problems. Fan Changqing rushed over quickly. After all, this was the first time his new boss summoned him. If he was not enthusiastic, he would most likely lose his position. When Gaosu saw Fan Changqing, he had a bad feeling and hurried forward to greet him, but Fan Changqing ignored him and walked straight to Wangfan and said respectfully, Hello, boss. I didn't know you were in school. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. The three words hello, boss made Gaosu dizzy. He never thought that their new boss would be the young man in front of him. It was all too unreal. Now, because his old classmate has offended his boss, he feels like he has lost more than he gained. Wangfan waved his hand and said, I ask questions and you answer them. I hope to hear the truth. Don't worry, boss. I will tell you everything I know. Is this Manager Gao in charge of the cooperation between our apartment and Pengcheng High School? Yes, because Manager Gao and Director Wang of the school are old classmates, so he was asked to follow up based on this relationship. Then let me ask you again, is there any kickback or other fraud in this project? After hearing this question, Fan Changqing's face changed, and then he said as if he had made up his mind, yes, Manager Gao told me that we should try to let all students live in our apartment, but we need to give the school a 40% rebate. After financial accounting, we can still make a profit, so I agreed. Gao Su was obviously panicking at this time. He walked up to Wangfan and said, Boss, I agreed to give you a kickback for the sake of the company. Since I have no credit but have worked hard, please forgive me this time. Wangfan asked with interest, then you can get a kickback for this 40% rebate. Gao Su looked constipated and hesitantly said, Director Wang promised to give me half of it when the time comes. At this point, Wangfan turned around and smiled and said, Director Wang, who is full of benevolence and morality, Director Wang, who makes random accusations without investigating the facts, what do you have to say now? Director Wang now felt like he had eaten a dead fly. He really didn't expect that Wangfan was actually the owner of Shangyang apartment. He also didn't expect that his old classmate was so cowardly and just admitted everything. It's really a pity that I haven't made any money yet and I'm already in trouble. But now he was in a dilemma and could only bite the bullet and say, cooperation between the two parties is a commercial act. Is it wrong for me to gain more benefits for the school? Don't think that you can do whatever you want and turn right into wrong just because you are the boss of Sunshine Apartment. Director Wang, how come I don't know about the benefits you fought for the school? Tang Xianxian felt as if she was about to be humiliated by Director Wang and angrily said, in front of so many parents and people from Shangyang apartment, "You are still talking nonsense. Go find the HR department. You are no longer fit to be the director. As for the follow-up, I will report this matter to the higher authorities and let them make the final decision on you." Upon hearing this, Director Wang's face turned pale and extremely ferocious. "Tang Xianxian, don't blame me for being unjust if you are unkind. You and Wang did such shameful things in your office, why didn't you say anything? Now you have caught me with a little handle and want to torture me to death. Do you think you deserve my efforts for you?" This was undoubtedly a death bomb, causing the parents present to look at Wangfan and then at Principal Tang. This was really beyond their expectations. They did not expect that Wangfan was so cruel and actually hooked up with Principal Tang. "Mr. Wang, please stop talking nonsense. You are destroying my and Mr. Wang's reputation. We can sue you for slander. I spread rumors and slandered you. You were in the same room with a man and a woman, and the door was closed. I knocked on the door to report to you, but you let me in after a long time. The first thing I saw when I entered the room was that you were disheveled. How are you going to explain this?" Pa! Wangfan really couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was talking nonsense. "Damn it, if you dare to hit me, I'll kill you today." Bang! Wangfan kicked Director Wang, causing him to slide more than a meter and hit the wall before stopping. He then cried out in pain. Tang Xianxian said to the assistant beside her, "Go call Mizan from the finance department over here, and bring Mr. Wang's transfer records." "Yes, headmaster." Wangfan's previous behavior towards Director Wang and Gauss seemed reckless, but in fact he had already won. After successfully catching Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie in the private cinema of Yida Shopping Mall, the critical hit system rewarded Wangfan with 1,000 school district houses, including residential buildings and apartments near Pengcheng High School. If Director Wang wants to cooperate with the apartments in this area, he will definitely have to deal with Wangfan's industry, so no matter who Director Wang calls, no matter whether he admits to having a private transaction with Director Wang or not, Wangfan always has a way to control the other party and make him tell the truth. What he didn't expect was that Director Wang actually spread rumors about him and Tang Xianxian being in the same room. Fortunately, he spent 100 million, otherwise it would be difficult to shut this old guy up. After Teacherin from the finance department came over, he told the school that Wangfan had donated 100 million yuan to the school and showed the transfer records. Director Wang, who was lying on the ground, fainted from anger after hearing the news. Wangfan then announced another thing, that is, his apartment would be open to students from Pengcheng High School for free. Bite. The system's voice sounded again in Wangfan's mind. Chapter 49, The System Rewards Again. Wangfan is arranged to go on a blind date. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, donating 100 million dragon coins to Pengcheng High School, and allowing students to live in Shangyang apartment for free. Special reward, 1. Perfect singing skills. After using it, you will have master-level singing skills and abilities. 2. Flawless driving skills. After using it, you will have master-level driving skills and be able to control any type of vehicle in the world. 3. A reward of 100 billion dragon coins will be given as encouragement. Looking at these 3 rewards, Wangfan was in a good mood, as if he felt that the system was transforming him into the role of a perfect male god. When I am perfect by then, I will charm so many young girls and young women. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth curled up into a sweet smile. As the saying goes, there is a beauty in the north, one smile can conquer a city, and another smile can conquer a country. The women in the classroom all stared with their eyes wide open, making Wangfan feel like a wolf walking into a tiger's mouth. He coughed lightly and said to Tang Xianxian, "Principal Tang, since this is for the students and for the future of the country, we must use the best hardware and software, so I decided to donate another 900 million to make it a whole. I hope our school can have a bright future and cultivate more outstanding talents." As he said this, he took out his mobile phone and started operating it. Wangfan took out his mobile phone. Director Wang teased, 900 million? You think that's Vietnamese dong, but that's dragon coin. Do you think we're fools? You're bragging without thinking. Wangfan, I admit that you have some abilities, but you are overestimating yourself by pretending to be so arrogant in front of Principal Tang. Wangfan looked at him as if he was an idiot and was too lazy to make a bet with someone like him. However, all the parents present felt that Wangfan was definitely not making up stories. After all, they were too familiar with this scene. After taking out his phone for the first time, Zheng Xiaowei's father fell to his knees. After taking out his phone for the second time, director Wang's cancer was exposed. After taking out his phone for the third time, he directly asked to transfer 900 million yuan. Oh my god, what a handsome guy this is. He is so rich and inhumane. Soon, teacher An received a call and said with a look of surprise, "Principal, it's here. The 900 million donated by Mr. Wang has arrived." Even Tang Xianxian, who had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but get excited. She grabbed Wangfan's hand and said excitedly, "Mr. Wang, thank you for your support for our Pengcheng High School. I promise that every penny will be used for the reconstruction of the school. It will be announced regularly, and I hope all parents will supervise it together. With your injection of money, it is like giving our Pengcheng High School wings. My students and I will definitely live up to your expectations and help Pengcheng soar to the sky." Wangfan looked at the somewhat excited Tang Xianxian and wondered how she would feel if he told her that he had earned 100 billion through Pengcheng High School and only took out a small amount. "I believe that Pengcheng High School will get better and better under the leadership of Principal Tang, but in the process we must eradicate the cancer in the school, otherwise it will affect the blooming of flowers. Regarding the apartment, I will let Manager Fan contact the person you designated." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." After Wangfan walked out of Pengcheng High School, he stretched and felt more tired than his usual work. After getting in the car, he sent a text message to his cousin. He briefly explained the situation, transferred another 50,000 yuan to her as pocket money, and asked her to keep it a secret. Perhaps because his physical condition has improved, Wangfan's appetite has also increased and he always feels hungry. "My stomach is growling while I'm driving. As a wealthy man who doesn't care how much money others have, as they don't have as much as I do, if it gets out that I'm hungry all day, people will definitely laugh at me." So Wangfan searched online for nearby 10-star hotels and navigated directly there. Looking at the hotel that looked like a White House in eagle sauce, Wangfan felt that this hotel was very grand. When they arrived at the hotel, Wangfan gave the car keys to the doorman and they would help park the car. To be honest, this was Wangfan's first time to dine in such a high-end hotel, and he was a little nervous inside. As I walked into the service hall, a waiter came up to me and asked if I wanted to stay overnight or have a meal. After Wangfan expressed his desire to eat, he took Wangfan directly to the restaurant, where the elegant atmosphere was revealed everywhere. There are special performers playing soothing piano music. Entering here feels like entering a sea of flowers. There is also a string of dazzling chandeliers, which are estimated to cost millions. It is worthy of being a 10-star hotel, and its reputation is well deserved. After Wangfan sat down, the waiter who was responsible for taking orders came over with 2 menus and asked Wangfan with a smile, "Sir, would you like French or Chinese food?" "Chinese food." The waiter handed over the Chinese food menu. Wangfan looked at the pictures and thought the dishes were all good, so he said to the waiter, "Give me 1 portion of each." The waiter looked at Wangfan in disbelief and asked, "Sir, how many people are there with you? Although the portions here are not large, you definitely can't finish all the food you ordered." "It's okay, just order as I say and ask the chef to make it quickly." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." While waiting for the meal, Wangfan took out his mobile phone to read a novel to pass the time. However, as soon as he took out his phone, he felt someone coming towards him. They looked up and their eyes met, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. The reason why Wangfan was shocked was that the other person looked very familiar, like a celebrity, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. What shocked Long Pia was that she didn't expect that the blind date introduced by her aunt would be so handsome, much more handsome than those popular young actors. Let's not waste time and get straight to the point. Let me first briefly introduce myself. My name is Long Pia, and I'm a singer. My career is currently on the rise, but due to some changes in my family, I have to go out on a blind date, and I also want to get married quickly. The name Long Pia instantly reminded Wangfan of who the other person was. No wonder he always felt familiar with her. When he was particularly tired at work, he would listen to Long Pia's songs, because her songs were very positive and always gave him strength invisibly. From her self-introduction, she is quite frank. It is indeed the rising period of her career. After all, she has achieved some success in the music scene of Dragon Country through her own efforts and is called the Little Queen of the music scene by her fans. Of course, this flash marriage is just for my family to see. We can sign an agreement before we get married. I can pay you 50,000 dragon coins every month. When our agreement ends in a year, I will give you a villa worth tens of millions. I have stated my requests. If you have any other requests, you can ask for them. As long as they are not too outrageous, I can satisfy you. Wangfan was filled with hatred. If he had encountered such a good thing before the system was installed, he would have agreed to it without any hesitation. The godly critical hit system, then I leave? Chapter 50. The reason why Long Piao got married suddenly, but it turned out to be a big mistake. Hearing the voice of the godly rich critical attack system in his mind, Wangfan broke out in a cold sweat. I quickly explained and apologized to the system, and finally the problem was resolved after I was sweating profusely. Now Wangfan even suspects that this system is a female, otherwise why would it be so aggressive? Seeing Wangfan remain silent and sweating on his forehead, Long Piao asked in confusion, "You have kidney deficiency?" "That's great." Wangfan felt that the Long Piao in front of him was like two different people from the one he saw on TV. The one on TV looked like an eye person, giving people a feeling of being kept at a distance. Now Long Piao is more like an E person who can say anything. Is this the legendary character? She is a cool and beautiful girl in front of her fans, but in reality she is just a funny person. Wangfan wanted to say, "You have kidney deficiency. Your whole family has kidney deficiency." He took out a tissue and wiped his forehead and said, "It's not up to you to decide whether I have kidney deficiency or not. You have to try it to know." Long Piao looked at Wangfan with interest and said, "You are so handsome, you won't suffer any loss if I sleep with you." I originally wanted to add a clause in the agreement that you cannot cross the line during the cooperation period, but now it seems that this clause can be removed. Wangfan asked with a frown on his face, "Is your entertainment industry so open?" "I'm a face control." "I think you're much more handsome than those young hunks in the industry. This is a reward for you." Long Piao left Wangfan speechless. He was defeated on this question, so he changed the subject and asked, "Can I know what your so-called family change is? It made you, a popular singing queen, risk your own career to find someone to fake a marriage." Long Piao shook his finger and said, "It's not a fake marriage, it's a real marriage. Otherwise, why would I pay you 50,000 yuan a month and give you a villa worth tens of millions at the end of the agreement? These are my compensation to you. The reason why I am in such a hurry to get married is because I want to go home to inherit the inheritance." Afterwards, Long Piao told Wangfan the real reason while eating. Wangfan didn't expect that the things in Long Piao's family were so bloody. Her grandfather issued a final ultimatum that as long as Long Piao found someone to marry, she could inherit the family business. If she couldn't do that, the family business would have to be managed by Long Piao's father. Originally, Long Piao was already very successful in the music industry and didn't care about the family business. Later, it was discovered that half of her achievements were obtained by her grandfather using family connections. If her father were the head of the family, he might not necessarily support her so much, and her career might then plummet. The reason why his grandfather disliked Long Piao's father so much was mainly because he felt that their long family owed Long Piao's mother. Long Piao's father was having an affair outside, which made Long Piao's mother angry to death. Now Long Piao's stepmother moved into the Long family with her two children. If Long Piao doesn't stand up, once the Long family's property falls into the hands of Long Piao's father, it will definitely be taken by outsiders. This was not what Long Piao's grandfather wanted to see, nor was it what Long Piao's mother wanted to see. When Long Piao's mother was going against the tide, she held her hand and said, "Piao, the Long family will be yours from now on. Don't let that bitch's family get away with it." That's why her aunt arranged this blind date. She never expected that she, Long Piao, would meet such a handsome man. The feeling she had during the blind date, which was like going to hell, suddenly became like going to heaven. She felt that God was treating her well. When reading some novels or watching TV dramas, Wangfan always felt that some plots about wealthy families were rather melodramatic. However, after listening to Long Piao's narration, he felt that the authors and screenwriters were too conservative. How is it? Do you have any questions? If not, you can sign this agreement. As Long Piao spoke, she took out a stack of A4 paper from her bag, which was covered with densely printed words. Wangfan did not expect that Long Piao was so decisive. At this moment, Long Piao's phone rang, and she picked up the phone, and, "What's wrong?" Then she heard the roaring voice questioning her on the other end of the phone. Long Piao moved the phone further away from her ear, but she still heard it clearly. It was the person she was going to have a blind date with. She had been waiting for an hour, but why hadn't he met her yet? Did he stand her up again? Long Piao glanced at Wangfan and quickly said, "Aunt, you must have made a mistake. I arrived earlier than the time you said. We have been talking for more than an hour and we had a great time. Shen Huan, you big head ghost, you must have found the wrong person. Zhang Xiao called just now to urge him. Long Piapiao looked at Wangfan in disbelief and asked, "What's your name?" Wangfan replied calmly, "Wangfan." Long Piapiao's face instantly turned red and he said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You didn't ask?" Long Piapiao was very embarrassed and said to her aunt, "Aunt, please ask Mr. Zhang to wait for a while. I will be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Long Piapiao felt like the sky was falling. I went to great lengths to talk about so many family matters, but the other party was not my blind date at all. So he pointed at Wangfan and said, "Please read the cooperation agreement carefully. I'm going to deal with my blind date first and will be back soon. I'm quite satisfied with you. Let's continue." Wangfan didn't expect that Long Piapiao would play a trick on him. "You didn't even ask me, how do you know I would agree to your request? I am Long Piapiao, the future head of the Long family and the little queen of the music world. The people chasing after me line up from here to Paris, France. It is God's blessing that I like you. Why should you be unhappy? Before I come, you are not allowed to go anywhere." After saying that, she ignored Wangfan, picked up her bag, walked out of the hall in her high heels, and headed towards a private room. Wangfan thinks that Long Piapiao is quite interesting. If she can show this side of her on the screen, she will definitely attract more fans than her current Ice Beauty character. But he couldn't care less. Just now, Long Piapiao was beside him, so Wangfan maintained his image and didn't eat too much. Now that he was alone, he had no more worries and started to eat with relish. I have to say that the chefs of 10-star hotels are quite skilled. Every dish can fully bring out the flavor of the ingredients themselves, and the combination of various spices fully satisfies the taste buds after eating. After finishing everything, Wangfan felt only half full, so he called the waiter again and asked for the food that he had especially liked when he had just eaten. It was the first time for the waiter to see such a big eater. He was afraid that the customer would not be able to pay after finishing the meal, so he quoted the previous price. It was already over 300,000 yuan, so Wangfan naturally knew the waiter's concerns and hurriedly asked, "Do you have a pre-charge service? If so, top up 10 million yuan for me first." As he spoke, he took out the card and handed it to the waiter. For the waiter, happiness came too suddenly and he hurriedly said, "Sir, you can pre-charge. Please wait a moment." Chapter 51, Zhang Jiakong sets up a trap, Long Piapiao dies. The life of the rich is so simple and unpretentious. In order to satisfy their appetite, they just top up 10 million at random. Wangfan is now really falling in love with this kind of time where he doesn't have to worry about money. He can buy whatever he wants without having to worry about how to live after spending the money. At this moment, Long Piapiao ran out of the box she had just entered. Her clothes were even a little messy, and it was obvious that she had encountered something bad in there. In fact, when Long Piapiao entered the box, she found something was wrong. It was not common to bring so many people to a blind date. And as soon as she entered the room, she felt that these men were staring at her like wolves. This made her very uncomfortable, so she prepared to leave, but Zhang Jiakong, who was sitting in the main seat, just gave her a look and someone blocked the door. "Long Piapiao, you asked me to wait for you here for an hour, and now you want to leave without even having a drink. Don't you think too highly of me, Zhang Jiakong? Then how can you let me leave? It's simple. Drink the 3 glasses of wine on the table, and I'll let you go." Long Piapiao already had a bad feeling that there must be something in the wine, otherwise Zhang Jiakong would not be so easy to talk to. But now she is like a fish on the chopping board and has no right to choose. "You know I'm a singer. I usually don't drink alcohol to irritate my throat. I only drink 1 glass at most. Okay, 1 cup is enough. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Once I finish drinking, you'll let me go." "Good." After getting Zhang Jiakong's promise, Long Piapiao didn't hesitate any longer and picked up the goblet and drank the wine in it. Then she turned around and was about to leave, but the door was still blocked and she couldn't get out at all. "Zhang Jiakong, what do you mean by this? Are you going to go back on your words?" "Long Piapiao, I also want to let you go, but you have been sold to me by your aunt. You are mine, where else do you want to go? You can't go anywhere today, so just be obedient and avoid physical pain." Hearing Zhang Jiakong's words, Long Piapiao was struck by lightning. She never expected that her aunt, who always claimed to be caring about her, would do such a thing behind her back. "How much did my aunt charge you? I will pay you back double, and I hope you will let me go." Zhang Jiakong snorted coldly and said, "Okay, I'll give your aunt 100 million, and now you give me 200 million, and I'll let you go. Long Piao was confused again. Even she herself didn't know that she was so valuable. How dare her aunt take it? Impossible, how can I be so valuable? You must be lying to me. Zhang Jiakong seemed to be prepared. He clapped his hands, and one of his younger brothers handed a stack of documents to Long Piao. Even if you still have your virginity, it's certainly not worth 100 million. But your agency contract, the copyright of your singles, and your future commercial value add up to more than 100 million, I believe. Your aunt was quite insightful. She sold all of this to me and cashed out early. Long Piao never expected that her aunt would do such a heartless thing. It was a waste that she had always regarded her as a relative. She now felt that something was wrong with her body, and a feeling of heat radiating from the inside out. She had to find a way to leave quickly, otherwise today would be very dangerous. Without my signature, none of this will count. I will not agree to your contract. Long Piao tore up the contract with all her might and threw it away. Taking advantage of the panic, she grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it directly on the head of the person who was blocking the door. When he was rushing out, the people behind him tore his outer clothes. However, she managed to escape from the private room safely. She instinctively looked towards the place where she had had a blind date with Wangfan before, and found that Wangfan was still there. So he desperately shouted, "Wangfan, save me!" After all, the only person she knew in this 10-star hotel was Wangfan, with whom she had been on a blind date for more than an hour. Wangfan burped and looked at the disheveled Long Piao and Zhang Jiakong and others who were chasing after them. Suddenly I feel that this 10-star hotel is just so-so. It can't even protect the personal safety of the guests who come here to dine. It's really useless. Wangfan wiped his mouth, picked up the toothpick on the table, stood up and walked towards Long Piao. Although it seemed slow, Wangfan was actually very fast. After a few dodgers, he came to Long Piao and held her in his arms. He then shot out all the toothpicks in his hand. All I heard was a scream, and a large group of people were lying on the ground. At this time, the hotel security also rushed over and immediately surrounded everyone. The security captain saw Zhang Jiakong busy coming forward to greet him and said, "So Mr. Zhang is here too, are you alright?" Zhang Jiakong looked unhappy. After all, the cooked duck flew away like that, and anyone would be angry. But he didn't dare to offend the security team leader Zhang Mingsheng. After all, you have to look at the owner when beating a dog, and this is the Bai family's property. "Captain Zhang, this man hurt my friend and robbed my woman. I hope you can help me take him down. I will definitely reward you handsomely." Zhang Mingsheng naturally knew that Zhang Jiakong and their young master were friends, so he didn't dare to neglect him. Besides, young Master Zhang said that there would be a generous reward if the matter was done. He was immediately attracted by it. These young masters were usually very generous. He thought his own young master would not blame him if he knew about it. "Sir, you dared to hurt someone in our hotel. If you are not severely punished, it will cause catastrophic damage to the reputation of our hotel. I hope you will surrender, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Wangfan was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He could already feel that something was wrong with Long Piao in his arms. Her body was burning hot and twisting constantly. Having read so many novels about super rich people, I naturally knew that something must have gone wrong. "You are such a good dog. You put the blame on me without knowing right or wrong. I wonder who can protect you today." As soon as he finished speaking, a slap came, and Zhang Mingsheng fell to the ground, knocking out 3 teeth. Wangfan didn't hesitate any longer and went to the hotel front desk holding Long Piao. He wanted someone to call an ambulance. "I can't hold on any longer." Long Piao whispered in Wangfan's ear, "Go get a room quickly. My identity is too sensitive. I can't go to the hospital. I beg you." Wangfan was really impressed by this girl. It was already this critical moment, but she was still thinking about her status as a public figure. At a corner, Wangfan saw the waiter who went to get the POS machine, hugging the goddess he had had dinner with before. "Quick, take me to your most luxurious presidential suite. I'll complete the formalities later." "Well, sir, follow me." Wangfan freed one hand and picked up the waiter, then quickly went to the elevator and pressed the button to go directly to the presidential suite 308 on the top floor of the 38th floor. The waiter was stunned throughout the whole process. It felt so unreal that how could one person have so much strength? Butler, open the door, the waiter said to the butler of the presidential suite. This gentleman wants to check in. Chapter 52 by Jia takes action. Wangfan exchanges for antidote. After entering the bedroom, Wangfan immediately called Dong Mingjiao and asked her to contact a private doctor with high confidentiality and bring some detoxifying drugs to Baiyun Hotel. If there are no resources in this regard, let her call Bai Jia. Then Wangfan wrapped Long Piapiao with a bedsheet and closed the door. He left. After all, there were still many things waiting for him to deal with outside. Zhang Jiakong followed Zhang Mingsheng and others directly to the presidential suite where Wangfan was staying, and knocked the butler and the waiter who brought Wangfan to the ground. They barged in, and Zhang Mingsheng pointed at Wangfan viciously and said, "You are the first and will be the last one to dare to go wild in Baiyun. Come on." The security guards, armed with electric batons and shields, rushed towards Wangfan. Wangfan was like a bee gathering flowers. He used his unparalleled speed and strength to rush through their attacks like a gust of wind. The security guard of Baiyun Hotel fell to the ground with screams like a kite with a broken string. This time, he attacked Wangfan with a bit of anger. Therefore, these security guards were destined to have lost the ability to attack again. If he allowed them to attack again and again, he was afraid that Long Piapiao would have an accident while alone in the house. You can only quickly eliminate the security guards within reasonable limits. At this moment, Zhang Mingsheng was ready to request support from the security guards of other teams through the microphone he carried with him. Wangfan naturally would not let him succeed. He slapped him again, knocking out 3 of his teeth, and then kicked him again. Zhang Mingsheng fainted from the pain. Zhang Jiakong had never seen such a cruel and barbaric person. In his eyes, Wangfan was an ancient ferocious beast. No one could do anything to him. He only needed to make a slight move to beat someone to pieces. "Don't come over here. I'm the young master of the Zhang family. If you hit me, the Zhang family won't let you go." What Wangfan hates most is this kind of rich young man who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He will trample on those who are weaker than him, and will move out of his house to suppress those who are stronger than him. But who is Wangfan? He himself is a wealthy man. I wouldn't be afraid of a rich second generation, I would just slap him in the face. Zhang Jiakong's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with 3 teeth in it. I warn you, stay away from Long Piapiao in the future. She is not someone you can get your hands on, otherwise I will destroy your Zhang family. Wangfan's warning sounded like a joke to Zhang Jiakong. Their Zhang family was about to become one of the top families in Shanghai, a big family with assets of trillions. Just because he is a pretty boy who is almost the same age as me, he dares to speak such arrogant words. He can just wait for the wrath of the Zhang family. Not convinced? Then come at me. Wangfan didn't want to waste any more time talking to him, so he kicked Zhang Jiakong and he fell unconscious. Wangfan said to the housekeeper and the waiter, "Carry these people out. It's too chaotic now." After giving the order, Wangfan returned to the room where Long Piapiao was. The scene in front of him stunned him. Long Piapiao didn't know if she had awakened the primitive power in her body, but she tore open the sheet that Wangfan used to wrap her body, and her clothes were also torn into pieces. Seeing Wangfan coming, he pounced on him directly, treating Wangfan like the pole he was doing pole dancing. As a passionate young man, how could I bear a goddess-level beauty moving around on my body? Long Piapiao, calm down, Wangfan said, I've called a doctor, he'll be here soon, just hold on a little longer. I'm so hot. Long Piapiao said with a dazed look in his eyes, hurry up and save me. While saying this, she was tearing Wangfan's clothes. Wangfan had no choice but to carry her to the bathroom. He picked up the shower head and poured it over Long Piapiao. Under the stimulation of the cold water, Long Piapiao sobered up a little and said, Wangfan, take me, I can't hold on any longer. To be honest, Wangfan now feels a little regretful that he called his secretary before. Otherwise, he could have joined the game and helped Long Piapiao detoxify. But now. Mengjiao, have you found a doctor? Found it, on the way to Baiyun Hotel. Hurry up. After saying that, Wangfan hung up the phone. At this time, Bai Jia called. Mr. Wang, are you at the Baiyun Hotel? Yes, are you familiar with this hotel? I need a private doctor with high confidentiality. A friend of mine has been poisoned. Master Wang, don't worry, that's my family's property. I'll arrange it for you right away. With Bai Jia's assurance, Wangfan felt a little more at ease. Damn, this Zhang Jiakong is really a beast. With such a large dose, he is going to kill people. After washing his face, Wangfan calmed down. He had been disturbed by those little karamis and had lost the ability to think. I have a system of cheats, how could I forget it at the critical moment? System, is there an antidote in the godly value mall? Yes, but since it is not for the host to use, it requires more godly points. Okay, quickly exchange the antidote, otherwise I suspect that even if she is cured, her brain may be burned out. Ding, a bottle of universal antidote has been successfully exchanged. It can cure all kinds of poisons. It is worth 1 billion Shinhao points and has been put into your pocket. Wangfan's heart was bleeding as he looked at the small bottle in his hand that looked like cough syrup. I donated 1 billion to Pengcheng Middle School with great difficulty, but this one billionaire squandered it all in a flash. System, you have a very dark heart. The system no longer paid any attention to Wangfan, and at this time Long Piapiao began to treat Wangfan as a steel pipe again. Wangfan was also convinced, and quickly opened the antidote, pinched Long Piapiao's mouth and poured it directly into her. Then he closed her mouth with his hands and didn't let go until she swallowed. At this time, Long Piapiao had already grabbed Wangfan's thing. When she came to her senses, she screamed, and then saw that her whole body was wet. And in a state of being almost naked, she screamed again, quickly let go of Wangfan, and then said preemptively, "You Liu Meng, get out of here now." Wangfan was really speechless. He was obviously the victim, and he was also Long Piapiao's savior. Alas, it was hard to be a good person these days. After seeing Wangfan leave, Long Piapiao's heart was pounding. That handshake just now was really shocking, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Wangfan asked through the bathroom door, "What size underwear do you have? I'll have someone send you some clothes. Hurry up and tell me. The doctors will be here soon. Let them check your body again to make sure there are no sequelae." Long Piapiao calmed down and said, 175, 96, 36D. Wangfan quickly asked the housekeeper to buy the corresponding clothes according to the size. I have to say that Bai Jia has strong coordination skills. The doctor arrived within 10 minutes. Wangfan could only ask them to wait in the living room. After the housekeeper brought clothes for Long Piapiao to change into, she lay down in the bedroom again before letting the doctor come. Chapter 53, Long Piapiao's decision. It rained all night in the Magic City. Not to mention that the doctor that the Bai family cooperated with was very professional. He first took the patient's pulse and then listened with a stethoscope, and then drew blood before completing the examination. Apart from feeling a little weak, there is nothing else wrong with me. I suggest you get more rest. As for the poisoning, the doctor's preliminary diagnosis is that it has been cured. To look deeper, we need to wait for the blood test results to come out before we can draw a conclusion. The blood test results will be out in half an hour. If there are any problems, they will come over. If not, they will send a message to notify you. Since Long Piapiao was a public figure and it was inconvenient for her to receive information, Wangfan left his contact information to the other party. Afterwards, Wangfan called Dong Mingjiu and told her that they had already checked and there was nothing serious, so they could just go back and pay the medical fee as usual. This incident also made Wangfan realize that it is actually a good thing to have his own medical team, so that if he encounters such difficult problems again, he can deal with them and solve them in the first time. So Dong Mingjiu was given a new task, which was to invest in or acquire a top medical institution that could provide services for them. By the way, he asked Dong Mingjiu to check the Zhang family where Zhang Jiakhan was. After arranging all this, Wangfan walked to Long Piapiao's bed with a glass of boiled water. Have some water. To be honest, the atmosphere now is not as relaxed as it was when they were on a blind date before. After all, what happened just now was real. Thank you. You're welcome. Long Piapiao seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage and said, "Don't you want to know what happened to me in the box? You will tell me even if I don't ask you if you want to." Wangfan thought of the novel he had read before. As a considerate man, he often said, "If you don't want to tell me, you won't tell me even if I ask you. Why should I bother myself? You've read a lot of melodramatic novels." Long Piapiao rolled her eyes and said to Wangfan, "How do you know if I want to talk about it if you don't ask?" When Wangfan asked, Long Piapiao told Wangfan what happened in the box, how her aunt betrayed him and sold him to the Zhang family for 100 million yuan, and how her father ignored her. Long Piapiao became more and more sad as she spoke, and she actually started crying. If people outside knew about this little-known family ethics story of the little queen of the music industry, it would probably make the front-page headlines in an instant. Wangfan was Fu Yanjia's bootlicker before, and it was the kind of bootlicker whom he had never met. So when he really saw a girl crying, he felt at a loss. He would just comfort her, "Don't cry," and then hand her some tissues. After racking his brains, he asked, "So what are you going to do in the future?" Long Piapiao looked at Wangfan with tears in her eyes and said, "I don't know either. If you don't want me, it means my grandfather will abandon me too, and I will be the only one left in this world." At this time, Wangfan remembered that Long Piapiao had said before that her grandfather asked her to get married as soon as possible, otherwise the Long family's property would be inherited by his father. Once his father inherits, there will be no place for Long Piapiao. After all, Long Piapiao's stepmother has the final say in their family now. Her stepmother also has a son and a daughter. By then, Long Piapiao will definitely be kicked out of the Long family. Anyway, Wangfan felt quite puzzled, as if all of Long Piapiao's happiness in the future depended on his thoughts. If he didn't agree to marry Long Piapiao, he would be watching her die and pushing her into the fire. This feeling made Wangfan very unhappy. "Are you blackmailing me morally?" "I'm not blackmailing you, I'm just stating the facts. Am I not beautiful?" As she spoke, Long Piapiao pulled her t-shirt down, revealing half of her shoulders. Wangfan truly realized that you can't reason with a woman, because you can't make her understand at all, and you don't know what ridiculous thing she will do next, just like now. "Woman, are you playing with fire?" Wangfan stared at Long Piapiao's eyes as if he was possessed, trying to get the answer from her. As he spoke, he reached out to cover her exposed shoulders. Long Piapiao held Wangfan's hand and said word by word, "I want you to fulfill the marriage agreement. Don't worry, I won't bother you after the agreement is over." Wangfan said helplessly, "In order to inherit the family property, you are willing to sacrifice yourself. You are really a ruthless person. I want to ask, how much of your Long family's property can you inherit?" "I don't know the exact amount, but it should be at least several billion. If you think what I give you is too little, as long as you help me get the family property, you can ask for any reward you want." Again, if it was before the system was built, if Wangfan encountered such a good thing, and the girl was a goddess-level superstar, and there was so much reward, he would definitely agree without even thinking about it, because this is what many men dream of. But now he has the system in his hands, and money is just a number to him. Even if he spends 100 million a day, he will never be able to spend it all in his lifetime. Wangfan took out the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by the 5 major banks from his pocket. "Do you recognize this card?" "I don't know him." Long Piapiao answered straightforwardly, "Wangfan, don't avoid my question. To be honest, I am still very satisfied with you. At least you didn't run away when I was in danger, which made me feel safe. For a girl, a sense of security is very important. At least for me, it is more important than money, appearance, etc. I am a person who does whatever I want to do. Since I have chosen you, you can't escape." As he said this, he pulled Wangfan towards him with force and then kissed him. It was obvious that the two green hands were not very experienced in their first kiss, and their teeth touched each other, which was a bit awkward. Even so, it allowed the two people who were tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time to enjoy it for a while. While catching his breath, Long Piapiao whispered in Wangfan's ear, "I want." This is equivalent to blowing the clarion call of war. If you are cowardly at this time, you will definitely be looked down upon by the rich people in front of the screen. All of this seemed like a dream. Wangfan couldn't believe that his world had changed dramatically just 2 days after getting the system. From being cheated as a bootlicker in an online chat to now chatting freely about life with today's pop diva Long Piapiao, I really want to ask God to lend me another 500 years of this wonderful feeling. It seemed like God felt Long Piapiao's grievance, and it started raining. The rain was a bit weird, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, with no regularity at all. As a result, a long queue formed outside, and the occasional car horns honked as if to cheer someone up. This night was particularly wonderful for Wangfan and Long Piapiao. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, after a night of rain, the air outside was very fresh. Looking at Long Piapiao, who was still sleeping soundly beside him, Wangfan couldn't help but kiss her face. Long Piapiao turned over habitually, and a bright red spot appeared on the white sheets. Chapter 54, Recharge 100 million to Bayun Hotel and come to school in a high profile. That touch of red still touched Wangfan a lot. He leaned over again, hugged Long Piapiao, and climbed up 2 big coconuts with skillful hands. Long Piapiao slapped her hands and turned around like a slippery loach. "If you keep touching me with your dirty hands, I'll report you." Wangfan's brain froze for a moment. Could it be that this girl didn't want to admit it? Isn't this what men do? After a night of crazy, they just pull up their pants and leave. Okay, then go ahead and report it, and I'll charge you some interest first. Wangfan, however, acted like a rogue and started a new round of attacks. After playing around for a while, Long Piao said, "Stop it, don't you know how to feel sorry for others? I'm not feeling well." Wangfan quickly picked up the phone next to him and said, "Then I'll ask the doctor to come over and check you out again." Long Piao rolled her eyes and asked, "Isn't this your first time too?" Wangfan was a little embarrassed by this question, but he nodded. Long Piao was very happy and took the initiative to kiss Wangfan, then said, "No need to call a doctor, I just need to rest for a while." "Yeah, I'm glad you're okay." Wangfan kissed her back, then said, "You must be hungry. I'll have someone bring breakfast over." I called the housekeeper and asked him to call yesterday's waiter to pay the room fee. In fact, what made Wangfan most nervous yesterday was that the waiter who served Wangfan yesterday took Wangfan to the most expensive presidential suite without charging any fees, which cost 600,000 dragon coins for one night. He just listened to Wangfan's words about pre-recharge and did it. This person also beat up the security of their hotel. It is said that all the security guards were fired. He didn't sleep much that night, and was anxiously waiting for the result. Unexpectedly, the housekeeper called him early in the morning and asked him to find Wangfan, who wanted to pay. His heart finally settled down. Wangfan originally planned to deposit 10 million yuan in advance, but when he learned that this hotel was owned by the family of Bai Jie, the president of the Agricultural Bank of China, he directly deposited 100 million yuan to express his gratitude to her. After booking the presidential suite and having breakfast with Long Piao, Wangfan asked her what she planned to do today. Long Piao thought for a moment and said, "I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to sleep. I still have some things to take care of, so you can rest here. If you need anything, call me or find the housekeeper here." Good. The two exchanged phone numbers and added each other on the green bubble. Wangfan drove his King Kalman back to his villa, where Shinmengjia was already waiting for him. He handed over a stack of information, all related to the Zhang family. Wangfan took a look at the summary and had a general idea of the industries that the Zhang family was involved in, which mainly revolved around the entertainment industry. An industry like this is actually a high-risk industry. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of fame and fortune. Many artists have unclear relationships with the bigwigs behind the scenes. No matter how much money it costs, destroy the Zhang family and take over their businesses. Just treat it as a test for you. Can you do it? Boss, after you asked me to investigate the Zhang family yesterday, I have already started to make plans. I have already brought the #1 paparazzi team into our mortal group. At the same time, we will also snipe at them in the stock market as soon as the market opens today. Well, you did a good job. I will transfer another 100 billion to you. As long as it is beneficial to the future development of our group, you can invest. If the investment amount is less than 10 billion, you can make the decision yourself. Okay, boss. Shinming Jiao looked at Wangfan with admiration. I will work hard to make the Fanren Group one of the top 500 companies in the world as soon as possible. At this time, Wangfan's cell phone rang. He saw that it was Wang Fucai from Yida calling. Boss, your classmate Yang Wei and Fu Yanjia have decided not to repay the loan. We are going to sue them for fraud, defamation, and other crimes today. Do you have any other instructions? After you file the lawsuit, send me an electronic copy of the indictment. I only have one request, and that is to send them to the sewing machine. I want them to know the consequences of offending me. Okay, boss. I will hire the most professional team of lawyers to fight this case and send them to jail. Wangfan chose a green Da Vinci suit from among the many clothes. That's right, he wanted to be high profile today and let those small fry in the school see it. Wangfan is no longer the same person he used to be. If anyone dares to bully him online again, he won't mind adding a black mark on his resume. After arriving at the basement, I chose a Pagani Huayra with a green film that matched my clothes very well, and I became the most handsome guy again on the way to school. This is definitely the most beautiful green the first have ever seen, bar none. Whose stupid second generation is traveling so high profile? His father is almost finished. Any car other people drive is a height I will never be able to reach in my lifetime. Money, please put it in my pocket. The only thing that made Wangfan feel fortunate was that he did not encounter any blind person who hit his car on the road this time. They arrived at the school smoothly, and this scene instantly caused a sensation in front of the entrance of Shanghai University. Fuck, who is this young man? My goddess is going to become someone else's licking dog again tonight. Can anyone tell me what kind of car this is? Just looking at the shape, it's not something that can be bought with two Wuling Hongwan cars. Oh my god, it's a Pagani Wind God. This is so cool. I envy the girls who can sit in the passenger seat. Oh my god, he's from our school. How come I didn't know there's such a rich young man in our school? Wangfan looked at his classmates outside the window, which made him feel the superiority of those school hunks going out on the street. What's more, he now not only has the good looks of a school hunk, but also absolute strength. It is obvious that the enthusiasm of these students has long exceeded their fear of luxury cars, causing congestion on campus. Wangfan was a little speechless, so he lowered the car window and said to the students outside, "Please let me pass by, wait until I get to the parking lot, and then you can take pictures, okay?" The magnetic subwoofer, occasionally mixed with a little bubbling sound, makes girls who hear it have an instant orgasm. They all love it so much and want to be favored by such a high-quality man. The only thing that made them feel regretful was that the other person was wearing a mask and sunglasses, so they couldn't see what the other person looked like at all. However, appearance was no longer important at this time. They would be happy to sit on the passenger seat of another person's car, even if the other person is a piece of shit. So some people with strong organizational skills temporarily took on the task of maintaining order on site, and soon the road was cleared. Wangfan stepped on the accelerator, and the unique sound of Pagani Huayra sounded. It once again shocked the hearts of the girls present and made all the boys present envious. Then I saw the crowd gathered into a torrent and chased towards the parking lot of Pagani Fengshan District. Chapter 55, 5 School Beauties Come Together to Compete. Gao Meihan is really bold. Ever since Wangfan appeared at the gate of Shanghai University, some curious students took photos and edited the title directly. Shocking, a Pagani Fengshan appeared at the east gate of our school. Guess which campus beauty can sit in the passenger seat? I attached photos of the Pagani Huayra from various angles and posted it online. It instantly became a hot topic. Oh my god, my dream car. I didn't expect it to be so close to me this time. My car is waiting for me. Just looking at the shape of this car, it must be worth tens of millions at least. My dear old grandma, I probably won't be able to earn enough money to buy such a car in my lifetime. It's a disgrace to my alma mater. It must be our art department's school beauty Gao Meihan who can sit in the passenger seat like this. Who else could it be? Does this car look familiar to you? It was previously rumored that the owner of Dongyuan Villa No. 1 bought 12 luxury cars at once, and one of them was this color. Can you help me take a look? There was actually a picture attached, so everyone started to find differences frantically and conduct a comprehensive comparison. Damn, it's the same car. That means he not only has 12 luxury cars, but also a big villa. The key is that he is our classmate. If we take him down, we will have to work 10 lifetimes less. Go ahead, sisters. As soon as the news came out, the Shanghai University Forum was in an uproar again, and this post instantly ranked in the top 3. Subsequently, more and more posts about Pagani Huayra appeared on the campus forum, with a tendency to dominate the top 10. The world is really going downhill. You rich people's bootlickers are so forgetful. Doesn't anyone remember the bold words that bootlicker Wangfan said 3 days ago? He wanted to send his classmates to prison, and today is the 3rd day. The above person is really meddling in other people's business. How can a vulgar love triangle be compared to capturing a wealthy man alive? It's lively online and even more lively offline. As soon as Wangfan stopped the car, his enthusiastic classmates came to greet him. However, they still had some rationality left and kept a distance of 1 body from the car. After all, some students who knew the value of this thing had already told them the price. It was worth at least over 20 million, so as students they couldn't afford to pay for even a scratch. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in fine clothes at night. Wangfan returned to school in a high-profile manner this time just to slap Yang and Fu Yanjie in the face, and at the same time to let those trolling classmates know that he, Wangfan, is not someone to be trifled with, and to put away his ugly face. After taking off the mask in the car, Wangfan opened the door and got out of the car. He set the scene on fire again. This is not just a piece of shit, this is definitely a pretty boy. A boy at the scene cursed in a low voice, God is so unfair. He finally closed the door on this kid. Wow, classmate, you are so handsome. Can you take off your sunglasses? It's not satisfying to look at. Wangfan also complied with the request and took off his glasses directly. Fuck, you lick dog Wangfan, how is this possible? Is Fu Yanjie blind? She left such a high-quality man behind and went to find that wretched man Yang Wei. Damn it, how dare you say my idol is a bootlicker, classmates, beat him up. Wangfan, what kind of medical beauty project did you do? How did you become so handsome? These strange questions came one after another, catching Wangfan off guard. He really didn't expect his classmates to be so enthusiastic. At this moment, there was another commotion among the crowd. The 5 campus beauties came together. Gao Meihan, the beauty from the art department, wore a white dress, and those who didn't know her would think she was getting married today. Wang Chunning, the beauty from the broadcasting department, wore a black evening gown, revealing half of her breasts, which made people linger. Qin Bingbing, the beauty of the dance department, was wearing a tight yoga suit with a jacket casually tied around her waist, but her good figure was clearly visible. Han Bailing, the beauty of the music department, was wearing a red haute couture dress, which made her look extremely elegant. The last one is Luo Qingchuan, the beauty from the finance department, who is wearing a Dior suit, which makes her look very capable. Oh my god, 5 of the top 10 beauties in the school are here at once. Wangfan is indeed very charming. The difference between a goddess and a bootlicker is just a luxury car. Where is my luxury car? Wangfan really didn't expect that he just simply acted high profile, but he actually attracted half of the school beauties. This was something he had never dared to think about before. Brave people enjoy the world first. This moment was vividly reflected. Gao Meihan walked over confidently, stretched out her hand and said to Wangfan, "Nice to meet you, Wangfan. I'm Gao Meihan from the art department. You can tell from my outfit that I came prepared. Yes, I came here to enjoy life with you. We can get on the bus first and buy the ticket later, and cultivate our relationship slowly." As soon as these words were spoken, the girls who had arrived here early in the morning regretted their decision. I kept cursing myself in my heart, wondering why I didn't take action earlier, and now I am in such a passive position. Qin Bingbing from the dance department said disdainfully, "Gao Meihan, do you have any shame? Aren't you afraid that your boyfriend Zheng Xiao will find out and publicly execute you?" "Qin Bingbing, don't force me to slap you when I'm happiest." Wangfan asked with interest, "Mr. Zhang, is this the Zhang family that is in the entertainment industry?" Qin Bingbing nodded and replied, "It's the Zhang family. Her boyfriend is Zheng Jian, the youngest son of the Zhang family." "Oh." Wangfan said meaningfully, then looked at Gao Meihan and shook her hand, saying, "Nice to meet you, Meihan. We can add a green bubble first and slowly cultivate our relationship." Gao Meihan didn't expect that after hearing her experience, Wangfan would shake her hand and ask her for green bubbles, so she tilted her neck up like a proud white swan, which made her neck look even longer. "Can I take a photo with you?" Gao Meihan asked Wangfan again after adding the green bubble. "Certainly." Wangfan hugged Gao Meihan's shoulders very gentlemanly, and Gao Meihan leaned her head on Wangfan's shoulders like a little bird. The background was Wangfan's green Pagani Huayra, which made people feel uneasy. Qin Bingbing looked unhappy, but she still picked up her phone and took a close photo of Gao Meihan and Wangfan, then turned around and left. Luo Qingchuan, the beauty from the finance department, came over with a folder, took out a resume from it, handed it to Wangfan and said, "Hello, classmate Wang, I'm Luo Qingchuan from the finance department. This is my resume. I hope to have the opportunity to find an investment banking job in your family business." They are graceful in conversation and have very clear goals. Such girls will not depend on any man, they are their own greatest reliance. Wangfan took the resume and said, "Hello, Mr. Luo, we have added each other on Green Bubble. I will introduce you to the HR department later. You can discuss the details later." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Luo Qingchuan's actions once again dumbfounded the students around him. They didn't expect that it was possible to find a job in this way. It really opened their eyes and broadened their horizons. Luo Qingchuan is really clear-headed. It is true that God favors those who are prepared the most. Chapter 56. Zheng Jian comes to visit. Wangfan collects interest from Gao Meihan. With the enthusiastic input of many alumni, the Shanghai University School Forum turned into a live broadcast of Wangfan's visit to the school. Shock. 5 campus beauties teamed up to surround Wangfan. The distance between the king of bootlickers and the male god is only a Pagani wind god. It is true that the shocking style can always attract people's attention to the maximum extent. This post lived up to expectations and instantly became the most popular post on the campus forum. The appearance of Gao Meihan, the beauty of the art department, made me realize that Wangfan's green clothes and the green color of the car body are all meant to cuckold someone. Rich people really know how to have fun. Zheng Xiao, this bastard dared to steal your girlfriend, hurry to the scene, or else you will have grass growing on your head. Women are so superficial. Even the 5 school beauties are not immune to this. How should we losers deal with this? The 5th girl is my favorite. I don't believe in love anymore. Goddesses have all become money-licking dogs. I must become the master of money. Zhang Jian, who was playing games with a bunch of friends in the dormitory, kept having pop-up windows on his phone, which made him feel so frustrated that he wanted to throw his phone away. I don't care who you are. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll kill you. After Zhang Jian was shot in the head, he quit the game and took a look at the pop-up message. When he saw the message about Qin Bingbing, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. The eldest daughter of the Qin family was the one he had always pursued, but he had never caught up with her. During this period of time, he won over Gao Meihan, the beauty of the art department. He thought the eldest daughter of the Qin family had changed her mind, but the moment he clicked on the message, he felt like the sky was falling. Damn, Gao Meihan dared to cheat on him. Stop fighting, all of you. If you want to steal my girl, bring your weapons with you. I'll make him pay the price for trying to get his woman. Fuck, who is so bold that he even dares to sleep with the boss's woman? I must break all 3 of his legs today. Having ready-made melons to eat is certainly more interesting than playing games, so a group of 7 people rushed out. Han Beiling, the beauty of the music department, gave Wangfan an invitation letter, hoping that he would be free in the afternoon to come to their department's concert hall to watch her performance. Wangfan took the invitation and said that he would go there when he had time. After the 2 sides exchanged contact information, Han Beiling left. Wang Chunning, the beauty from the broadcasting department, was the most unrestrained among the 5 people. She also acted very well. She walked over and took Wang Fan's arm and said, "Brother Wang Fan, I'm Wang Chunning from the broadcasting department. I'm 38D and I'm good at playing all kinds of instruments. I want to be your girlfriend. Just cut to the chase and state your demands in front of so many people." Wang Fan really didn't expect Wang Chunning to be so direct. It made him want to ask if you're playing musical instruments and singing are serious. However, the elasticity I feel from my arms is definitely natural. Wang Chunning, do you have some shame? Wang Fan is mine. You dare to snatch it from me. Aren't you afraid that I will ban you? Cao Meihan, should I be the one asking you if you have any shame? You're still with Zhang Xiao, but you came after Wang Fan again when you saw him driving a luxury car. How can you block me without Zhang Xiao? It's ridiculous. Seeing that the 2 were about to fight with Wang Fan said impatiently, "Okay, stop arguing, don't say you want to be with me forever, and don't say you want to be my girlfriend. Feelings need to be cultivated slowly to become true love. I will decide who I want to be with for the rest of my life based on your performance in the future." At this time, Wang Fan is no longer the king of bootlickers. He has evolved into the king of the sea. These seemingly ordinary words are all knowledge points, which perfectly interpret the 4 principles of scumbag men: don't take the initiative, don't refuse, don't promise, and don't refuse with gentle words. You are such a good man, Wang Fan. Zhang Jian said viciously, "You are such a good man, Gao Meihan, you are a pair of J husband and Y wife, you are trying to deceive me here. Today I will let you know the price of being cuckolded by me. Brothers, come on, as long as you don't kill me, I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong." Gao Meihan approached Wang Fan so proactively because she originally wanted to piss off Zhang Jian, but she didn't expect that he would be so angry and come to attack her with a group of lackeys. To be honest, she was really scared. She knew very well the strength of the Zheng family. If you offended them, it would be difficult for you to survive in the entertainment industry unless you found a big boss who was more powerful than the Zheng family to support you, otherwise you would be unemployed before you graduated. After Zhang Jian's shout, the people who were originally watching Wang Fan scattered instantly. Gao Meihan also wanted to run away while everyone was in chaos, but Wang Fan hugged her in his arms and said coldly in her ear, "If you use me as a part of your play with Zhang Xiao, then you have to know the consequences of offending me." As he said that, he kissed her on the face, then touched it with his hand. It was indeed very soft and elastic, but the elasticity of hers was not natural, and was not as good as Wang Chunning's. Wang Fan soon came to the conclusion that Gao Meihan's was not purely natural. This scene almost pissed Zhang Jian off to death. Damn, these 2 shameless people were actually flirting right in front of him. If you don't want to die, get out of here now, or I'll beat you like a stick. Zhang Jian shouted again, and Wang Fan was really surprised to see that Wang Chunning didn't move and kept rubbing against him. She is really someone who was willing to sacrifice her life just to get to the top, but this also makes Wangfan look at her differently. At least this kind of woman will not play dirty tricks on you and will put everything on the table. Anyway, Wangfan has everything she wants, so it doesn't matter. Hide aside first, be careful not to get hurt by mistake. Wangfan's attitude towards Wang Chuning was obviously different from Gao Meihan's, which made Gao Meihan very dissatisfied. She kept trying to break free from Wangfan, but she couldn't. No, I want to go forward and retreat with you. Wang Chuning said affectionately, I have chosen you, so don't even think about getting rid of me. This sounds very familiar. Long Piao just said something similar yesterday. Are women nowadays so domineering? You're affecting my performance like this. I'll get beaten up later. If I get angry, the consequences will be serious. Wang Chuning felt that Wangfan was not joking. Her thoughts had been conveyed to Wangfan, so she kissed him on the face and said, be careful. Don't get hurt or I'll be sad. As soon as Wang Chuning left, a mop stick came hitting him. Wangfan raised his hand to block it, and the mop stick broke into 2 pieces instantly. Wangfan, as if nothing had happened, reached out and grabbed the remaining half of the stick and pulled the man's body over. Then he kicked him again, and the man flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. This scene frightened Gao Meihan, who was beside Wangfan, so much that she started crying. Wangfan reached out and patted her butt and said, go away. After being untied, Wangfan was like a wolf among sheep. He took the half-broken stick in his hand and started to kill people everywhere. Chapter 57 Bidding for on-site materials, Director Han takes sides. Zheng Jian was caught off guard by Wangfan's ferocity. While his lackey was being abused by Wangfan, he decided to go all out. He picked up the baseball bat in his hand and smashed it at the body of Wangfan's green Pagani Huayra. He felt very happy every time he hit her, as if he was hitting Wangfan, as if he was avenging Wangfan's hug to Gao Meihan. Wangfan was really convinced. It seemed as if these people were picking on the new car he bought. If this continued, he should consider opening a car repair company. Oh my god, Wangfan is so powerful that even the taekwondo club in our school is probably no match for him. I feel bad for that Pagani Fengshan. This Zheng guy is such a spendthrift. He just smashed it for tens of millions of dollars for a woman. You don't understand the world of the rich. This is called a substitute. This is called face. I can't beat you. If I destroy your beloved things, you will still feel distressed. MD, your analysis is very logical. You don't think you are a rich man, do you? Wangfan knocked all of Zheng Jian's lackeys to the ground, then pulled Gao Meihan over and touched her a few times. He did not step forward to stop Zheng Jian, but just watched him smash. However, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he picked up his cell phone and made a call. Lao Wang, call the lawyer you found and come to Magic City University. My car was smashed and I want to send him to jail. Got it, boss. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Wangfan said to the onlookers, I came to school today, and everyone welcomed me so warmly. I was very touched, so I decided to give everyone a big gift. From the moment Zheng Jian arrived at the parking lot to the moment he smashed my car, you can sell me any video or photos you took. I'll sell them to you for 10,000 yuan for one phone. If you can take clear photos of the people and the whole process of the smashing, you can sell them to me for 100,000 yuan for one phone. As soon as Wangfan finished speaking, all the students here became excited. Starting from 10,000 yuan is definitely poverty alleviation. It is equivalent to giving away a fruit machine and a top-of-the-line one. Oh my god, is this the generosity of rich people? Nearly 100 classmates spent millions of dollars in one go. It turns out that money is just a string of numbers in the eyes of the rich. I have decided to be Wangfan's fangirl. From now on, I will be there wherever he appears. It was really fun to eat melons this time, and I also made a small profit. If I could encounter this kind of thing every day, I would be a millionaire before I graduate. Zheng Jian has hit a wall this time. Wangfan is willing to spend millions to send him to jail. This is a really sweet story. Zheng Jian was still smashing the car with all his might, but when he heard the discussions of people around him, he instantly lost his composure. After figuring out the situation, he waved the baseball bat in his hand and said, anyone who dares to sell the photos and videos in their hands to Wangfan is my enemy, Zheng Jian. No matter who you are, I will ban you. Sometimes whether a person is strong or not depends mainly on the reference. Compared with Wangfan's magnanimity, Zheng Jian's threatening petty-mindedness seems particularly low. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. We are not from the art department, dance department, or music department. We will not enter the entertainment industry after graduation. How can your Zhang family control us? He's so arrogant that he makes it seem like the entire Magic City and the entire Dragon Kingdom belong to his Zhang family. I really admire this old man. Both are second-generation rich, but Wangfan is 1,000 times better than this Zhang. I'd like to make it clear that whatever Wangfan takes from my phone is his. Zhang Jian didn't expect that these little Karami, who were always so well behaved when they saw him, would become so tough now, making him so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this time, the Zhang family was also in a state of panic. They had wanted to find Wangfan to vent their anger today, but who knew that as soon as the stock market opened at 9:30, their stocks plummeted. Negative news about the artists under their company has been exposed on the internet one by one. In an instant they realized the seriousness of the problem. Wangfan could clean up the situation slowly, but the stock price must not fall any further. After the security team from Mata School arrived, they took Wangfan, Zhang Jian and others directly to a conference room, where Director Han from the school was already waiting for them. In the process of understanding the situation, Wangfan felt that this so-called director surnamed Han had always been biased and was handling the things done by Zhang Jian and others with the mentality of making a big deal out of a small matter. As for Wangfan, he was the instigator of the incident and took the lead in poaching Zhang Jian. At this time, Gao Meihan also stood up to testify that Wangfan had bad intentions towards her and molested her in front of so many people. If this crime is proven, it is a very serious crime. At the very least, the offender will be fined and jailed for a few days. The most important thing is that Gao Meihan said that she had evidence in her mobile phone that Wangfan molested her. Through the video, it was confirmed that Wangfan touched places he shouldn't have touched and kissed Gao Meihan on the face. Faced with such important evidence, Director Han acted as a peacemaker, meaning that as long as Wangfan did not hold Zhang Jian responsible for smashing the car, Gao Meihan would not hold Wangfan responsible either. You are all classmates. This friendship will be very rare when you enter society. Director Han continued to persuade, fighting and quarreling are normal. Both of you are wrong. Everyone should be more generous. Shake hands and you can still be good classmates. Wangfan had long disliked this Han guy, who was even more shameless than Director Wang of Pengcheng High School. Bang! Wangfan slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Director Han and said, "Mr. Han, shut up. From now on, I don't want to hear you nagging me. I don't know what benefits you received from the Zhang family, but if you threaten me again, I will sue you for defamation when my legal team arrives." Wangfan shook his phone and said, "I recorded all the words you said just now. These can be used as evidence. So I advise you to be careful with your words and actions, or you may lose your position as director." When Director Han heard Wangfan's words, his face changed again and again. He did have a close relationship with the Zhang family. When he was the director of the school's employment office, he had cooperated with the Zhang family and sent students to the Zhang family's entertainment company. Of course, he also did some shady things in the process. Since the employment rate was relatively high during his tenure, the school promoted him to a higher level and made him the school's director in charge. When he heard that Zhang Jian had a fight with someone at school, he immediately stepped forward to calm the matter down. Unexpectedly, he encountered Wangfan, a troublemaker, which gave him a headache. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door of the conference room, and before Director Han could say anything, the other party had already come in. The visitor was Wang Futsai, the general manager of Yida, who came with a team of 3 lawyers. He walked up to Wangfan and said respectfully, "Boss, this is Lawyer Li and her team." Chapter 58, Lawyer Li's team takes over the case. Wangfan decides to set up a student aid fund. "Hello, Lawyer Li, I only have one request. Send in what they should send in, and those who fail to send in should apologize to me publicly." Wangfan said like an emotionless machine, "Do you have a mobile USB drive? I'll make a copy of the recording of the meeting here for you." As soon as Wangfan said this, even Director Han of the school looked very ugly. Whose students would hire a lawyer at every turn? Thinking about what he had just said, his old face felt hot. So he smiled and said, "Student Wang, we are all members of Shanghai University and should be as close as a family. Why do we have to make things so awkward? If it causes a certain impact on society and tarnishes the reputation of the school, we won't be able to explain to the president. Lawyer Li, this is Director Han from our school. I suspect he has some kind of profiteering relationship with the Zhang family where Zhang Jian works. I wonder if you can ask your lawyers to investigate his extra income. Someone with such bad conduct is not worthy of being a teacher." Mr. Wang, after we sue him, we have the right to obtain his income information. Don't worry, we will investigate him thoroughly and give you a satisfactory answer. Director Han's face turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he would be dragged into this vortex after he stood up. He subconsciously looked at Zhang Jian. In fact, this was the first time that Zhang Jian faced such a tough opponent. Before, he relied on his status as a direct descendant of the Zheng family to be domineering in school, and no one dared to provoke him. Whoever he beat up would think that the other person was unlucky. Who knew Wangfan was such a troublemaker? He also smashed the other party's luxury car worth tens of millions. If he were to be held accountable, he would most likely go to jail because of the huge value of the car. Even Gao Meihan pulled his arm and looked at him with fear, hoping that Zhang Jian would make the decision for her. However, he was very angry when he saw Gao Meihan at this time. All of this was caused by her. Now even Director Han was involved. He slapped her in the face. Gao Meihan looked at Zhang Jian in disbelief. Now she regretted not standing firmly on Wang Fan's side. Zhang Jian was such a bastard, and he was not a human being. Zhang Jian looked at Wang Fan viciously and said, "Wang Fan, you think you are great just because you have a lawyer? My Zhang family has plenty of lawyers." As he said this, he picked up the phone and called home, because he was also afraid that he would be sent to jail by the other party's lawyer. "Dad, something happened here, and the other party wants to send me to jail." "Send it in, then you can just operate the sewing machine. I told you to do nothing all day and just get into trouble. It would be better for you to stay in there for a while." Zhang Jian really had the urge to curse his father. Is this still his father? His son was bullied to such a bad state, and he didn't help, but he added insult to injury. An old guy like this, how can I take care of him when he gets old? So he picked up the phone and was about to go out to call his mother, but lawyerly warned him, "Mr. Zhang, you are suspected of intentionally destroying other people's property, and the amount is huge. If you just walk away, I will add a charge of fleeing for fear of crime, which will be an even more serious crime." Zhang Jian was so angry that he wanted to punch lawyerly in the face and make her yell at him. "I'm just going out to make a phone call." Zhang Jian said viciously, "You don't need to point fingers at me." Li Lu had already copied the recordings from Wang Fan's phone. Wang Fan picked up the phone and said to Wang Fucai, "I'll leave this to you and Li Lu. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Okay boss, don't worry, I promise to complete it beautifully. By the way, regarding my promise to buy the evidence in my classmates' phones, have you contacted anyone? Before I came here, I met Miss Wang Chunning in the parking lot. She told me what you meant. Li Lu has already sent people there to collect and count the data." "Okay, I'll go find Secretary Dong and report the expenses later." Then Wang Fan looked at his watch and it was already past 10 o'clock. "So I logged into my school forum account, used the receipt of the lawsuit against Yang Wei that I got from Wang Fucai, found the place where I had replied to Yang Wei before, and then enjoying every minute of the present. I was not so free after logging in." The sudden appearance of the real poster made this post, which had been ranked 10th in popularity, enter the top 3 of the hot list again. Wang Fan is a real man. He keeps his word. Is this the real-life version of dating? The kind that sends you to jail. I heard that Wang Fan was in the parking lot today. He spent money to recover any photos or videos he took of Zheng Xiao smashing his car. He spent millions at a time. He's so stingy that he cares about spending 880,000 on a relationship. Now even dating is a high-risk thing. Who would dare to date in the future? Wang Fan had no time to pay attention to the chaos on the school forum. He had already arrived at the principal's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." With a strong voice, Wang Fan pushed the door open and walked in. "Hello, President Tang. I'm Wang Fan, a senior student majoring in journalism and communication. I'm about to graduate and want to make some contribution to my alma mater. After much thought, I can't think of anything to contribute, so I decided to donate some money to set up a student aid fund to provide some help to needy students and some scientific research projects of the school to the best of my ability. Student Wang Fan, please take a seat. You are very popular in school now. Today, you have dominated the 10 hot searches on the school forum. You are indeed a journalism student who is good at hype. Principal Tang, I'm so sorry that I have taken up the school's public resources for my personal matter. Stop, don't bring out the showbiz's programmed apology template. Let's talk about the student aid fund. How much money do you plan to donate for this? The person who donated the most in China is Lei Jun, who donated 1.3 billion to his alma mater. I will donate 10 billion first, and if it is not enough later, I will donate more as appropriate. Pa! Principal Tang had just raised his glass to take a sip of tea when he heard Wangfan talk about the amount of the donation, and his computer system immediately crashed. Oh my god, what kind of amazing student is this? He hasn't even graduated from his senior year and he's donated 10 billion to his alma mater. He sat up excitedly, looked at Wangfan in disbelief and asked, "Student Wang, are you serious? You want to donate 10 billion? Wangfan liked to watch those who seemed superior, but after hearing the price he quoted, they acted as if they had never seen the world. Adding fuel to the fire at this time is what a bully should do. Principal Tang asked the finance department to take over the school's public account. I'll transfer it over right away. Fuck. Principal Tang accidentally cursed. This guy is really rich. When Principal Tang called the teacher in charge of finance, his hands were shaking. He believed that with this money, he would be able to take the overall strength of Shanghai University to a higher level. Of course, it is also a very important political achievement of his, and perhaps he will go even further. Student Wangfan, your alma mater is proud of you. This donation ceremony must be held in a grand manner so that all teachers and students in the school can follow your example. Let us work together to make Shanghai University even better. Chapter 59, Discovering Paparazzi Talents and Encountering Roadblocks. Wangfan rejected Principal Tang's proposal. His purpose in coming here today was to make Yang Wei and Fu Yanjia, a pair of trash, live in regret for the rest of their lives. The main theme of life should be low-key. Being too high-key will inevitably bring disaster to yourself. However, Wangfan also gained a lot of benefits for himself, such as no longer having to take exams and attend classes like ordinary students. After leaving the principal's office, Wangfan went to the cafeteria and had a big meal. With his bottomless appetite, he once again attracted the attention of some curious people. The incident of Wangfan calling for food 50 times in one meal was filmed into a video, which was then edited and uploaded to the personal Douyin self-media account and, of course, to the campus forum of Shanghai University. He ate the amount of food for 50 people in one meal. In front of the student from Shanghai University, all other food bloggers are weak. I will not accept any rebuttal. #food challenge #BigEater. Just speeding up the unedited content, coupled with such copywriting, instantly ignited the self-media and directly landed at the 20th place on the national hot list. However, with everyone's enthusiastic interaction, the ranking of the hot list is still rising. At this time, Wangfan was staggering towards the music department's studio. After all, he had promised Han Bailing, the beauty of the music department, that he would go to watch her performance. There were also quite a few female classmates on the road, and they all came over to take photos with him. Wangfan naturally accepted everyone who came, and he perfectly portrayed a friendly image. But as Wangfan walked, he felt something was not right. He always felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind, which made him very uncomfortable. After several observations, he finally determined who had been following him. It was the girl who swore to be his supporter. She looked good, but her sneaky look gave Wangfan a stalker-like feeling. Wangfan waved at her, and the girl pointed at herself uncertainly, meaning, "Are you looking for me?" Seeing Wangfan nod, she walked over boldly. "If you want to take pictures of me, you can do so openly. There's no need to act like a thief. Also, I bought photos and videos of Zheng Jian before because I wanted to send him to jail and collect evidence. Normally, I wouldn't spend money to buy the things you took pictures of me, so you don't have to sit back and wait and think about making money from them." The girl looked at Wangfan with innocent eyes and said seriously, "From your appearance, you are a troublemaker and a trending search subject. As long as I take pictures, there will be a market. If you don't buy it, others will." Wangfan was also convinced. How could such a cute girl have such low emotional intelligence? If she entered the workplace like this, she would definitely be bullied to death by her colleagues. "Can you let me see what you filmed?" The girl generously handed over her phone. Wangfan's eyes lit up when he saw it. Not to mention that the level of photography was at a professional level. This person has the potential to be a paparazzi. The photo is great. Whether it's the composition or the control of light and shadow, it has reached a professional level. Did you study photography or journalism? Journalism and communication. The girl seemed a little depressed when she mentioned her major. It's a common major. Nowadays, everyone is a self-media person. There is no point in studying this. You can only take photos of popular people or things and earn some traffic to support yourself. Wangfan thought that Dong Mingjiu had acquired the country's top paparazzi team, and the girl in front of him was so talented in this area and was also a rare talent. Do you want to be a paparazzi? Go to the airport to take pictures of celebrities in the early stage, and then find your own interests in the later stage, and then freely choose to develop. What do you think? The girl's eyes lit up and she asked, "You didn't earn your money by being a paparazzi, secretly taking photos of celebrity scandals, and then blackmailing them, did you?" Wangfan's forehead was filled with black lines. It seemed that this girl had heard a lot of gossips about the entertainment industry, otherwise how could she know so much? That's a crime. I'm so rich, how could I do something that violates the bottom line of the law? If you are willing, I'll give you a chance to try. How much can you pay per month? The basic salary is 10,000 yuan, and taxi, accommodation and meals are reimbursed on a reimbursement basis. There was a gleam in the girl's eyes, but she quickly hid it. It's not much, but I like it, so I want to try it. Wangfan pushed Dong Mingjiao's green bubble to Zhuo Yiting, and it was Wangfan's unintentional act that made her the #1 paparazzi queen in the future. A blacksmith must be strong himself. As long as you have talent and seize the right opportunity when it comes, you will be able to soar to the sky. Please show me your invitation. When Wangfan was about to enter the studio, he was stopped by someone. He took out Han Beiling's invitation from his pocket and handed it over. The other party took a look at it and then tore up the invitation letter in front of Wangfan. "Sorry, your invitation is fake and you can't get in." Wangfan pointed at the painting of Han Beiling posted at the entrance and reported, "The invitation letter from Han Beiling, the beauty of your music department, could it be fake? Are you kidding me? Each of our invitations has the name of the invitee written on it, but yours is blank, so I say yours is fake. Go away and don't delay other people from entering." Wangfan knew that this guy just wanted to make things difficult for him, and no matter how much he said, it would be useless. So when faced with such unreasonable people, sometimes ignoring them is the greatest contempt for them. With his hands behind his back, Wangfan didn't care whether he was a guard dog or not, and just rushed in. Seeing this, the other party was not willing to give up and started to push Wangfan. "Just because you are rich, you think you are great. Without an invitation letter, even if the king comes today, you can't get in." Wangfan didn't know where the other party's jealousy came from, and he would not be polite to anyone who was hostile to him. He just looked back and found Zhuo Yiting in the crowd, and knocked her to the ground with an Iron Mountain backstroke. The other party picked up a broom placed at the entrance and smashed it towards Wangfan's legs. Wangfan dodged it with a light jump, then kicked the other party more than a meter away, and stopped only after he hit a tree. "Wangfan, I'm going to sue you for provoking trouble and beating someone in public. I'm going to make you go in and operate the sewing machine." Wangfan didn't expect that Zhang Jian was so familiar with the tricks he used on him. It seemed that the other party had been keeping him under control for a long time. He walked over and grabbed the man by the collar. "Who are you? I don't remember knowing you, why are you targeting me? Also, don't try to learn the things I've played with so much. You'll never be able to learn them, just like now." Crackle, crackle. Wangfan didn't give the other party a chance to answer the question. He slapped him on the face several times, making him dizzy and stunned. He hadn't even introduced himself when he was beaten up by that bastard Wangfan. It was outrageous. This is not called provoking trouble, this is called you provoking and attacking first. I am acting in self-defense. At the very least, we are fighting each other. You idiot, you should read the civil code more. Chapter 60 Li Haorun's provocation, Wangfan gladly accepted it. Backstage in the studio, Han Beiling was making final preparations for putting on makeup before going on stage, but her mind was full of Wangfan's figure at this moment. How did he transform from an unknown king of bootlickers into a rich second generation, and a super rich one at that? Because some curious classmates have posted on the school forum, analyzing the value of Wangfan's outfit. The Givenchy green suit is priced at 588,000 renminbi on the official website, and the Givenchy leather shoes are priced at 268,000 renminbi. The Rolex Unicorn Daytona number 6265 was auctioned for $5.9 million, which is equivalent to at least 50 million dragon coins. Adding the green Pagani Huayra's official guide price of 29 million dragon coins, the new car is worth at least 30 million. This is only the outer clothing that can be seen, and the underwear and other things inside have not yet been seen. The value has reached an astonishing 80 million. I am definitely a rich man. If I could become his girlfriend, I wouldn't have to worry about what to do after graduation. For a pop music student like her, unless she is extremely talented and has some luck, she can sing one or two popular songs, which become her masterpieces and have her own place in the music world. Otherwise. At this time, her roommate came over with a cup of milk tea and handed it to her with a smile, saying, "Bai Ling, you will be on stage soon, you must perform well. You are prone to hypoglycemia, so I bought you a cup of milk tea to replenish your blood sugar." "You are the best." Han Beiling's thoughts were interrupted. She took the milk tea from Ma Dongmei with a smile and said, "Thank you, Dongmei. You are the best." He put in a straw and took a sip, saying, delicious. "Thank you, Dongmei." At this time, Wangfan had already entered the studio. Just as he took out his mobile phone to contact Han Beiling, he saw a group of people walking over from the side. "Hey, isn't this Wangfan, the famous bootlicker at Magic City University? I didn't expect you to dare to come to our music department. Who gave you the courage?" "Fiona Leong." "Pa. MD, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Wangfan had never thought that there would be so many things between students before. He just exerted a little effort, and all kinds of monsters appeared, wanting to show off their muscles to him. He now regretted not accepting Principal Tang's suggestion. If he had made a big fuss about his donation to the school, these small fry would surely not dare to make a fuss in front of him. Wangfan didn't bother to pay attention to these arrogant second generations. He glanced at them, then pushed through the crowd and walked towards the stage. "Mr. Li, he actually ignored you, damn it." "Shut up, man." Li Haoran said to Wangfan's back, "Wangfan, stop right there. Do you know that Han Beiling is my woman? Do you like to steal other people's girls? First it was Zhang Jian and now it's me? What on earth do you want to do?" Wangfan turned around and pointed at Li Haoran's head and said, "If you have a brain disease, go to the hospital. Don't be like a mad dog and keep staking your claim. Give me your woman back. If she is really your woman, what kind of man are you if you can't even control your own woman?" Wangfan's words were so sharp and hurtful that Li Haoran exploded with anger. However, Li Haoran took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, looked at Wangfan and said, "Wangfan, this is a civilized society. I won't lead people to fight like that fool Zhang Jian. That is only the choice of a reckless fool. Since you've come to our music department, and today is also our singing competition, let's see who gets a higher ranking. If I rank higher than you, you can stop pestering Han Beiling. How about that?" Wangfan snorted coldly, "A petty-minded, glass-hearted guy like you who has no confidence at all, I don't know where you got the confidence to compete with me in singing. And this is the first time Han Beiling and I have met today, and she took the initiative to invite me here, so there is no entanglement between us. If you want to pick a fight with me, you should do it like a man, and don't blame everything on a woman. Han Beiling is not an object, nor is she yours. If you want to compete with me, use yourself as the stakes, otherwise get out of here." Li Haoran and his friends looked at each other and then laughed. Wangfan, an amateur contestant majoring in other fields, actually compared himself with these professional students studying vocal music. This was like an old man drinking arsenic because he thought his life was too long. "Okay, I promise you." Li Haoran accepted it happily. "If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me." "How about that?" Wangfan sneered and said, "I am a straight man. I am not interested in men. If you lose, kneel down on the stage and apologize to me. Slap yourself in the face and say you shouldn't have said such a mean thing." When Li Haoran heard this, he almost went berserk on the spot, but fortunately the people around him stopped him. "Mr. Li, you are a talented singer in this year's class, and he is not even an amateur contestant. The reason why he deliberately angered you is that he doesn't want to make a bet with you. Don't fall into his trap. Yes, Master Li, your strength is obvious to all of us. He is like an ant in front of you. Don't be fooled by him." Li Haoran took a deep breath again and said, "Okay, I promise you, but what if you lose?" Wangfan thought for a moment and said, "I lost. Just as you wish, I will stay away from Han Beiling. Even if she pesters me, I will ignore her. Is that okay?" Li Haoran was furious. "Wangfan, you are so shameless. You just said that Han Beiling is not an object and cannot be used for gambling. How come you can say so now?" Wangfan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do you understand what a seller's market is? You are the one who needs my help, so you must follow my rules. Okay, if you lose, you have to reject Han Beiling in person on stage. Okay, but you have to help me get a place in the competition, otherwise I won't play with you." After saying that, Wangfan ignored him and took out his cell phone. He wanted to contact Han Bailing to find out the rules of the singing competition. He couldn't trust Li Haoran and his gang. At this moment, Ma Dongmei appeared beside Li Haoran, took his arm, stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, "I have completed the task you assigned to me. Remember to buy me the new LV bag you promised to buy me." Li Haoran kissed Ma Dongmei on the face and said, "Don't worry, honey, I will definitely buy it for you." When Wangfan appeared in front of Han Bailing, she showed a bright smile on her face. "Thank you for coming." Wangfan also told Han Bailing about his encounter with Li Haoran and the bet he made with him. Han Bailing frowned and said, "Li Haoran is really shameless. He is a music student and wants to compete with a non-professional like you. He is not afraid of being laughed at by others for being a musical genius." Instead, Wangfan was filled with disbelief and asked, "Is there no one left in your music department? Can a playboy like Li Haoran be called a genius?" Chapter 61 Han Bailing is backstabbed. The singing competition officially begins. Li Haoran can be said to be born into a musical family. His grandfather is a singer and his mother is a professor in the music department of Shanghai University. He has inherited the family genes very well and has possessed an absolute sense of music since he was a child. Along the way in the field of music, he has been given titles such as child prodigy and genius. Perhaps it is precisely because of these titles that he feels that he is a talented player. After entering university, his parents changed from strict control to laissez-faire in his education, and he suddenly let himself go. Despite being known as a musical genius, he often flirted with girls at school. Until he met Han Bailing, all his tricks to pick up girls failed and he couldn't catch up with her no matter what he did. This also aroused Li Haoran's competitive spirit, and he vowed to catch up with Han Bailing. Han Bailing, like Li Haoran, is a rare musical talent, which can be seen from the name her parents gave her. However, Han Bailing was not like Li Haoran, who let herself go after entering university. She has always been strict with herself and worked hard. "I thought I would make a name for myself after graduation with my own abilities, but after meeting Zhang Jian from the art department, seeing Li Haoran from their music department, hearing all kinds of rumors about my classmates, as well as the various unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, I used to treat them as jokes." Later, she also participated in a very famous talent show. After discovering that the show was completely scripted and there were some unknown inside stories, she voluntarily withdrew from the competition, which caused quite a bit of controversy on the internet at the time. To be honest, her faith in the Tao has begun to become unstable because of all these messy things, and her life path doesn't seem to be as smooth as she thought. Just at this time, she noticed the post about Yang Wei in the school forum. While others were making fun of Wangfan, she felt that it was a rare affection. Later, she secretly followed Wangfan, including his domineering response to Yang Wei, and then he really showed up at school on the third day. What she didn't expect was that Wangfan, who was nicknamed the king of bootlickers by his classmates, met everyone in a different identity. Not only is he wearing all branded clothes, but even the car he drives is a luxury car worth tens of millions. He totally gives off a casual vibe. I don't know if Fu Yanjie will faint in the toilet after seeing all this. This was exactly what she wanted. Instead of settling for those greasy middle-aged men, it would be better to find someone who was pleasing to her eyes and affectionate. He also happened to be rich, which made him the perfect match for her. So Han Bailing dressed up carefully and went to the parking lot. Unexpectedly, there was a school beauty from another department there. However, she still boldly took out the invitation letter for their department's singing competition and gave it to him. She didn't expect that he really came, and Han Bailing felt very guilty because of the bet she made with Li Haoran. After listening to Han Bailing's story, Wangfan said with emotion like a person who had experienced it, "Only by keeping your original aspiration in mind can you achieve your goal. Today, I will show some mercy and teach Li Haoran a lesson, so that he will know that there are always people who are better than you. The so-called genius is just a ticket to see me." Puff. Han Bailing couldn't help laughing out loud. "Student 1, you are not afraid of getting your tongue stuck when you brag. Li Haoran is quite powerful. I hope you don't underestimate him." Wangfan asked disapprovingly, "How about we make a bet? If I beat him, you can use your tongue to see if mine flashes?" Han Bailing is a little doubtful now. Is this still the affectionate man he was exposed to be? He is obviously a big pig's hoof. What if you lose? Han Bailing asked with a red face. "What's the punishment?" Wangfan pointed at her cheek and said, "Then punish me by making me kiss you. You are such a bad guy." When a girl calls you a bad guy or a very bad guy without being particularly angry, it means that you have entered the ambiguous period and you can try some physical contact. Since this singing competition was held with an open attitude, some students who are not good at singing from the music department, such as the top 10 campus singers, also participated. This competition is actually an assessment competition of the music department, which is divided into individual and mixed doubles events. As long as you can get the top 3 in these 2 events, you can get a place in the school's recommended graduate school. It can be said that the competition is quite fierce, especially in the mixed doubles competition. The top 10 in the individual competition will be selected and then paired freely. This not only tests singing skills, but also tests one's vision in choosing a partner. Before this, Han Bailing had already accepted Li Haoren's invitation. The 2 of them would join hands in participating in the mixed doubles competition, and they would definitely be able to get a top 3 ranking, which was equivalent to securing a place in the school's graduate school. Ma Dongmei took Li Haoren's arm and appeared in front of Wangfan and Han Bailing. Han Bailing was puzzled. "Dongmei, why are you with him?" "Haoren is my mixed doubles partner tonight, so of course we have to be together." Han Bailing frowned slightly, then looked at Li Haoren, who smiled smugly and said, "Bai Ling, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, our previous agreement will stand. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a place in graduate school." Han Bailing refused without a second thought. "Li Haoren, don't be so delusional. I won't be your girlfriend. Even if I don't get a place in graduate school this time, it doesn't matter. I can do the same thing by taking the exam on my own." Li Haoren sneered and said, "Han Bailing, let's wait and see, there will be a day when you kneel down and beg me." Wangfan grabbed Han Bailing's hand and said, "Don't worry, with me here, you won't lose your place in graduate school." A warm man not only provides emotional value, but also gives people a sense of security. Han Bailing knew that Wangfan said this just to comfort her. As a professional music student, she knew that it takes time to learn to sing a song well. However, the fact that Wangfan could say these words at this time still made her feel warm in her heart. Li Haoren turned around and looked at Wangfan and said, "When an amateur talks, it makes people laugh. Wangfan, I will show you the difference between a professional and an amateur on the stage later." With the host warming up the audience, a new singing competition kicked off. As expected of a music department singing competition, it was more professional than the previous campus top 10 singers competition held by the entire school. You can usually tell who is a professionally trained and who is an amateur as soon as they open their mouths. I used to listen to the top 10 singers on campus and thought they were pretty good, but now compared to these music students, they are just too amateurish. Comparing your hobby with someone's profession is like asking for death. No wonder every campus singing competition has restrictions on music students, otherwise they would have taken all the top 10 singers. Wow, I finally get to see the real seated players. Li Haoren is definitely the king of this competition. Of course I do. I come from a musical family and have been called a musical prodigy since I was young. Chapter 62, Wangfan, a top student in the music department, performs a song called Practicing Love. Li Haoren was as proud as a peacock with its tail spread out, with his neck held high and arrogant, as if he was the center of the world and all eyes should be focused on him. Today I am singing a song called Skin by Rain God. Before singing this song, I want to say a few words. I believe everyone knows Wangfan. He is also participating in our singing competition today. He was not sincere from the beginning, and he said he was cheated out of 888,000 yuan in a relationship. I think he deserves it. Now he changes his identity, drives a luxury car and scams people all over the school. He even scammed our music department. As a recognized genius in the music department, I will guard the door of the music department today and protect our school beauty Han Bailing. Don't be fooled by this hypocritical man like Wangfan. He is nothing but a clown in everyone's eyes. After Li Haoren finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience. They didn't expect Wangfan to be so brave that he actually came to participate in the music department's singing competition. They had never seen him participate in the previous campus top 10 singers competition. Why did he participate in such a high-end game? People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. As soon as Wangfan changed his identity, even the genius in the music department hated him. We should keep a low profile as a human being. Oh my god, Wangfan is really asking for trouble. I remember during military training, he sang a song and not a single word was in tune. How dare he come to participate in the music department's singing competition? The world of the rich is not in the same dimension as ours. Haven't you watched the performances of Jack Ma and Pony Ma at the annual meeting online? The audience was all applauding. I'm going to applaud Wangfan later. I heard that he gave out 10,000 yuan to everyone in the parking lot. Maybe he'll give out money again if he's happy. I love people who are stupid and have a lot of money the most. Wangfan didn't expect that Li Haoran was so narrow-minded. He started to beat him up as soon as he came up. But it was good this way. After he went on stage, he would use the perfect singing skills given by the system to let Li Haoran, the so-called genius, know how big the gap was between him and the master. As the accompaniment sounded, Li Haoran, worthy of being a genius in the music department, instantly entered the emotional state that the song needed to express. Whether it is the transition between true and false voices, or the emotional ups and downs conveyed by the song's emotions, they are all conveyed quite accurately. I burn. I started to burn. Kill the fat. He also performed the span of 19 vocal ranges very well. If we have to point out any shortcomings in Li Haoran's singing of this song, it would be that the excitement in the high notes was not enough. According to Wangfan's speculation, this guy must have had too many girls and had not exercised for a long time, so his physical fitness could not keep up, which resulted in a slight lack of breath when he needed to sing high notes frequently. Even so, Li Haoran is currently ranked first with an absolute advantage. After all, he is not a particularly professional and cannot hear any flaws at all. When Li Haoran stepped down from the stage, he looked at Wangfan with contempt. Wangfan was naturally not polite and directly raised two middle fingers to respond to him. However, Wangfan also noticed that these singers from the music department liked to perform some high-pitched and showy songs in the competition, as if only in this way could they show the comprehensiveness of his singing skills. Perhaps in order to avoid aesthetic fatigue, the organizers interspersed the male and female groups. The girls sometimes sang and danced at the same time, making the stage more enjoyable to watch. Madonna also got a high score with Adele's Hello, so there will be no problem for her to enter the top 10. As the beauty of the music department and also the title of female genius, Han Beiling chose Jur, which is a relatively difficult song to sing. The difficulty of this song lies in the fact that the range of the voice is from A3 to #G5, spanning more than 2 octaves, which places very high demands on the singer's vocal condition and vocal skills. I have to say that Han Beiling's singing voice complements her name very well. She sang very steadily in the beginning, but at the end, the sorghum is ripe and the sky is full of red, Jur, I will send you to a faraway place. These two sentences should have been sung after the previous emotions were fully accumulated, with a higher tone to push up the emotions. It was obvious that when Han Beiling sang the first high word, her expression showed surprise and a little panic, but fortunately, she quickly adjusted her singing style, and after singing The Sorghum is Ripe, she cleverly replaced her real voice with falsetto and finished the performance of the song. Due to the final flaw, the score is not very high, but there should be no problem in getting into the top 10. Han Beiling walked off the stage with a gloomy face. Wangfan didn't say anything, but just patted the back of her hand gently. Han Beiling thought for a moment and whispered to Wangfan, I didn't get the high note at the end. I suspect it has something to do with the milk tea my dongmei gave me. I thought it was a bit too sweet at the time, but she was by my side at the time, and I felt embarrassed to disappoint her kindness, so I just drank 2 sips. As a result, I had throat reflux during the last high note, and I couldn't sing it, ah. Wangfan unscrewed the bottle of mineral water on the table and let Han Beiling drink some to clear her throat. Don't worry. I'm here to break the Dao hearts of Li Haoran and Ma Dongmei and make them fall out of the top 3. After several rounds, Wangfan finally came on stage and sang JJ's Practicing Love. When the host introduced the song he was going to sing, there was another uproar from the audience. Li Haoran, this idiot chose such a bland song in the competition. He is really courting death. Ma Dongmei, he is just an amateur contestant. How dare he choose a difficult song? That would be courting death. If this kind of KTV song is brought to the arena, it will be crushed into pieces in seconds by these professional singers. They are rich and they come here to have fun. Do you really think they are competing in singing ability? All they need is money. After using the perfect singing skill rewarded by the system, Wangfan felt free and at ease as if he were a fish in water when he heard the music. When the accompaniment of Practicing Love sounded, Wangfan instantly had a different understanding of the song. This was also the first time he used it after obtaining the perfect singing skill. So as soon as he opened his mouth, he pulled everyone present into the mood of the song, as if everyone had begun their own practice of love along with his singing. Why should I be disappointed? Hide your tears in your heart. The past doesn't lie, don't bother with it. It's as if people are pulled back into the beautiful time when love first begins. At that time, perhaps they didn't understand love, or perhaps they were just confused about love, and that's why they missed the simple beauty. Who said the sun would find the moon? We can't imitate the love that others have. Practicing the joys and sorrows of love. Our efforts are not simple. Chapter 63 Li Haoran apologizes privately, who can compete with Under the Sea? In the world of love, there is no such thing as regret. The entire studio was immersed in their own memories as Wangfan sang. No one would have thought that a sad love song would not allow the singer to show off his skills. But Wangfan sang this seemingly plain song into everyone's heart, as if everyone was cultivating the regretful love they once had in this song. Fantasy a few years ago, forgiveness a few years later. To heal a body of wounds for a face. Don't tell me you miss me, I can't stand it. As the last note fell, the whole audience fell silent, and some people even wiped tears from their eyes. I didn't know who started applauding first, but then everyone followed suit. Even the judges who were professors stood up and led the applause. This is a bit ironic. The two geniuses of the music department, Li Haoran and Han Beiling, did not receive such treatment, but an outsider from the journalism and communication department received such an honor. Li Haoran was so angry that he wanted to curse. He originally wanted to embarrass Wangfan, but who could have thought that this guy was so talented and sang a sad song so well? He was definitely at the master level. Han Beiling looked at Wangfan on the stage with tears in her eyes. She was right. He was still that affectionate handsome man, otherwise he would not have performed the song so vividly. Only those who have experienced the pain of love can sing out the essence of this song. Wangfan did it. Wouldn't that damn Fu Yanjie feel heartbroken? How could she bear to hurt him who was so affectionate? At this time, Wangfan did not leave the stage directly. Instead, he took the microphone and challenged Li Haoran in the audience. Li Haoran, the genius of the music department, now the scores are out. My score is higher than yours, you have already lost, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Li Haoran's face instantly turned gloomy. This Wangfan really deserved to die for embarrassing him in front of so many people. At this time, Li Haoran's mother Dong Yuehua, a professor in the music department, looked at her son and asked, Haoran, what bet did you make with that person? You should accept the loss if you lose. Li Haoran's face looked even uglier. If his mother knew about this, she would have to kneel down on the stage in front of Wangfan and slap him in the face while apologizing. How would they stay in school then? Wangfan, you are too impatient. The game is only halfway through and there is still the mixed doubles match to go. How do you know I will lose? Wangfan said disdainfully, I didn't expect that the so-called genius of the music department is just like this. It's ridiculous that you are not as good as others and still want to deny your achievements. But is there any meaning in your meaningless struggle? If I can beat you once, I can beat you a second time. I want to see how you can cheat after you lose later. Then the host quickly came on stage and took over Wangfan's microphone, and the competition continued. Wangfan knew that after such a commotion, things would become difficult to handle. After all, Li Haoran's mother was one of the judges, and the other judges were all professors in the music department and their colleagues. It is very likely that out of consideration for human feelings, Li Haoran will be allowed to win the mixed doubles match directly, which will be considered a draw and he will be exempted from punishment. However, Wangfan couldn't swallow this anger, so he took out his mobile phone and found a green bubble group. Directly add in it, do you know Li Haoran from the music department of Shanghai University? Han Fei, the boss finally showed up. I heard that you bought a Rolex Unicorn Daytona number 6265 yesterday. Can you let us have a look at what a watch worth more than 50 million looks like? Chang Hao, Mr. Han, stop complaining here and delaying the boss's important business. Be careful or he will punish you. Li Chenkuan, I know him. If we don't have the same name, he would be my distant cousin. Wangfan, Li Haoran's mother is said to be a professor in the music department. Li Chenkuan, that's my distant cousin. What's wrong, boss? Did he offend you? Wangfan, make a bet with me. If you lose the singing competition, you have to cheat. Since you are relatives, I'm giving you a heads up. If you really play tricks on me, don't blame me for bankrupting his family. Li Chenkuan, boss, wait for my news, I will contact him and tell him the situation. Wangfan closed his phone in a good mood. He wondered if his cousin Li Chenkuan had any deterrent power. If not, he wouldn't mind turning Li Haoran from a rich young man into an ordinary person. Afterwards, Wangfan went backstage with Han Beiling to make the final adjustments to the chorus of Under the Sea. The reason for choosing Linghuan Zhang Yi's version is that it expresses rich emotions. Another thing is that Han Beiling's voice is not suitable for singing songs that are too high-pitched. In this version of the song, there are fewer female parts than male parts, so that Han Beiling can perform better. The song was fine-tuned in detail through rehearsal. Han Beiling did not expect that Wangfan, who was not from the music department, had such profound insights into music. This is even more rare for her. After all, it is difficult to find someone she likes in such a vast crowd of people, and this person is not only good looking but also rich, but more importantly, he has a high level of attainment in your preferences. If you miss a treasure like this, I believe it would be harder to find another one than for humans to land on Mars. Just as she was thinking about how to express her feelings to Wangfan, Li Haoran hurried over and saw that the so-called rebellious and superior look in Wangfan's eyes was no longer there. Instead, he became very humble. After listening to his cousins talk about Wangfan's terrifying financial resources, all his pride was swept away. Even in front of the person he liked, he could still put aside his pride and kneel directly in front of Wangfan. While slapping himself, he said, "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. I was mean and shouldn't have provoked you and Han Bailing. Don't worry, I will stay away from Han Bailing from now on. I only hope you can forgive me, don't argue with me, and don't touch my family's property." Wangfan didn't expect that Li Haoran would be so decisive. It seemed that he was not the kind of stupid young man. Since he was the cousin of his younger brother and was relatively receptive to advice, he didn't want to make things difficult for him. So he said coldly with the attitude of an elder, "Get up, don't think that you can get carried away just because you have a little talent. There are always people who are better than you. I hope that after this lesson, you can find your original intention. Only by keeping your original intention can you achieve your goal. Thank you for your teachings, Master Wang. I will definitely keep it in mind." The following mixed doubles competition was much simpler. After resolving the conflict with Li Haoran, there were no accidents. Wangfan and Han Bailing won the first place with the song Under the Sea. The two of them interpreted the song more emotionally. Han Bailing interpreted the struggle and despair in the song very well with his cool voice, and Wangfan's addition of Sanskrit rap injected warmth and hope into the song. His voice was like a beacon, guiding people out of their current predicament. Chapter 64. Wangfan leaves early and meets Fu Yanjie again. Han Bailing originally thought about inviting Wangfan to dinner after the singing competition was over. She never thought that Wangfan would just go to the toilet and get away with it. She was so angry that her teeth itched. However, she clenched her fists and said, "Wangfan, you can't escape my 5 fingers mountain." When he walked out of the music department's studio, Li Qiankuan and his group of younger brothers surrounded him. Wangfan really didn't expect why these guys came here. Chubby Han Fei said, "Boss, we heard about your school life in the group chat, so we came to see you. I hope your sister won't be angry." Ha ha ha. Han Fei's green tea flavor instantly caused everyone to burst into laughter. You know what, this fat guy actually has some talent for comedy. Are you all okay? You're so free. Boss, we are the ones with better reincarnation skills. Anyway, we don't have any special skills except playing. Living a life of idleness and waiting for death is our fate in this life. Wangfan rolled his eyes. If this word got out, someone would definitely chase them with a 40-meter-long machete and chop them. It would be so damn infuriating. Since you have performed well today, I will give you a chance. If you encounter a career you like in the future and are short of money, you can contact my investment company. As long as the project is not too outrageous, I can be your angel investor. Wangfan's words instantly ignited the fighting spirit of Li Qiankuan and others. After all, even the incompetent guys wanted to get recognition from their family members to prove that they were not useless people who only knew how to spend money and eat and wait for death. It's just that their parents know them too well, and giving them money to spend is already the greatest gift, so they don't even let them think about starting a business. After all, their ideas have been proven wrong through their own practice. Boss, you opened an investment company? We don't know how to manage it anyway, so why don't you let us invest in your investment company? Wangfan knocked on Li Qiankuan's head. This guy had a nice dream and wanted to get on the fast lane here. Okay, I'll give you one chance. Each of you can take out 10 billion as your investment. Then I'll give you 10% of the shares. How about that? Li Qiankuan and the others shook their heads repeatedly. This is too scary. Which good person would open an investment company and take out hundreds of billions to play around? In fact, if they knew the future growth potential of Mortal Investment, they would definitely regret why they did not take 10% of Mortal Investment's shares. Otherwise, they would be the most successful second-generation rich. But there is no medicine for regret in the world, and of course it is impossible for them to get so much money from their families to invest in Wangfan's investment company. The group was talking when a girl with delicate makeup came out from behind a poplar tree not far away. She came to Wangfan and grabbed his arm. Wangfan, it was all my fault before. Can you forgive me? I will treat you wholeheartedly in the future. After a few days of calm thinking, I found that I still love you. Oh my god. Wangfan almost cursed. He didn't expect Fu Yanjie to come to their school to block him. He was really disgusted and quickly pulled his hand away. Fu Yanjie, don't be so self-indulgent. Your eyes can see that I still love you. Don't be so foolish. No, Wangfan, you can't do this to me. When you love me, you call me little sweetie, and when you don't love me, you call me Madam No. My heart will break. Li Qianquan and the others who were listening on the side couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. They didn't expect that the woman in front of them was so capable of making trouble. Wangfan didn't expect Fu Yanjie to be so shameless. Stop flattering yourself and get out of here. Wangfan, wasn't the song Practicing Love that you just sang for me? Your performance just now clearly showed your nostalgia and reluctance to part with me, and in Under the Sea I heard your vision for our future. Don't worry, I will never let you down again this time. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I am proficient in playing all kinds of instruments and singing. Han Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wangfan kicked him and cursed, "Get out of the way." Wangfan turned to Yan Jie and said, "Instead of talking nonsense here, why not find a way to raise money? I believe Yang Wei has already told you about my lawsuit against you. The lawyers I hired are the best lawyers in the country for this kind of lawsuit. Your chances of winning are almost zero. If you don't want to go to jail, then pay me money to settle and apologize, otherwise you will have to wait until you go to jail." To be honest, when Fu Yanjie saw the news that Yang Wei shared with her that Wangfan drove a luxury car to Shanghai University, she really regretted it. If her relationship with Yang Wei had not been discovered by Wangfan, then that green Pagani Wingo would have been hers. Fu Yanjie couldn't understand why the man who had been dating her online on Green Bubble suddenly became a different person and stopped obeying her orders. Didn't he always want to meet her? Didn't he say that he would hold her in his arms and spin around in circles when they met? Why is he so cold now, as if he has avenged his father's death? Wangfan, you can't do this to me. You said that no matter what mistakes I made, you would forgive me and give me a chance. Are you going to break your promise? Wangfan felt a headache when he heard such words. He didn't know how he became so crazy during those days when he was a bootlicker and actually said such shameless words. A licker will not die a good death, and a person who betrays his sincerity will have to swallow 1,000,000 silver needles. When I said this, it was based on the fact that you were in love with me and I was your only one, not when you and Yang Wei conspired to cheat me of my money. You keep talking about Yang Wei. I know you have me in your heart and you are jealous of him. Don't worry, I won't contact him from now on. If you think I am not complete, it's okay. I can go for reconstructive surgery and give you a new first time. These words were quite explosive, and Li Qianquan and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wangfan would not hit a woman unless she no longer considered herself a human being. Pa! Wangfan slapped Fu Yanjie on the face, stared at her and said viciously, "If you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences. If you eat my food, you should spit it out in full. Otherwise, you can only go in and step on the sewing machine." Fu Yanjie covered her burning face and looked at Wangfan in disbelief. "Wangfan, you dare to hit me, I will fight you." As he said that, he jumped on Wangfan. Wangfan looked at Li Qianquan and the others and said, "The boss is in danger. You don't want to help. Are you itching for trouble?" Han Fei opened his arms and stood in front of Wangfan. "Xiao Tian, come to me if you have anything to say, and let my boss go." Ouch. Han Fei originally wanted to be a hero and save the boss, and take advantage of the boss's ex-girlfriend. He didn't expect this crazy woman to be so unsportsmanlike and directly knee him in the lower body. If this is blocked, the Han family will have to cut off their retreat. Chapter 65, Fu Yanjie's unreasonable behavior, best friend becomes enemy. Pa! Wangfan slapped Fu Yanjie in the face again, this time with a little more force. He knocked the other person to the ground. At this time, Fu Yanjie's face was a little swollen, her clothes were dirty, and she looked very embarrassed. I didn't expect Wangfan to not only become rich but also bad. He even beats women. What kind of man is he? Maybe he didn't become bad just because he got rich. He was bad from the beginning, but he just disguised himself well before. God will punish those who are arrogant. A rich second generation like Wangfan who doesn't know how to keep a low profile will only bring disaster to his family. You guys are really worried about nothing. Haven't you heard that a centipede is still alive even after it dies? No matter what, it's not the level you and I can reach. Wouldn't it be nice to shoot some footage and sell it to Wangfan to make tens of thousands of dollars? Fu Yanjie heard someone nearby speaking up for her, and she felt that her trick was quite effective. After all, gossip can destroy a person. By then, under pressure from public opinion, Wangfan would most likely not ask her to pay back the money. After all, compared to her own reputation, more than 800,000 yuan was just a drop in the bucket for Wangfan now. Wangfan, I like you and asked you to get back together. Is that wrong? You slapped me without asking any questions. My parents have never been willing to hit me since I was a child. Why do you find a group of people to bully me? Fu Yanjie's words seemed ordinary, but they actually contained a huge amount of information, which instantly aroused the curiosity of the people around her. Fuck you, I thought the second generation rich had high aesthetic standards, but it turns out they are just so-so, not even as pretty as my girlfriend. The rich are finally being unkind. They beat a woman and called a group of people to beat her up. Does being rich mean you can ignore the law? From the way the woman spoke and the way she was posing, I know she's a big green tea. Could she be Yang Wei's girlfriend, the Fu Yanjie who cheated Wangfan out of his money? Oh my god, it's really possible. They didn't pay back the money, so Wangfan sued them. Today they are pestering Wangfan to agree. Could it be that they are trying not to pay back the money, or to get some evidence for the lawsuit? Oh, woman. Wangfan looked at Fu Yanjie as if she were a fool and sneered. Fu Yanjie, everything you are doing now is in vain. My request is very simple, just do it. If you are stubborn and continue to complain to me, I don't mind making your dirty deeds with Yang Wei public. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Fu Yanjie didn't want to go in and operate the sewing machine. Her only chance was to ask Wangfan to let her go, no matter what the cost. She didn't care about her image. She quickly crawled over and hugged Wangfan's legs, then looked up at Wangfan and said pitifully, Wangfan, give me another chance, let me be your slave, please don't abandon me, don't sue me, okay? Wangfan looked down at her and said, your foxtail is finally exposed. You're not pretending anymore, are you? Ever since you stopped me today, you've been acting with me and treating me like the fool I used to be. You just want to use the video of me beating you to threaten me and make me give up the lawsuit against you. Fu Yanjie didn't expect that everything she had planned had already been exposed under Wangfan's nose, and her expression couldn't help but freeze. Wangfan exerted a little force and she screamed and fell to the ground again. Are you satisfied now? If not, stand up and let me slap you a few more times until you are satisfied. Looking at Wangfan's cold face, Fu Yanjie completely gave up. In this case, she could not continue to be humiliated by Wangfan. Wangfan, don't feel that you are wronged. From the moment you started dating me online, you concealed your background. Your dishonesty was the beginning of our mistaken relationship. You paid for your mistake, so what? You still have the nerve to ask for it back. Do you need this little money? You're forcing me to death now. Do you still think you're a human being? The oath you made to me on the green bubble, that you would treat me well for the rest of your life, is that all bullshit? Even if you are rich, it can't change your nature as a loser and scumbag. Fu Yanjie was like a shrew at this moment. Wangfan knew that if he continued arguing with her, he would only make a fool of himself in front of the people around him. He winked at Li Chenkuan and the others and whispered some instructions in their ears. Several people excitedly took out their phones. At this time, Wangfan looked at Fu Yanjie and said contemptuously, I'll show you that your so-called conspiracy is really vulnerable in front of me. Wangfan pointed at a girl who came with Fu Yanjie, hooked his finger at her and said, there are not many opportunities to change your life, but now you have one. As long as you give me the content you filmed, I will give you 500,000 yuan and give you 1 minute to think about it. Wangfan has started to use his money power again. This time he spent 500,000 yuan at once. My god, how much humiliation does he have to endure to get 500,000 yuan? Master Wang, I have some videos that I just shot here. Do you want to recycle them? If you want to recycle them, I'll give you a discount. Just follow the price you charge in the parking lot. I have some too. I don't bargain. Just give me whatever you want. I'm willing to pay you whatever you want because I know Master Wang will not treat his brothers unfairly. Fu Yanjie was stunned. She didn't expect Wangfan to try to persuade her to defect. Then, looking at her best friend Zhang Min, whom she brought with her, her expression had changed. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Anyone who can hang out with Fu Yanjie must be a gold digger. She came here just to help, but suddenly the footage she shot was worth so much money. To be honest, she was very excited. She also comes from an ordinary family. If she can get this 500,000 yuan, it will greatly improve her personal life, but she will feel a little sorry for her best friend. Zhang Min, don't listen to his nonsense. Men's mouths are deceiving. If Wangfan's words were true, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. You know all this. Yanjie, but he is different now. He is rich. He is no longer your former bootlicker Wangfan, but the rich second-generation Wang Xiao. Zhang Min, we have been best friends for more than 10 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here to help me. Are you going to betray our relationship for more than 10 years just for money? Fu Yanjie, don't use morality and feelings to hold me hostage. How much money can you give me if I take photos for you? If you were me, would you rather have money or our feelings? Li Qianquan gave Wangfan a thumbs up. This move was really amazing. Best friends become enemies, all it takes is 500,000 manas. Master Wang, it seems that he will not buy our materials. This is a great move. He bought them out directly from the source, leaving hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, he spent more than $1 million to buy materials in the parking lot. Wangfan looked in the direction of the voice. He really wanted to give him a big smart award. It was simply a god's assist. Time's up, Wangfan looked at Zhang Min and said, it's time to make your choice. I can sell you the footage I shot. Zhang Min looked at Wangfan and sneered, I offended all my best friends for you. 500,000 is too little. You have to give me at least 1.5 million. Chapter 66 Zhang Min falls into a trap, bar crazy opens. Wangfan was overjoyed, but he said grimly, greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Aren't you afraid of eating yourself to death? Your car is worth tens of millions, so 1.5 million is a drop in the bucket for you. Zhang Min looked at Wangfan and said, using this insignificant amount of money to buy the stain in your life, or to buy your chances of winning the appeal, I think it's a good deal. I want my feelings, not yours. Wangfan was very overbearing at this moment. What if I don't give it to you? Zhang Min laughed when she heard this and said, you caused my best friend to die, and you won't give me money, so I will use the video in my hand to destroy you, post your evil deeds online, let everyone see your true face, and then let this matter ferment online, dig up your family, and follow this line, maybe I can find out the illegal activities your family has done. At this moment, Zhang Min's imagination is so big that she can be a novelist. Humph, women have been using Douyin for a long time. Wangfan still said disdainfully, are you threatening me? Seeing Wangfan's condescending attitude, Zhang Min was actually furious. Why did Wangfan spend millions on materials from other people, but was so stingy with her? Was he looking down on her? What's wrong with me threatening you? I have the leverage over you now. Zhang Min deliberately puffed out her chest to show that she was very confident. 1,500,000, not a penny less. If you don't give it to me, let's try. Seeing that Zhang Min was serious, Wangfan suddenly became a different person. He sighed like a deflated ball and said, well, I hope you keep your word and don't keep any backup of the materials you sell to me. Okay. I promise. Then give me your bank card number and I will transfer it to you. To be honest, this scene stunned the people watching the show. It turned out that Wangfan was just a paper tiger who surrendered obediently after being threatened a little. Others followed up in time and said, Master Wang, we have some too. If you don't buy it, we can also put you online and let the majority of netizens denounce you. After Wangfan transferred the money to Zhang Min, he said, it's none of my business whether you want to release it or not. After Zhang Min received the transfer from Wangfan, she jumped up happily. At this time, Fu Yanjie came over, grabbed her and said, Zhang Min, we are still good friends. You also know that Wangfan sued me because of 888,000 yuan. Now you have got a windfall. Can you lend it to me first? Let me pay it back to Wangfan first, and then I will pay you back slowly. Zhang Min said with a bad face, Fu Yanjie, get out of here. What are you going to pay back with? Your loser boyfriend? I have to say that you have a very bad vision. You rejected such a good rich boy and now you are in debt. You deserve it. The two men started to wrestle with each other, and Wangfan and his friends left immediately. Fuck, what's going on? Why did Wangfan spend 1.5 million and leave without even taking the materials? Damn, rich people are so willful. It's easy. It's just to watch best friends turn against each other. Look how hard they fight. They should tear the clothes into pieces a little harder. Don't underestimate the IQ of every rich person. After all, the education they received since childhood is not comparable to that of ordinary people like us. The reason why Wangfan did this must be that he is playing a bigger game. Li Qianquan asked curiously, "Boss, with the video we have, we can get the girl who took your money." "Of course," Wangfan said confidently. "She is blackmailing someone and the amount is huge. She should be sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment of more than 3 years but less than 10 years. You should all go buy a copy of the Civil Code and learn some legal knowledge. Don't use money to pressure others or start a fight. It would be better to just send her to jail." Wangfan's words frightened Li Qianquan and the others. They all secretly resolved not to provoke this kind of guy who was rich, smart, and only wanted to send people to jail. It was too scary. "Boss, there's a bar opening in Pudong today. Do you want to go over and have some fun?" Before obtaining the godly rich critical hit system, Wangfan had never been to places like bars. He subconsciously thought that such places were not good, and that they were places where people went to hang out and find friends for sex. Besides, I didn't have much money at that time, and I wanted to save some to pay tuition and reduce the burden on my family. Now that I have money, naturally I want to experience life. Just at this moment, Wangfan's phone rang. It was Long Piao calling. "Where are you, dear?" "I'm still at school, planning on going to the new bar called Bar Crazy. Do you want to come over?" "Okay, send me the address later and I'll ask the hotel's special car to take me there." Han Fei asked with a look of wanting a beating, "Boss, your transformation is really big, from a passionate man to a sea king. Who is this sister-in-law?" Wangfan's face changed and he stared at Han Fei and asked, "Did you investigate me?" Li Qianquan hurriedly stepped out to smooth things over, saying, "After meeting the boss at the 4S store, I became curious about him, so I used some connections to investigate him. After all, this society belongs to the rich and powerful, and there are always privileges beyond your understanding for them to enjoy." In fact, this also reminded Wangfan that with his business layout, it is bound to affect some people's cake, which will definitely cause some trouble. "I am not afraid, but what about the people around me and my family?" Thinking of this, Wangfan felt that it was necessary for him to set up a security company, not only to protect the safety of his family and friends, but also to develop it as a business. If you can really get to the top of the pyramid in this industry, you will have a huge income. After all, the richer and more powerful a person is, the more he will cherish his life. This matter also needs to be dealt with quickly. Suddenly, Wangfan felt that he still did not have enough manpower around him, otherwise there would not be so many mistakes. Without waiting for Wangfan's answer, Li Qianquan and the others looked at each other, fearing that he would really be angry and bring disaster to their family, which would be a great sin for them. "Boss, we were wrong. We will never investigate you again. We will pay for your consumption today as an apology to you. It won't happen again." As luxury cars drove out of Shanghai University, they once again attracted the envy of many students. They wished that they were the ones sitting in the luxury cars. It can be said that Bar Crazy is hard to get a seat today because of the various marketing operations before the opening, and the fact that many celebrities were invited to support the opening today. Whether it was security guards or fans of celebrities who came after hearing the news, all kinds of luxury cars were parked outside before it got dark, and this phenomenon created a rainbow effect. Models and internet celebrities also came in droves. Anyway, they gathered here with various purposes known only to themselves. It can be said that it is quite lively. Chapter 67 Gathering at Bar Crazy, Dangers Abound. After Wangfan left, Long Piao had a good sleep and her body recovered well. Looking at the bright red on the bed and thinking of the crazy time yesterday, her cheeks turned red. Then he got up from the bed, picked up a pair of scissors, cut off the bright red hair and put it in his bag. After a simple tidy up, I asked the housekeeper to bring some food and saw a wide variety of delicious food on the table. Long Piao was a little confused and asked, "Why is it so rich?" "Hello, Mississippi. This is our supreme VIP set meal. Please enjoy it with peace of mind." "Are you mistaken? I don't have a supreme VIP status here. Master Wang is here to run it. You can ask for anything you need." Long Piao recalled her encounter with Wangfan and realized that she really knew nothing about him and only regarded him as a tool to get the family property. "I didn't expect that the speed of our relationship would develop beyond my imagination. What are the requirements to become our supreme VIP?" "Cumulative consumption has reached 100 million. "What?" Long Piao dropped her chopsticks on the table when she heard the number. She was so surprised and shocked. Wangfan spent 100 million yuan here? No, it's just that young Master Wang directly deposited 100 million in our hotel. Long Piapiao almost vomited blood. Wangfan's move completely overturned her perception. Who would be a good person and pre-charge 100 million yuan in a hotel? No wonder Wangfan acted very calm when I told him that their family's total assets were worth tens of billions. Now I think it seems that he didn't take it seriously at all. Long Piapiao has made up her mind that after meeting Wangfan, she will ask him who he is. Thinking of this question, Long Piapiao's face turned red again. She had never done such an outrageous thing since she was a child. I asked the housekeeper to bring me a few sets of clothes that suited me. Finally, I chose a black suspender skirt with a black Chanel-style outer layer. If I wanted to look charming, I could remove the Chanel style. If I wanted to look dignified, I could just wear it. It can be said that this piece of clothing can serve two purposes. Her makeup used to be pure and lovely, but after having sex with Wangfan, she wanted to go for a queen style, which would definitely let Wangfan experience a different style. Sometimes women are just so simple. Once there is someone in her world, she is no longer a complete herself. She will think about what the other person will think about no matter what she does. Fortunately, Long Piapiao did not forget her identity as a little queen of the music world. She put on a white baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask before going out. After being fully armed, he asked the butler to arrange a special car to go directly to the location given by Wangfan. When we arrived at the place, we found that the car couldn't drive in at all, so we walked there in advance. Many people approached her along the way, but she waved her hand to refuse them. She somewhat regretted coming to such a place. If someone found out and took a photo of her and posted it online, her career would be hit hard. However, when she thought of Wangfan, she became motivated again. It can be said that Long Piapiao is now completely love-brained. Looking at the traffic jam outside, it took less than 10 minutes to move 1 meter, and Long Piapiao had already entered the bar. Although it was the seat that Li Chenkuan and the others had reserved in advance, Wangfan had a big stereotype of that place. I felt it was not a serious place, so I said, "I don't know how long the traffic will last. You guys wait and I'll walk over." "Boss, you make me even more curious about my sister-in-law. What kind of fairy must she look like to be able to fascinate you so much?" "Fatty Han, stop being such a jerk. I'll leave the car to you. Let's go with the boss first." "Ah. No way, how could you leave me alone? It's scary in the middle of the night. Get lost, you sissy." Zhang Jiakong sat in the office on the 3rd floor of Bar Crazy, drinking alone with a sullen face. He had been extremely unlucky in the past 2 days. Yesterday, he didn't get to eat Long Piapiao but was beaten up by someone. When he woke up, he was already lying on a hospital bed. He had reportedly undergone a full body checkup and apart from a slight concussion, there was nothing serious. The doctor asked him to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation and rest. This disrupted all his original plans. He had originally planned to bring the young pop diva Long Piapiao with him on the opening day of Bar Crazy and let her sing a few classic songs. This is also a gimmick that Bar Crazy has been promoting. Now he feels embarrassed that he has lost more than he gained. "I called home today, hoping to borrow some powerful bodyguards from my father, but I got scolded. Only then did I know that all the listed companies owned by my family were being shorted. Even information about artists under their company began to appear on the internet, including some information about his and his father's private lives, including those shady private parties they hosted. Which enemy had taken action to bring the Zhang family into such a mess?" In addition, as the behind-the-scenes boss of Bar Crazy, Zhang Jiakong had to attend the opening today. Looking at his still swollen cheeks, his hatred for Wangfan reached an unprecedented level. He swore to make Wangfan live a life worse than death to relieve his hatred. Later, he received a call from his younger brother Zhang Jian, who complained to him that he was bullied at school. After being scolded by his father, Zhang Jiakong was annoyed and said, "Useless thing, if someone bullies you, find a way to fight back. If anything happens, I will keep an eye on you." "Brother, that guy seems to have learned martial arts." "I can't beat him. You have to do it." "Who is the other party?" "Wangfan." "Damn it, he is really the nemesis of our brothers, just ignore him, I will kill him." When Zhang Jian heard this, he knew that Wangfan was not knowing the consequences and had offended his elder brother, so he sent the information about Wangfan to his elder brother. When Zhang Jiakong saw the information about Wangfan, his anger burned even more fiercely. He didn't expect that he would be beaten by such a bootlicker. If I don't vent my anger, I just kill myself with a piece of tofu. Then he called the boss of the entertainment company who was in charge of public relations, sent him Fu Yanjia's photo, and asked him to find this person and send her to Bar Crazy. After doing all this, Zheng Jiakong showed a slight smile on his face. At this time, some rich second generations from Shanghai also came to him one after another. Boss Zheng, today is the bar's opening day, but you become the bride who never leaves the house. We can't have a good time if you keep doing this. Hey, stop talking. I've had a bad year and got bit by a mad dog. I'm in a bad mood, but I saw you guys came to support me. Today, I'll let you guys have fun with the young models and celebrities. Mother, that fool dared to provoke young Master Zhang. When young Master Li and young Master Bai come, we will work together to come up with a plan to see if we can sink the desperate guy into the Huangpu River. This can also be considered as a gift to Boss Zheng for his grand opening. Chapter 68, Many Rules, Enter Bar Crazy. Looking at the fashionably dressed men and women walking on the street, it seemed like they were attending a large banquet. It's really hard to get a ticket to Bar Crazy. I heard that there will not only be some popular stars but also a large number of rich second generations coming today. This is our chance. I even had a repair surgery for today. I must get to shore. In order to be noticed by a rich lady, I have been training my abdominal muscles and doing squats for half a year. Now I am an electric motor. You guys really do whatever it takes to get to the shore, unlike me who only exudes personal charm just to find the only one in my heart. MD. Alexander in an instant, no matter what, today I am a versatile person, I can be a man or a woman, I can attack or defend, I am just that invincible. Wangfan listened to these explosive words and looked at them, all of whom were dressed neatly. Suddenly I felt that everyone was an animal in human skin, which was really crazy. I couldn't help but ask curiously, do you know who owns this Bar Crazy? Why are so many people flocking to it? Li Qianquan said like a lackey, brother, this store was opened by Zhang Jiakong, the eldest son of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's business is mainly entertainment companies, with many beautiful anchors and celebrities under their umbrella. In addition, the Zhang family has risen rapidly in the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai in recent years, and there is a tendency to become a first-class family. So many rich second generations are on good terms with Zhang Jiakong. This Bar Crazy advocates a return to nature in madness. With the support of many beautiful women, handsome men, celebrities, and second-generation rich people, many people flock to it. Therefore, it has become popular among some second-generation rich people before it opened. It has to be said that the Zheng family is good at hype. Wangfan did not expect that the bar that Li Qianquan brought them to was actually opened by his enemy. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Brother, your fake smile is really scary. Are you planning to kill everyone in there tonight? Wangfan snapped his fingers and said, you guessed it right. Once Zhang Jiakong knows that I came to his bar, he will definitely block all the exits and fuck me hard. There will definitely be a big fight then. Fuck, boss, when did you become enemies with Zhang Jiakong? Wangfan briefly recounted the feud between him and the two brothers Zhang Jiakong and Zhang Jian. Li Qianquan and the others were overwhelmed after hearing this. He was worthy of being their boss. He not only beat up two brothers, but also wanted to bring down the entire Zhang family. If someone else told this story, Li Qianquan and the others would think that the other person must be daydreaming, because that was the Zhang family, which played an important role in the entertainment industry. This was said so fluently by a college student. If he hadn't spent nearly 200 million yuan in one go to buy 12 luxury cars and more than 500 million yuan on famous watches, and the investment company he mentioned, according to their inference, was a giant company with a value of over 100 billion yuan. With each fact laid out before them, they had to believe that the power behind Wangfan was immense. Otherwise, who would allow their child, who hasn't even graduated from college yet, to spend so much money at their disposal? The thought of it was terrifying. How is it? Are you guys still following me to Bar Crazy today? Wangfan's seemingly calm question was actually a side test of whether these rich second generations who verbally recognized him as their boss were sincere. This is often the case. No matter how many promises you make or how harsh the oaths you utter, they are not as good as your performance when something happens. Li Qianquan was the first to express his opinion. Boss, I asked you to come here, how can you leave first? Since you have already made enemies with the Zhang family, I will naturally stand on your side. If Zhang Jiakong dares to attack you, he will step over me, Li Qianquan, first. When the others saw that Li Qianquan had expressed his stance, they all expressed their willingness to go to Bar Crazy with him and stay together with him since they all followed Li Qianquan. Many people gathered at the door of Bar Crazy but did not go in because it was already crowded inside. For personal safety reasons, they needed to wait until the next time period. On the first day of opening, Bar Crazy also innovatively adopted the strategy of segmented operation, that is, ordinary people who entered could only stay inside for a maximum of 1 hour, and then had to come out and give up their seats. But there is one exception, that is, you become a member of Bar Crazy, and the qualification for this membership is to pre-charge 5 million. For ordinary people, who can spend 5 million at once? Although they are very dissatisfied with this policy, they dare not be unscrupulous. I can only hope that I can be noticed by the big guys who have membership cards inside, so that they can continue to stay there. Moreover, tonight, except for the handsome anchors under Zhang Jiakong who can broadcast live in the hall, no one else can do anything related. If you are discovered, you will be kicked out regardless of whether you are a member of the store or not. In short, when you come to Bar Crazy, you must abide by the rules here. Within the rules, you can spend money and play as much as you want. When Wangfan and his friends arrived at the location that Li Qiankuan had reserved earlier, a group of people had already gathered around Long Piapiao, asking her for her contact information. She was a little embarrassed. Wangfan walked over and held Long Piapiao in his arms, then pointed at everyone and said, "She already has a boyfriend. Get out of here." Not to mention Wangfan's tough attitude, plus the fact that the seat they reserved was closer to the main stage, and Li Qiankuan and others were there to protect them. This scared a lot of people at once. Many people were very unhappy, but they were also afraid of offending some big shot whom they could not afford to offend, so they could only leave in disappointment. "Boy, you are quite arrogant. Do you know who I am? Aren't you afraid that I will uproot your family in a fit of rage?" A young man with a pleasant face looked at Wangfan with disdain and said the cruelest words in a flat tone. Wangfan has plenty of money and a super rich critical strike system. If he continues to live a cowardly life like before, he might as well find a piece of tofu and hit his head against it and die. "Brothers, sit down and let's have a drink." Wangfan picked up the wine on the table, flicked his hand lightly, and the bottle cap flew directly up and flew towards the forehead of the person who threatened him. If you get hit by this, you will at least get a concussion. But the middle-aged man was smart enough to dodge by just turning sideways. He was already very angry about Wangfan's ignoring him, and now this guy dared to attack him, which made him even more furious. "You're looking for death, so don't blame me for being rude." The commotion here soon attracted the attention of the security in the bar. After the security guards arrived, they quickly separated the two groups of people. The security guards warned that if there was any trouble again, they would be kicked out. This finally calmed the conflict. Before leaving, the man pointed at Wangfan and said, "Boy, I don't care who you are, I will teach you a lesson today." Wangfan did not give in and said, "I'm right here, use whatever means you have." Chapter 69, The Qin Family from the Imperial Capital, Wangfan's new counterattack against the Zhang family. Zhang Jiakong was in the conference room, accompanying 3 young men with a fawning look on his face, namely Li Badao, Bai Jingqi, and Qin Hao. What surprised Zhang Jiakong the most was Qin Hao. Unlike Li Badao and Bai Jingqi, he was not from the Qin family, one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, but from the Qin family in the Imperial Capital. The Qin family of the Magic City is just a branch of the Qin family of the Imperial Capital. They are the leaders of the 4 major families in the Magic City. You can imagine how terrifying the Qin family of the Imperial Capital is. If their Zhang family could get close to the Qin family in the Imperial Capital, they would definitely be able to become one of the top families in the Magic Capital, and the difficulties they are facing now would be easily solved. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the office door. When Zhang Jiakong turned around, his eyes were full of anger. He had already ordered before that no one was allowed to disturb them, but he didn't expect that there was such a stubborn person. He would just fire this blind man later. The people outside had no intention of stopping. Zhang Jiakong signaled to Mr. Qin, who was sitting in the main seat, and only opened the door of the conference room after getting his consent. The person who came was not from their store, but someone who came with Qin Hao. Zhang Jiakong let him in with a smile on his face. He didn't even look at Zhang Jiakong, he just walked up to Qin Hao and said, "Master, I saw a top-notch girl downstairs, and I wanted to bring her to you, but I was stopped by a blind guy, who even threatened to let you go even if you came in person." Zhang Jiakong was a little angry with the person next to Qin Shao. After all, this was his territory, and as Qin Shao's lackey, you should at least respect him, but he didn't show any respect at all. But when he heard that someone in his bar did not give Qin Shao face and even insulted him, it was a matter of life and death. "Master Qin, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation." I will go over and bring the man over to apologize to you right away. She now said calmly, I don't think the other party will leave for a while, so don't let it affect our mood to talk about things. Liang Feng, you go out first, and don't cause trouble again. At this time, Wangfan and his friends almost had a fight with the master from Zhang Jiakong's family. The cause was very simple, that is, they were drinking and chatting. The beauty blogger under Zhang Jiakong came to their table with his mobile phone to live broadcast. Not all rich second generations are as keen on becoming internet celebrities as Principal Wang. In addition, Li Qianquan and the others knew that their sister-in-law was actually the pop diva Long Piapiao, and they were all extremely envious. Naturally, they would not let these internet celebrities expose her identity, otherwise it would definitely be on the hot search list. So there was a conflict between the two sides, and finally the security personnel came over, which resulted in no further conflict. The security team leader also realized that this table was not someone to be trifled with, so in order to avoid further conflicts, he directly dispatched 2 security team members to stay nearby. In this way, when problems arise, they can be stopped in time before conflicts occur. Long Piapiao looked at Wangfan like a little girl and said, why don't I leave first? You guys can't relax if I stay here, and it will cause trouble for you. Li Qianquan and his friends had never seen Long Piapiao in this state. They had only seen Long Piapiao in some variety shows or singing shows before. Tutu is an ice queen who always looks like she doesn't want anyone to approach her, but now she is like a clingy girl next door. When you go out to play, don't carry so many burdens on your shoulders, just relax and have fun. While comforting them, Wangfan said to Li Qianquan and the others, don't just go to Douyin when you have nothing to do. Find the accounts under the Zheng family that are live streaming and let them know the consequences of messing with the wrong people. Li Qianquan and his friends were the kind of people who loved to watch the fun, so when they heard Wangfan's arrangements, they immediately became excited. Long Piapiao also came over curiously to look at Wangfan's account. When she saw it, her face couldn't help but fall, because Wangfan entered the live broadcast room of a female anchor named Bobo talking about cars. The host's appearance is naturally impeccable, with a European and American figure, and she has everything you want. How could Long Piapiao, who had just fallen in love, bear this? While considering Wangfan's face, she hid her hand in a hidden corner and pinched the flesh around Wangfan's waist. The sudden pain made Wangfan scream, then he looked at Long Piapiao and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Humph, it's true that all men are pigs. Am I not beautiful enough? Wangfan said in a mean way, so you are jealous. I am here to do serious work. If you don't believe me, just look. Seeing that everyone in Bobo's live broadcast room was boiling with excitement, they were all spamming the screen with the same voice, hello, Mr. Mortal. Bobo also stopped his flirting and said to the screen seriously, welcome to my live broadcast room, sir. What do you want to see? I can satisfy you. Long Piapiao asked in confusion, are you the mortal boss they are talking about? Wangfan saw Long Piapiao's look of disbelief and said arrogantly, of course. As he spoke, he typed, I will give you the names of a group of anchors later, and you can PK with them one by one. I guarantee you will win. The people in Bobo's live broadcast room were excited again. It seemed that they would witness a miracle again tonight. The mortal boss would come down to earth again. I wonder who would be the lucky ones. Mortal boss, can we participate in the PK? Will you give us a reward after seeing it? Sometimes it's like this, the bold ones will definitely enjoy the world first. Wangfan typed randomly, I will watch everyone on the list. As long as they are playing PK with the microphone, I will let you win no matter who you are. As soon as these words were spoken, Bobo's live broadcast room exploded again. This was a very profitable business, with much higher certainty than buying lottery tickets. As long as you can grab a chance to connect to the microphone, you will definitely make a fortune tonight. Mortal boss is awesome. I'm fighting for my life today. I want to grab a spot to be on the microphone too. Waiting for the list of mortal bosses, to be honest I'm so excited. I wonder if that unlucky guy who offended a mortal boss is courting his own death on the internet. Long Piapiao looked at the 100 carnivals entered by Wangfan and directly gave them as a reward to Bobo. In other words, he spent 300,000 in the blink of an eye, and the anchor Bobo earned 150,000. Suddenly she began to feel a little sorry for herself, as this was making money faster than for a pop diva like her to go out for commercial performances. Is this how you ruin your family? Long Piapiao asked with a bad look on his face, or are you attracted to this Bobo? Wangfan had forgotten one thing despite all his calculations, and that is that women are jealous. So she said calmly, I am doing this for you. The Zhang family holds your contract and has omnipotence in the entertainment industry. If you want to develop freely in this industry, they will definitely pave the way for you. Then, stepping on the Zhang family to rise to the top is the fastest shortcut. Women are all emotional. When Long Piao heard what Wangfan said, her heart melted instantly. She held Wangfan's face and kissed him. Chapter 70. Zhang family's anchors were completely suppressed. Zhang Jiakong joined forces with the three young masters. To judge whether a man loves you, it is not enough for him to provide you with emotional value through sweet words, but he also needs to take concrete actions to express his love for you. Li Qianquan and his team counted 15 accounts that were broadcasting live the situation inside Bar Crazy. After getting the names, Wangfan did not directly send the other parties' names to Bobo's live broadcast room. Instead, I sent a private message to Bobo and gave her a name, asking her to set an example for everyone, so that people in Bobo's live broadcast room can follow suit and look for similar live broadcast rooms. Of course, Bobo would respond to any request from the mortal boss. So she took the LSPs in her live broadcast room to connect with one of the 15 people, named Wild Little Kitty. Through the Wild Kitten's live broadcast room, you can see the Bar Crazy scene, which stunned everyone in Bobo's live broadcast room. The lighting atmosphere, as well as the handsome men and beautiful women inside, opened the eyes of these LSPs, so many of them began to ask where this place was. There were some curious people in the Wild Kitten's live broadcast room, so they ran over and replied, Bar Crazy. So the LSPs in Bobo's live broadcast room began to search for related live broadcasts on the Douyin platform one by one, because they knew that this was their way to get rich. LSP actually has a characteristic, that is, they can find some resources they want through clues, so the accounts of the 15 anchors under the Zhang family were quickly found. The PK in Bobo's live broadcast room could be said to have no suspense at all. Right from the start, Wangfan showed his powerful strength as a rich man and directly rewarded 1,000 carnivals, which almost made the wild little cat cry, because she was destined to lose at the beginning of the PK. This feeling of powerlessness was useless no matter how many big brothers she begged. Then a massacre against the Zhang family's live broadcast of good-looking people officially took place. As long as the opponent connected to the PK, the mortal boss would rush into the live broadcast room, brush 1,000 carnivals, and directly wash away the Zhang family's good-looking anchor. Even if the other party does not accept the PK, the public screen of their live broadcast room will be flooded with requests for them to continue the PK, which is completely contrary to their original goal. The reason why Bar Crazy only allows Zhang family's handsome anchors to broadcast live is to increase the number of fans for their talents and to promote Bar Crazy. Now they will be scolded if they don't play PK, which completely overshadows the promotional effect of Bar Crazy. When the original fans of these good-looking anchors found out why these people asked their brothers and sisters to play PK, they all defected. After all, the name of the mortal boss has already become famous on the internet. He is a wealthy man who spends money like water, and even the platform has changed the rules for large gift rewards for him. The brothers and sisters you pursue are important, but everyone wants to be the lucky one who was patronized by the mortal boss, and that is a full 1.5 million. With this money, they can also find a girl with similar appearance to be their top brother, and then make an appointment to meet her offline to taste the seafood abalone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and everyone wants to seize it, so it has created a sensational effect, forcing these Zhang family's handsome anchors to compete with others via live broadcast. When several anchors got together, they realized that the situation was quite serious, so they recommended Wild Kitty to talk to Zhang Jiahao about the matter. When the office door was knocked again, before the people inside could be called in, the wild little kitten came in, twisting her sexy waist. Zhang Jiakong said with a gloomy face, "Who let you in? Get out of here." The wild little kitten swallowed what he wanted to say with grievance, and was about to turn around and leave. Then I heard Bai Jingxi say, "Mr. Zhang, why are you so rude? You should be gentler to beautiful women. I think she seems to be looking for you urgently." The wild little kitten cast a grateful look at Bai Jingxi. Zhang Jiakong stole a glance at Qin Hao and saw that he still looked calm and composed. So he said, "Shouldn't you be broadcasting live downstairs? Why are you here? And you are so rude. Why don't you apologize to young Master Qin, young Master Li, and young Master Bai?" The wild little cat quickly apologized to the three young masters, and then recounted what happened during the live broadcast. Zhang Jiahao frowned tightly. He had heard about the mortal boss who suddenly appeared on the Douyin platform. After all, he was in this field. Every day his secretary would sort out the hot news in the entertainment circle and the expert circle for him. When I saw the mortal boss, I went out of my way to look at his feats. I thought that this guy either wanted to set up his own guild and create an image of a rich man for himself. Then when he starts broadcasting, he can quickly attract fans and achieve the effect of becoming a famous account. He then gave orders to the public relations team, asking them to look into the specific situation of the mortal boss, but he has not received any specific news yet. Li Badao saw Zhang Jiakong frowning and thought he should know some inside information, so he asked, "Mr. Zhang, do you know this mortal boss?" The recent super rich man who suddenly appeared on the Douyin platform is actually a psychopath. Zhang Jiakong's words instantly aroused Qin Hao's interest and asked, "You say he is a super rich man one moment, and then you say he is a psychopath the next moment. What's going on?" Seeing that Qin Hao had taken the bait, Zhang Jiakong told him about Wangfan's feat of transforming himself into a mortal boss on the internet and giving out 100 million in rewards in one night. Even Qin Hao, who had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but say after hearing this, he is really a lunatic. Then when did you become enemies with this mortal boss? Otherwise, why would you attack the masters under your command? Zhang Jiakong was also confused. He couldn't remember any grudge he had with such a person. "Mr. Qin, I also learned about this person from the information provided by my secretary. There is no grudge between us. As for why he is targeting me, I really don't know the reason. I will make a phone call to find out the situation." So he called the head of the public relations department directly, and the information he got surprised Zhang Jiakong, because Douyin had set the personal information of the mortal boss as top secret, and they could not get any information from the other party. This matter is worth pondering. Zhang Jiakong told Qin Hao the situation truthfully. After hearing this, Qin Hao also took out his phone and called. Not long after, he received a message, and then said indifferently, "The mortal boss who caused controversy online is actually named Wangfan. He is a senior student at Modi University and has an average family background." After hearing the news, Zhang Jiakong was first shocked by young Master Qin's power. It was indeed beyond the reach of a young master like him from a second-rate family in Magic City. What's more, the person who was behind the scenes was actually Wangfan, the one who beat him. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. And Wangfan's family is actually ordinary, so where does his money come from? Does he buy lottery tickets? Or trade Bitcoin? When he raised this question, no one could understand it. However, Zhang Jiakong suggested at this time, "Master Qin, Master Li, Master Bai, since we want to build an entertainment company, why don't we let Wangfan be our stepping stone and use his reputation as a mortal boss to make our Shangshi entertainment famous?" Chapter 71. A new PK begins, and the live broadcast war between the two sides is about to begin. Qin Hao came to Shanghai from the capital this time to find some projects that could make a lot of money. After arriving at Zhang Jiahao's bar and learning about the current affairs in the entertainment and internet celebrity circles, he felt that he could indeed achieve his goal through these two projects. So the four of them decided to invest together to set up an entertainment company. They got so excited that they even thought of a name for it, which was Shangshi Entertainment. Taking the hottest short dramas as the core, the company aims to build a comprehensive entertainment company that integrates internet celebrities and stars. However, who would have thought that just when it had just taken shape, the live broadcast of Zheng family's experts encountered attacks? Many times crises are always accompanied by opportunities, it all depends on whether you have the ability to seize them. For the talents of the Zheng family, they may feel that their careers are facing a huge crisis, but as the boss, Zheng Jiakong feels that with the help of the three young masters, their talents will have a chance to soar to the sky. According to what was discussed before, Zhang Jiahao will package the existing talent resources and integrate them into Shangshi Entertainment. In other words, as long as they can defeat the mortal boss today, Shangshi Entertainment will be halfway successful. It will become easier to sign top anchors at that time. In fact, all you need to do is one thing, which is to defeat the mortal bosses on the internet. Then the 100 million he spent on the internet before, including the money from tips tonight, will all become the publicity expenses of Shangshi Entertainment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In fact, Qin Hao and the others are not too interested in this. Even the most useless rich second generation will become smarter than ordinary people after being influenced by their surroundings since childhood. Naturally, they knew Zhang Jiakong's little idea, which was to borrow the funds in their hands to fight against his enemies. For a person who can casually take out 100 million to reward a female anchor, one can imagine how rich his family background is. If you don't have enough ammunition when playing a game with such a madman, you will inevitably get the final backlash, that is, they will become stepping stones for mortal bosses to step onto the throne of God. This thing is like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, threatening to take their lives at any time. Zhang Jiahao said with a smile, "Three young masters, you may not know that the share of the platform that can be obtained by the talents of the contracted agencies and ordinary self-media talents is different. Ordinary influencers need to split the rewards they receive from live streaming with the platform 50-50, but for influencers signed by our agency, they split the rewards with the platform 20-80. That is to say, if we give out 1 million in rewards, we can actually get back 800,000, and only 200,000 is deducted by the platform. So I just proposed that each of us contribute 50 million, which is 200 million, to compete with Wangfan. If he really contributes 200 million, we will actually only contribute 40 million. If we lose in the end, I will return the 50 million to you all, and I will just consider it as my own loss of 40 million. How about that? It can be said that Zhang Jiakang's move was very powerful. He had put the three young masters Qin, Li Bai here. If his demands were not met, it would inevitably affect the subsequent development of Shengshi Entertainment. After all, if they don't even have the most basic spirit of helping each other, they are just a pile of loose sand, without any cohesion at all. How can they start a company together? Xin Hao said, okay, then we will lend a helping hand to Master Zhang and meet this Wangfan. Zhang Jiakang sneered in his heart. As long as the three of them joined the game, there would be no need to worry about not getting carried away. When the time comes, they would talk about paying back the debt and so on. They would just throw everything in. He didn't believe that Wangfan could hold on. After recharging the money raised from all parties into Zhang Jiakang's Douyin account, he instructed Wild Little Cat to find Bobo Shuosh, who was supported by Wangfan before, and connect with her for a PK. If the other party loses, let her do a wild dance, or let her come to the bar to be a DJ for a day. Okay, boss. The wild little kitten was extremely excited because she knew she was going to soar to the sky tonight. When the wild little cat came to the first floor and took over his account, he took the initiative to connect to Bobo talk about the car, and the connection was quickly established. This made the people in Bobo's live broadcast room sigh again, saying that Bobo was really possessed by a lucky fish, and all kinds of good things could happen to her. Now the other party came to give her money again. This time the wild kitten was very strong. Bobo, let's have another game. If I win, you have to dance wildly for my brothers, and you have to be the DJ at Bar Crazy for a day. Do you dare? When a defeated general comes to you and shows off her power, it means that she has made full preparations. To be honest, facing such an enemy, Bobo would be scared. Because she didn't know whether the mortal boss would still support her. She didn't want to be killed instantly when the PK started. That would be too embarrassing. If you hit someone in the face and then get hit back by someone else, you will appear to be a cheap person. Bobo accepts her challenge. You have a mortal boss backing you up. What are you afraid of? The guild behind Wild Kitty is very powerful. They were slapped in the face just now, so they must be well prepared to get back at them. So it is wise to avoid their attack. Last time, a mortal boss rewarded a small target in one night. It's really uncomfortable for such a rich man to dare to go against him. The reason why Bobo couldn't make a decision was mainly due to the attitude of the mortal boss. So many people started hoping that he could see the current situation and stand up for Pop again. After drinking a glass of wine, Han Fei held up his phone and said, "Boss, everyone is at INGU. It seems that your Bobo has been provoked." After saying this, he felt a murderous intent coming from beside Wangfan. Long Pia was glaring at him viciously, so Han Fei immediately raised his hand and slapped himself in the face, then admitted his mistake obediently. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I slipped my tongue just now. In my heart, you will always be my sister-in-law." Wangfan returned to Bobo's live broadcast room and typed without any nonsense, "Fight her." These three simple words once again set off Bobo's live broadcast room. Mortal bosses are domineering and are not afraid of anyone. But can I discuss something with you, Mortal Master? Please stop playing those heart-pounding games of stealing towers. Just come up and kill the opponent instantly. Mortal Master, my 38D heart also needs your care. When can you come to my live studio to take a look? It's absolutely genuine. I have already sent you the photos privately. Bobo instantly gained confidence. "Okay, I agree to your terms, but I also have a condition. If you lose, you will be removed from the broadcast. You are not allowed to broadcast again today." The wild little cat didn't expect Bobo to be so vicious. She asked her to stop the live broadcast directly, which would definitely affect her fan growth. However, her boss had already given her an order and she had to go on the live broadcast, so she had no choice but to agree. After Bobo reconnected to the microphone without any hesitation, he immediately closed the microphone and began to encourage the big brother in the live broadcast room to give him a gift. Chapter 72, Wild Little Kitty Fan's Provocation, Mortal Boss Makes Another 10,000 Carnival. Just when Wangfan clicked on Carnival and was about to enter 100 carnivals to test the waters, a phone call came in. It was from an unfamiliar number. Wangfan hung up without thinking, but the other party seemed determined to get what he wanted and called again. He hung up 3 times in a row. Seeing that the other party's live broadcast room was full of carnival, while Bobo's live broadcast room only had some sunglasses, little hearts, popularity tickets and so on, Wangfan had no choice but to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Zhang Xinbing, the operations director. I'm calling you to remind you that someone is investigating you and has prepared hundreds of millions of dollars to compete with you. I'm telling you this in the hope that you have a good understanding of the situation and don't fall for it. Can you tell me who is investigating me? Mr. Wang, I can only tell you that it is not a family from the Magic City, but from the Imperial City. As for who it is, I'm sorry I can't tell you. Okay, I understand. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Wangfan's eyes. He didn't expect that he would have a fight with someone from the Imperial capital so soon. But the Magic City is his territory. Even if the opponent is a strong dragon, he has to be coiled around by him when he comes here. What he lacks the least now is money. If he wants to compete with him in spending money, Wangfan is not afraid of anyone. So he opened his back end and poured in 1 billion yuan. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Zhang Xinbing was stunned. His original intention was to tell Wangfan not to be impulsive and to avoid the opponent's edge, but he didn't expect that this mortal boss would still face the challenge and prepare so much ammunition at once. It seemed that he was going to kill him. Hurry up and increase the bandwidth. At the same time, increase the traffic to the 2 live broadcast rooms of Bobo talking about cars and Crazy Kitty. Use all the resources that can be used. We are about to witness an unprecedented live broadcast PK reward war. In Zhang Jiakan's office, he had projected his phone onto a large screen. Xin Xiao and the others were also paying attention to the process of this PK. After all, they also wanted to see if Wangfan would still be as vigorous as before. They were born with a silver spoon in their mouths and had never spent money so recklessly. The most important thing is to spend money on these anchors, making them really unable to understand this behavior, thus generating strong curiosity. But more than 2 minutes had passed, and the live broadcast room of Bobo on the opposite side was filled with small gifts, and there was no legendary carnival scene flying all over the sky. And the mortal boss who was rumored to be the god of wealth on Douyin didn't even send a little heart, which is really unbelievable. Master Zhang, your people must have made a mistake in their investigation. Wangfan would never appear in this live broadcast room. You keep swiping away like a punch on cotton. Bai Jingqi raised his own doubts. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. For them, the top second generation, they can see the essence through the appearance. Li Badeo continued, I don't think so. Wangfan might want to kill him with one last strike. It would be embarrassing then. Instead of guessing here, Xin Xiao said, why not ask the fans of your talent to ask the other side what's going on? Zhang Jiakang's face already looked a little ugly. In front of these 3 young masters, his subordinates acted so embarrassingly. He really should manage these useless subordinates properly. Tell Wild Little Cat through the earphone to ask her to appeal to her fans to ask the other side what is going on and why they are not giving tips. Looking at the 100,000 plus people online in her live broadcast room, Wild Little Cat is still very excited, because she has never had so many people in her live broadcast room at the same time. Brothers, help me go ask the other side. Could it be that the number 1 brother on the list is scared? It's been so long and there's not even a carnival. It's really a bit pitiful. In Bobo Talks About Cars live broadcast room, both Bobo and her fans are as steady as old dogs. After all, they have all been trained by Wangfan, and they all know that Wangfan has a special hobby, which is stealing towers. When you are about to despair, you will see the brightest and most dazzling light and be saved from hell. Is your number 1 brother dead? Why don't you take action? Do you want to steal our little kitty's tower? You're just talking about cars. Dress like this, I think you want to be a bus. It's disgusting. Knowing that our little cat had arrived, your number 1 on the list ran away with a train overnight. It was so funny. You smell so cheap all over, even worse than our little cat's toes. Faced with the random insults from the Wild Kitten fans, the fans in Bobo's live broadcast room also began to fight back, but Bobo still tried to persuade them kindly not to let her fans attack their opponents. So many fans started asking him to take action quickly and shut the other party up. At mortal, big man, come out quickly and swat all these flies to death. At mortal, someone is bullying Bobo. Our goddess cannot be insulted. Even if she is far away, she will be punished, boss. It's better to rely on ourselves than on others. Let's start with one popularity ticket each. Those who are capable can hold a carnival and let these dead cats see how powerful we are. At mortal, don't steal the tower. The other side has a new leader this time. He has already played nearly 1,000 carnivals. Don't be careless. It's time to take action and strike hard. What kind of rubbish live broadcast room is this? The platform actually pushed this kind of rubbish to me. There's not even a decent gift for me. I still prefer the carnival reign on the other side. Brothers, stay calm. Boss Mortal has his own rhythm. We just need to wait for the good show. Boss Mortal, please don't play the trick of coming back late. Our little hearts can't take it. Perhaps summoned by fans in Bobo's live broadcast room, the mortal finally came online to Bobo's live broadcast room and read the messages one by one. Wangfan only typed a simple sentence on the public screen, "Watch me next." Afterwards, the long-awaited carnival rain finally began to fall in Bobo's live broadcast room. 10,000 carnivals fell at once, and the blood bar of the original wild little cat was suppressed so much that Bobo's was completely invisible. With just a casual move from Wangfan, his opponent's health bar was crushed to the point where it was almost invisible. Wow, the mortal boss is so domineering, with one move he has 10,000 carnivals. Who else in Douyin is so domineering? Oh my god, I didn't know that carnivals can be rewarded in this way. It really opens my eyes. What kind of an 8 live broadcasting saint is Bobo? She can actually be so favored by a mortal boss. In the blink of an eye, this is 30 million. After deducting the 15 million from the platform, she has become a multi-millionaire in seconds. My god, live broadcasting is too damn profitable. Bobo, tell me, have you ever dated a mortal boss offline? Last time, he gave you 30 million in rewards, and today he gave you another 30 million. Your skills are pretty good. To die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. I also want to experience Bobo's service, but I don't have 60 million woo-woo. Chapter 73 Zhang Jiakan's Madness, madly brushing 9 small goals. In Zhang Jiakan's office, he watched the health bar of Bobo's live broadcast room on the screen suddenly crush them without any warning, pressing them into a small corner. Libadeo said excitedly, "Mortal is really a madman. He made 10,000 carnivals at once. Don't be too crazy." Young Master Qin was also very surprised. "What did you say?" He gave 10,000 carnivals, that's 30 million dragon coins. You're not trying to establish yourself as a super loser, are you? Bai Jingqi's eyes flickered as he said, "Master Zhang, why are you fighting back so quickly? Do you want to admit defeat just like that?" Zhang Jiakan's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness as he said, "Lose. This word is not even in my dictionary. I will teach him how to write it correctly." That's right. Originally, Zhang Jiakan wanted Qin Shao and the others to take the lead, but what he never expected was that Wangfan came up with 10,000 carnivals and broke his defense first. Start the operation directly on the mobile phone, and soon Carnival X30,000 appears on the screen of Wild Kitty's live broadcast room. The atmosphere in the Wild Kitten's live broadcast room, which had originally hit rock bottom, became crazy again. Boss Kong Kong is the only god of wealth in Douyin. Who else can be so powerful? The mortal boss is just a little Karami in front of him. Suddenly I felt like I didn't recognize numbers anymore. How many carnivals was that? Oh my god, 30,000. I discovered a truth: money is really just a string of numbers to rich people. Are you still missing any accessories? I want to hang them on you, so you can use them whenever you want. They are sweet and can satisfy all your needs. I must pay attention to such a rich man. If he is in a good mood that day, he will show me his private parts. That will be enough for me to eat for the rest of my life. Will the mortal boss on the other side make another move? If he fights back, we will be the participants in the strongest live broadcast PK battle in history. When I write my resume later, I can write, "I participated in a project that spent hundreds of millions of dollars in 10 minutes. Wild little kitty, why don't you dance for Boss Kong Kong and liven up the atmosphere so we can get some credit too?" Zhang Jiakong said with a delighted look on his face, "That's how it should be. We should smother the other person with one blow. Only in this way will he know who is the most wealthy person on this platform. When the time comes, our Shangshur entertainment will be at the peak of its glory with the blessing of this halo." I wonder who can compete with us. Li Badeo couldn't help but pour cold water on him, saying, according to your information, the other party rewarded a small goal last time, but it's only started this time. Aren't you too happy too early? Bai Jingqi echoed, Mr. Li is right. I feel he will continue to follow. Then it depends on whether Mr. Zhang dares to follow. At this time, Qin Xiao, who was standing aside, did not make any statement. He stared at Bobo's live broadcast room on his mobile phone. Suddenly, he saw the words Carnival X 50,000 appear on the screen. His face immediately turned red, and the competitive spirit in his heart was immediately ignited. This feeling was even more exciting than the first time he went to gamble on the high seas with his father. That required time, and thinking about the cards in the other party's hand. It required courage and variables. Live PK is different, it is more like a face-to-face fight where blood is drawn on every blow. Whether you can win depends on whether you have rice in your pocket. As long as you have enough rice, you will definitely have the last laugh. This excitement made Qin Xiao's heart beat faster and a little sweat appeared on his forehead. The other party has hit back and rewarded 50,000 carnivals. The 1.5 small goals were spent just like that. It feels so good. Zhang Jiakon's face turned ugly again. He had been sure of winning, but he didn't expect that he was defeated in seconds by the opponent before it even lasted a minute. Now he has almost spent all of his small goal. Of course this is calculated based on the platform's rebate. That is to say, he doesn't even have the ability to suppress Wangfan now. At this time, he looked at Qin Xiao and said, Qin Xiao, this battle is related to our Shengshi entertainment. Can we have a good start? Can you lend me a hand? I want to let the platform convert all the money you invested into Douyin coins. In this way, our operational capital can reach 10 billion. In this way, I think Wangfan will definitely be killed by us. Hearing this number, the three young masters Qin, Li, and Bai began to breathe faster. Although they were all top wealthy sons, the amount of money they had invested was only a few hundred million at most. I have never had a project worth tens of billions of dollars before, and I have never thought about it before. Now it is right in front of me and can be realized immediately. The temptation is really huge. Looking at the comments on the projection screen that were calling out to them, to be honest, at this moment, each of their adrenaline was surging and their breathing became rapid. They looked at each other with a look of madness in their eyes. Zhang Jiakong had already taken out his cell phone. As long as they agreed, he would immediately contact the people from Douyin. My dear young masters, time waits for no one. More than 4 minutes have passed, and there are still more than 5 minutes before this PK ends. Since we want to play, let's play big. Even if we lose, we will only lose 200 million. He spent 10 billion in real money, so we won't lose anything. Also, I have a contract with the pop diva Long Piapiao. Long Piapiao and Wangfan have a close relationship. I'm sure he will stand up for Long Piapiao. When the time comes, we can let him get back the 200 million we spent. After Qin, Li, and Bai looked at Long Piapiao's contract and confirmed that it was correct, they felt that their risk had been reduced to a very low level, so they might as well take a bold step and have a bloody battle with the other party. Okay, you contact the platform and try to defeat them so that Shengshi Entertainment can become a big hit. Zhang Jiakong was definitely not a fool. He immediately called his secretary and asked them to change the investment statement they had signed before so that the funds did not need to be returned. Then he called Douyin's operations director Zhang Xinbing and explained the situation. Zhang said he had to communicate with the higher level before he could get a reply. Soon Zhang Jiakong received a reply from Zhang, who had granted him relevant permissions. The funds he could currently operate in his account reached an astonishing 9.9 billion. Looking at this string of numbers, Zhang Jiakong took the content revised by his secretary and asked the three young masters Qin, Li, and Bai to sign it. He was confident that he could defeat Wangfan. Kong Kong sends Carnival X 50,000. 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 Zhang Jiakong rewarded 9 small goals in one go, which was 6 times the reward given by Wangfan. The wild little cat was so excited that she shed tears when she saw that the number of people online in the live broadcast room had exceeded 1 million. With such kindness from the boss, her position as the top female star is secured. She is not only the top female star in the company but also the top female star in the entire Douyin. From now on, no matter who it is, they will have to think twice before competing with her. She has already made history today. Chapter 74 Wangfan's counterattack, recharge 100 billion. When the 300,000 person carnival appeared in Crazy Kitty's live broadcast room, the entire platform was boiling. It was an absolutely unprecedented live broadcast PK battle. At this moment, the crazy little kitten is like a proud queen. Although she knows that in the end, not a penny of the money will reach her pocket and she is just a tool, so what? Who can resist such an enviable highlight moment? She believes that after this PK battle, she will definitely gain more than 1 million fans. By then, with the title of live streaming queen, she will definitely make a lot of money in the next half month. Anyway, this was her highlight moment. She acted as arrogant as possible at this moment and made a neck-wiping gesture to Bobo in front of the camera. Then she performed a very domineering dance for the brothers in the live broadcast room. Because it was just an empty frame, the sense of power was not expressed, and it looked like a shaman dance. Many newcomers asked puzzledly, this sister received so many rewards, is she crazy with joy? Compared to the excitement in Crazy Kitty's live broadcast room, everyone in Bobo's live broadcast room is full of expectations. They hope that the mortal boss can fight back again. After all, no one wants to miss a historic PK battle. Compared to the arrogance of the crazy little cat, Bobo became much more sincere. She kept persuading the mortal boss not to follow up on the screen. She could just give up because this was far beyond her personal psychological endurance. After the last live broadcast, she tried to contact Wangfan and wanted to return the money he gave her, but the private message she sent to Wangfan fell into an empty sea and she didn't get any response at all. Bobo is a girl who is easily contented. The mortal boss has given her so much popularity that her fans have exceeded 1 million. If she is still greedy and takes the money from the other party's tips, she will feel very uneasy. Now she has to fight a PK worth hundreds of millions with the other party. She feels very uneasy, because unlike other people who are just watching the fun, she is a person in the game and understands what awe is. Long Pia Piao had never seen such a scene before. Although her concerts could attract tens of thousands of people, this live broadcast became a national carnival. According to the host, the number of online people reached an astonishing 5 million. It was so scary that she even wanted to have an online concert. What made her feel even more incredible was that Wangfan was actually playing such a high-end game with others, and any move he made was worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Then what was the point of her asking Wangfan to play her contracted husband? I had vowed that I would pay for the villa after the deal was done, but now it seems that I am the clown. Li Qianquan and others were also shocked. They were quite familiar with Zheng Jiakang, but they did not expect that this guy would be so bold today and give out 900 million in rewards at once. Even though Crazy Kitty was a talent under his company, the fact that he took out so much money was beyond their imagination. They even suspected that he was hiding his true abilities and that his actual wealth exceeded theirs. Another thing that made everyone feel incredible was that at the unanimous request of fans from both sides' live broadcast rooms, the platform actually changed the competition duration between the two sides from the original 10 minutes to half an hour. In fact, the platform does this to firstly meet the demands of fans, secondly to attract more people to participate in this grand event, thirdly to attract some new users, and fourthly to reserve some time for Wangfan to recharge. It can be said that no matter from which angle, this live broadcast is destined to bring the greatest benefits to the platform and the final winning party. Li Qianquan, boss, now it seems that the other side is well prepared, and the official has also intervened. It depends on you to fight to the death. Although this Bobo looks okay, he is not that valuable. There is no need to fight with Zheng Jiakang's grandson. Han Fei, yes, boss. If you want beautiful girls, give me a small goal and I can help you find so many beauties from the imperial capital to the magic city. Long Pia Piao, Fatty Han, you are looking for death. You dare to introduce a woman to Wangfan. Believe it or not, I will make you a eunuch. Wangfan, Zheng Jiakang wanted to use the rebates given by the platform to cheat me out of a big profit, but the last thing I lack is money. Since he is playing with me, I don't mind killing him and the people behind him. As he spoke, his hands kept operating. Long Pia Piao on the side looked at the zeros Wangfan input in disbelief. She couldn't even count them. That's right, Wangfan directly transferred 100 billion into his own account. Long Pia Piao covered her mouth in surprise with one hand, fearing that she would scream, and used her other hand to quickly touch Wangfan's forehead to see if he had become stupid due to the fever. Who is this good person? She participated in an impulsive live PK and spent 100 billion. What kind of rich boyfriend did she find? OMG. Seeing Long Piapiao's expression, Li Qiankuan and the others also stretched their heads to look. They almost fainted when they saw it. It was too shocking. Normally, they all act like they are worth a fortune, thinking that they come from a good family and have no shortage of money, and are superior to ordinary people. But when they saw that Wangfan actually took out 100 billion just to win a live broadcast competition, I was really shocked. After finishing all this, Wangfan handed the phone directly to Long Piapiao and said, "Come, let me show you how it feels to spend money like water and be a super rich man. We only have one goal, which is to win. And we have to win strategically. We can't scare the other party away all at once. So each time we give a small reward that's one small goal more than the other party." Okay. After Long Piapiao agreed, her face turned red because she was too excited. A new round of carnival rain started in Bobo's live broadcast room, which made her jump with fear while her fans cheered with joy. Because Long Piapiao's carnival rewarded 500,000 yuan, which was 200,000 yuan more than the carnival rewarded by Zhang Jiakong. It seems like the records of Douyin live broadcasts online are meant to be broken, and they are broken so quickly every time, as if they are free and are just insignificant props. But the value of each carnival is 3,000 dragon coins, which is real money. Bobo won so much that she became a billionaire in a second through a live broadcast. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live broadcast. I said it was too fucking exciting. The mortal boss is still inhumane and has no mercy. He gave 1.5 billion in rewards in one go. I think God is so unfair. I declare that Popovich is the most powerful koi of the century. He is sitting at home with billions of dollars falling on his head. Brothers, I discovered something. After Bobo finished live streaming the Bugatti Black Legend, her luck seemed to have changed. Could it be that the owner of the Bugatti Black Legend is the mortal boss? I have to say that there are still capable people in the live broadcast room who can find some clues through some clues, but no one listened to him at this time. Everyone was immersed in the feast of this carnival and couldn't extricate themselves. Chapter 75, Spending Money Like Water. After spending 10 billion, Jinhao wants to meet Wangfan offline. Looking at the carnival flower rain floating on the public screen, the four young masters Qin, Li, Bai and Zhang looked at each other in disbelief. The money they gave as rewards was just the 10 billion yuan that Zhang Jiakong exchanged for by taking advantage of the rebate from their talent company. The other side actually spent 1.5 billion, which is much more than their original capital of 200 million. Whose young master is so awesome? Is the information about Wangfan found before false? Jinhao took out his phone again and dialed, "Help me check Wangfan's information. I want everything about him from childhood to adulthood." Zhang Jiakong said viciously, "He is just bluffing, trying to knock us out with one blow. We must not let him succeed. Anyway, our capital is 200 million, so we can just do it." To be honest, everyone would be overwhelmed in this scene. After all, no one among them is so generous to spend money like water. Li Badeo actually still had some rationality left and was not completely overwhelmed. Zhang Jiakong's hatred for Wangfan had penetrated deep into his bones, and he must win this live PK. Qin, Li, and Bai are his tools. Otherwise, when his family business was attacked in the stock market, he would have spent so much money to fight with others in an online live broadcast just for the sake of pride. If his father knew about this, he would definitely beat the bastard to death. With these three young masters taking the blame, his father didn't dare to say anything more. He handed the phone directly to Li Badeo and asked him to operate the reward. When Li Badeo picked up the phone and immersed himself in it, he suddenly felt that this thing was so exciting. It was like a magnifying glass, infinitely magnifying the desire to win in his heart. After all the operations, he directly gave out 3 billion in rewards, which was twice the reward given by Long Piapiao and others. At this time, Li Badeo's forehead was covered with sweat, and he was incomparably excited. Win, we will definitely win. Fight, just fight, and kill the opponent. As he wiped the sweat from his forehead, he handed the phone to Bai Jingqi beside him. Touching the slightly wet phone, one can imagine how nervous Li Badeo was just now. He felt that this guy would never amount to anything big, it was just a reward of some money. As long as you have hands, you will spend money, but when he starts to give rewards, it's like being in a crazy space, making you sink into madness involuntarily, and your hands gradually start to sweat. The crazy little cat was like a lucky cat in the live broadcast room, constantly thanking Boss Kong Kong. Boss Kong Kong is the real boss. He is going to step on the body of a mortal boss to become a god tonight. Don't you know that Crazy Kitty is the expert of Kong Kang's company? He spends a lot of money to support his own people. This is called smart. The ordinary boss is just a fool with a lot of money. I suggest that we report him and find out where his money comes from. I suspect he is involved in money for money conspiracy. MD, reincarnation is really a technical job. How come these damned rich second generations have such good fortunes? God is really unfair. Boss Kong Kong, I am proficient in everything from playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, playing musical instruments, and singing. I guarantee you will be satisfied with the 38F. Can I sign with your company? To put it bluntly, the owners of the two live broadcast rooms are no longer Bobo and the wild little cat, but the two big guys behind them, Kong Kong and Fanrun. What's even more weird is that the people who originally came to Bar Crazy to play are no longer in the mood to play. They are all holding their phones and watching the live broadcast, which is very strange. The host and guest performers on the stage were doing their best to liven up the atmosphere, but no one in the audience was watching or dancing on the dance floor. Everyone was holding their phones and looking at the carnival rain that filled the screen. It can be said that no matter how big the event is tonight, it will be shattered by such an online carnival. After all, this kind of thing is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it this time, you may never have another chance next time. Even some business-minded people have started editing videos like crazy. They want to get a piece of the pie when the rich fight. The health bars of both sides are very close, and it can be said that they are evenly matched. When it comes up, as the opponent's rewards increase, it will suppress one more. The two sides fought like this for nearly half an hour, and both sides' ammunition depots seemed to be sufficient, so the platform directly extended the PK time for another half an hour. The reason why Wangfan didn't kill the opponent in one breath was that he actually wanted to drain all of the opponent's money. Only in this way would the enemy feel the pain. Anyway, he has plenty of money and doesn't care at all. He can also gain some rich points for himself. From this perspective, the young master of the Zhang family is really a good person. Li Qianquan said with a dry mouth, "Boss, the reward amount is almost 10 billion, and the opponent's firepower is still very strong. Should we follow?" Wangfan shook the red wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, "Why not? Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he has to kneel down for me. There is no word lose in my dictionary." Han Fei said flatteringly, "Boss, I also want a live broadcast, you can give me some tips later." Wangfan rolled his eyes at him and said, "What can you do? You look like a fat pig, not a beauty, and you still want me to reward you. What the hell do you want?" Han Fei looked at Long Piao Piao aggrievely and said, "Sister-in-law, please take care of your man. He is close to me, but he is plotting against me." After seeing Wangfan's strength, Long Piao Piao became more open. He hugged Wangfan's neck and said obediently, "I think you are the one who is plotting against me. You are even blaming me. Brothers, beat this fat guy up for me. Sister-in-law, please spare my life." Zhang Jiakong was sweating all over as if he had just taken a shower. Soon their reserve funds were running out, but the other party showed no signs of fatigue. No matter how much they rewarded him, he would always have the upper hand. This was disgusting and made him feel powerless. He really had the urge to find Wangfan and kill him. After Qin Hao entered a string of numbers under the carnival gift, he clicked confirm and found that it could not be sent. Then the feedback prompted that there were at most 158 carnivals, so he clicked confirm. It was as if all the strength in my body had been drained away with the last 158 carnivals, and I collapsed onto the sofa. Gone. 10 billion gone. I'm so fucking excited. Qin Hao's words were like a bucket of cold water, poured on the heads of the people present, instantly waking them up. He originally came here with 50 million to discuss cooperation, but he didn't expect to lose all the money in the end. He bought countless virtual carnival gifts and gave them as rewards to an unknown small anchor. Everyone feels that this is a very ridiculous thing to do, but the money has been spent and there is no use regretting it. Qin Hao took a deep breath and said, "Zhang Jiakong, I don't care what method you use, find Wangfan for me within an hour. I want to meet him. If you can't find him, don't blame me for being rude." Looking at Qin Hao's unfriendly attitude, Zhang Jiakong knew that the other party had lost money and wanted to find Wangfan to get it back. This was a good thing for him, but where could he find Wangfan? Suddenly he remembered that the conflict with Wangfan yesterday happened at Bai's hotel. Chapter 76, The Identity of a Mortal is Revealed, Li Qianquan slaps a crazy kitten. The reward from Boss Mortal was fixed at 10 billion and 3,000, which could be said to be slightly higher than the other party, but everyone in the mirror knew that this was done by Boss Mortal on purpose to disgust Boss Kong Kong. As soon as the PK ended, Li Qianquan and his team raised their arms and shouted that they had won, which attracted many people's attention. Someone in the crowd said, "Why are you so excited? It's not you who won." Needless to say, he is a master under Zhang Jiakang's company. Han Fei also participated in a battle worth hundreds of billions. Now that he is full of righteousness, he immediately stood up and said, "SB, the real God is right beside you, but you are blind. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will show you how to deal with you." Many people heard this, and it instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the people in the bar. While watching the live broadcast, they also learned some inside information. It's interesting to know that the owner of this bar is the same person as the owner of the Wild Pussycat, and that the Wild Pussycat also broadcasts live in the bar. It's like a mortal boss destroying the home of the Wild Kitten's boss. If this gets out, my god, it will shock netizens again. So the position where Wangfan and his friends were standing instantly became the center of the crowd. Wangfan gave a look and Li Qianquan slapped Han Fei on the head. When will this fat guy be more steady? He always comes out to cause trouble. Long Piao has put on glasses and a mask again. After all, she is still a public figure and doesn't want to get herself into any trouble. Wangfan was like an old monk in meditation, and the noisy crowd around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. The wild little cat, who had gone offline after the punishment last night, heard people around him talking about how the mortal boss who defeated them was in their bar. She immediately became interested, but she also came with the purpose of destroying it if she couldn't get it. If she had such a big boss to support her, she would be able to sweep the entire live broadcast industry in the future. If he didn't know what was good for him, she didn't mind letting her boss get rid of him. The wild little cat walked through the crowd and came to Wangfan's booth. He asked in confusion, "I'm the wild little cat. I want to know who is the mortal boss." Li Qianquan snorted coldly and said, "There is no big boss here that you are looking for. And isn't your number one brother Kong Kong? Why didn't number one help you win this PK, and directly abandoned you number one and joined the rival number one? Does your boss know that you are so rebellious?" The wild little kitten didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. The smile on her face disappeared instantly. "You are just a small shrimp next to the mortal boss. What qualifications do you have to guess my thoughts here? How can you, a loser, be qualified?" Han Fei and the others couldn't help but laugh. Their former boss had never suffered such an injustice before, and now he was being confronted by a master. Although Li Qianquan appears to be an obedient child in front of Wangfan, he is actually very rebellious at heart, otherwise he would not have become a playboy who lives for eating, drinking and having fun. "Pa!" A slap was given, and Li Qianquan said indignantly, "You are just a small internet celebrity, and you dare to talk to me like this? You think you are awesome just because you received 10 billion in rewards? In my eyes, you are shit. Don't think I don't know about the dirty dealings between you and your boss. You used the rebates given by the platform as your reward amount to deliberately induce my boss to join your PK battle. I didn't expect that you would lose in the end. Do you know how to write the word shame? I give you 3 seconds to stay away. I will beat you until your parents don't recognize you. 3, 2. The wild little kitten really didn't expect that the other party would not give her or her boss any face at all. It was really damnable. However, the situation was stronger than the person, so she gritted her teeth, stomped her feet and left. Who is this guy? He is so arrogant. He beats up a girl just because she wants to. He even threatens her. What kind of person is this? He must be some rich second generation. He must be someone extraordinary to be able to hang out with a mortal boss. Don't be such a mortal boss. People nowadays are so shameless, they just take advantage of whoever has popularity and traffic. Have you seen the mortal boss? Or has anyone seen him? If he says it's him, then it's him. I said he's the mortal boss's father. Do you believe it? Han Fei was very dissatisfied when he heard this. He picked up a bottle of green stick and was about to fight with the person who was making trouble. At this time, the security in the bar stepped forward and tried to stop this farce. After all, it was the first day the bar opened, and the atmosphere was originally happy, but now it was a bit tense. After some inquiries, it was confirmed that Long Piao had already arrived at Bar Crazy, so Wangfan might be there as well. This made Zhang Jiakang very excited. If this was true, then he would use Qin Hao's knife to kill Wangfan today, which would be a win-win situation. Boom boom boom. There was another knock on the office door, and this time someone inside shouted, "Come in." The wild little kitty just walked in, her eyes were red as if she had just cried. Zhang Jiakong frowned impatiently. What's wrong? I didn't cry after losing 200 million, but you started crying first. The wild little kitten felt even more aggrieved, with tears welling up in his eyes. If you don't want to, get out of here. Boss, I was beaten up in our bar by someone who claimed to be a friend of Mortal Boss. And according to them, Mortal Boss has been in our bar the whole time. Is there a girl with him? Some. Zhang Jiakong swept away his previous irritability, walked up to Qin Hao with a smile and said, Mr. Qin lived up to your expectations. Wangfan is in our bar. I'll take you there right away. Waste, Qin Hao said impatiently, they have come to your lair, and now we know his whereabouts. Zhang Jiakong, you are really useless. After saying that, he walked out of the office first, followed by the two young masters Li and Bai. After Zhang Jiakong took a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and followed him out. After Wangfan saw the people coming down the stairs, he said to Li Qianquan and the others calmly, the main person is here. If you want to leave, it's still not too late. Otherwise, when the gongs and drums clash, your family may be implicated. Li Qianquan said righteously, you are our boss, we will not leave unless you leave. Han Fei and the others also expressed their determination to stick to Wang Fan's path to the end. Seeing that Wang Fan prepared 100 billion for a PK, they no longer had any reason to leave Wang Fan. It was after seeing that string of numbers that they sincerely followed Wang Fan. Okay, I won't let you down. Wang Fan still said calmly, in the future, you will be very glad for the decision you made today. People's aura is real. Just like when Qin Hao and the others came down, the crowd naturally made way for them to come in. Qin Hao glanced at the person sitting there, and with his second-generation intuition, he quickly determined that the person was Wang Fan, so he smiled and said, Hello, Wang Fan, I am Qin Hao from the Qin family in the imperial capital. Chapter 77, complete the hidden task system to issue rewards, and the bar-clearing battle is about to begin. Wang Fan was actually very disgusted with the fact that Qin Hao brought up his family background right away. People like this who are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, when they have conflicts with others outside, they have to bring up their family members to suppress others. It is really shameless. Just as Wang Fan was about to respond to Qin Hao, the pleasant voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and helping Bobo's Car Live broadcast win. You will receive the following rewards. 1. Reward Dragon Shield Security Company, with a market value of 100 billion. The relevant property rights certificates have been placed in the system space and can be used at any time. 2. Rewards, Grandmaster level fighting skills, which can be used with the mind. After using them, all external martial arts in the world can be integrated and used by you. Wang Fan was overjoyed when he heard the reward given by the system. It was like timely rain, because when Qin Hao and the others came over, to be honest, Wang Fan felt a sense of danger, so he asked Li Qianquan and the others whether they wanted to leave. Although he has used the system to improve his body, his physical fitness is now 5 times the limit of ordinary people. He can defeat boxing champion Tyson simply by relying on his physical fitness. But he has never had the corresponding fighting skills to better utilize his awesome body. Now it finally happened, and the sense of crisis I felt before has disappeared. Qin Hao's inner anger was almost uncontrollable. He had already politely greeted Wang Fan, but Wang Fan just sat there without any response. They really didn't take him, young Master Qin, seriously. In the imperial capital, few people ignored him like this. He didn't expect that someone would treat him like this in the Magic City. To be honest, Li Qianquan and the others were so scared that they dared not breathe because they saw Li Badeo, the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. Li Badeo came here with the young man in front of him, and he also said that he was from the Qin family in the imperial capital. It is conceivable how strong the background of this young man is. In order to avoid the intensification of the conflict, he quickly acted as a lubricant between the two camps. Boss, young Master Qin is greeting you. Please respond at least. Li Qianquan reminded cautiously. Wang Fan was feeling the physical changes brought to him by the Grandmaster's fighting skills, so he had no time to pay attention to him. So Li Qianquan didn't give up. He looked at Long Pia Piao and clasped his hands together and said, Sister-in-law, what's wrong with my brother? Long Pia Piao whispered, Wang Fan, what are you doing? Everyone is watching. Wang Fan felt Long Pia Piao's breath and came out of that mysterious state. Then he remembered that Qin Hao had greeted him just now. I don't make friends with my enemies. Zhang Jiakong is my enemy. If you were his friend, we would have nothing to talk about. So are you Zhang Jiakong's friend? Xin Hao didn't expect that Wangfan not only neglected him, but also directly embarrassed him and elevated him to such a position. If he said that he was not friends with Zhang Jiakong, Xin Hao would naturally not be afraid of Zhang Jiakong, but doing so would leave a shadow in the hearts of Li Bidao and Bai Jingqi. Xin Hao still thinks highly of these two people, so Wangfan made Xin Hao laugh. Wangfan, we are all adults. You should know that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Do you really have to make everyone lose face? Wangfan said disdainfully, you have just witnessed my strength. What I lack the least is money. If you are not convinced, we can have another PK match. So what benefits can you bring to me? Hearing Wangfan's domineering speech, many people present were extremely envious. Of course, Li Bidao and Bai Jingqi thought that Wangfan was too arrogant. Being so arrogant in front of Qin Shao, nothing good would be waiting for him. Zhang Jiakong was very excited. He felt that Wangfan was a fool. He actually dared to offend young Master Qin so unscrupulously and even openly said that he wanted to be an enemy of the Zhang family. He was nothing. When the Zhang family was wreaking havoc in Shanghai, Wangfan was working as a temporary worker somewhere. He was just a nouveau riche who suddenly emerged, but he dared to speak so brazenly. He was really courting death. Xin Hao's face turned completely cold and he said to Zhang Jiakong, clear the place. After hearing this order, Zhang Jiakong was completely confused. Today was the first day of opening of his bar. If he had to clear the place now, who would come to his bar in the future? Besides, he had spent several million just on promoting the bar, and now everyone was being driven out. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the main focus today was the opening of the bar, not a fight with Wangfan. Now not only has it lost 50 million, but even the newly opened bar is showing signs of being ruined by Wangfan. He lost both the wife and the army. He looked at Wangfan with even more anger, wishing he could kill him right away. Bai Jingqi patted his shoulder and said, Master Zhang, Master Qin asked you to clear the place, why are you so stunned? Zhang Jiakong took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart, and waved to the security captain, clear the area. After all, this involves the reputation of these rich second generations, and it can be digested among their circle. If someone really filmed their fight and spread it, it would have a certain impact on their family, and the elders in the family would inevitably complain. I'm sorry, everyone. Zhang Jiakong said to the people in the bar, we have some personal matters to take care of here. Please go out for a while and come back after we're done. The drinks are free today. Zhang Jiakong's heart bleeds at these words. Although the wines he bought were all from abroad and very cheap, he sold them at very high prices in the bar, so the profit was very lucrative. Even so, he still felt he had lost a lot of money by offering free drinks for everyone. Wangfan, you've caused me to lose so much money. Zhang Jiakong said with a gloomy face, today, I'll pay you back for what you've done. I'll never let you leave this bar. Wangfan looked at Zhang Jiakong and said coldly, SB. If Bai Jingqi hadn't stopped him, Zhang Jiakong would have really rushed over to take the lead. It was so frustrating. Every time he faced Wangfan, who didn't play by the rules, he always felt powerless. All the customers had been driven out. Although Zhang Jiakong said that the drinks would be waived, they were still very unhappy. It was like coming to a long-awaited meal with great enthusiasm, but halfway through the meal suddenly found a fly in the food. The boss said sorry, he would make it again for them, and the meal was free for them. It was a very bad experience. Li Bidao looked at Li Qianquan and the others who were sitting there and said hurriedly, Li Qianquan, why don't you take your friends and get out of here? Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? To be honest, Li Qianquan has been afraid of his cousin since he was a child. After all, his family always compares the two of them. In this way, Li Qianquan becomes a waste in the eyes of adults, a guy who only knows how to ask for money from his family and plays around without any education. Being scolded by his cousin in front of so many people, Li Qianquan stiffened his neck and said, Li Bidao, I think the people around you are just bad friends. I may not be good in other aspects, but you are far behind me in judging people. Chapter 78, Defeating Lu Changming with one move, Zhang Jiakong's clamor. Sometimes once you make a choice, don't be a fence-sitter. In the end, you will end up with nothing. Li Bidao had never expected that his useless cousin would dare to fight him directly in front of so many people. The anger in his heart suddenly bubbled up, and he wanted to slap him, but he saw from the corner of his eye that Qin Shao's face was very ugly, so he suppressed his anger and said, Li Qianquan, even if you kneel down and beg me later, I will not pay attention to you. Li Qianquan raised his middle finger and said, what the hell do you want? From childhood to adulthood, Li Qianquan had never been so presumptuous in front of Li Bidao. He felt the best he had ever felt. Qin Hao was obviously not the kind of person who would drag his feet. He waved his hand and a middle-aged man stood up behind him. There was a terrifying aura emanating from him. How to describe this feeling? It was not until Wangfan's hands were stained with human blood that he understood what the aura of Lu Changming, the first warrior he met, was. Wangfan's eyes narrowed involuntarily. He knew that the danger he had felt before was emanating from this person. You guys step back and protect Piao Piao. Wangfan stood in front of Li Qinkuan and the others. All the previous nervousness and anxiety was blocked by Wangfan. It was like a huge mountain, calming their uneasy hearts. Uncle Lu. Qin Hao said coldly, leave him alive. These 5 simple words, like the judge of hell, have determined Wangfan's life or death. Okay, master. As soon as Lu Changming finished speaking, he punched Wangfan in the face. Since his body was transformed by the system, Wangfan has had several fights. He could easily defeat losers like Zheng Jiakong with just one punch or one kick. It was a completely one-sided crushing, so I had no idea what level I was at. Feeling the force of the opponent's punch, this punch could make a hole even if it hits an iron plate. In Wangfan's opinion, the other party must be a martial artist, so he did not dare to be too careless. Directly using the Grandmaster-level fighting skills, he felt that the opponent's powerful punch was full of loopholes and there were too many ways to deal with the opponent. It was at this moment of thinking that the fist hit Wangfan in the face with lightning speed. Master Qin, I knew Uncle Lu was a master the moment he made his move. Wangfan is definitely going to die. Of course Uncle Lu is a 5th-grade external strength expert. Not to mention a tiny Wangfan's head, even a piece of steel plate can be blown apart with one punch from him. Ah, Wangfan wouldn't really have been shot in the head, would that be so tragic? If it explodes, it's no big deal. It will sink to the bottom of the Huangpu River and feed the fish. Unfortunately, the scene that Qin Xiao and the others imagined, where Wangfan was beaten to death, did not occur. When Lu Changming punched at him, Wangfan dodged the fierce punch by slightly turning his head. Then he grabbed Lu Changming's arm and used a Tai Chi push hand technique. After removing all the strength from the opponent's hands, Wangfan threw Lu Changming out as if he was holding a shot put. However, Lu Changming was obviously a man with rich combat experience. Although he was surprised that Wangfan actually dodged his attack, he was able to counterattack. Obviously, the opponent was a warrior like him, but he remained calm in the face of danger. When Wangfan threw him, his whole body was suspended in the air, so he attacked Wangfan's head again with a whip kick. This made Wangfan very angry. He didn't even kill him, but the other party kept trying to blow his head off. He really thought he was made of clay. After ducking his head to avoid the attack, Wangfan flew up and kicked the opponent in the stomach. Lu Changming, a 5th-grade external force master, was kicked almost 5 meters away. He hit quite a few tables in the middle. When his body stopped sliding, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Watching this scene made Long Piao Piao feel like she was on a roller coaster. At first, she was worried about Wangfan, but in the end, when she saw his handsome strike, she felt that God was so good to her that he rewarded her with such a perfect man. Qin Hao looked at Wangfan in disbelief. The other party was younger than him, more handsome than him, had more cash in his hands, and even his skills were so strong. He was completely crushed by her. Even in the imperial capital, which was filled with talented people, no one had ever seen such a monstrous creature who was inferior to him in every way. Wangfan clapped his hands and looked at Qin Hao and said, "What other tricks do you have? Use them all at once." It was a provocation, a naked provocation. None of them had expected Wangfan to do this. Although Zheng Jiakong knew that Wangfan was very powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful that even a 5th-grade external strength master could not defeat him in one move. But what is the use of being strong? In his own territory, even a dragon will be coiled by him. Security, why do I keep you guys? Zheng Jiakong knew that he had no way out now. Even if he couldn't do it, he had to bite the bullet and do it, because he couldn't let anything happen to Master Qin, Master Li, and Master Bai in his bar. Once they are really beaten or something, the Zheng family will not be able to withstand the combined attack of these 3 families. Now the Zheng family is already stuck in a quagmire, and with these 3 big mountains added to it, the Zheng family will be completely finished. When running this bar, Zheng Jiakong knew that security must be the top priority. After all, some of the people who come to his place are 2nd-generation rich people. If something goes wrong in the bar, it will get him into trouble. Therefore, these security guards were all carefully selected by him from retired soldiers. The worst of them could be 1 against 3, and they were equipped with very professional security equipment. When more than a dozen security guards surrounded him with shields, forks, electric batons, etc., Wangfan frowned. He could certainly rush out alone, but there were Long Piao, Li Qianquan, and others. He couldn't just abandon them. So he turned to Zhang Jiakong again and said, "Do you really want to fight me to the death? If you agree to let us leave, I can consider sparing your Zhang family's life." Zhang Jiakong smiled triumphantly. He felt that the reason why Wangfan threatened him like this was because the other party was afraid. "Wangfan, you are about to die, but you are still so arrogant. I really want to know, who gave you the capital to be so arrogant?" Wangfan was secretly delighted. He didn't expect that what was said in the novel was true. Villains usually talk a lot, and talkative guys never have a good ending in the end. "Do you really want to know?" Wangfan said to Zhang Jiakong with a faint smile, "I just need to make a phone call and call my capital over. Then you will know." Zhang Jiakong didn't believe that a phone call from the other party could make him and the 3 young masters of the Qin family afraid. He racked his brains to figure out who in the Magic City had such great power. "Okay, I'll wait for you for 10 minutes. Zhang Jiakong said jokingly, "If it's less than 10 minutes, I will not only cripple you, but also kill Long Piao in front of you. Damn it, I'll teach you a lesson." Chapter 79, Zhang Jiakong, the Unethical Man, Dragon Shield Savior. Wangfan knew that now was not the time to argue with Zhang Jiakong, so he picked up the phone and dialed a number. "I don't care what method you use, I'll give you 8 minutes to get someone to bar crazy, otherwise you don't have to come to see me." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Qin Hao was already very angry that Zhang Jiakong agreed to Wangfan's request. Currently, they have the advantage. Instead of taking advantage of their superior numbers to defeat the other side in one fell swoop, they have to create unnecessary trouble and ask Wangfan to call for reinforcements. What the hell must my brain be to make such a decision? I'm not afraid of God-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. However, Qin Hao's curiosity was aroused when he heard the content of Wangfan's phone call. Could there really be some big shot behind Wangfan? Also, judging from his tone, he doesn't sound like he's begging anyone, but rather like he's giving them an order. What is Wangfan's identity and background? This question arises in everyone's mind. In the office of the Dragon Shield building in Shanghai, Chen Shangguang didn't expect that the first call he received from his new boss would be to carry out such an urgent task. He didn't care about anything else and directly launched the highest SSSS level emergency task and released it in their internal system. "Oh my god, what's going on? I haven't received even an S-level mission since I came to Dragon Shield. How come there are suddenly 5 S-level high-level missions? Brothers, the fun is about to begin. Let's go to bar crazy. Boss Qian, who is always as steady as an old dog, can get crazy sometimes. No matter what, let's go over there first and see if that bastard dares to challenge our Dragon Shield." So in the night sky above the Magic City, helicopters took off and flew rapidly through this modern city, and there were also speeding cars, motorcycles and road bikes on the ground. If there was water in this city, there would definitely be a lot of people heading towards the city center on the waterways. What the hell, what's going on? Is there a riot somewhere? Why are all these people carrying weapons? Just that turn is enough for me to learn for a lifetime. These are fucking professional racers, right? Why are they able to drive on the road at full speed? The helicopters have been dispatched. It seems that the enemy is very powerful. These days, criminals really don't care about their lives at all. Tonight is destined to belong to the Magic City. The PK battle broadcasted online with hundreds of billions of viewers has just ended, and now this happens? Could it be that the two sides are so angry about the offline sex that they created this commotion? Zhang Jiahao looked at the watch in his hand and felt that these 10 minutes were the longest in his life. Moreover, seeing Wangfan's calm and composed appearance, he felt inexplicably nervous. There were less than 5 minutes left and he couldn't wait any longer. "Go ahead, hit me as hard as you can as long as you can't kill me." Zhang Jiakong said viciously, "Don't let anyone go." Wangfan didn't expect Zhang Jiakong to be so despicable and shameless that he would attack in advance without following any moral code. "Zhang Jiakong, if you are a man, just come after me and don't attack anyone else." Seeing Wangfan's calm face tense up, Zhang Jiakong felt so happy. "MD, do you have the qualifications to negotiate with me in my territory? So what if you can fight? I only need a few people to hold you down, and the others to take down your woman and friends. I wonder how long you can keep doing this. What the hell are you still standing there for? Come on. The security team members held shields and forks, and gradually narrowed the circle surrounding Wangfan and his men. Wangfan's face showed an unprecedented anxiety. No matter what, you must help me protect Pia Piao. From now on, I will ensure that your family is safe in Dragon Country. This deal is definitely a good deal for Li Qianquan and his men. They all said with a fearless attitude, "Don't worry, big brother. If they want to hurt Miss Long, they will have to step over our corpses." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." As soon as Wangfan finished speaking, he was ready to rush out. He knew that with his speed and strength, he would be able to eliminate some of the opponent's combat effectiveness by striking first. At this moment, there were some sirens and gunshots outside, followed by some people shouting. Soon the door of the bar was knocked open by a modified off-road vehicle, and 3 people jumped out of the car, each holding an infrared sniper rifle in their hands. He took out the megaphone and said, "Everyone in the bar, be quiet, or I'll kill you with my gun." After saying that, the 3 of them took their sniper rifles and quickly approached Wangfan and the others in a V-shaped formation. Xin Hao looked at Li Qianquan and the others in confusion and asked, "Who did you find?" Li Qianquan and Bai Jingqi shook their heads vigorously. Xin Hao felt very disappointed when he saw this, because he did not hire these people with guns. Judging from the way they entered the bar, they were most likely Wangfan's men. Could this be his confidence? To be able to break into Longwa so brazenly with a gun, he must have a red background. To be honest, Xin Hao is a little regretful now. He regrets coming to the Magic City and regrets coming to Zhang Jiakang's bar. The 3 men came closer and shone the infrared light on the security guard's forehead, as if they were ready to shoot him in the head if they disagreed with him. "Put down your weapons, or we'll beat you into rotten watermelons." The person who had just shouted this time ordered the security guards, "Then go to the corner and squat with your hands on your head." Although these security guards were carefully selected by Zhang Jiakang and they had all played with guns before, they did not have guns in their hands now. With the electric batons, forks and shields in their hands, they were no match for the other side's American F-200 sniper rifle. They were just here to work, not to go to the battlefield to fight the enemy, so there was no need to risk their own lives, and they all dropped their weapons. After finishing the work here, the man holding the loudspeaker walked up to Wangfan and said, "Boss, I'm long done Han Zhouxiao. I rushed here after receiving the news. It seems that it's not too late. But I'm sorry to have scared you." When Xin Hao, Li Qianquan, Bai Jingqi and Zhang Jiakang heard the word Dragon Shield, they couldn't help but tremble. Dragon Shield is the strongest security organization in the entire Dragon Country, with a market value of up to 100 trillion. What shocked them even more was that Wangfan was actually the boss of Dragon Shield. It completely overturned their imagination. How could this be possible? Just the 3 of you? Although Wangfan was also surprised when he saw the equipment of Han Zhouxiao and the others, he really didn't expect that Long Shield could carry weapons in and out so openly. Han Zhouxiao glanced at his watch and said, "It's just that the 3 of us are the closest to here, and the others are on their way. But don't worry, within the 8 minutes you stipulated, at least 100 people will rush over." As soon as he finished speaking, another group of people rushed in as if to cooperate with him. This time there were as many as 30 or 40 people. Also, each of them had a gun, but they were not as well equipped as Han Zhouxiao and the other 2. Some of them had pistols, and some were holding spears, swords, and other cold weapons. Wangfan couldn't help but smile, and he walked towards Zhang Jiakang step by step. "Did you hear that? Can you beat me in terms of the number of people?" Chapter 80, The Situation is Stronger Than People, discuss the compensation standard. Zhang Jiakang really didn't expect that the person he had made an enemy with had such an impressive background. He was so awesome that he felt deeply powerless, as people kept coming into his bar. Moreover, each of them has the aura of someone who has returned from a sea of blood and corpses. Long Dun is indeed the #1 security company in Dragon Country. The efficiency of this organization is truly amazing, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. When Qian Shangguang arrived at the 8-minute deadline, he saw that the bar had been occupied by their people, and he felt relieved. After seeing Wangfan, even this old fox couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that the dragon shield that was torn into pieces could be unified in the hands of this young man. It's just that it was because the boss was blocked by someone while playing in the bar that he gave him such a serious order and directly issued him a 5S level task, which was considered a big misunderstanding. But now that I'm here, I'll naturally stand on the boss side. When Zhang Jiakang saw the person in the photo, Qian Shangguang, his legs began to tremble. He believed that even his father would just smile apologetically if he saw him. Not only did he offend the other party's boss, but he also wanted to kill him. Damn it, he was really looking for death. Facing Wangfan's direct gaze, he immediately became intimidated and no longer had the arrogance he had before. Zhang Jiakong, where is your previous arrogance? Wangfan said coldly, I still prefer the old you. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. Zhang Jiakong was really scared. His family was already facing internal and external troubles, and now he had offended such a great god. If his father knew about it, he would break all 3 of his legs. Pa! Wangfan slapped him, knocking out 3 more of his teeth. I despise people like you who bully the weak and fear the strong. You kneel down and lick those who are more powerful than you, and trample on those who are weaker than you. Do you think you can make things even by saying sorry? What the hell do you want? Oh, by the way, you used despicable means to take Long Piao's contract. Bring her contract to me. When Zhang Jiakong heard Wangfan say this, his heart couldn't help but move. Fortunately, he still had this chip in his hand. He had originally wanted to use this chip to get the 200 million yuan reward from Wangfan. Now, if I could resolve the conflict with Wangfan with the help of this contract, it would be a great thing. Master Wang, I'll give you Long Piao's contract, can you let me go? Wangfan frowned, and Xian Shangguang knew what he was thinking. He waved his hand lightly, and 3 people came forward and beat Zhang Jiakong again. Are you still qualified to negotiate with me now? My words are orders. If you don't follow them, I believe Dragon Shield will have 10,000 ways to make sure you never see the sun tomorrow. Then he ignored Zhang Jiakong and turned to look at Qin Hao and the other 2. Since you have chosen to join Zhang Jiakong and his gang to oppose me, then we are enemies. Adults should pay for their actions when they do something wrong. Start quoting. Now Qin Hao and the other 3 felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. Ever since they were tricked by Zhang Jiakong into a live PK with Wangfan, it seemed that they were doomed to be in the current passive situation. A person who can casually take out 10 billion to play PK must have a backer, otherwise who would dare to reward the female anchor like this? After they lost, they were instigated by Zhang Jiakong to cause trouble for Wangfan offline. What's the difference between this and seeking death? The other side's guns are pointed at their heads, as if they can be shot to death if they disagree with them. Qin Hao is now feeling angry and he needs to vent it out, otherwise he will collapse. Master Wang, we admit defeat today. We still need to discuss the compensation you mentioned. Please give us some time. Wangfan made a gesture to invite them to do as they please. With so many subordinates around, he didn't believe these people could play any tricks. Mr. Qian, come here for a moment. Wangfan called Xian Shangguang and said, everyone has worked hard today. Let's give each of you 100,000 yuan as a reward. After hearing this, everyone was very happy. They all thought that the 5S task was the most difficult and that at least some people would be injured or killed. They didn't expect it to be so simple. To receive a reward of 100,000 yuan was beyond all their expectations. Thank you, boss. Afterwards, Wangfan sent his home address and photos of his parents to Qian Shangguang, asking him to arrange someone to protect his parents' safety. As for the salary, it was raised to the maximum, with only one requirement, which was to ensure the safety of his parents. Okay, boss. I'll make arrangements once this happens and have them rush over overnight. It's so hard. Qin Hao and the other 3 came to Zhang Jiakong, who was lying on the ground, and asked, now young Master Wang wants us to pay for his mistake. How much do you think each of us should pay? Zhang Jiahao immediately understood what the 3 young masters were thinking, but he couldn't say it because their family couldn't afford to offend the families behind these 3 again. Otherwise, the Zhang family would really be finished, so they could only pretend to be dead and keep silent. This attitude angered Qin Hao again, and he took the lead in beating Zhang Jiahao. He couldn't help but sigh and said, the situation is stronger than people. If you are wrong, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. I think Wangfan is also a vindictive person. If he can't show enough sincerity, he probably won't be able to leave here tonight. After saying that, he ignored Li Badeo and Bai Jingqi, walked up to Wangfan and said, with the family resources I have control over and my position in the family, the maximum I can give you is 1 billion. I can't give you more. If you agree, I will find a way to give it to you. If you don't agree, I will kill me. Qin Hao is like a bachelor now. Just as he said, he is a fish on the chopping board and has no choice. Wangfan ignored him and looked at Li Badeo and Bai Jingqi. Seeing his cousin Li Qianquan standing aside with his arms folded and smiling at him, Li Badeo felt very uncomfortable. Just as Li Qianquan said, he was not as good as the other person in judging people. Master Wang, my net worth cannot be compared with Master Qin's. Before, I took out 50 million when Zhang Jiakong played PK with you live. Now I only have 500 million in assets to use. Bai Jingqi followed closely and said, Master Wang, I can only take out 500 million. As long as you don't kill me, I can give my sister a call and ask her to lend you more money when you need it, or I can turn the presidential suite in my hotel into your permanent room. How about that? Wangfan responded with a slap in the face, Boss Bai, how can you have such a stupid brother? Don't you even know my wealth? Do you still need a loan? I just deposited 100 million yuan into your hotel. Tell me, how long can I stay here? Wangfan pointed at the three of them and scolded them as if he was scolding a junior. Before, you were all so arrogant and boastful, but when I asked you to show your strength, you all wilted like eggplants hit by frost. What kind of people are you? Chapter 81, Critical Attack on Bar Crazy Bar, Blocked on the Road. This was definitely the most humiliating day in the history of Qin Hao and the other two. Even many years later, when they thought of Wangfan, they couldn't help but feel furious. You should be low-key. Wangfan continued to scold in the tone of an elder, if your parents don't have time to educate you, then society will educate you. I will educate you. Don't think that having good reincarnation skills can guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory. Look at Zheng Jiakong. He was very good at reincarnation, but he started to act recklessly and didn't treat people as human beings. His only fate is that his family will fall into poverty. From the arrogant eldest son of the Zheng family, to an ordinary person with heavy debts. Do you also want to be like him? Do you also want to be despised by others? Don't think I'm exaggerating. Just wait and see. Wangfan scolded him like he was scolding his grandson for about 10 minutes. In the end, he felt a little thirsty and drank a bottle of beer. I've said before that I'm not a big shot and won't provoke others, but I won't be afraid of those who are short-sighted. There's only one word for life, do it. I am very dissatisfied with the compensation plan you just mentioned. What use is 1 billion or 500 million? It's not even as much as the money I would spend on a PK match. Do you look down on me? Xin Hao and the others quickly denied it, but they did have limited strength and didn't know where to get so much money to compensate Wangfan. I opened an investment company, but I don't have any projects to invest in yet. I believe that with your connections and the projects in your family, there must be many high-quality projects that need money. Xin Hao, you instructed your men to use force against me, so I will punish you by bringing in a 20 billion project. Each of you will get 10 billion. If you can't do that, long done will be very tough. Xin Hao suddenly felt that he could not keep up with Wangfan's thinking. Before, he said he would not do it even if he had to compensate Wangfan 1 billion. Now, he had to help him find projects and spend money for him, and this project had to be 20 billion. This trip to Shanghai completely overturned his imagination of wealth. Is this how truly wealthy people play? However, this is much easier than trying to raise the 10 billion. There are many scientific research projects in the imperial capital that are all in the laboratory stage and require a lot of money to support research and demonstration. For example, thinner lithography machines with larger storage capacity, the construction of outer space bases, recyclable rockets, etc., all of which would cost huge amounts of money to complete. Not to mention 20 billion, even if it was tens of billions, there wouldn't necessarily be much of a splash if invested. I warn you, you'd better not play any tricks on me and look for some illegal and risky projects. If I find out, don't blame me for being rude. Wangfan warned again, to prevent these undisciplined rich second generations from messing around and causing him to fall into the pit they had dug for themselves. I want to ask, do these projects have to be profitable? Xin Hao asked the question in his mind, are projects in the laboratory stage okay? As long as it does not violate regulations or laws, and the project you find is reasonable. Wangfan thought for a while and said, I am not looking for profits, as long as I can invest my money. Okay, no problem. Xin Hao agreed immediately, then Mr. Wang is fine, can we go now? Wangfan impatiently asked them to leave as if he was shooing away flies. The three of them turned around and ran away as if they had been pardoned. Li Badeo walked a few steps and turned back to say, Cousin, come to my house and play when you have time. Li Qianquan had no martial ethics at all and immediately turned to complain to Wangfan, Boss, he is not honest and threatened your little brother in front of you. Raise the amount he gave you. Some people only care about food and not about punishment. Wangfan said to Li Badeo, he is my man, and you can take revenge on him if you want. Don't show off your superiority in front of Qianquan in the future, otherwise I don't mind letting Li Qianquan's family replace yours. Xin Hao pulled Li Badeo's sleeve and said, let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Long Piapiao and the others all looked at Wangfan with admiration in their eyes. The young masters of the imperial capital and the demonic city were like chickens and dogs, which were no match for him. He is truly a treasure man. He is like a black hole and you can never figure out how many secrets he has hidden. Even the dragon shield belongs to him, so what else couldn't he be his? Wangfan said to Qian Shangguang, since everyone is here, why not take this opportunity to do some team building? Everyone has worked hard tonight, so let's eat, drink and have fun. After saying that, he looked down and found that his shoelaces were untied. Taking the opportunity to tie his shoelaces, Wangfan put his hand on Bar Crazy and silently said in his heart, critical hit. Ding! Received a critical hit request from the host, performing a critical hit on Bar Crazy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 hotels. The relevant documents and certificates will be sent to your home by express delivery. Please select the mailing address, school district house or Donghubei Villa? Wangfan thought for a moment and said, System, help me mail it to Villa number 1 in Donghubei. Received, mailing has started, expected to arrive in half an hour, please check. Wangfan feels so good now. He used to work like a slave and could not earn much in a month. But now, with just a little help from the system, he can earn more than an ordinary person can ever achieve in his entire lifetime. The Dragon Shield guys were all heavy drinkers, and Li Qiankuan and his gang were soon drunk. Although Wangfan's body had been systematically strengthened, he could not handle the large number of people who came to toast him. After one round, he felt a little dizzy, and with the cooperation of Long Piapiao, he was the first to leave the bar. When he came in Li Qiankuan and his friend's car. When he left, he followed Long Piapiao and went back in Baiyun Hotel's special car. With the help of wine and having just tasted the combination of yin and yang, Wangfan naturally would not return to Villa number 1 in Donghubei, but would go directly to the presidential suite of the hotel. The car was stopped by 2 vehicles halfway through the journey. Wangfan was sobered up instantly. He wondered if he had encountered some powerful warrior again. Thinking of this, I felt a little regretful that I didn't give Qian Shangguang some pistols for self-defense. Stay in the car and don't get out. Wangfan told Long Piapiao, and then told the driver, drive Miss Long away when you have the chance. Wangfan got out of the car immediately. The breeze made him feel like vomiting, but he forced himself to suppress it. An old man came out from the opposite car. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit and looked very energetic. However, Wangfan felt a sense of danger, which was more dangerous than the 5th-grade external strength person who was beside Qin Hao before. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Wangfan asked. Don't you know what you have done? The old man asked with a smile, the entire demon city is about to be overturned by you. Oh, it seems you are going to cause trouble for me. Wangfan felt that the other party was up to no good, then let me learn from your tricks. Chapter 82, Han Chenggong was defeated and invited Wangfan to join the Dragon Soul Hall. After Wangfan obtained the godly rich critical hit system, he experienced a life that he had never dared to imagine before in just 3 days. Tonight, not only did he dominate the internet, but the all-out attack of the offline Dragon Shield also made the city of Magic City become a commotion. Everyone was very curious about what was going on that caused so many helicopters and speeding luxury cars to swarm into a newly opened bar. What made Wangfan realize even more was that the world he had seen before did not seem to be a complete world. In that ordinary world before, everyone was an ordinary person. Those with better talents may be able to serve the country as athletes and win glory for the country in various competitions. The appearance of Lu Changming made Wangfan realize the existence of warriors and that they were divided into different levels. The one with the surname Lu was at the 5th level of external strength. It was as if he was forcibly pulled from normal life into a world of martial arts. Then, in the end, can he achieve enlightenment and become an immortal, and then fly through the void to see the fairy Chang'e, just like in other novels? Dear readers, please give me some suggestions on what to do next. The old man smiled and replied to Wangfan, you are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Is it old Jin Tu who gave you the confidence? Old man, you better defeat me first. Wangfan was actually annoyed by people who only spoke half-heartedly and always acted like a ghost. It doesn't matter if you are old Jin Tu or old Litu, I will beat you into a bastard today. Before he finished speaking, Wangfan had already rushed towards the old man like a tiger rushing down the mountain, so fast that it even caused a sonic boom. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. He really didn't expect that Wangfan's speed was so fast. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and immediately became serious. Long Piao in the car looked out the window nervously. The driver had never seen such a scene before and was a little scared. Is this the speed a human can run at? If he were to participate in the Olympics at this speed, even Bolt and his ilk would have a hard time leaving the team in the dust. Ms. Long, is your boyfriend a human? Long Piao thought for a moment and replied, maybe it's Superman. That old man is so fierce. A middle-aged man like me can probably be crippled with just one punch. The driver was so shocked by the scene before him that he didn't know what to say. His worldview had been overturned. People in the other two cars were also closely watching the fight outside. Could it be that Wangfan is the young master of that ancient martial arts family? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? I originally thought that Mr. Han could take him down within 3 moves. I feel like Mr. Han can't take him down, he can only be taken down. How is this possible? Elder Han is a master of the 3rd level of internal energy. Could it be that Wangfan is a master of even higher internal energy? You didn't see that. Apart from the amazing speed Wangfan showed at the beginning, he actually had very little experience in fighting. It seemed that he couldn't control the power in his body at all. He wasted a lot of energy by hitting with different strengths and couldn't make accurate strikes. Now that you put it that way, it's true. However, as he fought with Old Han, he seemed to gradually adapt to the control of his own strength. So, the reason why he fought with Old Han for so long was just because he used him as a whetstone. If he continued to fight, Old Han would definitely lose. MD, how old is he? How can he be so strong? He is really a monster. Ever since Wangfan's body was transformed by the Godly Rich's critical hit system and he acquired Grandmaster-level fighting skills, he has not encountered an opponent of equal strength. Basically, he would be knocked to the ground and lose his combat effectiveness as soon as he made a move. After finally finding an old man who could help him hone his skills, Wangfan naturally wanted to have a good fight with him. Ever since he knew about the existence of warriors, he had a sense of urgency, which was to grow up quickly. Only when you are strong enough will you not be afraid of anyone. Just like the people in the car said, Wangfan used the old man as a whetstone to hone his master-level fighting skills so that he could use them at will. In this way, when he encountered an enemy, he could defeat the opponent with more effective means. The old man surnamed Han was also very shocked. Wangfan was not at all like he thought, and he could not be defeated at the fastest speed. As time went by, he felt that the opponent's strength increased at an incredible speed. He had raised his strength from the 6th level of external strength to the 9th level, but the opponent was still at ease. What kind of freak was this? Boy, you really surprised me, but if you can catch my move next time, I lose. Afterwards, the old man surnamed Han's aura suddenly became stronger, a drastic change from before, just like a transformation from quantitative change to qualitative change. It's just that his subsequent momentum was insufficient, and he failed to truly complete his overall transformation. But even so, Wangfan had to be more careful. It seemed that these so-called warriors all had their own tricks up their sleeves, and whenever they faced the opponent, they had to fight as fiercely as a lion fighting a rabbit. Okay, I won't be polite then. As he spoke, Wangfan's momentum suddenly increased, and he punched the opponent with all his strength. Wangfan took 2 steps back, and the old man surnamed Han retreated 1 meter away. Then he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a stream of blood. From the beginning of the fight, Wangfan felt that the opponent did not have much hostility, and was cooperating with him to continuously improve his own strength, without using a killing move right away. So when Wangfan saw this, he immediately ran over to support the other person and asked, "Are you okay?" The old man surnamed Han excitedly grabbed Wangfan's hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay. I still have to thank you." Wangfan was confused. Could it be that he had beaten this old man into a daze? I see you're vomiting blood. Hurry up and go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Since I'm the one who injured you, I'll pay for your medical expenses. Good boy, I was right about you. You know how to take responsibility. The old man surnamed Han was very satisfied with Wangfan's performance. I'm really fine. I have to thank you. Your last move loosened my internal energy level. I believe it won't be long before I can break through the internal energy level. Wangfan secretly memorized the external force and found that there was also internal force. So what realm was he in now? However, he was too embarrassed to ask the old man in front of him now, so as to avoid being laughed at by him. Since everything is fine, I'll be leaving. Wangfan said as he was about to leave. Wait a minute. The old man surnamed Han said, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Han Shanggong, and I am the leader of the Dragon Soul Demon City branch. I came to you today to invite you to join the Dragon Soul Palace. Dragon Soul Hall? What kind of organization is that? I've never heard of it. Wangfan asked with a puzzled look on his face. Is it also a security company? In that case, it may not work. I run a security company myself. Fuck, your grandfather old Gene too didn't tell you about the Dragon Soul Palace? Han Shanggong asked with a puzzled look on his face. This old guy is really tight-lipped. He even kept it a secret from his genius grandson. Old man, why are you cursing? Wangfan said angrily, your grandfather's surname is Gene, and your whole family's surname is Gene. Chapter 83, The Conspiracy of the Zheng Family Father and Son. Wangfan obtains the A-level token of the Dragon Soul Hall. Han Shanggong was also very confused. Could it be that Wangfan was not the grandson of old man Gene? Otherwise, why would the other party react so strongly? But if Wangfan was not the grandson of old man Gene, how could Long Dun explain it? That was founded by old man Gene. If he wasn't his most beloved grandson, could he be his illegitimate child? Oh my god, is the news so explosive? Since the other party doesn't want to admit it, there's no need to dig deeper into the matter. Okay, I understand. Han Shanggong changed the subject in confusion. The Dragon Soul Hall is an organization established by the country for warriors. It brings together some warriors to maintain social stability. I'm not interested. Wangfan refused directly. I'm used to being lazy and can't stand all kinds of constraints. If there's nothing else, let's just say goodbye. Oh, young man, you need to be patient. Han Shanggong said earnestly, you are in a hurry to leave without listening to me talk about the benefits of joining the Dragon Soul Hall. Aren't you afraid of regretting it? Wangfan stopped walking, turned around and asked, then tell me what are the benefits of joining the Dragon Soul Hall? What else do you need me to do? The benefits are of course obvious. Han Shanggong said proudly, joining the Dragon Soul Hall will make you a member of the system, which is equivalent to being coated with a layer of amulet. You can do many things that you can't do now but want to do. For example, if you meet someone who wants you to get rid of him as soon as possible, you definitely can't do it with your current status. But if you are a member of the Dragon Soul Hall, you can deal with him at will. It's like you have the power of life and death over others. Isn't it great? It has to be said that Han Shanggong understands the psychology of young people. Who doesn't want to be able to act unscrupulously beyond existing norms? The pleasure of breaking the rules is really hard for everyone to resist. Old man, you are really good at fooling people. If it is really as you said, the society will be in chaos. Wangfan rolled his eyes in annoyance. This old man does not seem like a good person. He really treats him as a green hand and fools him. If you continue to be dishonest and talk nonsense, there is really no need for us to continue talking. Han Shanggong smiled awkwardly and said, of course there are conditions. Warriors cannot attack ordinary people at will. If they violate this iron rule and commit serious crimes, they can be killed on the spot. When Han successfully invited Wangfan to join the Dragon Soul Hall, Zhang Jiakan was in a ward in a high-end private hospital, telling his father Zheng Shijun about what happened tonight and his speculation about the predicament facing the Zheng family. Are you saying that the stock market crash of our Zheng family was also caused by Wangfan? Well, Wangfan said that he wanted to bring our Zheng family to ruin, and I had a conflict with him at the Baiyun Hotel last night. The next day, negative information about our company's artists, including my family members, was exposed online. Once this kind of bad news came out, the stock market would naturally plummet. Damn it! When did such a powerful young man appear in the Magic City? You were lucky enough to run into him. Damn, he seems to be specifically targeting our Zhang family. Your brother was also beaten by him. He is simply irreconcilable with our Zhang family. Since he doesn't want to let our Zhang family go, then he can forget about it. Zhang Shijun was really furious. The company lost billions in one day, his two sons were beaten, and now he is threatened again. When has the Zhang family ever suffered such an injustice? They must get back at this place. Dad, he has the dragon shield in his hand. We are no match for him. Letting us go bankrupt is no different from killing us. Since he doesn't want us to live, I want him to die. Just take care of your injuries and don't worry about this. I'm going to kill him right away. After returning to the Zheng family villa, Zheng Shijun went straight to the study, turned on the computer and logged into a website with a black interface. That's right, it was the famous dark web. The interface for finding the killer directly posted a reward for Wangfan and his family. The reward for Wangfan's parents is 50 million, and the reward for Wangfan personally is 100 million. Of course, the unit of this value is not Dragon Coin, but US dollar. Wangfan, you should feel honored that I'm using 150 million to take the lives of your entire family. Soon a killer took the job, and Zhang Shijun directly paid a deposit of 50 million US dollars, and the remaining 100 million US dollars would be transferred after the job was done. Wangfan looked at the golden dragon-shaped token in his hand. On the front of the token was a lifelike dragon that seemed to be about to fly into the sky. On the back is a capital letter, A. According to Han Shinggong's introduction, the Dragon Soul Temple's tokens are ranked from high to low, S, A, B, C, and D. He was able to get an A at one time, which made him a rare genius. However, Wangfan felt that it must be that old man Han who felt it was embarrassing to lose to him, so he gave him an A. For a genius like him blessed by the system, he should at least have an S to be worthy of him. But this is also good. At least he has a talisman from the Dragon Soul Palace. If those villains dare to challenge him again, he can give it a try. The most important thing is that there is not much trouble to join the Dragon Soul Temple. You can do whatever you want and you don't have to punch in or sit in the office. When the organization needs you, you just need to respond to the call. Of course, you can also refuse based on your own strength. However, each time you refuse, corresponding points will be deducted. Once the initial 400 points are deducted, the token in your hand will be downgraded until you have no points left and you are expelled from the Dragon Soul Hall. This is very feasible for Wangfan. He doesn't care much about the points level anyway. After all, he has money. He can exchange Kung Fu and other things in the system mall with the godly rich points, and he doesn't need to use the points of the Dragon Soul Hall to exchange for training items. Wangfan and Long Piapiao returned to the presidential suite of the 10-star Bayun Hotel and had some midnight snack first. During this process, Long Piapiao was like a curious baby and asked 100,000 questions. Wangfan, who are you? Why can you mobilize those armed men? And the old man who intercepted us halfway, who is he? He seems to be very powerful. Wangfan, thank you for helping me get the contract back. Are you going to set up an entertainment company in the future? Would you like to sign me to you? Wangfan was really confused by the question, and he said maliciously, I am a little tired today. If you can serve me well, I will tell you everything you want to know. Seeing Wangfan's fiery eyes, Long Piapiao, who had gone through the storm last night, naturally knew what he was thinking. I find you to be a bad person. You only know how to bully others. Then do you want to? Think. Then let's go take a bath together. Let me make it clear first, you can't move when the time comes. I promise. 10,000 words are omitted here. Chapter 80. For the Bai brothers and sisters apologized, Long Piapiao got the supplementary card of the Supreme Dragon card. When you don't have to worry about money, you don't have to rush. Wangfan and Long Piapiao slept until noon, when their eyes met. After another morning exercise, which lasted until almost noon, Long Piapiao could no longer bear it and complained, I have to leave. If I don't leave you, I will die in your bed. Wangfan smiled evilly and said, Woman, you can't escape my 5-finger mountain. As he said that, he pounced on Long Piapiao on the bed again, scaring her so much that her face changed and she quickly begged for mercy. Hubby, please let me go, I'm hungry, order me something to eat. I was so busy tasting Long Piapiao that I forgot about being hungry. When she mentioned it, my stomach started to growl. Go down to eat? Or should we ask them to bring it to the house? Long Piapiao's body was really not able to bear the strain. In her inherent concept, there was only a field that could not be destroyed by plowing, but there was no cow that could not be worked to death. The freak Wangfan completely broke this saying. He was like an indefatigable ox, and her land was almost torn to pieces under his plow. I think the weather outside is pretty good, let's go downstairs to eat and get some sun. Long Piapiao didn't want to become Wangfan's dessert just after finishing her meal, so she made the suggestion. Then she picked up the mobile phone next to her, opened it and found that her aunt had sent her many messages and called her many times. After a rough look, I found that there are mainly two aspects. The previously signed contracts still need to be fulfilled, and one of them is the brand commercial event at Yida at 3:30 p.m. At that time, I will need to be on the opening stage and sing 2 songs, which will take about an hour. This is a contract worth 5 million. There is another thing, which is that he will not renew the contract with the current company and will sign with Zheng Entertainment. The contract has been signed and Long Piapiao should report there as soon as possible. After seeing this message, Long Piapiao suddenly became depressed. The relatives around her betrayed her one after another, making her feel the coldness of the world. After finishing the call, Wangfan saw Long Piapiao sitting alone on the bed looking at her phone, with tears rolling down her eyes. He quickly walked forward, held her face and wiped her tears. "What's wrong? Tell me if there is anything, we will face it together." When a person is sad, he or she often can't hold back his or her emotions when someone comforts him or her. As expected, Long Piapiao hugged Wangfan and started crying. Wangfan knew that it would be redundant to say anything at this moment, so he could only pat her on the back and wait for her to vent her emotions. After about 10 minutes, Wangfan asked carefully, "Is it your family's matter again?" Long Piapiao said aggrievedly, "You are the only relative I have now. Will you abandon me like them in the future?" "No." Wangfan looked into her eyes and said seriously, "I'm here, whatever you want to do, I'll support you." "Okay, get up quickly, wash up, have a good meal later, and forget all your worries." Numa Long Piapiao kissed Wangfan on the face. "Husband, you are the best. And are you free this afternoon? I am going to Yida to participate in a commercial performance. Can you accompany me?" Wangfan now has many industries, and there are many that he doesn't know about yet, so he handed them all over to his secretary Dong Mingjia. However, facing the request of his first woman, Long Piapiao, and the fact that she is still relatively fragile, Wangfan agreed without any hesitation. "You can do work anytime, but your wife doesn't need you to be with her all the time." After cleaning up, Long Piapiao took Wangfan's arm and prepared to go downstairs to eat. As soon as they walked out of the presidential suite, they saw Bai Jia and Bai Jingqi coming to apologize. It was obvious that the other party had been waiting for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't have met me as soon as I went out. Bai Jia smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry. My brother was blind and offended you. To express our Bai family's apology, we are going to divest this floor of the presidential suite and give it to you as an apology gift. Please accept it." As the only 10-star hotel in Shanghai, they were able to offer Wangfan the best presidential suite on the first floor. This gift was nothing to Wangfan, but it was actually a great harm to such a hotel. After all, the presidential suite on this floor is the core asset of this hotel, because it is the most luxurious presidential suite and the one that best demonstrates status. Just like this, Shui Lingling separated from the hotel just to apologize to Wangfan. During the family meeting of the Bai family, when Bai Jia put forward this suggestion, it was met with unanimous opposition. But when Bai Jia violated professional ethics and revealed Wangfan's deposits in their bank, no one in the Bai family objected anymore. They also collectively scolded Bai Jingqi, which led to him being brought here to apologize to Wangfan together and to repair their relationship with Wangfan. "I've noticed that Mr. Wang's cash flow has changed a lot recently. To make it easier for Mr. Wang to pay, I applied to the 4 major banks and got you 10 supplementary cards of the Supreme Dragon card. The monthly spending limit of each card is 10 billion. Mr. Wang, please forgive me for my unauthorized decision." Looking at the supplementary cards of the Supreme Dragon card, which were all made very exquisitely, Wangfan was very satisfied. "If I leave a few of these cards for the group company, I won't have to ask me for money when they are short of cash." Wangfan picked up the supplementary card of the Supreme Dragon card and said, "I'll take this, thank you. As for the presidential suite at the Baiyun Hotel, forget it. Your brother and I have already reached a verbal agreement. He will help me attract a 10 billion investment project. I believe he will not violate our agreement. Don't worry, Master Wang. I promise to complete the task." Bai Jingqi immediately echoed, "I apologize to you again for what happened yesterday." "I'm sorry." Wangfan handed the box of the Supreme Dragon card supplementary cards to Long Piapiao and said, "Pick one and spend it as you like in the future. If you don't have enough, come back to me." Long Piapiao just heard from Bai Jia that this card has a monthly spending limit of 10 billion, and the assets of their entire Long family probably don't have that much. "Thank you, husband." Long Piapiao took out a pink dragon card and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will spend all your money?" Bai Jia watched Wangfan and the other person leave, and her eyes were filled with envy for Long Piapiao. That card had a monthly bonus of 10 billion yuan, and Wangfan gave it to her just as he said. Bai Jingqi said, "Sister, I think young Master Wang is good. He is handsome, rich, and generous. He is also the boss behind Dragon Shield. If you can make him my brother-in-law, I will fully support you. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." Bai Jia snorted coldly, but a determined light flashed in her eyes. Wangfan specifically asked the butler to choose the table where he and Long Piapiao first met for dining, instead of in the private room. Looking at the table full of sumptuous lunch, the two were indeed a little hungry and began to devour it. Halfway through the meal, I heard someone behind me say, "Pia Piao, you become too independent. You don't even listen to your aunt." Chapter 85. Aunt Chen Guifan is here to cause trouble. The commercial performance is about to begin. Hearing this familiar yet sad voice, Long Pia Piao's smiling face instantly fell. Wangfan never expected that his Aunt Chen Guifan would find this place. Feeling the change in Long Pia Piao, he gently patted her hand to comfort her. "Let go of your dirty hands." Chen Guifan pointed at Wangfan's hand and screamed as if her tail was stepped on, "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my Piao Piao's hand? Pia Piao, I'm so disappointed in you." Chen Guifan seamlessly switched to Long Pia Piao again. "You are a little queen in the music industry, how can you mess around with such a wild man? Besides his good looks, what else does he have? I guess you paid for his stay at the Baiyun Hotel." Chen Guifan said with great sorrow, "Pia Piao has worked hard to make you famous, but you don't take care of yourself. I am so disappointed. Come with me now, this kind of GAGA can only ruin you." Chen Guifan was still firing on all cylinders. "Have you forgotten that your dream is to become a true queen of the music world, not a little queen? If those paparazzi take pictures of this, your career will be over. What's wrong with young Master Zhang? He's rich, handsome, and has a good background. That's nothing a young boy like you can compare to. Only young Master Zhang can help you take a step forward and achieve your status as a music queen. Come with me quickly." As he said that, he was about to go forward and pull Long Pia Piao's hand, but Long Pia Piao dodged and didn't let her touch her at all, and hid directly in Wangfan's arms. "Ha, protect me." Long Pia Piao said with a smile in his eyes, "I don't want to be taken away by this disgusting person." Wangfan patted her t-shirt as if no one was around, and the feeling was really great. "If you dare to yell again, I'll use my powerful needles to make you cry and call me daddy." Seeing that the two men treated her like air and flirted right in front of her, Chen Guifan stamped her feet in anger and said, "You two shameless bitches really piss me off. Pia Piao, get over here and follow me. We have a commercial performance this afternoon. Do you want to breach the contract? You'll have to pay tens of millions. What Long Pia Piao lacks the least now is money. A mere tens of millions is nothing. Even if she had to pay hundreds of millions, she would just have to swipe her card." So she ignored Chen Guifan at all. "Who do you think you are?" Wangfan really didn't want to listen to Chen Guifan's nagging. "In order to curry favor with the Zhang family, you pushed your niece into the fire pit. What qualifications do you have to speak nonsense here? You little bastard, what the hell are you?" Chen Guifan was touched by Wangfan's sore spot, and she scolded him again like an elder. "You eat our Piao Piao and you climb into her bed. You are just a gigolo, and you are still shouting and yelling here." Wangfan sighed in his heart. It really was true what the saying goes, it's not that the old people have become bad, it's just that the bad people have become old. Not hitting women is the bottom line that every man should stick to, but if some people don't treat themselves as human beings, then there is no need to be polite. Pa! After a slap, Chen Guifan fell to the ground and 3 of her teeth fell out. She looked at Wangfan's beautiful face with horror, unable to believe that such a pretty boy would actually hit her. Looking at the 3 bloody teeth on the ground, she couldn't hold back any longer and started crying. Seeing this, the waiter rushed over immediately, and when he saw that it was Wangfan, he briefly asked about the situation and started to drag Chen Guifan out. "Is this how you treat your guests at Baiyun Hotel? I was beaten up in your hotel, but you didn't help me. Instead, you helped the attacker. I will sue you and bankrupt you." At this moment, Bai Jiat and her brother rushed over after hearing the news. Bai Jingqi has been suppressed since he met Wangfan yesterday. He has no place to vent his humiliating anger, and now someone is causing trouble on their turf. "You said you were going to sue our family until we were bankrupt, but who do you think you are?" Bai Jingqi said to Chen Guifan rudely, "You are provoking trouble in our hotel, and you think you are right. Drag her out and put her on the hotel's blacklist. She will never be allowed to enter the hotel again in her life." Chen Guifan did not expect that her words just to scare the waiter would attract the young master of the Bai family, the future head of the Bai family. She didn't care about the pain in her mouth at this time, and said with a smile, "So it's Mr. Bai, this is all a misunderstanding. I am the aunt of the little queen of the music world, Long Pia Piao. If our Pia Piao can get the favor of Mr. Bai, she will definitely soar to the sky and become the queen of the music world. If you are interested, I can let Pia Piao talk to you alone." When Bai Jingqi heard that Chen Guifan was actually pairing him up with Long Pia Piao in front of Wangfan, he thought, "I had finally managed to improve our relationship, and I can't let this shrew ruin it again. She raised her foot and kicked. Chen Guifan had never expected that her good intention to flatter someone would end up hitting the horse's leg. Bai Jia didn't even bother to watch and walked over to apologize to Wang Fan again, and finally said, "Mr. Wang, there are too many people outside, how about I have someone send the food to your room?" Having only eaten half full, Wang Fan took advantage of the situation and said, "Okay, let's find a better makeup artist and prepare some clothes for Pia Piao. She has a commercial performance this afternoon." "Okay, Master Wang, I'll do it myself." After returning to the presidential suite, a table of delicious food was delivered soon. The two of them feasted on it. Long Pia Piao lay on the sofa and said, "Hubby, you've eaten too much. You can't keep eating like this in the future. Otherwise, you'll become a little fat girl, and you won't like it then." "How could that be? I like you no matter what you become." The two of them stayed together for a while, and then Bai Jia came over with the makeup artist and costume designer. After more than an hour of makeup and styling, after sending Long Pia Piao and Wang Fan to the car, Bai Jia breathed a sigh of relief. "I really envy this girl Long Pia Piao. I let her get there first without knowing it." Yida Shopping Mall built a simple stage in the lobby on the first floor, and the backdrop prominently read, "Lonziyuan Beverage New Product Launch Conference." Everyone was busy discussing the process of the event. A man with a slicked back hair and wearing a Prada suit looked at his watch and asked his subordinates beside him, "Has Long Pia Piao arrived? It's already what time and she hasn't arrived yet. Have you checked the whole process with her? How do you do things?" His subordinates were also helpless. They had previously been contacting Long Pia Piao's agent, who was also her aunt, but the connection was lost 2 hours ago and they could not contact her at all. In the group where Long Pia Piao was before, I had several times, but the other party didn't reply. At this time, facing the leader's questioning, he was already sweating profusely. "MD, is Long Pia Piao not coming? How are we going to face all her fans at the event? If this press conference goes wrong, you don't have to work anymore. You should pay the compensation and get out of here." Chapter 86. Crazy He Koan, Ho Wan Yuan eats melons and ends up eating his own head. At this moment, Wang Fan and Long Pia Piao, wearing masks and sunglasses, appeared at the event site. The subordinate who was trained like a grandson immediately went up to them. "You are Miss Long Pia Piao, right? Come with me quickly, let's go over the procedure later." At this time, he couldn't care why Long Pia Piao was not accompanied by the middle-aged lady who met him, but a young man. When the boss with the slicked back hair saw this scene, his eyes widened. Long Pia Piao was so beautiful, even more beautiful than what he had seen on TV before. The whole person exuded a charming aura, and all the previous anger disappeared with the arrival of Long Pia Piao. He quickly stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, Miss Long, I am He Koan, the chairman of Dragon Origin. It is an honor to have you here to support us." When Wang Fan heard the name He Koan, he felt a little nauseous. It seemed that his parents were not good people either. He stood in front of Long Pia Piao, shook her hand and said, "Hello, Mr. He. Miss Long still has things to prepare. There is no need to make too many pleasantries. It will waste time." After saying that, she pulled her hand away, turned around, put her arm around Long Pia Piao's shoulders, and headed to the temporary lounge at the back, where she could go over the procedures and touch up her makeup. The resentment in He Koan's heart reached an unprecedented peak. He had paid for the celebrity, but he couldn't even touch him. Damn, how could this be possible? I am the financial sponsor and they should be supporting me. Now they won't even give me a hand to hold my hands. What's the point? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he called the subordinate who was in contact with the artist over, scolded him again, and asked him to make an appointment with Long Pia Piao for dinner after the event. If you can't make an appointment, just pack your bags and leave. Sometimes it's like this, you think you are doing your best, but in the eyes of your boss you are nothing. Now Zhang Chunxing feels very aggrieved, as if he is caught between a rock and a hard place. He has to please the artists on one side and the boss on the other, and he cannot offend either side. The key point is that he, the boss of S. Wolf, has such unreasonable demands. He has just had a brief contact with Wang Fan and feels that he is like a wife-protecting maniac. He is completely different from Sister Chen, the agent who was responsible for Long Pia Piao before. As long as the money is in place, anything can be discussed. This is anything outside of the contractual agreement and has nothing to do with them. There is no need to perform related business. They are completely unresponsive. He Koan really lives up to his name. When he is angry, there is always a certain amount of evil fire coming out. If he does not vent it, he will become anxious and restless. So he waved to the secretary, and the two of them went to another temporary lounge. The moment the door closed, he started to move his hands around impatiently. At this moment, Clerk Ho, who was shopping on the 5th floor, leaned on the railing and looked down. He was originally accompanying his girlfriend to work, but he took the opportunity to go shopping with his friends. His slightly tired mood suddenly became excited. Lao Lu, come here quickly, there's something interesting to see. Ho Wen-yuan's friend, who was still trying on clothes, was immediately curious when he heard him call out like that. I came out with the clothes and saw Ho Wen-yuan taking pictures with his mobile phone. I looked down and thought, this is too exciting. How can people be like this? Temporary lounges or dressing rooms like this have no roof, so people at a higher place can have a clear view of what is happening below. Soon people from other places also noticed this passionate scene. Oh my god, are you so horny? The new product launch hasn't even started yet and you're already doing this. Not to mention that this guy with slicked back hair really knows how to enjoy himself, he is also really good at taking advantage of every opportunity. I'm busy, Secretary G. I'm alright, Secretary G. This moment is so damn concrete. Oh my god, that's the pop diva Long Piao Piao. Who's the guy next to her? Is he her boyfriend? Their interaction is so sweet. No matter how sweet it is, it's not as exciting as the passionate feeling over there. How impatient must they be to do something like this during a new product launch? I said that the quality of Balenciaga's stockings is really good. They didn't tear apart. They are cheap and suitable for scenes like this. Just when Ikoen was eager to find out what was going on, he looked up and saw a circle of heads on every floor, watching his performance. At this moment, his sky collapsed and he instantly lost all the strength to support himself. The secretary turned around and asked in confusion, "Boss, what's wrong? Come quickly." As he spoke, he started to grab it, but Ikoen pushed it away and said viciously, "Don't fucking mess around, we are all human beings, put on your clothes quickly." The secretary also sensed something was wrong. He looked up and was immediately shocked. He sat down on the ground. When Clerk Ho saw the panicked face on the phone screen, his face turned pale instantly. I was so happy just now, but now it feels so ironic, because that panicked face was none other than his girlfriend. I had originally thought that after this event was over, I would gossip to my girlfriend about how people in their company were having a baby-making movement in the shopping mall. His sky seemed to have fallen, and he ran towards the elevator in a panic. Damn, he never expected that his girlfriend, who always pretended to be pure in front of him, would actually be so extravagant outside. Ho Wen-yuan's 3 views were completely overturned. People who betrayed their sincerity really deserve to swallow 10,000 silver needles. When Ho Wen-yuan's friend saw how distraught he was, he didn't know what was going on, so he didn't buy any clothes and just chased after him. As the elevator descended, Clerk Ho's eyes were bloodshot and red, like an angry wolf that could explode at any time. "Clerk, what's wrong with you? Tell me what's going on, don't do anything stupid. That bitch Fenghua cheated on me. I'm going to kill them. Damn, when did it happen? You must have made a mistake. MD, what we just saw with our own eyes could not be fake." Mr. Ho's friend's brain was struck by lightning. Damn, that was my sister-in-law just now. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. When I usually see Fenghua, she always looks pure and cute, but I didn't expect that she would be so fun in private. Now I see that Ho Wen-yuan's hair is full of the color of the prairie. Hey, this brother is really... Dude, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. I can't calm down a bit. At most, 1 life or 2 lives, I won't let this pair of bitches live. Fuck, there's no need to give up the whole garden for a wildflower. Even if you have to attack, you have to hit the enemy's weak spot and kill him with 1 blow. Brother, they are bullying me too much. Teach me quickly. I really can't swallow this. Ikoen tidied up his clothes and came out of the restroom. As if nothing had happened, he saw Zhang Chunsheng and asked, "Have you done what I asked you to do?" Ms. Long doesn't have time. Zhang Chunsheng replied, "She has other things to do in the evening." Ikoen slapped him and said, "Is this how you do things? I spent so much money, and you still can't do this or that. You are just an actor pretending to be innocent in front of me." Chapter 87, Long Piao Piao sings a new song, Dragon Origin press conference goes wrong. Zhang Chunsheng covered his red face and could only say aggrievedly, "Boss, calm down, I will go and beg again." After saying that, he turned around and went into the dressing room where Long Piao Piao was. Cohen looked at everything in front of him, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state, because the new product launch conference was about to begin. He seemed to have thought of something, and immediately returned to the rest room where he had just committed the crime. He asked his secretary to call a makeup artist to change his hairstyle as quickly as possible, and of course changed his clothes at the end. The reason for doing this is actually to cover up his tracks. The absurd things he did just now are not worthy of being made public. As long as he changes his skin, he can still make up for it later. After doing all this, he still felt that it was not safe enough, so he asked someone to call Zhang Chunqing over and told the makeup artist, quickly make his hair look like mine, and put on his suit as well. When Zhang Chunqing wanted to say something, Cohen glared back at him. In this company, his words were like imperial decrees, and no one dared to disobey. Anyone who disobeyed would be kicked out. Originally, the new product launch conference was to begin with a speech by the chairman, but this was later changed by Cohen as he felt that the atmosphere needed to be heated up first. So let Long Piao go on stage to sing a song first, and then sing another song as the finale. From beginning to end, the effect will be better. As the person in charge of coordinating with the artists, Zhang Chunqing naturally used all his reasons to convince Long Piao to accept this suggestion. Wangfan originally disagreed. How could he change it at the last minute? It was too disrespectful to treat the artists as human beings. However, Long Piao still softened her heart. She didn't want to make things difficult for the person who was in charge of the matter. These people were like sandwiches. They had no final say and could only suffer in the middle. It was not easy for them. Seeing this, Wangfan felt sorry for Long Piao but could only respect her choice. At the host's announcement, Long Piao was about to go on stage. Before going on stage, Long Piao kissed Wangfan and the two hugged each other. Don't be nervous, keep going. Wangfan encouraged. This scene was also captured by the onlookers above. They were all extremely excited and felt that they had made a lot of money on today's trip to Yida shopping mall. Not only did we see the passionate little movie on the spot, but we also got to know the gossip about the little queen of pop, Long Piao. However, apart from the fact that she looked relatively handsome, everything else about her was a mystery. All the onlookers who were originally watching upstairs came to the Dragon Source new product launch event, instantly making the whole place hot. Long Piao sang her new song Love Is a Little Thing. The beautiful melody coupled with her ethereal voice made it seem as if everyone had returned to the age when they first fell in love, reminiscing about the person they once thought they would be with for the rest of their lives. Cohen was also fascinated by what he heard. He felt that Long Piao was the goddess in his heart and she should become his bedmate. Thinking of this, he called Zhang Chunqing to his side and asked him about the dinner appointment with Long Piao, but the answer he got was still that the appointment was not made. Looking at the guy with the slicked back hair and wearing his suit, the nameless anger in his heart rose again, and he slapped Zhang Chunqing in the face again. This time, a fierce look appeared in Zhang Chunqing's eyes, but it was only a flash. He had already thought of how to deal with the disgusting guy in front of him. MD, he was slapped twice in front of so many people. Do you really think he is an Ainya? Long Piao, I love you, you are so beautiful. I didn't expect Long Piao to be so steady even with the microphone on. He is truly a role model for our generation. Piao, when did you start dating? What does your boyfriend do? Long Piao, how could you cooperate with such a beverage with distorted values? It's really disappointing. During the intermission in the middle of the song, the audience in the audience was like a pot of boiling water, and they all expressed their praise, curiosity, and questions for Long Piao all at once. When hearing about the love affair, Long Piao was obviously nervous. She didn't know when she was exposed. Was she secretly photographed by the paparazzi? But when she heard that the beverage brand she was cooperating with had distorted values, she couldn't help but frown. Because her aunt sold her secretly, Long Piao had already had a stressful reaction and always felt that there must be something fishy about it. When Long Piao first took over this beverage brand, she didn't want to accept it because she had never heard of this brand. However, when she refused, her aunt had already placed the signed contract in front of her. Seeing that it was a commercial performance contract and not a long-term endorsement, she was slightly relieved. Now it seems that she has fallen into a trap. However, now that things have come to this, I can only take one step at a time. After adjusting my mindset, I started singing seriously again. When the song ended and Long Piao walked off the stage, someone in the audience played a video of the Long Ziyuan lounge taken from upstairs. She took a look and all her doubts were resolved. This is equivalent to her kissing and hugging Wangfan before going on stage being photographed. She has to quickly report the situation to Wangfan to discuss how to resolve it, otherwise it will be very troublesome. After the host came on stage, he first expressed his gratitude to Long Piapiao, and then began the real new product launch ceremony. According to the plan, company executives including Long Piapiao and others would go on stage to cut the ribbon, followed by Chairman He Kuan's introduction of the new products. After all the executives of Long Ziyuan came on stage, Long Piapiao refused to go on stage. The reason was simple: Long Ziyuan had negative news that would affect the artists. While they were still consulting Long Piapiao, Clerk Ho rushed up from the stage with a bucket of yellow unknown liquid and poured it on the executives of Long Ziyuan. Instantly a foul smell of urine filled the air, the people in the stands became chaotic, and the people below all moved away from the stage. Taking advantage of the chaos, Clerk Ho splashed the remaining liquid onto the background board, then rushed towards He Kuan and started punching him. It all happened so fast that everyone was still confused and didn't know what was going on. Clerk Ho had already pinned He Kuan to the ground and punched him hard. "Have you guys seen enough?" He Kuan angrily said to the staff beside him, "Help me now." At this time, the senior executives of Long Ziyuan didn't care about the smell of urine on their bodies. He began to pull Ho Wen-Yuan frantically. At this time, Ho Wen-Yuan's eyes were red with anger and he said, "MD, you beast, you dare to touch my woman, I will kill you today." He Kuan understood what was going on immediately, and couldn't help but blame the secretary in his heart. "My boyfriend is messing around with me while he's here. He's really killing me." The press conference turned into a farce before it even started, which made Long Piapiao frightened. It would have been terrible if she was on the stage. Fortunately, Wangfan stopped her and refused to go on stage to cut the ribbon. Chapter 88, He Kuan's Quibbling, Zhang Chuanqing's Awakening. Finally, with the joint efforts of everyone, Ho Wen-Yuan was pulled away. He Kuan pointed at Clerk Ho and said, "I don't care who you are. You ruined our Dragon Source's new product launch and caused irreversible damage to our Dragon Source brand. I will make you lose everything. Also, I will hold you accountable for your slander against me. Damn it, I will make you spend the rest of your life in jail." After saying that, he hit Ho Wen-Yuan in the stomach. Now Ho Wen-Yuan was like a living target, being held by He Kuan's men and unable to move. "I filmed you and my girlfriend cheating on me, and you're still trying to make excuses. Ask everyone here who didn't see you two doing that dirty thing upstairs." Hearing this, He Kuan couldn't help feeling proud. His previous efforts were finally paying off. He Kuan kicked Clerk Ho in the stomach again, then said, "Let him go and let me see his so-called evidence." Wen-Yuan Ho endured the pain in his stomach, took out his mobile phone and found the video he had taken. The executive on the stage knew at a glance that it was his boss, but there was no way to turn against him unless he didn't want to do the job anymore. Everyone was secretly complaining in their hearts, "MD, this Mr. He was so eager and did this without considering the occasion." Now the event was ruined and the brand was ruined, and all their previous efforts were wasted. He Kuan raised his hand and slapped Clerk Ho in the face. He cursed in a bluffing manner, "Open your dog eyes and look. The guy in the video has a slicked back hair, while I have a 3:7 split hair, and my clothes are different. You little bastard, you didn't see clearly, and you messed up our carefully prepared new product launch like this. We won't let this go unless you compensate US tens of millions." Clerk Ho looked at the video in his hand, then looked at He Kuan. Apart from their similar body shapes, the two men indeed had different head shapes and clothes. Facing the aggressive He Kuan, he began to doubt himself, wondering if he had made a mistake. If so, he was in big trouble. If he really had to pay tens of millions, where would he get it? "No, that's impossible." Clerk Ho said nervously, "You must have changed your hairstyle and clothes temporarily. You have exactly the same body shape. MD, you are a psychopath." He Kuan kicked Ho Wen-Yuan on the head again, "I don't even know your girlfriend, and you are putting the blame on me. Feng Fenghua, where are you?" Ho Wen-Yuan said in despair, "Why did you betray me? Am I not good enough to you? I earn 10,000 and spend 9,500 on you. I sincerely feed the dog and it still wags its tail for me, but you actually cheated on me." "Oh, it's Feng Fenghua." He Kuan seemed to remember that there was such a person in their company. "Feng Fenghua, come up here and see what your boyfriend has done." Feng Fenghua also changed her clothes. She no longer wore a white shirt and a short skirt, but a white shirt and slim jeans. Her hairstyle also changed from her previous shoulder-length hair to a single ponytail. "Mr. Ho, I am so disappointed in you." Feng Fenghua came up and accused him, "You can slander me, but you can't come and make a scene at our company's new product launch. Can you afford to compensate for the company's losses now? When will you stop being so impulsive? Let's break up. With the collaboration of Fang Fengwa and He Kun, Ho Wan Yuan was completely turned into a clown. This man deserves it. He didn't even know the whole thing, but he came to cause trouble at the new product launch. Now he has lost both his wife and his army. I just watched the live broadcast, and I feel like it was these two people, they just changed their clothes and hairstyles. This guy is so miserable. Impulse is the devil. This is absolutely true. You should always stay calm. Long Piapiao looked at Zhang Chunsheng, who was standing next to her with a slicked back hair, and asked, "Why did you change your hairstyle to a slicked back hair? Could that person in the video be you?" Zhang Chunsheng quickly waved his hands and said, "How could it be me? We have been discussing the activity schedule, I don't have the time." As for the slicked back hair. Before he finished explaining, he heard someone calling him, "Boss, let's all go on stage and let the person who caused a scene at our press conference point out who messed up the new product launch." Zhang Chuanxing's heart sank immediately. Thinking back on everything that had happened before, he seemed to have fallen into a trap set by his boss. Asking him to go up this time would be tantamount to whipping his corpse in public. Wangfan patted his shoulder and said, "This matter will definitely be reported to the police. By then, the exact identity of the person in the video will be clearly identified through technical analysis. There are so many people at the scene who have filmed it, and it is possible that someone has chosen an angle to capture the face. Don't give false testimony. It will be in your best interest to tell the truth." After hearing Wang Fan's words, Zhang Chuanxing's struggling and hesitant heart suddenly became clear. Before leaving, he turned to look at Wang Fan, bowed and thanked him, then swept away his previous anxious mood and walked towards the boss. Holy crap, there really is a guy with slicked back hair wearing the same clothes as in the video. Damn, this Dragon Origin is really full of hidden talents. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a big wrong person who is here to take the blame. After all this commotion, who would still remember Long Piaopiao's relationship? Could this be a PR event planned by Long Piaopiao to divert public attention? Dude, you have such a big imagination, why don't you write a novel? When Zhang Chunsheng walked up to the boss, He Kun gave him a look and then slapped him. "Zhang Chunsheng, don't you know how important the new product launch is to me? You actually did this at this time and let this idiot mistake me for you." In order to earn some money, Zhang Chunsheng was slapped 3 times by He Kun. At this moment, he remembered what Wang Fan said to him, and the anger in his heart made him lose the last bit of reason. Pa! He slapped back with great force, at least greater than the combined force of He Kun's 3 slaps. A fishy smell spread from He Kun's mouth and he spat out a mouthful of saliva filled with blood. "MD, Zhang Chunsheng, you are crazy. You don't want to do this anymore, but you dare to hit me. Who gave you the courage?" Fiona Fish Leong, the crowd in the audience who were watching the fun, answered He Kun in unison. Zhang Chunsheng raised his foot and kicked him again. "He Kun, you are a human being. You did those disgusting things and asked me to take the blame. You asked me to change my hairstyle and clothes. Now you want me to give false testimony for you. Be a human being." Hearing this, Clerk Ho's eyes lit up instantly. Seeing his girlfriend Fang Fengwa standing beside him, he slapped her in the face. "MD, you bitch, what qualifications do you have to break up with me? Now I want to break up with you. You have to return all the money you took from me, or I will sue you and make you work on the sewing machine in prison." Fuck. The TV series is really too conservative. The bloody reality is really not something the screenwriter can imagine out of thin air. Chapter 89, Arrogant He Kun, Wang Fan's other identity is exposed. The stage was in chaos again, and Long Ziyuan's new product launch was completely ruined. Wang Fucai rushed over with a group of security guards and maintained order at the scene. After understanding the situation, he immediately prepared to call the police. Only by handing this matter over to the government can the impact on Yida be minimized. Otherwise, no one will hold new product launches in their shopping malls, which will result in a considerable loss of revenue. He Kun knew that he was in the wrong and thought that there was no need to call the police and that they could resolve the matter privately. As for the commercial impact on Yida, they will also send an official letter of apology and give Yida a nominal loss compensation of 300,000 yuan. Everyone is in the business world and they might be able to cooperate again someday. Wang Fucai didn't want to make the relationship too bad, so he calculated in his mind that the price was reasonable. So he said with a stern face, "Boss He, you can handle this matter. Also, leave Yida as soon as possible and make sure to clean up this place." Don't worry, Mr. Wang, we will definitely restore this place to its original state. When Wang Fucai was about to leave with his men, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the crowd. It was none other than his boss, Wangfan. But Wangfan gave him a look, stopping him from coming forward to identify himself. When Wang Fucai saw his boss coming, he was no longer in a hurry to leave. In case his boss needed help, he could help in time. When Wang Fan saw Ho Wenyuan beating up his unfaithful girlfriend, it seemed as if he sought his former self. At that time, he was also sincere to Fu Yanjie, but in return he received no sincerity at all. In addition, Long Piao participated in the Dragon Source event. Once the current videos and photos are uploaded to the internet, the brand will be socially dead. In addition, when he and Long Piao were in the lounge before, some intimate actions must have been photographed by someone. In this case, in order not to cause too much trouble to Long Piao's future career, it is better to use this incident to talk things out. This saves those netizens who are just watching the show from making wild guesses and maybe making up some messed up stories. He Koan was very unhappy when he saw Long Piao. If it weren't for this woman pretending to be noble in front of him, none of the subsequent events would have happened. Your own new product launch conference can be held as scheduled, and when the products are put on the market, you will definitely make a lot of money. Taking advantage of the favorable market momentum, maybe we can get some financing to expand the scale of production, and within a few years we will be able to go public and attract another wave of investors. Now everything is in vain. He Koan looked at Long Piao unkindly and said, Ms. Long, our cooperation has not ended yet. We will notify you when we hold a new product launch conference again. These words were said very coldly, without any human touch at all. Mr. He, I'm here to inform you. Long Piao said coldly, our cooperation cannot continue because of your fault, so according to the contract, the cooperation has ended. This sentence was like a powder keg, which immediately ignited He Koan. Long Piao, who do you think you are? I spent 5 million and you sang a song for me. Why are you so precious? Is it inlaid with gold? You don't have to cooperate, but give me back every penny you took from me. No one's money comes from the wind. Fuck, do singers make so much money? 2.5 million for one song, such a high price, how can we, the cattle and horses, survive? No wonder everyone wants to be a star. Commercial performances are so profitable. They only last a short while, but I can make enough money for most of my life. There is really no harm without comparison. The boss of Dragon Origin is crazy. He brought such commercial secrets to the table and talked about it directly. This is going to kill Long Piao. While everyone was discussing, Wangfan stood up and pointed at He Koan's nose and cursed, Speak more cleanly, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak so brazenly to me? Who the hell do you think you are? Are you some gigolo kept by Long Piao? How can you eat my food and then destroy my bowl? What qualifications do you have to boss me around? He Koan's words drew everyone's attention to Wangfan. Besides being over 1.8 meters tall, he also had a comic book-like face. He was a college student in his 20s. No one would believe him if he said he was rich. But no one would refute if he said Long Piao was rich. So what He Koan said is still credible to a certain extent. This is also popular in the entertainment industry now. Sisters who are a little famous and powerful in the industry like this kind of young handsome guy. It's just that the sister Long Piao is not much older than the young hunk Wangfan. The main reason is that she debuted earlier and after so many years of polishing, she got the title of Little Queen of the music industry. Wangfan responded to He Koan with a loud slap, which almost knocked He Koan to the ground. You are a piece of trash who lives off others, and you actually dare to hit me. Who gave you the courage? Fiona Leone. The onlookers in the audience echoed again. He Koan was so angry that he almost cursed, These are a bunch of idiots who are just eating onlookers. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Wangfan pointed at He Koan and threatened, Otherwise I will make you bankrupt and you won't be able to stay in the Magic City. He Koan heard Wangfan's threat, and regardless of the pain in his mouth, he said with a smile, Do you think you are the boss of Yida? You are just a gigolo, and you want to make me lose everything in the Magic City. Who do you think you are? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fucai walked out from the crowd again, walked in front of He Koan, and fanned him with a big fan. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the guts to yell in front of our chairman? To be honest, He Koan was completely confused after hearing what Wang Fucai said. MD, have you ever blessed your mouth? Why does it work for bad things but not good things? Boss Wang, what do you mean? We are partners. How can you turn against each other just for a gigolo? Wang Futsai responded with a heartbreaking kick. SB, you are the gigolo, your whole family is a gigolo, no one can be your partner from now on, and from now on, any company that cooperates with you is not allowed to enter Yida. Hikoan couldn't understand why Wang Futsai was a damn Sichuan opera face-changing artist. He was fine just now but became a completely different person after he had an argument with a pretty boy. Could it be that the pretty boy in front of him is really the Prince of Yida? The reason why he dare not think of Wangfan as the boss is mainly because he doesn't look like one at his age. Oh my god, when did Principal Wang have such a handsome brother? And he's the kind who inherited the Wang family's legacy. I was wondering why Principal Wang hasn't been making waves online recently. It turns out that a strong competitor has emerged internally. You guys are just making wild guesses. Yida changed its boss a few days ago, and it has nothing to do with Principal Wang's family anymore. Fuck, this guy in front of me, who is called a pretty boy, is actually the Prince of Yida. Fuck, he will be my new idol from now on. Chapter 90, Cut the Grass at its Roots, Yida's Temporary Promotional Activities. Hikoan immediately became timid after realizing this. His previous arrogance was gone, and all that was left was fear and flattery. He crawled straight to Wangfan and knelt down, like a good kid who was being scolded by an adult for making a mistake. At this moment, he didn't care about Face anymore. After all, Face was worthless. If he offended the Prince of Yida, his business would be completely ruined. Although Yida is just one of his distribution channels, Wang Futsai said that whoever cooperates with him will be kicked out of Yida's cooperation list, which is the most fatal. Who would offend a shopping mall giant like Yida just for a small beverage store owner like him? So the more arrogant you were before, the more humble you become now. They all consciously learned to do it themselves, and kept slapping themselves in the face. Master Wang, I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize the real master. Please let me go. I will be your slave in the next life. I don't know why, but Wangfan is becoming more and more disgusted with people who act like masters in front of people weaker than themselves, and act like grandsons in front of people stronger than themselves. I feel like these guys are nothing, their bullying and fear of the strong faces are disgusting. So Wangfan kicked him and said, it's too late. When you don't treat your subordinates as human beings, when you don't treat your consumers as human beings, when you don't treat your partners as human beings, you have already lost everything. From now on, Yida will completely ban Dragon Source. Anyone who doesn't want to cooperate with Yida can go to Dragon Source. Upon hearing the news, Hikoan collapsed to the ground. He just wanted to hold a new product launch conference, but he didn't expect that the conference would not take place and his career would be over. Suddenly, he stood up as if he had thought of something, looked at Wangfan grimly and said, Young Master Wang, is there really no room for maneuver? When you are in the underworld, it is inevitable that you will need help from others. Do you really want to force me to death? Wangfan knew from his tone that there must be someone behind this guy, so he asked back, who is the person behind you? Tell me, let me see him, and I will kill him at the same time. I am the person who is most afraid of trouble. I like to root out the problem completely. Otherwise, it will be too troublesome later. You are so good, Wang. You don't want to accept my toast, so you have to drink the wine for punishment. Hikoan was completely done pretending. Since they wanted to kill him, why bother begging and wasting time? It would be better to just say something. Although Dragon Origin is my brand, the major shareholder is Zheng Entertainment. Since you want to fight to the death, let's see if Yida can withstand the wrath of the Zheng family. Wangfan laughed after hearing this. He had originally planned to wipe out the Zheng family, but he didn't expect it to have so many branches. This also reminded him that he must wipe out all the companies related to the enemy, otherwise it would come back again and cause trouble again. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out he is related to the Zheng family. Wangfan said nonchalantly, anyway, I have already taken action against the Zheng family, and he will die sooner or later, so he will be buried with your master. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Hikoan to the ground again. Then Wangfan took Long Piapiao's hand and said, I believe everyone has already taken the video of me and Piapiao. This is a good opportunity to confess one thing to everyone. It is true that Piapiao and I are dating. I hope everyone will support Piapiao's songs and don't dislike her because of my appearance. If you do that, you will lose me as a friend. A simple sentence resolved Long Piapiao's emotional crisis. The most important thing is that what Wangfan said was very down to earth, especially at the end, if you don't like Long Piapiao you will lose me as a friend. The onlookers all cheered, thinking that they were a perfect match. I was just shopping in a mall, and I didn't expect that I would have a friend like Prince Yida. I am so lucky. Congratulations, my friend Mr. Wang. In view of your announcement of the good news, can Yida organize some activities so that we can also share in your joy? Yes, we usually invite friends to dinner when we announce our relationship, so can Mr. Wang get a discount when he buys things at Yida? Seeing everyone's enthusiastic blessings, he did not make any personal attacks on Long Piapiao because of announcing his relationship with her. Wangfan called Wang Fucai to his side and told him, since my friends have such a strong request, then as their friend, I can't do anything to help them. We can't let our friends come here for nothing. Starting today, the one-week sweet party event officially begins. All purchases in Yida Mall will be 30% off. We will help the merchants make up the discounted portion so that everyone can participate with confidence. Wang Fucai never expected that what was originally a new product launch of Long Ziyuan was suddenly turned into a sweet carnival party by his boss, a marketing genius. Just ask Secretary Dong to withdraw this budget. Any merchants who don't participate will be kicked out of Yida Mall. Okay, boss. The audience was excited when they heard the news. They never thought that they would get such a big benefit in the end just by eating melons. My friend Wang Xiao, can I get a refund for the difference in price for what I just bought today? Mr. Wang, please inform everyone immediately about this news and refund the price difference to friends who bought before today's event as soon as possible. The process must be simple and not too complicated. Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. Damn it, friends, our friend Wang Xiao is not the Prince of Yida, but the real boss of Yida. I am really crying. How can one person be so outstanding? Many people also came to their senses and realized that the general manager of the Yida shopping mall, Mr. Wang, was indeed called Boss Wangfan, not Young Master. My friend, how did you do it? You are so young and so rich. As long as you have a firm dream and work hard for it, one day you will be as successful as me. Okay, friends, I've delayed a lot of your shopping time today. I wish you all good food, good drinks, and good fun. After saying that, Wang Fan did not stay any longer. Instead, he took Long Piapiao's hand and left the event site in a very open manner. Wang Fan shocked Long Piapiao too much. She had seen the young masters of the Qin, Li, and by families being defeated by him before, and she just thought that Wang Fan must have a strong backer. Today I felt more intuitively how awesome Wang Fan is, which is that he is definitely not just a college student as everyone sees. Otherwise, it would be incredible that the college student could become the boss of Yida before graduating from college. At this moment, Wang Fan's phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Qian Shangwang from Longdun. Mr. Qian, what's the matter? Young Master Wang, this is bad. Someone attacked your parents. Fortunately, the Dragon Soul Hall took action and one of our people was injured. Chapter 91, the dark web operation failed, and Wang Fan once again sparked heated discussions across the internet. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. Have you found out who the murderer is? Wang Fan asked coldly, I want him dead. Feeling Wang Fan's murderous aura, Long Piapiao who was standing aside was frightened. Qian Shangwang on the other end of the phone did not expect that the new boss would be so domineering. I'm sorry, boss. I only know that they are among the top 100 assassins on the dark web. I don't know who is the murderer behind it. Check it for me and give me a result as soon as possible. And send a helicopter over. I'm at the Yida Shopping Center in Pudong. Contact Secretary Dong and ask her to arrange a list of people in the group who need protection. Protect our own people first. Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. As soon as Wang Fan hung up the phone, another call came in. He saw that it was Han Chengdong from the Dragon Soul Palace, so he answered it without any hesitation. Thank you, Mr. Han. Han Chengdong's laughter came from the other end of the phone. It seems that you already know. I just want to remind you to be low-key. Being too ostentatious will inevitably bring yourself unnecessary trouble. But don't worry, with the Dragon Soul Hall here, your parents will be fine. Okay, Mr. Han, I would like to express my gratitude to the brothers who protected my parents. Let me see what is the most legal and compliant way to express my gratitude. I just said that and now you are trying to show up again. Why didn't you listen to my words at all? But since you have already said that, I won't let you down. I will send you the account number of the Dragon Soul Hall Foundation later. You can just use it as a token of your appreciation. Mr. Han, have we found the perpetrator behind the crime? No, but who have you offended the most recently? It's highly likely that he did it. Don't do anything rash without finding actual evidence. After hanging up the phone, Wangfan received a text message with a bank number. Wangfan copied it and started the transfer operation. Han Chenggong, who was sitting in the office, had just lit a cigarette when the financial staff member ran over and said excitedly, "Mr. Han, do you know who transferred 10 billion to the account of our Dragon Soul Hall's Magic City branch? Damn, this guy is so rich. If we increase the protection of Wangfan and the people around him, he will definitely be the god of wealth of our Dragon Soul Hall. We won't have to worry about having no money to spend if we serve him well." Long Piapiao was in Wangfan's arms, reluctant to leave, and said, "I'll go back with you too. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents eventually." Wangfan held Long Piapiao's face and said with a smile, "If anyone dares to say that you are an ugly daughter-in-law, I will be angry with him. If you are an ugly daughter-in-law, then there will be no beautiful daughter-in-law in the world. This time the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. It is very dangerous. Once we have eliminated all the enemies, I will then take you home to meet my parents." Although Long Piapiao was reluctant, she also knew that if she went there, she would not be able to help and might even be a hindrance at the critical moment. "Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back." Long Piapiao said obediently, "I don't want to stay in a hotel after you leave. After all, it's not our home. How about I move to where you usually live? I usually live in Villa number 1 in Donghu Bay, but I have many properties. I can meet your requirements wherever you want to live. Then I'll wait for you at Dongyuan Villa number 1, and I'll wear JK and Balenciaga black to show you." These words were naked temptation. Wangfan wanted to finish reading them before leaving. When a beautiful woman becomes enchanting, it will indeed affect the speed at which a man draws his sword. After a passionate kiss with Long Piapiao, Wangfan took a helicopter and went straight to their hometown, while Long Piapiao went to Villa number 1 in Donghu Bay under the protection of Long Dun. At the same time, the news that Yida Shopping Mall had a new owner set off a new storm on the internet. Many people with ulterior motives found the principal's Weibo and started to make fun of him. "Principal Wang, what is your relationship with my friend young Master Wang? Why did your Yida Shopping Mall become his? Principal Wang, you are in danger. I think that young Master Wang is more handsome, richer, and taller than you. He is truly tall, rich, and handsome. What can you compare with him? He will be the nation's husband from now on. Principal Wang, when you made friends before, no matter whether they were rich or not, you were always richer than them. So I want to ask you, is my friend Wang Xiao richer than you?" Principal Wang looked at the notification on his mobile phone, opened his WB and saw that his eyes went dark. It was really like a disaster happening all the time while you were still at home. He originally wanted to retort, but then he thought about the current situation at home and how Lao Wang had called him before and told him not to mess with the people who bought their Yida Shopping Mall. So I could only take a long breath and cool down my heart that was about to explode. Principal Wang knew exactly how to handle the psychology of online trolls and simply edited a message, "I have begged for forgiveness. Young Master Wang is a good friend of all of us." Just one simple sentence really turned his reputation around. "Hey, is this still the Principal Wang I know? When did he become so humble? Principal Wang is a good man. Although he changes women as often as he changes clothes, none of the women would tear him apart after breaking up. A breakup reveals a person's character. Principal Wang is still a good person." It seems that Principal Wang is just a younger brother in front of young Master Wang and dares not act rashly. My friend young Master Wang is really amazing. Of course, there are also people who support the Dragon King CP of Wangfan and Long Piapiao. The affection between the two makes people want to fall in love. With the help of young Master Wang, Long Piapiao will definitely be upgraded from a little queen of the music industry to a queen of the music industry. It's true that this couple is so pleasing to the eye. They have become a perfect match in my mind. I'm inexplicably looking forward to their child. With such perfect genes, I'm sure the baby will be very good looking. In addition to the Dragon King combination that was hotly discussed on major platforms, on the forum of Magic City University, the Dragon King CP of Wangfan and Long Piapiao directly pushed the 5 campus beauties to the forefront. Oh my god, Wangfan is such a lucky bastard. He was just dumped by a scumbag and then he was besieged by 5 school beauties. Now he's having an affair with a pop diva. Can God give me a life experience like this? Compared with Long Piapiao, our school beauty is indeed not as good as her. No wonder Wangfan didn't make it clear which school beauty he wanted to date last time. Students, please be careful with your words and actions. The Wangfan of today is not the Wangfan of the past. If he is not happy, he can make you fail to go to school. The guy upstairs is just bragging. Do you think Wangfan opened this school? Don't argue with me. Just look at his roommate Yang Wei and his girlfriend. I heard they have been detained. When the verdict comes out, they will have to work on the sewing machine. Did Wang Fan's words stop you from going to school? Do you think there is a possibility that Wang Fan is the mortal god of wealth who spends money like water on the internet? Chapter 92. The killer committed suicide by taking poison. Wang Fan returned home. Wang Fan was completely unaware of the heated discussions on the internet. At the moment, he was taking a nap in the helicopter. In fact, he was studying the Xinhao Mall and the Xinhao critical hit system. Ever since he learned about the existence of warriors, he had a sense of urgency in his heart. That is, when can he give the skills that can make him fearless of any enemy in the world? No matter how powerful a person is, if he can defeat him in one move in front of him, that will be in line with his image as an invincible rich man. Since he is blessed by God, he will definitely achieve his goal. However, when he was looking for ways to improve his own strength in the Xinhao Mall, he discovered a problem. That is, everything related to skills, elixirs and other items were extremely expensive. Even though Wang Fan has to spend at least a small goal every day, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to the prices of these skills. For example, there is a medicine called Daliwan. The introduction says that after taking it, one can maintain doubled strength for a quarter of an hour, and the price tag of the medicine is 10 billion. In other words, it is just a simple doubling of strength, and it is not permanent. It only lasts for 15 minutes, and this requires 10 billion godly value. The key point is that no matter whether it is the money Wang Fan donated to his alma mater or the money to the Dragon Soul Palace, they cannot be spent all at once. The godly rich value is based on the money Wang Fan invests and is converted into the godly rich value after it is consumed. He is not like Wang Fan, who buys luxury cars and famous watches for himself and spends the money directly, so his super rich points are directly credited to his account. Now Wang Fan feels like he is trapped in Wang Duoyu's situation. How to spend the money quickly is the most urgent and important thing. I saw a martial arts book with an awesome name called The Invincible Method. The introduction was also extremely awesome. If you learn the Invincible Method, you will not be afraid of any enemies in the world. But when I saw the price, I was shocked. It cost 100 trillion godly rich points. Wang Fan got 1 trillion from his bank card for the first time. To get 100 trillion points as a rich man, he not only has to earn so much money first, but also has to spend it all. Just thinking about it makes him feel overwhelmed. It seems that I still have a long way to go before I can become invincible. But before that, let's choose a small goal first, the Qiankuan sword technique worth 10 billion godly value. After learning this technique, everything can be a sword, and you can kill the enemy invisibly. System, is this a legitimate skill? Why do I feel like after learning it, I can open the gate of heaven with one sword, shatter the void, and enter the fairyland? Host, practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. You will know if it is a legitimate practice if you try it. Then, according to my current strength, what level of internal energy is it equivalent to? You rely on this system to improve your strength, not on your own hard work. With me, you only have 3 ways to improve your strength. One is to complete the tasks issued by this system, the second is to trigger the hidden tasks, and the third is to use the godly rich points to purchase in the mall. System, are you having your period? I feel like your temper is not as good as before. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck Wang Fan on the head, and instantly his hair turned into curlers, and his face was blown into a mess. When the people from Dragon Shield saw this scene, they became extremely nervous and immediately picked up their guns and started fighting. Wang Fan was about to speak when he exhaled a puff of black smoke and said to everyone with an awkward smile, "I'm sorry, I just practiced a little in my sleep and caused a heavenly punishment." Fuck, boss, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? It's really awesome. You can be struck by lightning at high altitude and even avoid our helicopter. The only disadvantage of a 3,000-mile dream is that you can only practice in your dream. When you fall asleep, you can't control yourself and always lose control, making everyone laugh. With the help of his men, Wang Fan washed his face, but when he saw his curly hair through the mirror, Wang Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes and had an urge to curse. It seems that the Godly Rich's critical hit system is really a bit irritable now, and just when I was about to complain a few more words. Host, if you feel like itching to do that, you can continue to curse this system. Faced with such a naked threat, Wang Fan could only beg for mercy and flatter the boss. Wang Fan did not go directly to find his parents, but found the people sent by Long Dun to protect his parents. He wanted to know what exactly happened at that time. After meeting them, I found that they were old acquaintances. The first 3 people who got the dragon shield at Bar Crazy were the 3 people in front of me. Han Joshio said a little embarrassedly, "Boss, I'm so sorry, we didn't complete the task you assigned us independently, and we relied on the help of the Dragon Soul Hall to get rid of the killer." According to Han Joshio, there were 2 killers, one was at the 7th level of external strength, and the other was at the 9th level of external strength. When the 2 of them worked together, they could kill at least one master of the 2nd level of internal strength. Because they were in the village, and they couldn't make too much noise, they didn't use guns. Who knew those 2 guys wouldn't abide by martial ethics? One person suppressed them with firepower, while another expert at the peak 9th level of external strength launched a sneak attack, causing one of them to be injured. When that person was about to break into the courtyard of Wangfan's parents, he was hit in the vitals by someone from the Dragon Soul Palace hiding in the dark. Then they attacked together and finally captured the other party, but after they were caught, they committed suicide by taking poison, so even if this clue was cut, they did not find out who hired the murderer. That means my parents and the villagers were unaware of the killer's arrival? Wangfan asked after listening to Han Joshio's story. Yes, both the Dragon Soul Hall and the assassins used silenced guns, so they didn't make much noise. I see. How is the injured brother? He has been sent to the county hospital for treatment. The medical conditions here are really poor. How about this? You can leave a few people behind to help protect my parents, and when the rest of you go back, take the injured brother back to the Magic City and arrange for him to be treated in the best hospital. All expenses will be reimbursed. Work with me, I won't treat any of you unfairly. Han Joshio, you will be the captain of these people in the future. Give me your bank card number and I will transfer some money to you. Don't treat yourself and your brothers unfairly outside. Boss, just these words are enough. We are here to carry out the mission, and the company has subsidies. You don't need to give us extra red envelopes. We will also do our best to protect your parents. Don't waste so much time talking. Give me the account number later. You two can discuss how to allocate the specific tasks. I'm going to go home for a while. When Wangfan arrived home, he found his parents sitting in the yard, looking unhappy, as if something bad had happened to them. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Wangfan, with a big afro, suddenly appeared in front of his parents. They both rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and finally confirmed that this was their son who was studying in Shanghai. The son that made them proud. Hey, why do you have such a hairstyle? It's really ugly. My mother was the first to complain about Wangfan's hairstyle. Wangfan didn't really want to do that, but who made him do that and offend the system? Mom, you and Dad looked unhappy just now. Did you encounter any difficulties? Chapter 93 Neighbor Auntie's Ridicule, Changes in the Family. Just as Wangfan's mother was about to say something, laughter was heard outside the door, which was somewhat similar to the feeling of Wang Shifeng meeting Lin Daiyu, where the laughter arrived before the person arrived. Wang Teng's family, I just saw a plane coming to the village committee compound, and your Wangfan came with it. It's not even winter or summer vacation, so why did your college student come here so suddenly? Could he have been expelled from school? The person who came was none other than the neighbor Wang Debao's mother. When Wangfan was admitted to the Magic City University, she said a lot of sarcastic words. After all, his son Wang Debao was a poor student who dropped out of junior high school. He bought him 2 sheep and asked him to herd them every day. Even though there were only 2 sheep, they would sometimes be lost, and he often asked Wangfan's family to help him find the sheep. Now that Wangfan is here, she is most likely here to gather information and take the opportunity to ridicule Wangfan. Some people are just like that and can't stand others being better than them. His aunt is here, come and sit down. In fact, Wangfan's mother didn't know why Wangfan suddenly returned home. Before they could discuss the reason, the neighbors came to visit, so she could only change the subject. Wangfan, why do you have such a hairstyle? You look so effeminate. You must have been heartbroken as people say, and you are getting upset and deliberately got such a hairstyle. Wangfan looked at this neighbor whom he should call aunt in disbelief. If one didn't know better, one would think that she had installed a camera next to Wangfan to observe his daily movements. Otherwise, how would she know that Wangfan was heartbroken? While Wangfan was still thinking about why, his aunt said again, unlike our Debao, who was about to get engaged. I will be able to hold my grandson by this time next year. What kind of university did you let your son from Wang Teng's family go to? Now he has been driven back and has no school to attend. He also has no wife. It's nothing like my Debeo who works for Bosley and earns more than 10,000 yuan a month. Wangfan frowned when he heard this. MD was just pulling him down and praising her son. This gossipy woman really wanted to pull her tongue out. Also, when did a Bosley appear in this village? He can actually offer Wang Debeo a salary of more than 10,000 yuan. It's really like a knife stabbing his butt and opening his eyes. His aunt, you misunderstood. It's all Wangfan's father's fault. He insisted on telling his son about the orchard. When my son heard about it, he couldn't sit still and came home to see it. He wasn't sent home by the school. Anyway, this is the situation at home. I will prepare to let him go back tomorrow. School is more important. Every mother will protect her children unconditionally, even if it means using her own husband as a stepping stone. Wangfan connected his mother's words with those of the neighbor aunt and heard a hidden meaning. It is very likely that the accident in the orchard at home is related to that Bosley. Wangfan, you just came back from the big city. What delicious food did you bring? Why don't you give your aunt some to try, so that she can also experience the good things in the big city? Wangfan felt a little embarrassed when talking about this. He heard that his parents were assassinated by killers. He was very anxious and rushed over in a hurry. He really didn't buy any gifts. Since the neighbor lady saw him coming out of the village committee, she must have seen him going home empty-handed. Now she is talking about this just to embarrass Wangfan. Aunt, your Debeo is so successful now, earning more than 10,000 yuan a month. Just let Debeo buy you whatever you want to eat. I'm still a college student, and I don't make much money. Even food is a problem, let alone money for gifts. The orchard is our family's only source of income. If anyone wants to touch our orchard, I will sue him until he goes bankrupt. Oh, Wangfan is different now that he has some knowledge. He even insults people when he speaks. If you studied this in school, why did you go so far to study? You can just learn from your aunt. You can also look after your orchard. But do you know who is behind Bosley? He sued him until he went bankrupt. It's ridiculous. Wang Tang's family, your college student doesn't seem to welcome me, so I won't be an eyesore here. What's so great about being a college student? Can you find a job that pays 10,000 yuan a month after graduation? After saying that, he snorted disdainfully and walked out the door. Wangfan said from behind, yeah, college students are nothing special. Unlike your Debeo, who didn't even graduate from junior high school, he has done so many unscrupulous and immoral things for only 10,000 yuan a month. Wangfan, just wait for me. When my Debeo comes back, you will suffer the consequences. Wangfan's mother tugged on his clothes and said, why are you arguing with her? She is just like that. It's not good to make things too awkward. Mom, good people are often bullied. We were too accommodating to her family before, which is why she is so arrogant now. What a jerk. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about our orchard. Wangfan's mother sighed and kicked Wangfan's father beside her and said, Dad, tell Fanner. I'll go make him some food. Mom, no, I'm not hungry. You two can talk to me together. So after listening to his parents' narration, Wangfan finally knew the whole story. It turned out that Bosley was a developer who had taken a fancy to their environment surrounded by mountains and rivers and planned to turn it into a tourist attraction. They were asked to relocate from the village and there were resettlement houses in the county town, but the resettlement houses have not been completed yet and the demolition compensation has not been paid in full, so they need to pay some money out of their own pocket to buy the resettlement houses. Wang Debeo's family was the first to move away, so Wang Debeo got another job, which was to mobilize the villagers to relocate, and he also got a pretty high salary. Under the leadership of Wang Debeo, several households agreed to move to the county town, but most people did not want to leave the place where their ancestors had lived for generations. Some people also say that Bosley is not a tourist attraction developer at all. He just opened a real estate project in the county town without any follow-up capital investment. Then he used his connections to obtain relevant approval documents. He wanted to use the approval documents to attract investment and use the raised funds to continue developing his real estate projects. It is destined that their so-called tourism development is an unfinished project. Now the villagers are afraid that their land will be lost and they have invested money, but in the end they have no houses to live in. At that time, they will have no place to cry. What made Wangfan even more angry was that the village next door where his sister lived had already started forced demolition, and currently his sister and her family were living in a shed on the ruins, which was quite devastating. This is also the reason why Wangfan sought his parents sighing after entering the house. After hearing this, Wangfan breathed a sigh of relief. At least they didn't know that there was a crisis of silencing that had once come to their doorstep. Mom and Dad, don't worry about this. Leave it to me. I will definitely seek justice for my eldest sister and the others. Fanner, you don't know how powerful Boss Lee and his men are. Don't mess around. You can't handle them. Your dad and I will fight them. You should go to school. That's the important thing. Chapter 94. Huang Zhongming receives a mission. Wang Debao comes to cause trouble. No matter how old you are still a child in your parents' eyes. Wangfan searched through the godly rich critical strike system to see if their county had its own industry. After searching for a while, nothing was found. It seems that the system also looks down on the real estate in this small county town. I looked in the city under the jurisdiction of their county, and surprisingly, there really was a Yida shopping mall. It really is true that where there is Yida shopping mall is the city center. Hello, is this Mr. Huang Zhongming? Wangfan called according to the contact information provided by the system. I am Wangfan, I am in Wangjia Village, Lianshui County, please come to me as soon as possible. Oh, are you really my new boss, Wangfan? Is it really you? I didn't expect that we are from the same hometown. When did you go home, Boss Wang? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could send someone to pick you up? By the way, bring me some gifts suitable for the elderly when you come. I was in a hurry to go home this time and forgot to bring them. Give me a list when the time comes and I'll report it to you. Huang Zhongming thought this was good news when he heard it, because he had been worried that the new boss might replace him as well, which made him a little anxious. Now that the boss needs him, it means he will not be replaced, which is equivalent to giving him a reassurance. His heart was already filled with joy, and he immediately started preparing gifts, then rushed to his boss's house as soon as possible. After all, he heard that Lao Wang in Shanghai had done several things for his boss and gained a lot of benefits. The average salary increase of Yida, which he was in charge of, was as high as 20%. What made them even more envious was that their boss planned an event for them yesterday, and it was the boss who paid for it himself, so their popularity immediately soared. Now that the boss has come to his hometown, this is a great opportunity given to him by God, and he must perform well. Wang Debao, with a group of idle young people in the village, just persuaded 2 households to relocate and got 5,000 yuan. He was so happy that he went home and wanted to treat his brothers to a few drinks. As soon as he got home, he saw his mother sulking in shame. Wang Debao frowned. In Wangjia village, everyone who saw him would bow and nod. Even the old village chief would hand him a cigarette and ask about the progress of the relocation. In this situation, there are still people who dare to make his mother angry. They don't know that Lord Horse has 3 eyes. He even dares to bully Wang Debao's mother. It seems that he doesn't want to stay in Wangjia village anymore. Who else could it be? It's Wangfan from next door. He's a college student. When he came here, his nose was looking up to the sky. He didn't even look at me straight in the eye. Who told you to be so useless that you're just a junior high school student who hasn't even graduated yet? Mom, what's wrong with me being in junior high school? Your son made another 5,000 yuan today. Wangfan, a college student, is still a parasite. He even squandered his mother's medical money. He is a spendthrift. Speaking of Wangfan, in fact, the person who resents Wang Debao the most in the entire Wangjia village is Wang Debao, because his family members always compare him with Wangfan. As the saying goes, when people are compared, they deserve to be discarded. Compared with Wangfan, Wang Debao is nothing. This kind of resentment can be said to have been developed since childhood. Now that he has finally made it through, Wangfan comes to provoke him again and even dares to bully his mother. It is really outrageous. Brothers, let's go and see who gave Wangfan the courage to bully even my mother. It seems that he doesn't want to stay in Wangjia village. It's a good opportunity for us to take some advantage of his family and let him know the consequences of offending us brothers. Brother Debao is right. Wangfan is nothing. He thinks he is so great just because he went to college. Let him know today that studying is worse than having a strong fist. Let's go and fuck him. Seeing her son bringing people to cause trouble for Wangfan's family, Wang Debao's mother's face instantly lit up with joy. If you make me angry, my son will stand up for me. He happily prepared wine and food for his son. He could not let his son lose face in front of his brothers. Moreover, his good son had earned 5,000 yuan in the morning. Could Wangfan do it? Bang! After a loud bang, the door of Wang Fan's house was kicked open. Wang Fan's mother quickly ran out and saw that it was Wang Debao. They smiled and greeted him. Debao, how did you find time to come here? Then she turned around and ran into the house, because she knew that Wang Debao and his men had come with bad intentions and were definitely targeting her son Wang Fan. She wanted to stop Wang Fan from coming out to meet Wang Debao. After seeing this, Wang Debao smiled sinisterly from behind and said, "Auntie, we are all neighbors, and Wang Fan and I grew up together. How come he is now a college student and doesn't even see his old friends when he returns home? Does he look down on us?" Wang Fan also walked out of the main room at this time, but was stopped by his mother. "Fanner, go back to the house. There are more of them, and you are no match for them." "Auntie, what are you talking about? It's as if we will bully your son if we are in greater numbers. But your useless son is not only good at studying, but also stupid and has a messy hair. How could he have done something bad and got struck by lightning?" If the previous Wang Fan faced such a situation, he would definitely listen to his mother's advice and hide in the house like a coward to avoid being beaten into a pig's head. But now even warriors with internal strength are no match for him, let alone a rookie like Wang Debao, whom he doesn't even take seriously. "Mom, ever since I can remember, Wang Debao's family has always bullied our family. Now your son has grown up and is able to protect you and Dad. Don't worry, I will never let anyone bully us again." Seeing her son's determined eyes, Wang Fan's mother suddenly felt that her son had indeed grown up, and she no longer stopped him. "Ha, Wang Fan, no matter how big you are, no matter how capable you are outside, but when you come to Wangjia village, you have to coil up for me even if you are a dragon, and lie down for me even if you are a tiger." Wang Debao laughed. "What's more, in my eyes, you are just a piece of mud that can't be helped. Who would spend the money for his mother's medical treatment just to buy a bag for a woman? You are such a filial son. As the old saying goes, don't expose someone's weaknesses when scolding them, and don't hit someone in the face." Wang Debao hit Wang Fan right in the heart and rubbed Wang Fan's face on the ground. "Wang Debao, what are you so proud of? You can't even finish junior high school. With your IQ, you're still working for others." Wang Fan was naturally not polite. "You will be sold and have to help others count money. The best destination for someone like you is to work on a sewing machine." Hurting each other. Wang Fan has never been afraid of Wang Debao since he was a child, but every time they had a quarrel, Wang Debao would fight when he couldn't win. This time was no exception. His face immediately turned red and warm. "Wang Fan, you are looking for death. Come on, let him know who is the king in Wangjia village." The 6 men rolled up their sleeves and rushed over to attack Wang Fan. At this time, Wang Fan's mother cursed, "Old man, if you die, people will bully your family, and you still want to be a turtle? If anything happens to your son, I will never forgive you." Chapter 95, Wang Fan has the potential to be an emperor. Bosley arrives. Just when Wang Fan's mother was looking for his father Wang Tang for help, screams were heard. The 6 people who rushed towards Wang Fan were knocked to the ground by Wang Fan after just one encounter. To Wang Debao, this scene was like seeing a ghost. He couldn't understand what had happened to Wang Fan. Why did Wang Fan seem like a different person when he returned home this time? When he came back from college before, I could control him however I wanted. But why was he obviously much stronger this time than before, and became very unfamiliar to him? Could it be that it's because of the afro hair? Could it be that just by perming your hair into natural curls you can gain power? Or did this kid Wang Fan study martial arts in college? How come the weak chicken who was only 1.80 meters tall suddenly turned into a tiger, and an irresistible one at that? "Wang Fan, how did you become so powerful?" Wang Debao asked the question in his heart with trembling voice. "Don't think you are awesome just because you are good at fighting. I have a backer now. If you hit me, Bosley will not let you go." Wang Fan's mother was also confused when she saw his record. Is this still her son who is as weak as his father? Is this the son who would just hide in the corner and cry when being bullied? How did he become so powerful? At this moment, her son turned into a mountain in her eyes, a mountain that was big enough to protect the old couple and gave her a full sense of security. Then she looked at her husband Wang Tong, who rushed out with a feather duster in his hand, and she was furious. "You useless thing, look at how brave our son is. He knocked these people to the ground with one move." Wang Tang took a look and said excitedly, "My son Wang Fan has the potential to be an emperor." Wang Fan's mother kicked him and said angrily, "Read less fantasy novels." Wang Fan walked towards Wang Debao and said, "I'll give you a chance. Call Bosley behind you over here. I want to see how powerful he is." "Okay, Wang Fan, you wait." Wang Debao felt that Wangfan was too arrogant. He thought he was great just because he could beat up a few people. That was because he had not seen how ruthless Boss Lee was. The most impressive incident was when someone bumped into Boss Lee at the table. He picked up beer bottles and smashed them down one after another until the other person was covered in blood. They are simply not comparable to the ruffians in their village who do petty thefts and then rely on their numerical advantage to beat up the other side when they are discovered. Boss Lee, when I was trying to persuade them to relocate, I encountered some tough guys who beat us all up. Bring your brothers here to avenge me. Wang Debao was crying and acting to Boss Lee over the phone. After hanging up, he showed an arrogant face to Wangfan. Wangfan, you're dead when Boss Lee comes. Damn you for offending me. Today I'm going to kill you, you bastard. From childhood to adulthood, I've been beaten so many times because of you. When I think of this, I want to curse you, you immortal board. You were asked to move the reinforcements, so it's time to settle the score between us. Wangfan showed a sinister look. We are neighbors and you always bully us. You think you are great because you have many relatives and you should bully others. Damn, let's settle the old and new scores together. I will teach you a lesson today. Now, for Wangfan, beating 100 little karamis like Wang Debao is a piece of cake. Soon, screams were heard again from Wangfan's courtyard. Wangfan, it was all my fault before, please let me go, oh, it hurts so much. Wow. Mom, your son is almost beaten to death by that bastard Wangfan, come and save me. Wang Debao's mother, who was making a fire at home to cook, was delighted when she first heard the screams. Wangfan had just scolded her, and now her precious son had avenged him. She thought her son was really capable. What a crappy college student, he is not even as good as one of his son's toes. But when he listened carefully, he realized it was his son's cry for help, so he picked up a fire poker and ran to Wangfan's house. When he saw his son being knocked to the ground by Wangfan, he started bleeding from the nose. The man was so angry that he waved the fire stick towards Wangfan. Wangfan was not willing to tolerate this kind of shrew. He reached out and grabbed the fire poker and shook it violently. Wang Debao's mother lost her balance and fell to the ground with a fart. Her passive skill was triggered instantly. The college student killed someone. God, please open your eyes and see. This bastard beat us mother and son beyond recognition. Wangfan had seen how fierce Wang Debao's mother was. When she fought with her husband, she would call the whole village over. The key point was that she would curse you in different ways and could curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Wangfan's mother came to help him when she saw him. Aunt, what are you doing? We are all neighbors, get up quickly. Your son beat me and my son, and you just said let me get up and that's it. You wish. If your family doesn't give me an explanation today, I will never let you go. I will call everyone in our village to judge for me and see what everyone says. Wangfan knew that this guy was a scoundrel and that he couldn't be persuaded by reason, so he grabbed his mother and said, Mom, you and Dad go back to the house first. Leave this to me. I want to see what they can do to us. The noise here soon attracted many old men and women from the village. They all wanted to know what happened, and the only thing that made them unhappy was that the fight did not continue. It always feels like something is missing when you just talk big. Wang Debao's close relatives also came, and when they saw their nephew being beaten, they were all filled with indignation. They also joined in the verbal fight, and some impulsive ones even started fighting with Wangfan, but they were all knocked to the ground by Wangfan. What kind of university did Wang Tang's son go to, and how did he become so powerful? He's not bad looking, except for his curly hair. Could it be that he got a black girlfriend and ended up looking like this? I heard that black people smell bad, and I wonder if their place looks the same as ours? That's easy. Just go and take a look at your black dog and you'll know. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone was talking, 3 cars came speeding over. Everyone consciously made way. After the car stopped, more than 10 people got out of the 2 cars, and then each of them took a handy weapon from the trunk. Some took baseball bats, some took machetes, and some took steel bars more than a meter long. It can be said that he looked quite ferocious, but he walked through the crowd and came to Wangfan's house. When Wang Debao saw everyone, he felt more friendly than when he saw his father. I quickly ran over with my back bent and said, Boss Lee, he was the one who not only disagreed with the move, but also encouraged everyone not to listen to you. I came to argue with him, but he beat me up. I have to say that Wang Debao is a man of some brains. He knows what Boss Lee hates the most and directly puts the blame on Wangfan. MD, blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. I will never forgive you. Chapter 96. The two sides fought fiercely, and Wangfan was a little careless. It's like killing someone's parents to block their money. There is an irreconcilable hatred. Wangfan thought that Boss Lee was really funny. His family lived an ordinary life, and it was he who first infringed on their family's interests for his own selfish interests. Now that he has been bewitched by Wang Debao, he stands up again and turns the tables. Then what about my orchard, my house, and my sister's house that you guys robbed? If you really want our land, you should give us reasonable compensation. But now you are taking a document that you dug up from somewhere and trying to seize our houses and farmland. How come all the good things in the world are taken by you alone? Wangfan's words actually resonated with the villagers, but due to Wang Debao's image as a bully in the village and Boss Lee's influence, they all endured it silently. No one dared to confront him head-on like Wangfan did. Yes, the house we were given is not habitable yet and we are waiting for you to develop it. Now you want us to move out. Where should we live then? That's right. We were living a good life, but now not only are our houses being demolished and our farmland being occupied by you, but you are also asking us to use part of our money to buy your building. How come all the good things are taken away by you? We won't move unless you pay us enough. If you're awesome, just kill us. Boss Lee's face turned pale. These unruly people were really unreasonable. If they were not punished within 3 days, they would tear down the roof and tiles. They really deserved to die. He gave Wang Debao a look, and Wang Debao stood up and said, "What are you talking about here? When did Boss Lee say that he would not compensate you? Don't listen to the villain's tricks. Boss Lee is the county magistrate. Are you going to rebel? Who is blaspheming and refusing to know what's good for you? I'll arrest you and lock you up." As the old saying goes, evil will be punished by evil. After Wang Debao's scolding, no one talked about it anymore. "Boy, you're a good blowjob man," Boss Lee said disdainfully, "but in this era, strength is still what counts. If you can talk, I'll smash your mouth today and see if you still talk. Come on, I'll beat you to death if I can't kill you." Just when the battle was about to break out, Wang Fan's mother was holding a broom, while his father Wang Tang had replaced the feather duster with a shovel. The two of them stood in front of Wang Fan and said, "If you want to hit my son, you have to step over our dead bodies first." At this moment, Wang Fan felt the deep love from his parents. Many times, no matter how old you are always a child in your parents' eyes. Wang Fan couldn't let these bastards hurt his parents, so he took the flat-headed shovel from his father and said, "Mom and Dad, your son has grown up. I will protect you from now on. You just watch from the side. Fanner, they have more people. We should give in and not confront them head-on. Mom, in this situation, even if you kneel down and beg them, they will only play tricks on you. You and my dad go back to the house, and leave this to me." Boss Lee saw this scene from a distance and clapped his hands. What a scene of deep love between mother and son. If you have anything to say, you can talk slowly while lying on the hospital bed. I don't have time to watch you mother and son acting. Come on. More than a dozen people waving weapons surrounded Wang Fan's family. Wang Fan was naturally not afraid of these people, but after all, there were many people, and his parents were just ordinary people. If they were really beaten by this group of thugs, he would blame himself. Rather than passively taking a beating, it is better to take the initiative. Wang Fan rushed out waving the shovel in his hand. At this moment, his speed reached the limit. After a shadow passed by, screams were heard one after another in the courtyard. Fuck, when did Wang Fan become so powerful? Did he go to college at Shaolin Temple? I usually think that Boss Lee's men are pretty powerful, but I didn't expect them to be so vulnerable in front of Wang Fan. Shut up, or you'll get into trouble. Boss Lee and the others will take their anger out on you. Boss Lee showed a look of horror on his face. He didn't expect Wang Fan to be so good at fighting. He turned around and looked at Wang Debao next to him. He felt that all this was caused by this useless thing. So he raised his foot and kicked him. Damn it, who are you provoking? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Wang Debao was kicked and screamed. He really felt wronged. Who knew that Wang Fan would come back from school this time with a big afro and become so powerful? Boss Lee, he was indeed a loser who could be bullied by everyone before. But this time he came here with an afro, and he suddenly seemed like a different person. I think as long as we shave his hair, he will become a softie and we can bully him. When Boss Lee heard Wang Debao still talking nonsense to him at this time, he kicked him again. "MD, how can there be an idiot like you? Boss Lee, please don't hit my Debao anymore. He is the only child in our family. Please spare him. He kicked her out again. Wang Debao's mother, who was arrogant and domineering in Wangfan's house, just shut up this time. Wangfan walked towards them step by step with a shovel in his hand, approaching like the god of death. Boss Li's heartbeat accelerated. To be honest, he was panicked. He didn't expect that there would be such a powerful existence in this small place. Don't come over here. Let's talk it over. This is all Wang Debao's own decision. It has nothing to do with me. When it comes to personal life safety, they will immediately remove themselves from the picture and push the blame onto insignificant cannon fodder. It has nothing to do with you? When you brought people into my house, Wangfan said coldly, you can't get away from this matter. Just now you said you would send my family of 3 to the hospital bed. Since you like the hospital bed so much, I might as well send you in first. Just as Wangfan raised the shovel and smashed it down, Boss Li's eyes showed ferocity and brutality. He was no longer the trembling and begging for mercy he had just now. Instead, he pointed at his head and said arrogantly, you can hit me, my head is here for you to hit. If you dare to touch me, your parents will die. Wangfan's heart skipped a beat. When he attacked just now, he only used less than 30% of his strength, for fear that he would be beaten to death by these people. I didn't expect that they had captured my parents and were now the ones who had turned the tables on me. I became so passive, and it was my lack of experience that led me into such a predicament. Wangfan threw the shovel in his hand aside, then snorted coldly and quickly grabbed Boss Li's neck. In an instant, Boss Li's face turned the color of liver. He truly felt the coming of death. He struggled continuously and slapped Wangfan's hands. He had never wanted to breathe fresh air as much as he did at that moment. Wangfan was like a machine without any emotions, just staring at him coldly. This was really beyond Boss Li's expectations. He didn't expect Wangfan to be so cruel and to confront him regardless of his parents' safety. Let my boss go, or my knife won't have eyes. Chapter 97, Huang Zhongming, the man who knows how to do things, and the child marriage incident. Wangfan pinched Boss Li's neck with one hand and turned to look at his parents. Some said angrily, have you seen enough? If you don't make a move, how long do you have to wait? As soon as he finished speaking, a scream was heard, and the 2 men who had originally held knives on the necks of Wangfan's parents dropped the knives in their hands. She fell to the ground again, groaning in pain. Wangfan's parents didn't know what was going on. His father hugged his trembling mother tightly and stepped back again, further away from Boss Li's men. Seeing this scene, Wangfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his previous perception, there was a powerful aura looming nearby, but the other party was hiding very well. Every time Wangfan tried to look for it, it was like water entering the sea, and he could not find any trace of it at all. The people of Dragon Shield have already arranged for the injured brothers to be transferred to another hospital. It is impossible for them to happen here. The only possibility is the Dragon Soul Palace. The reason why the killer was directly ruled out was based on the information about Wangfan given by Old Han. That was why he felt so confident and bold in causing trouble for Boss Li, because there were people from the Dragon Soul Palace behind him. Just as he thought, the people from the Dragon Soul Palace were nearby, and the 10 billion yuan was not invested in vain. Wangfan faced Boss Li again, raised his hands and slapped him a few times, then kicked him, hitting the wall with a bang. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood with 5 or 6 teeth in it. He was so angry that he almost fainted. He had never suffered such a big loss in all his time in this area. Watching Wangfan's feet approaching step by step, his fear once again took over his whole body, and he became uncontrollably incontinent. Just at this moment, there was another noise outside and the sound of some car horns. The people of Wangjia village were once again amazed as a black Mercedes-Benz drove towards them openly while the villagers were dodging them. A middle-aged man dressed meticulously in a suit came down, and he couldn't believe that his boss lived here. Fellow villager, may I ask if Wangfan lives here? Yes, this is his house, but you'd better not go over there. He has offended Boss Li and is fighting right now. Huang Zhongming lost his composure immediately after hearing this. He rolled up his sleeves and said to the people in the car, get out of here. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the boss's house, I'll beat them up. A group of more than 10 people, led by Huang Zhongming, rushed into Wangfan's yard. Just then he met Wangfan's gaze and saw that he had no injuries on his body, but there were people lying on the ground. Boss, I'm Huang Zhongming. Are you okay? Huang Zhongming said with some self-blame, I'm so sorry, I came a little late and couldn't help you much. But don't worry, I will send all those who come here to cause trouble to jail and let them know the consequences of causing trouble at the boss's house. Then he turned around and said to the secretary behind him, contact Director Fan of the municipal law enforcement team and ask him to send someone over immediately to bring back all these criminals who broke into private homes for questioning. Okay, Mr. Huang, I'll do it right away. After receiving the order, the secretary took his phone and went to work on it. Wangfan was quite satisfied with Huang Zhongming's performance after he came. He did not ask any reasons and stood firmly on his side. Mr. Huang, thank you for your hard work. Wang Debao's mother heard the conversation between Wangfan and Huang Zhongming. She didn't want to be arrested, so she begged Bossly, please think of a way quickly. They want to send us to jail, and I don't want to step on the sewing machine. Get out of the way. Bossly wiped his mouth, took out his cell phone and called for help. At this time, Huang Zhongming ordered people to take the gifts out of the car. Boxes of mutai, huazi, various health products, snacks, etc. soon filled up the main hall of Wangfan's house. What kind of shit luck did Wang Tang's family have? Why did they receive so many gifts? You didn't hear them calling Wangfan the boss? He's amazing just because he went to college. He became a boss before he even graduated. The situation in our Wangjia village will change in the future. Even Bossly can't afford to offend Wangfan. I'll leave the matter of relocation to Wang Tang's family. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in fine clothes at night. Wangfan directly stopped a box of huazi and a bag of candy, opened them on the spot, called his father Wang Tang and mother over, and asked them to distribute them to the villagers. Everyone who received the gifts had a smile on their face. I never thought I'd be able to smoke huazi in this life. Lao Tang, we are really blessed by you. Wow, this candy has chocolate filling, so delicious. Wang Tang's family has raised a good son. You can't disown the marriage arranged by our two families. Yes, Wang Tang's family, when will you marry Xuanqi's daughter into your family? We are all waiting to eat the wedding candy. This marriage was arranged by Wang Fan's grandfather and Wang Xuanqi's father, but after the two old men died, Wang Tang's cowardice led to him being bullied frequently in their Wangjia village. Wang Xuanqi felt that his daughter would only suffer if she married into such a family, so after discussing with his wife, he went to Wang Fan's house to cancel the engagement. Wang Fan's mother had originally disagreed with the marriage, but she acquiesced only under pressure from Wang Fan's grandfather. When the other party came to back out, she simply went with the flow and agreed. Just now when Boss Li and his men came to cause trouble, Wang Xuanqi and his wife were just watching at the door without even stepping out to help. Now that they see her son has become successful, they come over to make friends again. Wang Fan's mother really disliked this kind of person, so she said coldly, "Don't make a fuss, everyone. Our Fanner is not that lucky. The matter with Xiuling has been cancelled after our two families communicated with each other." This was like lighting a powder keg. Wang Xuanqi was the first to jump out and say, "Mother-in-law, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that our Xiuling is the most beautiful girl in the village, and she and your Wang Fan are a perfect match. How come now that your family is rich, you look down on us poor relatives?" Wang Fan's mother was very upset that Wang Xuanqi had outwitted her. It was clearly his family who came to cancel the engagement, but now they were turning the tables on him. So he stretched out his hand and snatched the huazi from Wang Xuanqi's hand and said, "Wang Xuanqi was the one who came to cancel the engagement, and now you are playing the victim here. How come you think my Fanner is capable and are asking for a child marriage? How come your family always gets all the good things? We don't have relatives as snobbish as you, so don't mention this matter again in the future." Xiuling's mother stepped forward and said, "Wang Tang's family, your Wang Fan has become very successful and doesn't want his wife anymore. You think you are right. Now your son even dares to beat up Boss Li. You are simply a bully in the surrounding area. You want to beat up our Xiuling with just a few words. How can such a good thing happen? You can cancel the engagement, but you must compensate our Xiuling for her losses." Chapter 98, Unruly people emerge endlessly. Captain Li arrives and makes random judgments. We don't want much either. Just pay my Xiuling 5 million and we'll let it go. Otherwise, we'll sue the county and have your Wang Fan locked up. Wang Fan's mother had never seen such a shameless person. This was simply taking advantage of the situation. Is her daughter made of gold? Asking for 5 million was really too much of a bully. However, the other party reported the case to the county and wanted to put Wang Fan in jail. For a mother, this was a huge shock, as it would definitely ruin her son. Everyone, please give us some advice. How can there be such a person? This is just blackmail. Shouling's mother stood up again with her hands on her hips and said, Wang Tang's family, you are so vicious. You just gave the villagers things and now you ask them to judge. This is bribery. Your words at this time are not counted. You have to give it today whether you want or not. Just as the voice fell, the voice of Werwer came from far away. Shouling's mother's eyes lit up and she said, okay, the judge is here. I will file a complaint later. I won't accept even a penny less. At this time, Wangfan's mother was a little nervous, because she remembered that Boss Lee had just called the law enforcement team. Could it be that they were really here to arrest her son? There were people lying on the floor at home, and these were all evidence of his crimes. She didn't even bother to distribute the candies, she just stuffed all the candies to your husband Wang Tang, turned around and ran home. Wang Tang, who had no opinion of his own, saw his wife running home, so he picked up the cigarettes and candies and ran home with her. The other people in the village who didn't get cigarettes and candy were unhappy. Wang Tang, what do you mean? We haven't even gotten Huazi yet, and you're running home. Do you look down on us? Mom, I want to eat candy too, woo woo woo. The Wang Tang family is such a jerk. Just like what Shouling's mom said, it's disgusting. Their son is so rich, why is he so stingy? How can he only give out half of what he gives out? Let's go to his house and grab what belongs to us. Wangfan was listening to Huang Zhongming introducing the current operation of Yida. At this time, he saw his mother running over in a panic, and his face couldn't help but darken. Huang Zhongming has built up so much momentum for himself, yet that blind person still dares to come and cause trouble. Mom, what's wrong? Son, run quickly. The law enforcement team is here. If you hit someone, they will definitely arrest you. Wangfan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that no matter what happened, even if the law enforcement team came, what could it do? He had not violated any law. Mom, it's okay, don't worry. Just as I finished speaking, I saw my father coming in with a box, followed by a group of villagers. Wang Tang, we haven't got Huazi yet, why are you running? Hurry and bring Huazi here. That's right. If you don't give it to us, we'll just rob it. Then we'll take your table as well. Then we'll see if you can still show off your wealth. Yes, and we also owe our children candy. Give it to us too. Hearing these nonsense, Wangfan became furious. Giving you something is a favor, not giving you anything is my duty. I clearly had good intentions, but in the end it felt like I owed them something. Wangfan walked up to his father and the villagers and said, what do you want to do? Do you still think that our family was bullied by you before? When you are successful, you have your own aura. Wangfan shocked these people with just a simple sentence. However, some bolder people said, Wangfan, we are all from the same village, why don't you give us Huazi? Does your family look down on us? Wang or Maisie, we can give our things to whoever we want, what's it to you? For someone like you, I won't give it to you even if I feed it to the dog. Wangfan, you are so arrogant. You just made some money. Shouling's mother stepped forward again and said, the law enforcement team is here. You are like a grasshopper in autumn. You can't jump for a while. When you go in, do you think your parents can protect the gifts in the house? We will get them ourselves then. Yes, we are all from the same village, but you think you are right. I will bring 2 boxes of tables later. Don't compete with me for them. It seems that there is no doubt that poor and remote places breed unruly people. Wangfan knew that if he failed to intimidate the other party this time, he would have to move with his parents. Otherwise, he would be worried about his parents staying at home. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. There's no point in guarding against thieves every day. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the back of the crowd. What are you all doing here? Go do what you need to do. Boss Lee, who was beaten like a pig, followed the man and pointed at Wangfan through the crowd and said, Captain Lee is him. He beat us without knowing right or wrong. I hope you can help us. The man called Captain Lee glanced at Wangfan. In his impression, there was no such awesome young man in the county. However, the middle-aged man behind him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a moment. You are Wangfan who hit people on purpose, right? Captain Lee came up and put such an accusation on him without asking the reason. It was obvious that this man and Boss Lee were in cahoots. I am Wangfan, but I didn't hit anyone intentionally. Someone broke into my house and I was just defending myself. Wangfan would not be fooled and given the leverage by the other party. Boss Lee opened his mouth, pointed at the lost tooth and said, Wangfan, don't try to argue. This is the evidence. As for the accusation that we broke into your house, that's not true at all. We just came to talk to your father about relocation, and you came up and beat us up without knowing the truth. Captain Lee also cooperated and turned around to ask the villagers present, is what Boss Lee said true? The people in these villages are afraid of the law enforcement team. Now even a fool can see that the team leader and Boss Lee are in cahoots. Wang Ermatzi stood up and said, Sir, I can prove that what Boss Lee said was true. Boss Lee only came to discuss the relocation according to the regulations. Who knew that Wangfan would go crazy and beat him up? I can testify as well. Shouling's mother stepped forward and said, This Wangfan is a piece of shit. He was engaged to our daughter as a child, but now that he has some money, he wants to abandon her. Sir, you have to make a decision for my daughter. Those villagers who did not receive any gifts stood up one by one to support Boss Lee. As for those villagers who took things from Wangfan's house, they were afraid of Boss Lee's revenge, so no one stood up to speak for Wangfan, and they just became spectators. Captain Lee took out the silver bracelet with disdain and said to Wangfan, Now the witnesses and their injuries are all here, if you have anything else to say, come with us. At this time, Huang Zhongming stood up and said, I wonder who dares to touch our chairman. You are too hasty in judging the case. How can you listen to one side of the story? Can't you see the sticks, knives, and guns on the ground? Is this the attitude to come to someone's house to discuss things? At this moment, a roar came from the sky, and a helicopter flew over from far away. Chapter 99, Mobilizing the forces behind the scenes, Wangfan takes action with domineering force. What happened today really opened the eyes of the people in Wangjia village. First, Boss Lee made a scene at Wangfan's house, and then Wangfan suddenly became the chairman of a certain company. Boss Lee brought out Captain Lee from the county law enforcement team to send Wangfan in. At this time, the roar of a helicopter was heard in the sky, and 4 people came down from it, also wearing terrifying uniforms. However, it is obvious that these 4 people are more energetic and dignified than those in the county law enforcement team. When Huang Zhongming saw the person coming, he felt relieved, thinking that their boss would definitely be fine. Director Fan, thank you for your hard work. Let me introduce you. Huang Zhongming stepped forward, shook Fan Chongfeng's hand with a smile on his face and said, This is Wang Fan, the chairman of Yida. Mr. Wang, this is Director Fan of the municipal law enforcement team. Wang Fan didn't expect that Huang Zhongming had such a relationship. He shook hands with Director Fan with a smile and exchanged a brief greeting. Fuck, Wang Fan is actually the chairman of Yida. He must be on that rich list. How did he do it? It will be impossible to offend the Wang Tung family in the future. Even Director Fan from the city is a guest of honor of his son. Anyone who dares to do anything wrong will probably have to eat peanuts. Boss Lee is going to be in trouble now. You said it was okay, but why did you offend Wang Fan? This is like an old man eating arsenic to seek death. At this moment, fear appeared in the eyes of Boss Lee and Captain Lee. They never expected that there would be such a great god behind Wang Fan. If this is the case, then they will definitely not be able to go ahead with the relocation plan of Wangjia village, which will be a fatal blow to Boss Lee. Then his real estate project in the county would become an unfinished building, and the approval document from the county government would be a piece of waste paper. How could he then fulfill the benefits he promised to the county magistrate? Captain Lee reminded, I'll have someone keep an eye on this side first. Now let's call the person behind us and make plans later. At the same time, Wang Fan also synchronized the news he got after returning home with Director Fan. After listening to Wang Fan's story, Director Fan was very angry. He didn't expect that such a small county government would cause so many troubles and completely disregard the safety of people's lives and property. It was really outrageous. He picked up the phone and called the county's law enforcement team. To Director Fan's surprise, the director refused to come and see him, claiming he was in a meeting. From this point of view, this mission is bound to be hindered. Director Fan knows that this matter is definitely not something he can handle alone. Since it is Wang Fan's business, he also has to contribute. So he shared his guess, the general meaning of which was that it depends on who has the more powerful backing, otherwise this matter is not something that he, the director of the city law enforcement team, can resolve. Wang Fan had never expected that just handling household chores would turn into a contest between several major forces. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhongming immediately said, I'll call my uncle and tell him about the situation here and get his advice. Who is your uncle? As the second in command in the city, he still has some say. Okay, thanks. It was at this time that Wangfan realized why adults like a carefree childhood, because they don't have to deal with so many complicated and annoying relationships. Wangfan's rise was too fast, and he did not have enough personal connections, which led to him being stretched when money could not solve the problem. After thinking about the resources he could use, he finally set his sights on the Dragon Soul Palace, which is a special existence in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Since it has a special mission, does it have special rights? So Wangfan called Mr. Han and told him everything about his family's affairs and the news he got from Director Fan. I didn't expect that such a small county government office would cause so many troubles. It seems that there are many and deep interests involved. Don't worry, no matter who it is, those who violate the law and discipline will be punished accordingly. Just go ahead and do it. I'll contact the relevant personnel and ask them to work with you to resolve the matter. Thank you, Mr. Han. Seeing Wang Fan's relaxed expression after the call, Director Fan asked curiously, Director Wang, is there any good news? I wonder if Director Fan knows about the existence of the Dragon Soul Hall. This one sentence made Director Fan's eyes widen unconsciously. He really didn't expect that the young man in front of him actually had connection with the Dragon Soul Palace. There was no suspense about this matter. I've heard a little bit about them. They are the true guardians of our dragon country. Everyone deserves our respect. Does Director Wang know anyone among them? Well, the boss of the Demon City District. I wonder if he could confront the people from the county government? Fuck. Director Fan subconsciously blurted out a Chinese quintessence, and then said with a look of surprise, compared with them, the people in the county government are nothing. Sorry, I was a little excited when I heard the news. Director Fan then realized that he had said something a bit too much and quickly apologized. With this relationship, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. After Boss Lee and Team Lee in the yard had a phone call with their superiors, they regained their confidence and walked with more vigor. He is no longer depressed as before, but looks down on everything like a king returning. Wang Fan, you provoked trouble and assaulted others, causing serious injuries. We need to take you back to the team for questioning. Come with us now. Director Fan did not let Wang Fan respond, but walked into the courtyard, took out his ID and said, I am Fan Changfeng from the city law enforcement team. Are you from that law enforcement team? Do you understand the whole thing clearly? Why did you come to such a conclusion? Captain Lee looked at Director Fan and sneered, I don't know any Director Fan here. Our team only recognizes Director Han. Besides, you think you are from the municipal bureau just because you are wearing this kind of clothes and holding an ID card. Ask the villagers if they know you? With the support of the people behind him, Captain Lee now stood up straight and did not take the so-called Director Fan from the urban areas seriously at all. Fan Changfeng had never expected that his authority would be so ignored in such a small county. He was so angry that he unfastened his service pistol, loaded it in his hand, and pointed it directly at Captain Lee. Believe it or not, based on your slander and provocation against me just now, if I shoot you to death, your death will be in vain. Captain Lee didn't expect that Director Fan was older than him, and how could he be so unstable and even more impulsive than himself? The key point is that they both came here to handle the case, so is there any need to face the conflict like this? Wang Fan, how long are you going to be a coward? Come out and follow me obediently, or I will lock up your entire family. Wang Fan saw everything that happened outside. He was really afraid that Captain Fan would not be able to control his emotions and would just shoot and kill the other party. So he walked out of the main room quickly, but this time he didn't give Captain Lee any face at all. He slapped him in the face, and kicked him out again in Captain Lee's disbelieving eyes. Chapter 100, he actually opened fire to teach those hateful villagers a lesson. Wang Fan's move was too bold and unbelievable. No one thought that he would dare to beat Captain Lee like this. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. After all, Captain Lee is a member of the government. Director Fan stepped forward earlier to prevent Wang Fan from having a head-on conflict with the people in the government. The people brought by Captain Lee picked up the batons at their waists and surrounded Wang Fan. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing for their direct leaders to be beaten. Boss Lee, who witnessed the whole process, pointed at Wang Fan and shouted, Wang Fan, you are dead this time. You actually dared to hit Captain Lee. Even the Emperor can't save you today. I didn't expect Wang Fan to be so bold that he would beat up even the people from the government office. He is truly lawless. It's been a while since I've seen such a lively scene. It's dizzying. I don't know who will be the unlucky one in the end, Wang Fan or Boss Lee and his gang. No matter what the result is, the Wang Teng family will be famous in our Wangjia village. It's better not to mess with them. Crushing ordinary people like us is as easy as stepping on an ant. Seeing this, Fan Changfeng fired a shot directly into the sky. Whoever dares to take another step forward, don't blame me for having no eyes in my gun. At this moment, the people who came with Director Fan loaded their guns and stood firmly with him. This is the difference. The weapons equipped by the city's law enforcement team are more complete than those at the county level. The members of the county law enforcement team were all frozen in place with electric batons in their hands. It could be said that they were inferior to the city law enforcement team in terms of momentum. Captain Lee did not expect that these colleagues from the city would be so tough, which made him lose face. It was obvious that he had more people on his side and the territory was his, so why did these foreign invaders act so arrogantly here? So he unhooked the pistol from his waist, loaded it directly, and angrily said to Wangfan, "Wangfan, you dare to openly assault a public official? I am arresting you now. If you dare to resist again, don't blame me for shooting you." Those who can reach a certain level in the system are all shrewd people, and are good at resolving conflicts and focusing on the key points. Captain Lee cannot control these people in the city, but he can definitely control Wangfan, an ordinary citizen in his jurisdiction. Wangfan saw that this guy really had a short memory. He was screaming and crying after being beaten just now, but he forgot the pain so quickly. "Mr. Lee, since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as Wangfan finished speaking, he rushed out of the blockade led by Captain Lee like a shadow. Captain Lee seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and the beating by Wangfan just now reappeared in his mind. "MD, Wangfan, don't come over here." As he said that, he shot at the afterimage that Wangfan turned into. All this happened in an instant. Bang! Ah! Unfortunately, one of Captain Lee's men was shot in the arm and fell to the ground screaming. Pa! A crisp sound rang out again. Captain Lee felt the burning pain on his face. He lowered his head to look at the pistol in his hand, but it was nowhere to be seen. "Pa! You challenge me again and again. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wearing this leather, instead of serving the people, it becomes a talisman for you to take advantage of others' power. I will take it off for you piece by piece today." Then there was another kick, and with a scream of pain, Captain Lee fainted. Wangfan pointed a gun at Boss Lee and said, "And you, bastard, are bullying our village and the nearby villages for your own selfish interests. I'll return what you said just now to you. Even if you invite the Emperor to come, he can't save you today." With one slap, Boss Lee was knocked unconscious. Then Wangfan looked at Wanger Maisie from the village and said, "You dog, you were barking so happily just now, trying to curry favor with Boss Lee and his men like a dog. Now that I've knocked your master unconscious, you fucking bastard, get over here and accept my punishment." To be honest, Wanger Maisie was terribly scared. He didn't expect that Wangfan, who had always been docile and easy to bully, would suddenly become so cruel. Having witnessed Wangfan's ghostly speed and ruthless tyranny, Wanger Maisie was so frightened that his legs were shaking and he no longer had the strength to walk. "My patience is limited." Wangfan stared at the people in the village and said domineeringly, "Those who just wanted to come to my house to steal things, come here too. MD, if a tiger doesn't show its might, then it will think I'm a sick cat. From now on, if anyone dares to bully my parents again, I don't mind shooting you dead." As he said this, he fired a shot at the villagers' feet. Some women and children were frightened and burst into tears. Then they retreated frantically, not wanting to be contaminated by this evil star, Wangfan. However, those men who did not get the huazi from Wang Tang just now all knelt on the ground and no one dared to run away. Because in their eyes, Wangfan is now like a madman. If he is not careful, he will really eat a peanut and say goodbye to tomorrow's sun. Wangfan yelled again, "You TMMD, you didn't understand what I said, get out of here, let me say it again, I don't mind breaking all your legs." These words were quite intimidating. A group of grown men knelt on the ground and rolled towards Wangfan. The reason why Wangfan was so strong was that he wanted to make these unruly people afraid of him from the bottom of their hearts. Even after he left, no one dared to cause trouble for their family. Wangfan was furious when he saw this group of villagers who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Ever since he could remember, his father Wang Tang was rather weak, and the family was supported by his mother alone. So it is very likely that these people have bullied him. Now that he has the chance to take revenge, he naturally has to teach them a lesson. Kneel down facing each other, and then slap each other until you bleed. If anyone is too gentle, I will personally slap you, and it won't just be bleeding. I will at least knock out 3 of your teeth. At this moment, Wangfan's words were like an imperial decree. The villagers did not dare to talk back and just carried out his orders. Soon, groans of pain were heard. At this time, Wangfan saw Shouling's mother and Wang Debao's mother in the crowd, pointed his finger over and said, "You two come over here and slap each other like them." "Wangfan, don't go too far. Do you want to cause public outrage? Then we will drive your family out together. Yes, don't be unreasonable and don't get cocky when you are in a good position. Otherwise, we are not vegetarians either." Even though they said this, the two housewives were already shaking. Wangfan was too lazy to talk to them and pointed at Wang Ermaizi on the ground and said, "You two go and tear the mouths of the two people who are still stubborn. Knock out their teeth and see if they can still be sharp-tongued in the future. If you can't do it, I will knock out your teeth. Wangfan, you little bastard, you will die a miserable death." Ding-ling-ling. The phone kept ringing from the phones of Boss Li and Captain Li. Chapter 101. The situation is settled. Wangfan goes to his sister's house. Captain Li and Boss Li's men quickly ran to the two men, pinched their Rinzhong points and performed CPR, and some of them even directly poured a basin of water on them. This woke the two men up. After their subordinates told them that their phones kept ringing, they both had a bad feeling. At the same time, Wangfan, Fan Changfeng, and Huang Zhongming's cell phones also rang one after another. Unlike when the two Lis received the calls, these three people showed shock and joy on their faces. Fan Changfeng really didn't expect that the power behind Wangfan was so strong. In such a short time, he actually caught all the people involved in the case in a county government. Anyone who heard about this thundering method would tremble in their legs. Wangfan was shocked because he did not expect that the Dragon Soul Palace was so efficient. It seemed that joining this big family was a good choice. At least it made up for his current shortcomings of insufficient background and connections. Huang Zhongming was really happy for Wangfan from the bottom of his heart. His original purpose of coming this time was to leave a good impression on Wangfan and to make his position in Yida more stable or to move to a higher level. Now Wangfan's problem has been solved satisfactorily. He thinks that he performed quite well in the whole process, so he has made the right bet this time. Boss Li, Captain Li, your good days are over. In the days ahead, you must explain your crimes well. Those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will be treated severely. Boss Li knew his background and knew that the reason why he fell so quickly must be related to the young man in front of him. Now the only way out was not to seek revenge on him, but to curry favor with him and let him give him a way out. Dignity at this time is really insignificant compared to freedom, so Boss Li is no longer the arrogant man who looks like he is second to none in the world. He knelt towards Wangfan little by little like a drowned dog, crying and saying, "Master Wang, please be merciful and spare my life. From now on, I will be your vanguard. I will attack wherever you point me, without hesitation." Such a scene shocked the villagers of Wangjia village greatly. In their eyes, Boss Li was the ceiling. Anyone who dared to offend such a person would be courting death. Even though he had seized his fertile land, he would only curse him secretly behind his back. He didn't expect that such a big shot would be so humble and lowly when facing Wangfan. Wang Debao's mother and Shouling's mother, who were originally thinking about revenge, didn't care about the pain in their mouths or the blood. The abnormal strength displayed by Wangfan completely defeated their usual arrogance. They disappeared from the crowd quietly, as if they had stolen something from someone else. This place was too terrifying for them, and they no longer had any thoughts of revenge on Wangfan's family, not even a little bit. Captain Li was also a little at a loss when he saw this scene, but he was not as relaxed as Boss Li. After all, he was a public official and still cared about his face. But he knew that he was doomed. The county government was probably in chaos. His direct supervisor had been detained, and as the person in charge, how could he be any better? Boss Li knelt in front of Wangfan and wanted to hug his legs. Perhaps he thought that this would be a better way to express his repentance. However, Wangfan kicked him directly, and he was knocked over again. "You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. You should have thought about this day when you did the bad things. Now that the person behind you has fallen, don't expect anyone to save you. When the time comes, just explain your crime in prison. For those who have been harmed by you, you must make corresponding compensation, actively make up for your mistakes, and strive for leniency." After hearing what Wangfan said, Boss Li sat on the ground in despair, feeling that he was really finished this time. Wangfan looked at the villagers and said, "We are all from the same village. We should be united in normal times. When facing the evil forces outside, we should unite as one and bravely say no, instead of letting others defeat us one by one and finally sacrifice our own interests. From now on, if anyone selfishly betrays the villagers, we should unite as one and drive them out of Wangjia village. Only in this way can you protect your family's wealth and prevent it from being taken away by outsiders. Now that it's over, everyone should take care of themselves. Those who didn't get huazi and candy before, line up and wait for everyone to get some later. But if anyone has any evil intentions towards my family, don't blame me for being rude. I can deal with people like Boss Lee and Captain Lee, let alone ordinary people like you. So people should know their own limitations and do things within their capabilities. Don't be greedy for things that don't belong to you. After saying all this, Wangfan told Director Fan to handle the matter here. He wanted to go see his sister now. According to his mother, she was cheated by that bastard Boss Lee and now she has no place to live. Huang Zhongming was asked to move 2 boxes of mutai, 1 box of huazi and some candies, and drove a Mercedes-Benz, which was very impressive in the village, and a team of 3 cars drove towards the village where my sister's home was. Wang Jing drew 2 buckets of water from the well, adjusted her breathing, touched her slightly bulging belly, and said with a smile, "Child, I hope you can be a boy as grandma wishes, and I also hope you can grow up healthily." Then his eyes became determined, and he picked up the shoulder pole and walked towards home. "Mrs. Qian, I heard your wife is pregnant again. How could you bear to let her do the heavy work of carrying water? I've given birth to 2 money-losing babies in a row. Who knows if this time the baby is a boy? I'll make it easier if I do more work. Aunt, I don't think your daughter-in-law is pregnant with a good baby this time. Otherwise, the family will be gone before the baby is born. Even if the baby is born, it will probably be a troublemaker." Faced with these gossiping old ladies and daughters-in-law in the village, Wang Jing did not want to argue with them too much. They could say whatever they wanted. Life is for oneself and mouths are for others. Just laugh it off. But as a mother, she is strong, and she couldn't tolerate someone cursing her unborn child in front of her. So he put the bucket down, pointed at the other person and said, "Shanli's wife, I didn't provoke you, what right do you have to say that to me? I don't know whose child is the troublemaker. A few days ago, he killed a few chickens at old Master Qian's house. You can't manage your own children, but you are good at talking nonsense. Qian Yong's family, am I not telling the truth? Ever since you got pregnant, has your home been robbed by Boss Lee? Now you can only live in a tent. Isn't this all the seed in your belly given to Fong? What did I say wrong? I consider myself unlucky that my house was robbed. This was all done by that bastard Boss Lee. Why are you blaming my unborn child? Daughter-in-law, you are so ashamed. Go home quickly. Why are you making such a fuss here?" Chapter 102, Wang Jing's original sin of not being able to give birth to a son, Wangfan goes berserk. When quarreling with outsiders, what the people involved can't stand the most is the backstabbing of their relatives, just like Wang Jing, who was now being scolded in public by her own mother-in-law and is not ashamed. Wang Jing's eyes instantly became moist. Ever since she married into the Qian family, she had been subjected to many troubles from her mother-in-law. After she finally became pregnant, her mother-in-law suddenly changed her attitude. It really made Wang Jing feel the feeling of being spoiled by her in-laws. But the good times didn't last long. After she gave birth to the child, her mother-in-law saw that it was a daughter and her face changed instantly. Originally, women needed someone to take care of them during the confinement period, but the mother-in-law just became a hands-off boss. He didn't even look at his granddaughter, thinking that she was a money loser who would become someone else's sooner or later. From then on, Wang Jing was never pleasing to her mother-in-law, especially when the second child's first child was a son, which made her mother-in-law very happy. Every time someone passed by their house, she would deliberately tease her grandson to pee, exposing his penis to show off that their Qian family had a successor. There is no harm without comparison, but there is harm everywhere with comparison. From then on, all the hard work in the Qian family was thrown to Wang Jing. She was indispensable in doing laundry, cooking, and working in the fields. Her brother's wife had nothing to do every day, playing cards and having fun, but she was spoiled like a princess. The only things that make Wang Jing feel comforted in this family are her lovely daughter and her husband who loves her. If it weren't for the people she loves, she wouldn't want to stay in the Qian family for a single day. "Mother-in-law, how did I embarrass you? Others said that you were my daughter-in-law, but you didn't help me and even teamed up with others to bully me. Is there any elder like you?" Xianyang's mother didn't expect that her eldest daughter-in-law would dare to talk back to her in front of so many people, which challenged her dignity. "You still have the nerve to ask me how I brought shame upon you? You've been married to our family for 5 years, and you haven't even given birth to a boy. Look at your sister-in-law. She's only been here for 3 years, and she's already given me 2 grandchildren. Don't you have any sense of shame?" And you still have the nerve to ask me. These words were like a knife, and coupled with the mocking looks from the people around her, Wang Jing's eyes instantly became moist. She said angrily, "Your family has mountains of gold and silver or a throne, but you insist on having your grandson inherit it. You keep saying you want a man with a penis, don't forget that you are also a woman." After saying that, without waiting for her mother-in-law's reaction, she subconsciously touched her belly and walked towards the bucket. Just at this moment, Wang Jing's sister-in-law came over with a handful of melon seeds in her hand and a crying little boy in her arms. When she saw Wang Jing's wet eyes, she completely ignored her. "Sister-in-law, we have run out of water in the water tank. It would be very wasteful to use tap water. If you have nothing else to do, please help us pick a water tank. Also, your nephew keeps crying, and you have more experience to help him comfort him." Having said that, he didn't care about the occasion and directly stuffed the child in his arms into Wang Jing's arms. "I'm busy." Wang Jing put her hands behind her back and refused to answer. "Do your own thing." This simple sentence was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Wang Jing's sister-in-law burst into tears. "Mom, are you still going to take care of your eldest daughter-in-law? If you don't, I can't live like this anymore. I will immediately divorce your son and take our 2 children with me." Seeing this, Wang Jing's mother-in-law hurried over to comfort her. "Second daughter-in-law, don't say stupid things. Qianjia village is your home. Where can you go back to? The child was born with the surname Qian, and this cannot be changed anywhere. This is a jinx. Don't bother with her. She can't even give birth to a penis, yet she still orders people around all the time. You're really giving her face." As he was about to raise his hand to slap Wang Jing, at this moment, the sound of a horn came from a Mercedes-Benz in the distance. Everyone looked around and was extremely surprised. "What kind of car is this? I heard from my son that some big bosses like to drive this kind of car. It's called something like Mercedes-Benz." "Oh, that's right, Mercedes-Benz. Yes. My daughter has seen one in a big city. She said a car like this could cost hundreds of thousands. Oh my god, 3 of them came at once. This must be worth millions. I can't imagine it. I haven't heard of anyone in this area who is this rich. Could these people be Boss Li's people? Wang Jing, your family is in trouble. They have torn down your house and are still building a shed there. Isn't this just asking for death?" Hearing the gossip of these old wives, Wang Jing's heart skipped a beat again. She really didn't know what to do with Boss Li and his family. The money they gave was not enough for them to buy a house in the county town. If she could just buy a building, she would want to escape from this place and live a good life with her family. They would avoid having to endure all this humiliation, but that little bit of money plus the money they have saved is not enough to buy the property developed by Boss Li in the county town. Besides, it is still questionable whether the property can be developed successfully. Just when Wang Jing was thinking about going home to hide from Boss Li and his men, she was grabbed by her child's aunt and asked, "Auntie, where are you going? Boss Li wanted to see you, but you just left. Do you want Boss Li to vent his anger on us? How can you be so vicious?" Wang Jing was really speechless. How could she end up with such a sister-in-law? If she wasn't afraid of problems with the baby in her belly, she really wanted to slap her and have a good fight with this bad guy who loved to take advantage of her. But she couldn't gamble with her child, so she shook off the other person's hand and said, "I can stop you if there's anything. Just let him come to me. Now I have to fetch water and go home to cook for the child." "Your words are better than your songs." Wang Jing's sister-in-law said sternly, "You can call that shabby shed of yours a home? Don't embarrass yourself here. You have brought shame to our Qian family." "How am I embarrassed?" Wang Jing said unconvincedly, "I make a living with my own hands. Besides, I didn't want my family to become like this. It was caused by bad people. As family members, you don't help me and you laugh at me. You still have the nerve to do that." Sister-in-law Wang Jing didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive today. Every time they quarreled before, she was like a bullied daughter-in-law and dared not move. She didn't expect that he would be so capable today. This made her lose face in front of her neighbors, so she picked up the ladle from the bucket, scooped up a bucket of water and splashed it directly on Wang Jing's face. At this moment, the Mercedes-Benz also stopped, and Wangfan in the car saw Wang Jing being splashed with water clearly. His anger exploded instantly. At this moment, all he could see was the scene of his sister, whom he had loved since childhood, being bullied. There was no distinction between men and women at all. No matter who it was today, even if it was God who dared to bully his sister, he would fight back without hesitation. When the car door was opened, he used all his strength and rushed over at the fastest speed. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Jing's sister-in-law to the ground. When Wang Jing's mother-in-law saw that someone was hitting her beloved second daughter-in-law, her shrewish instincts were revealed. Although she was over 60 years old, she could still jump with her feet off the ground. She wanted to grab Wangfan's afro and hit him a few times. Even though the person opposite him was an old woman, Wangfan was not polite at all. He slapped her again, knocking all the few remaining teeth of Grandma Wang Jing to the ground. Chapter 103 Venting for her sister, Wang Jing currying favor with her mother-in-law. Those old ladies and middle-aged women who were gossiping before had never seen such a scene before. They were afraid that they would be implicated. Not to mention trying to stop the fight, they quickly hid far away for fear of being implicated by Wang Jing's family. Because Wangfan was extremely angry, his speed was 3 or 4 times faster than that of a normal person, and it only took a moment for him to knock Wang Jing's sister-in-law and mother-in-law to the ground. Wang Jing hadn't reacted yet. When she did, she stood directly in front of her mother-in-law and the others. Sometimes kind people are like this. They will forget the harm caused by their relatives, and when their relatives are in danger, they will still stand in front of them without hesitation. Don't fight me anymore. If you have anything to say, come to me. When Wang Jing said this, she was still somewhat frightened, and her body was shaking. Wangfan was really impressed by his silly sister. She had been bullied by these two hateful women, but now she was still speaking up for them. He stepped forward and held Wang Jing's arm and said, "Sister, it's me, Xiaofan." After Wang Jing heard this, her trembling body trembled even more, because she couldn't believe that her brother would become so rich. That was from a Mercedes-Benz, and her brother is still a student who has not graduated from college. She had previously spent the money for her mother's medical treatment, and she had to borrow money from everywhere to make up for her mother's medical expenses, which made her even more ashamed in Qianjia village. Wangfan took off his coat, used it as a rag to wipe the water off his sister's face and asked, "Sister, do they often bully you?" "From now on, your brother is here, and if anyone dares to bully you, I will send him directly to jail." I felt a little strange looking at the younger brother in front of me with the afro. But when I saw him this time, I felt that he seemed different. Not only was he more handsome, but he also looked a little more domineering. Before, he would never dare to hit his mother-in-law and sisters-in-law, but now that he saw himself being bullied, he just went for it. To be honest, Wang Jing was so moved by the confidence given by her family that tears began to flow uncontrollably. Seeing some villagers secretly looking over here in the alley, Wangfan knew he had to give his sister a face, so he said to Huang Zhongming, "Move over all the things I brought for my sister in the car." Huang Zhongming is a smart guy and naturally knows what his boss is thinking. So she took the lead in moving out all the boxes of things she had brought. Wangfan grabbed a handful of candy from the candy bag, put it in her sister's pocket and said, "Sister, now that I am capable, I will not let you and your parents suffer in the future. We will have a good life in the future." Wang Jing really felt like her younger brother had grown up overnight, but she was still very worried about it all. After all, she knew that a college student who had not yet graduated could not have so much money. She didn't care to cry anymore. She wiped her tears and asked with concern, "Brother, you wouldn't do anything illegal, otherwise where did you get so much money from?" "Sister, didn't I tell you before that I started a business with my classmates, and the company encountered a financial crisis some time ago?" Wangfan said this with great guilt. "I even embezzled mom's medical expenses. I am really not a human being. But it was after we survived that crisis that our company prospered and made a lot of money, enough for our family to spend for a lifetime." Of course, what Wangfan said was all false, but he couldn't possibly tell her that he had obtained the godly rich's critical hit system. Besides, his sister might not believe it if he told her about it, so he might as well make up an excuse that she could accept. "Really? Don't lie to me. I can't stand your deception. Boss Huang, come here and give my sister some reassurance." Huang Zhongming was holding a box of tables in his hands, and he walked over cheerfully and said, "Hello, Miss Wang. I wonder if you have been to Yida Plaza in the city. I am Huang Zhongming, the person in charge there." Suddenly he thought of something, put the table in his hand on the ground, took out a business card holder from his pocket, took out a business card from it, and handed it over with both hands. When Wang Jing looked at Huang Zhongming's position written on the business card, she had actually already believed it halfway. When she first got married, her husband took her to the city for a stroll, and naturally they also went to Yida Plaza. The two of them looked at the clothes and accessories in the stores, and each one was extremely expensive. Finally, the two of them went to eat shabu shabu hot pot, and then watched a movie before going home. That night, they had their first child. Huang Zhongming then continued, "Your brother is now my boss, so what Mr. Wang said just now is true. You don't have to suffer anymore and can enjoy the good life with your brother." Just as Wangfan was reminiscing about the past with his sister, mother-in-law Wang Jing and her second daughter-in-law, who had already recovered from their fear, were both very shocked by Wangfan's identity. Now that it was confirmed that Wangfan was the big boss, he originally wanted to scold Wangfan, or even beat Wang Jing up, but all these thoughts disappeared. Grandma Wang Jing approached the box cautiously. She had heard from her husband that this wine was very famous and expensive, so she wanted to take it for herself. Naturally, these little actions of hers could not escape Wangfan's eyes. "Old man, you were beaten just now, but it seems that the beating was not light, and you don't remember it at all." At this time, Grandma Wang Jing had no teeth in her mouth, and her clothes were covered with blood from the beating she had just received. But she couldn't care less about all that now, as all she could see was the box stand. "Mrs. Jing's brother, we are all family. What happened just now was all misunderstanding." Wang Jing's mother-in-law did not hold any grudge against Wang Fan, but instead flattered him and said, "You brought a lot of food, and your sister's family can't finish it, so let me take a box away, okay?" "What a piece of shit, get out of here." Wang Fan would not give this old thing a good face. How did they bully his sister just now? If he hadn't arrived, his sister might have been bullied into a terrible state. "My sister's family is my sister's family. It has nothing to do with your family. If you want to take advantage of them, wait for your next life. Sister, go home, pack up your things, take my two little nieces with you, and let's live a good life." Wang Fan was still very good at making people angry, and every word he said hit his sister and mother-in-law in the heart. Let them be rubbish and only envy them. After saying that, she ignored him, picked up the bucket beside her, and followed her sister home. Huang Zhongming was unwilling to let Wang Fan fetch water when he saw this, so he hurriedly said, "Boss Wang, I've been fetching water since I was a child, so leave it to me. You should go back with your sister quickly. Your clothes have been wet by that bitch just now. Go change them first, or you'll catch a cold when you come back." Wang Fan felt a little relieved after hearing what Huang Zhongming said. With his current status and position, he would naturally let his subordinates do such physical work, otherwise he would be paying them in vain. So she went back to her sister's home. At this time, Wang Jing's mother-in-law shouted from behind, "Daughter-in-law, you can't abandon our family and enjoy life alone. If you want to enjoy life, you must take us with you. We are a family and we must love each other." Chapter 104 Wang Jing's tent, mother-in-law's family asks for compensation. Wang Fan was really afraid that his sister Wang Jing would give in and agree, so he supported her and said, "Sister, you can't be soft-hearted. Think about how they treated you just now. Do you still want to continue to suffer here?" "Her brother, how can you say that? Family members are still connected even if their bones are broken. As the old saying goes, it is better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. You have been instigating your sister to run away from home since you came here. What is your intention? You old fool, you are still here showing off your power of words. When you beat my sister just now, why didn't you say we are a family? Now that my sister can live a good life, it's too late for you to come and lick her again. And if you dare to bully me again, I'll smash your head off." After saying that, she ignored her sister's mother-in-law and took her sister home. Seeing this, the second daughter-in-law of Wang Jing's mother-in-law hurriedly said, "Mom, you can't just let Wang Jing go. We haven't treated her badly in our Qian family. Now her brother is capable and can let her live a good life. He must take us with him. Otherwise, your two grandsons will have a worse starting point than others. When will our Qian family ever be able to make it through?" "Daughter-in-law, you are right. Let's go home quickly and tell your father about this. Let him bring the second son to find the eldest son. If they really dare not take us to enjoy happiness, we will break off the relationship with them." "Yes, mother, I will listen to you." Arriving at his sister's house, Wang Fan looked at a small tent built next to a pile of broken bricks and tiles. He felt a pang in his heart. He didn't expect that his sister's house had been so badly ruined by that bastard Boss Li. Wang Jing was also very embarrassed. Her brother brought so many people with him and carried so many things in his hands, but they didn't even have a place to stay. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. All he could do was shout into the tent, "Huan Huan, Lele, come out quickly and see who's here." When they heard their mother calling, there was a sound of someone searching for shoes in the tent. Then the tent opened and two cute little girls with ponytails poked their heads out. The older one saw a man with an afro standing next to his mother and asked tentatively with a frown, "Are you Xiaofan's uncle?" After hearing this, Wangfan smiled brightly and clapped his hands, saying, "Huan, it's been a while since we last met. Have you forgotten about your uncle?" Huan said with a look of disgust, "Are you really Xiaofan's uncle? Why do you have such a hairstyle? It looks like you were struck by lightning." Wangfan was not angry but smiled and said, "Our Huan is so smart that she even guessed the origin of my hair." At this time, Lei had already confirmed Wangfan's identity. She ran over with a smile on her face, swaying on her short legs, and then threw herself into Wangfan's arms. Uncle Mua. The little babies, like porcelain dolls, have no idea that a disaster has struck their home. As long as they are with their parents, they will be fearless. Be good, Lei. Uncle will give you some candy. As he spoke, he took out a handful of beautifully wrapped candies from his pocket. Lei grabbed them and kissed Wangfan on the face. Then, he turned to Huan and said, "Sister, these are the candies that my uncle gave me." After seeing the candy, Huan no longer hesitated, and ran over directly and said to Wangfan, "Uncle, I want some candy too." Wangfan pointed to his cheek and said, "Come on, give your uncle a kiss." Mua. Wangfan took out another handful of candy and handed it to Huan, then reminded her, "You can only eat 2 a day, no more, otherwise I won't bring you any next time." "Okay, uncle, we will be obedient." Wang Jing watched the interaction between her brother and the child, which formed a sharp contrast with his in-law's family. She was deeply moved and felt that her love for her brother was not in vain. Huan picked up the first candy, walked to her mother and said, "Mom, you eat it." Lei also imitated her sister, walked over with a shaky step, took out a candy and said, "Mom, eat it." Wangfan took the opportunity to say, "Sister, if not for yourself, you have to leave this terrible living environment for the sake of your 2 lovely children. Huan and Lei need a healthy and good life." Before her sister could answer, she heard a stern voice saying, "She is a member of our Qian family in life and a ghost of our Qian family in death. She can't just go wherever she wants. She needs to ask us for consent." Wangfan looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man with a hunched back, who was his sister's father-in-law. Huan, Lei, Wangfan looked at his 2 nieces and said, "Do you listen to your uncle? If you do, I'll buy you dolls." Huan and Lei said in unison, "Be obedient." "Well, you guys go stay in the tent first." Wangfan smiled and made his request, "Can your uncle take you to see your grandparents later?" "Good." After watching the 2 little nieces enter the tent, Wangfan turned around and stared at his sister's father-in-law and scolded him, "Old man, what era is this? You are still using the old feudal ideas. It's ridiculous. It's true that my sister married into your Qian family, but do you treat my sister as a human being? Let a pregnant woman fetch water, are you still human? Where were you when my sister's family was bullied by Bosley? Now that you see my sister is going to have a good life, why are you trying to take advantage of her? Why do you, the Qian family, get all the good things in the world?" Xian Chang, the second son of the Qian family, stood up and pointed at Wangfan and said, "Mr. Wang, you are a college student and you are good at speaking. We can't compare with you. I don't care whether you take your sister away or not. We have to settle the score for you beating my mother and my wife just now. I won't ask for more from you. Give us 1 million yuan in compensation for each of you, a total of 2 million yuan. You can take your sister wherever you want, we don't care." 1 million per person? Isn't that a bit too little? Wangfan sneered, "Is it that in your opinion, 1 million is enough? Above 1 million, there are tens of millions and hundreds of millions. Why don't you want me to pay you 100 million? Wangfan sneered, "I have plenty of money. I can't spend it all in this lifetime. With the money, you can live in a big villa, drive a luxury car, provide a good education for your children, and even send your family abroad." Wangfan's words were like a picture of heaven painted to Qian Chang's family. The life they had never imagined was just brought out by Wangfan. Qian Chang's family was so thirsty after hearing this that he subconsciously swallowed his saliva and turned to discuss with his father, "Dad, I want to live in a big villa and drive a luxury car. We can't have so little. How much do you think is appropriate? We are not greedy. Your mother and your wife were beaten, so let them pay 100 million each. With these 200 million, we can live the life you want." Xian Chang smiled happily and replied in agreement, "Okay, we want 200 million. Huan's uncle, since we are relatives, we don't want much. Just give us 200 million and we will end it all. Do whatever you want and we won't interfere." Wangfan ignored him and looked towards the direction of the neighbor's wall not far away and said, "Brother-in-law, have you heard enough? How much do you think I should compensate your family?" Chapter 105 Qian Yong's statement, the cheating Qian family. Qian Yong and his family arrived at the same time, but he did not show up at the first time. Instead, he had not far away and wanted to see the situation, because he was in a difficult situation, with his wife on one side and his parents and relatives on the other. To be honest, he always felt guilty towards his wife Wang Jing, who had suffered a lot. In addition, the two of them had never given birth to a son, which led to his mother becoming increasingly mean to her. He saw everything, but faced with such a situation, he had no ability to solve the current predicament. He could only work harder and earn as much money as possible. After he had a certain amount of assets, he would think of a way to take his wife and children away from here. Now that he has the opportunity of meeting his brother-in-law, he feels that he should make a real choice as a man. When he heard Wangfan shout, he was startled. He didn't expect that this brother-in-law who was in college was not only handsome, but also had the ability to see far away. How did he know that he was hiding in the corner and watching him? Qian Chang didn't expect that his brother would come as well. He was thinking of getting the 200 million in compensation before his brother came, so he embezzled a penny and didn't give him any. Now it seems I have to give him some of it. What bad luck. Brother, aren't you helping Uncle Qian's family build a house in the east? Why are you back? Let me make it clear that your brother-in-law beat up our mother and my wife, and the compensation has nothing to do with you. Qian Yong didn't know when his younger brother became like this. Maybe it was from the time he had his first boy. At that time, all the family resources were tilted towards his family. Poor thing for his two daughters and his wife. He heard clearly how his parents and brother treated his wife just now. Each of them is like a vampire, and they want to suck the brother-in-law dry once they catch him. Why did I come back? This is my home. I can come back whenever I want. Qian Yong said unhappily, and if I didn't come back, I don't know how my wife and brother-in-law would be bullied by you guys. Chen Chang didn't expect that his elder brother, who had always been like a taciturn person, suddenly became angry with him today. Mom, look at my eldest brother, what does he mean by that? His last name is not Wang. Chen Chang immediately turned his attention to his mother and complained, he is against our Qian family everywhere, he is not your biological son. Boss, how can you talk to your brother like that? Qian Chang's mother immediately stood up and said, your brother is right. Your brother-in-law beat me and your sister-in-law. You see, my teeth were beaten out. Naturally, he should compensate us. Otherwise, I will sue the police and he will have to go to jail for a few years. Qian Yong looked at his mother and brother's ugly faces with some annoyance and asked, my brother-in-law is a college student and is quite well-mannered. He wouldn't hit you for no reason, right? So tell me why he did it? Without you telling me, I know you must have bullied his sister, my wife, and he didn't like it, so he hit you. Since you were at fault first, how dare you ask for compensation? Just ask for it. You want millions or even hundreds of millions. You are really greedy. To be honest, Wangfan was really surprised by Qian Yong's words. This brother-in-law who usually seemed to be taciturn would unexpectedly stand firmly on their side at this critical moment. Pa! A slap came at him, Qian Yong did not dodge, and a bloody taste instantly filled his mouth. You are such a jerk. Qian Yong's father said viciously, if I had known you were like this, I would have thrown you into the urinal and drowned you when you were a child, so that you wouldn't have to make us suffer. After Wang Jing saw this, she scooped a bucket of water from the bucket and handed it to her husband to rinse his mouth. She asked distressfully, does it hurt? Qian Yong shook his head and looked directly at his father and said, okay, from now on, you guys should treat me as dead. As soon as Qian Yong's mother heard this, she knew something bad was going to happen, so she stepped forward and said, Yonger, your father beat you because he was angry with you. After all, we are a family. Besides, if it weren't for me and your father, would you be able to grow up so big and have a wife and children? Hurry up and give in to your father, and we can still be a loving family. Qian Yong snorted coldly and said firmly, no need, anyway, our family is redundant and annoying in your eyes, so let's not contact each other from now on. Brother, listen to what you said, are you talking like a human being? Besides, my parents are not mine alone. If you say you don't want to contact them, then you don't have to. If you say you want to sever ties with them, then who will raise them? Are you going to let me raise them alone? Don't worry, it's my responsibility and I will definitely take care of it. I will give them alimony every month. Wangfan walked up to Qian Yong and asked, brother-in-law, are you sure you want to do this? Xianyang nodded vigorously and said, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of your sister and made her suffer with me. Brother-in-law, your words prove that my sister did not choose the wrong person. Wangfan was very satisfied with his brother-in-law's performance. I will definitely let you and my sister live a good life with me around. You and my sister can pack up the valuable things at home. You don't need to bring any clothes. We will buy new ones when the time comes. As for work, you don't have to worry about it. Wangfan once again took on the responsibility and said, I'll find someone to arrange it for you. Thanks. Brother-in-law, we are one family and we should keep our distance from each other. Go and clean up the mess. Xian Chang and the others were dumbfounded. This was not at all what they had imagined. So he grabbed Wangfan, took out a bank card from his pocket and said, You just promised to compensate us 200 million, transfer the money to us now. Wangfan snorted coldly, pushed the other person's hand away and said, You want a piece of shit? I won't give you a penny. If you're not satisfied, feel free to report it to the police. Before that, you can also ask what happened to Boss Lee who offended me. If your family members don't want to go in and step on the sewing machine, then just keep quiet. Wangfan's words were still very intimidating. After all, there were 6 people in suits holding gifts standing next to him, and each of them seemed more powerful than their village chief. And these people all listened to Wangfan. When a person has ability, he will have a halo in the eyes of some ordinary people, which will make people at the bottom of society unable to resist. Don't think you are great just because you are rich. Xian Chang's father said with a lack of confidence, If you don't compensate us today, I will lie in front of your car and run over my body. Wangfan didn't expect that this old guy would play such a trick on him. He really admired this old man. Okay, old man Xian, you're playing rogue to me, right? Wangfan said coldly with disdain, then wait and go in. After that, he called Fan Changfeng directly, Director Fan, how is the situation over there? Drive a helicopter to Qianjia village. Someone here is playing rogue with me. Arrest him for provoking trouble. Chapter 106 Wangfan gives his sister 5 million, Fan Changfeng punishes the scoundrel. Wangfan was speechless when he saw the pile of things his sister had packed up. Not only the pots and pans, but even the tent was packed away. I repeatedly reminded him before packing up that he should travel light and buy new ones when he got there. Maybe we are used to living a hard life, so our life is quite tight and we try to save as much as we can. Sister, what did I just tell you? Just bring valuable money and jewelry. We'll get new ones for everything else when we get there. This is called starting over. How are you going to take all these things away now? There's no room in the car. Wang Jing was a little embarrassed by what her brother said and said, Brother, everything is expensive now. These things can still be used. There is no need to buy new ones. Besides, when it comes to a new environment, there are many places to spend money. There is no need to waste that money. Sister, give me your bank card number. Wangfan was ready to show off his strength, because words alone are often unconvincing. I'll transfer some living funds to your little family to restart. At this time, my brother-in-law Qian Yong hurried forward and said, Brother-in-law, no need. It will be fine if you can find me a job when the time comes. Your sister and I will earn money slowly. Wangfan had been through this stage, so he naturally knew what his sister and brother-in-law were thinking. He could not convince them with ordinary means, so he said with a straight face, I am such a big boss, and my words must count. Otherwise, how will my subordinates see me? Let's take a step back and say, do you want Huan Huan and Lei Lei to suffer with you? Besides, I only have this one sister, and she has loved me since I was a child. Now that I am capable, if I don't lend you a hand, what will my partners say about me if they find out? Do you want to ruin my reputation, make my partners stop dealing with me, and ruin my business? Wang Jing thought about what Wangfan said and realized that it was indeed the case. They were only thinking about themselves and did not think from the perspective of their brother. If it was really because of their family's food, clothing, and dressing, these issues had caused their brother's career to be hindered. That would be a big sin for them, so he immediately said to Qian Yong, Dad, let's listen to my brother and keep all the things we don't need, so as not to cause trouble for my brother later. Before Qian Yong could say anything, he took out a bank card from his small bag and handed it to Wangfan. Qian Yong, who was standing aside, wanted to say something but swallowed the words back. Then he started to busy himself with sorting out some cotton-padded clothes, pots and pans, etc. that were not needed for the time being and put them back into the tent. Mom, what should we do? My brother and his family are really leaving. Xian Chang's wife said, You two old people can't leave everything to us. That would be too stressful. Now the two children are still young and have not gone to school. When they go to school, the fees are so high that it gives me a headache just thinking about it. I can't live like this anymore. I will take the two children back to my parents' home later. Xian Chang's wife finally couldn't help it and used her trump card. The 200 million yuan that was about to be in her hands just flew away before her eyes. She could not accept such an outcome. At this moment, Wang Jing saw the bank account arrival text message on her mobile phone and screamed in disbelief. Xian Yong, who was packing his things in the tent, came out immediately, thinking that his parents were going to make things difficult for his wife again. He leaned over to look and saw that there were 6 zeros after the 5, a total of 5 million, a sum of money he had never dared to imagine in his entire life. Brother-in-law, you gave me too much. It puts me under a lot of pressure. I can't make so much money in my lifetime. How can I pay you back when the time comes? I don't need you to pay it back, as long as you treat my sister well, that's enough. Besides, Huan and Lele in our family are both girls, so naturally we have to treat them like princesses, so that they won't be deceived by Huang Mao. Xianyang's mother and his father looked at each other, and they came over wiping their tears and said, Young, you can live a good life, but you can't forget your parents. Now your brother doesn't care about us, so we will go with you later. Don't make trouble for us. We are completely dependent on my brother-in-law now. We don't know what the situation will be like over there. What's the point of you following us? Besides, our house was demolished before, and you didn't let us move in with you. Let's talk about this later. Wangfan's impression of his brother-in-law, who he had previously thought was a taciturn person, has changed greatly after what happened today. He now seems to be quite capable of running a business when things get tough. Young, if you are like this, don't blame your parents for not giving you face. As he said this, he lay on the ground and began to cry loudly, basically cursing Qian Yong for being a good-for-nothing, marrying a wife and forgetting about his parents, and now abandoning the old couple to leave. The crying and shouting here soon attracted the neighbors in the village, but due to Wang Fan's pressure, they all stood far away. The Qin family usually looked down on the old family. But now that the old family's brother-in-law is a big boss and wants to bring them to live in the city, they are causing trouble again. What? You said their boss is leaving, so he has to get back the money he lent us. After saying that, he turned around and ran home to get the IOU. Others who were in the same situation also hurried home to get the IOUs, and while running to pay them back, they said, this old couple is so dishonest. They are about to run away, and they don't even say how to pay back the money. Wang Jing was too lazy to listen to her parents-in-law playing tricks on her, so she walked over to the neighbors who were watching and said, thank you all for your care all along. My brother invited our family to live in the city, so before he left, he paid back the money he owed to everyone. If you have IOUs, go to my house and get them. I will transfer the money directly through my mobile phone to settle the account. Shenyang's family really envy you for having such a good brother. You will become a city dweller in the future. Don't forget us, your old neighbors. Yes, when we go to the city, we will come to your house. Don't pretend that you don't know us. You must at least give us a meal. Of course. If you want to prepare a meal, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. At this time, there were bursts of roars in the sky and a helicopter appeared above Chenjia village. Everyone looked up, and Wang Fan was looking at Qian Yang's parents who were lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, wondering how long these clowns could continue to jump around. I believe that when Director Fan stands in front of them later, their expressions will be very interesting. Wang Fan gave Huang Zhongming a wink, and the two of them went forward. After they met and exchanged brief greetings, Wang Fan also learned that the city's efforts this time were very strong and they had directly arrested all the people related to Boss Li. This incident also made Director Fan realize the power behind Wang Fan, which was truly beyond his own ability. Someone above him specifically told him to have a good relationship with Wang Fan, so as the director of the city's law enforcement team, he did not participate in the county government's arrest operation, but was only assigned to serve Wang Fan. I'm Fan Changfeng, the director of the city's law enforcement team. Here's my ID. Fan Changfeng is very experienced in dealing with such scoundrels. If you guys keep making trouble like this, then come with me to the bureau and we can talk it out. Chapter 107. The whole family moved to Jiangcheng. Wang Fan planned a new marketing campaign. Faced with the powerful Fan Changfeng, Wang Jing's husband's family immediately became cowards. After all, ordinary people are afraid of people within the system from the bottom of their hearts, so when Fan Changfeng showed his law enforcement certificate, they had already fled in fear. Huan looked at the helicopter and took Wang Fan's hand and said, Uncle, I want to take a plane. Seeing this, Xian Yong hurriedly said, Huan, stop messing around and don't cause trouble for your uncle. Hearing her father's scolding, Huan's eyes immediately filled with tears. Wangfan's heart was broken when he saw this, and he hurriedly said to his brother-in-law, what are you doing? If the child wants to sit, just let her sit. It's no big deal. Then he looked at Huan and said, Uncle will take Huan on the plane, but Huan, you are not allowed to cry. If you cry, I will take Lele with me. Huan raised her arm, wiped her eyes and said, Uncle, don't cry, take Huan to sit down. Muah. She kissed Wangfan on the face. Who could resist that? Seeing this, Lele also ran over and kissed Wangfan on the other cheek. Wang Jing was so moved when she saw the scene that her eyes became wet. She thought her brother was so nice. Seeing how much he loved children, she continued, Brother, since you like children so much, when you graduate, you should find a wife and come back. While your parents are still young, they can help you take care of the children, and I can also lend a hand. Wangfan smiled and replied, Sister, don't worry, I already have a girlfriend. I'll bring her back to you and my parents next time I go home. Huan said, Let me see it too. Lele is her sister's repeater, me too. Under the attention of all the villagers in Qianjia village, Xian Yon and his family boarded Fan Changfeng's helicopter and left Qianjia village. People, you have to believe in fate. The eldest son's family, who were looked down upon by the old Qian family, unexpectedly turned around and flew to the tree and became a phoenix. The Qian family really lost more than they gained. They treated the second son's family like a treasure, but who knew that the second son's wife's family was useless? I'm going to go home and ask my wife if she has a brother as capable as her. I want to take a flight, too. After arriving at Wangjia village, Wangfan finally persuaded his mother to move to the city with him, saying that his sister was pregnant and needed care, and with the help of his two nieces. Dad Wang Tang said he wanted to stay and look after his orchard. After all, this was a season of hard work, and it would be a waste if he left. Wangfan naturally disagreed with his father Wang Tang staying in the village alone. His mother would worry about him and would not let her stay for long. Since we are going to move them to the city to live, we have to pack them all up and move them together, otherwise it will be unsafe if they are too scattered. So we found Wang Daniu, a man in the village with whom he had a relatively good relationship, briefly told him about the family situation, and asked him to help take care of the orchard. The remuneration was 100,000 yuan a year. The amount of money was just right, not too much. If he gave too much, he was afraid that someone would be greedy for the money and bring disaster to Wang Daniu. However, Wangfan also promised Wang Daniu that while he would take care of his own orchard, he could also visit nearby villages to look for good orchards and discuss cooperation. He would then go back and open a fruit processing factory in the county town and let Wang Daniu be the factory director. Wang Daniu was stunned after hearing this, and waved his hands repeatedly, saying that he was not fit to be a factory manager. Wangfan didn't want to argue with him about this issue too much, so he just laughed it off and left it at that. Dad Wang Tang's worries were completely dispelled, so the family went to Jiangcheng, where Lianshui County was located. The reason they did not go to Shanghai was because the family felt that it was far from home and inconvenient to travel back and forth. After arriving in the city, under the guidance of Huang Zhongming, Wangfan went directly to the best real estate project in the city. Wangfan knew that he must not ask his parents and sister for advice at this time, because in their eyes, having a place to live is enough. The right thing to do is to save the remaining money for Wangfan to get married, so when he arrived at the sales office, Wangfan gave the Supreme Dragon card to Huang Zhongming and asked him to choose the two best villas. He mainly tried to appease his parents. As the head of Jiangcheng Yida Shopping Mall, Huang Zhongming is quite influential in the business world, especially with Wangfan's Supreme Dragon card in his hand, which allows him to show off. We quickly selected two single-family villas next to each other, both of which were fully furnished and ready for us to move into. When Wangfan's parents and sister's family saw the villa, they were all dumbfounded. It felt that everything was not so real. Especially for Wang Jing and his wife, they lived in a tent in the morning and moved into such a luxurious villa in the afternoon, which made them feel unreal. Under Huang Zhongming's operation, a well-known private restaurant chef in the city was invited to cook several tables of delicious dishes, which could be regarded as a warm-up for the new house. Wangfan was quite moved. During this period, he expressed his gratitude to Director Fan and the members of the law enforcement team who accompanied him on the mission. He also expressed his high recognition of Huang Zhongming. It can be said that the meal was a very enjoyable one. After the meal, Director Fan left first with his people. Huang Zhongming took the opportunity to invite Wangfan to work under his guidance at Yida Shopping Mall. Wangfan knew that if he asked his parents and sister and brother-in-law to go shopping, they would definitely not go because they felt that they had already spent a lot of his money and would have to spend more of his money if they went out now, which they couldn't bear. So Wangfan called Huanla to the side and said, "Do you two want pretty dolls? Do you want princess dresses? Do you want to play the castle game?" Wangfan's questions made his two nieces' eyes light up and they kept nodding like chicks pecking at rice. "If you want, then it depends on whether you two can get your grandma, grandpa, dad, and mom to go out together. If you can do this, I promise you can do everything." With the help of the two little cuties, the family came to Jiangcheng Yida shopping mall. Wangfan's parents felt incredible when they saw that such a shopping mall belonged to their son. Wangfan's mother kept patting her husband's arm and said, "Mr. Wang, your ancestral tomb is on fire." Wang Tang nodded quickly and said, "I've said it before, my son has the potential to be an emperor." Under Wangfan's leadership, this was an all-round sweep. From food to clothing to daily necessities, all the best were bought. In the end, Wangfan's parents and sister and brother-in-law were too lazy to persuade them because they simply couldn't persuade them. Then Wangfan waved his hand and said, "Boss Wang, I'm very happy today and I really appreciate your help. We are holding an event called Loving Family at Yida. Anyone who brings their parents and children to the mall to shop will get a 50% discount. This event will last for a week. If you buy something too expensive today, you can get a refund. The process should be simple and convenient, just like in Shanghai. All merchants in the mall are required to participate, and we will pay for the subsidy." Huang Zhongming hadn't expected that the activities in Jiangcheng would be even more vigorous. It seemed that their sales in Jiangcheng would be among the best this year. Just thinking about the generous bonus made him feel great. Chapter 108, The Magic City is in turmoil, the Zhang family's new move. Of course, Wangfan knew that the people who actually did the work were the lower-level employees, so he instructed Huang Zhongming, "Starting from this month, each employee's salary will be increased by 20%. As long as everyone works hard, we will not treat you unfairly." This order was like a shot of chicken blood for the employees of Yida Shopping Mall, making everyone full of energy. If they had only regarded this job as a job before, now everyone felt that it was his career, and they had to do their best to fulfill their duties no matter what and make the consumers who came here feel satisfied. While shopping in the mall, Wangfan and his family heard a lot of praise for Wangfan from consumers, which made them feel very proud. Wangfan stayed in Jiangcheng for a few more days, and only prepared to leave after making all the arrangements for his parents' and sister's family. After all, his family was unfamiliar with the place, and if arrangements were not well made, they would inevitably want to go home. This is not what Wangfan wants to see. After all, he is more vulnerable in the environment of his hometown. This will prevent Wangfan from developing his career in Shanghai with peace of mind. Wangfan needed help with the schooling issues of his two nieces, the cleaning of the villa, his brother-in-law's work, the car, etc. At the same time, the Zhang family in Magic City fell into an unprecedented crisis. "Dad, we can't just sit there and wait for death. If the news continues like this," Zhang Jiakong said to his father earnestly, "our family assets will be wiped out in the stock market." At this time, Zhang Shijun naturally understood the current situation of the Zhang family, but he was really a little scared. Last time, he spent $150 million on the dark web to assassinate Wangfan and his parents. He didn't expect that the killer ranked in the top 100 on the dark web would fail in the mission. In addition, the incident in his son's bar confirmed that Wangfan was the boss of Longdun. What can be done now? He has money and soldiers, so there is no chance of success. But Zhang Shijun has never been a person who gives up easily. Since his relationship with Wangfan is already a do-or-die situation, there is no hope of asking for forgiveness from the other party. He took a deep breath and said viciously, "Mr. Wang, you are ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust." Then he said to his son, "Wait here for me. I'll ask you to do something later. If you mess it up, you'll die with the Zhang family." Zhang Jiakong had never seen his father so stern and serious before. He was so scared that he dared not object and said hurriedly, "Dad, don't worry, I will never make mistakes for the Zhang family." Zhang Shijun went to his study, walked to the password cabinet and entered 3 passwords. Then he opened the cabinet door and took out a USB flash drive from the innermost layer of the 3rd layer. He rubbed the USB flash drive again and again with his hands, struggling internally, not knowing whether he should use this trick. Once used, his Zhang family would most likely enter the hell faster, or it might soar to become a first-class family in the Magic City, or even go further and become one of the top 4 families in the Magic City. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He said again viciously, "Wangfan, you forced me to do this. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. After leaving the study, Zheng Shijun handed the USB drive to his son and said, after reading the content about the life and death of our Zhang family, you can go find the people in it and explain the interests involved clearly, so that they can unconditionally support our Zhang family. If not, don't blame us for spreading these contents. Dad, what is the content here? It is so powerful that if you tell others about it, they will succumb. You will understand when you see it yourself. Tell every family that this is not a threat. This is a bond that can deepen our cooperation. I am old, and the Zhang family will be yours in the future. After this crisis, the Zhang family will be officially handed over to you. I hope you will not let me down. Thank you, Dad. Don't worry, I won't let you down. At the Shanghai International Circuit, a flirty red McLaren F1 LM crossed the finish line, and a very handsome man stepped down from it. The moment he took off his helmet and shook his head, I wonder how many beauties' hearts were touched. Then a group of beautiful women with fair skin and long legs, who were over 175 centimeters tall, swarmed over him and surrounded him, and began to talk in a flurry. Master Qin, great! You've set a new record for racing. Mr. Qin, are you thirsty? My milk is pure natural milk with a temperature of 36.5 degrees. It is very thirst-quenching. Slut, stay home and feed your child. Young Master Qin is not Chow Man's type. Mr. Qin, can you sign an autograph for me here? It's very cute and handwritten. At this moment, a tall and beautiful girl in a racing suit got out of another golden Lamborghini Veneno. She said to Qin Lei, second brother, stop flirting and go buy me a cup of milk tea. Everyone, get out of the way. Didn't you hear my sister ask for milk tea? She's going to get mad if she can't have it. Can you withstand her anger? The group of car models who were flirting with each other before immediately dispersed after taking one look at the eldest daughter of the Qin family who was standing nearby with murderous intent. At this moment, a Maybach S680 was driving on the road. If this kind of car was driving on the road normally, it would definitely be the focus. But today, next to it were the Lamborghini Veneno and the McLaren F1 LM, both of which are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and it seemed to have no presence at all. However, Zhang Jiakong, who got out of the car, was wearing sunglasses and had an attitude of not taking anything seriously. When he saw Qin Bingbing, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, he was no longer submissive as before, but said with an equal or even higher attitude, "Hey, Miss Qin, how come you have time to come here to race today? Didn't you chase Wangfan at school? This is actually very rude." As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, it is her turn for others to pursue her, not for her to pursue others. The reason why she went to the parking lot to see Wangfan last time. In fact, she was just curious about why one person could have such an extreme contrast in such a short period of time. This was something she had never encountered in her circle. Unexpectedly, this matter was not only posted on the school forum but also on the internet by those classmates in the school who liked to watch the show. In the end, she had no choice but to use her family connections to delete all the negative information about her and Wangfan on the internet. Now Zhang Jiakong said it in front of her, obviously making fun of her. Mr. Zhang, there is something wrong with you this time. Who gave you the guts to come and do something unbelievable to me? If you have this in mind, you might as well think about how to deal with Wangfan's revenge on your family. Zhang Jiakong snorted coldly and said, just wait, Wangfan will be trampled under my feet soon. Then you will know how powerful I, Zhang Jiakong, am. Maybe we can even become a couple by then. This was a naked provocation to Qin Bingbing. She stopped pretending and directly picked up the helmet to smash it at Zhang Jiakong. Sister, what's wrong? Here, have a cup of milk tea to calm down. Qin Lei turned his head and looked at Zhang Jiakong and said viciously, Zhang, do you want to die? How dare you bully my sister? Chapter 109 Zhang Jiakong visits the Qin family, and Long Piapiao returns home after a change of heart. Mr. Qin, what are you talking about? Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to do that to your sister. Although Zhang Jiakong was unreasonable to Qin Bingbing, he was still very restrained when facing the famous playboy of the Qin family, because Qin Lei, the second young master of the Qin family, was just as his name suggests, very tyrannical and easily provoked. After being beaten up repeatedly by Wangfan, Zhang Jiakong didn't want to suffer any more physical pain. Then he walked closer to Qin Lei and whispered, Mr. Qin, I have something good in my hand. I want to share it with you and discuss cooperation. To be honest, Qin Lei was a little annoyed with the guy in front of him. He did everything in a shady way instead of above board. Qin Lei was very upset, so he said coldly, what can't I watch here? You are making it so mysterious, Zhang Jiakong, are you itching for trouble? As he was about to unbuckle his belt, Zhang Jiakong's heart tightened when he saw this. He had seen Qin Lei beat his men, and he really beat them to death, leaving their skin and flesh exposed every time. Then this man never appeared beside him again, and as for where he went, only Qin Lei knew. Master Qin, Zhang Jiakong lowered his voice even lower, it's not good for your reputation if more people know about the things between us men. Zhang Jiakong, you'd better not play tricks on me. Qin Lei's anger was about to burst out, and if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then you will stay in this racetrack forever. After saying that, he followed Zhang Jiakong to his car, and Zhang Jiakong stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Qin Bingbing drank the milk tea in her hand thoughtfully, and then thought of Wangfan mentioned by Zhang Jiakong, and she suddenly had a bad premonition. Since Wangfan left, Long Piapiao has lived in Villa No. 1 in Donghu Bay. When she first arrived and found out that Dong Mingjiao lived here, she felt extremely sad. Suddenly she felt cheated, and thought that all men were idiots, saying one thing in front of her and another behind her back, leaving her feeling caught in a dilemma. Who is Dong Mingjiao? She is the secretary awarded to Wangfan through the system. As the saying goes, products produced by the system must be high quality. Dong Mingjiao was no exception. She had a very smart mind and naturally knew what Long Piapiao was thinking. She immediately took Long Piapiao's hand and explained the reasons and consequences of her living here. Then Dong Mingjiao stared at Long Piapiao and asked, if Miss Long feels that my presence here affects your life and that of your boss, I can move out now. Long Piapiao had never experienced such a situation before, and when Dong Mingjiao told her about it, she had already believed what Dong Mingjiao said in her heart. Afterwards, Long Piapiao learned from Dong Mingjiao what Wangfan was going to do next, which was to open an investment company with a scale of over 100 billion yuan. The industries involved were also diverse. It was a large and comprehensive investment company that covered almost every field in life. Thinking back to Wangfan's previous generosity, I felt that this crazy move was reasonable for him. Then they talked about their recent shorting of the Zhang family. At that time, the entire Zhang entertainment will be taken over. If Long Piapiao is willing, she can take over this business. It is not impossible to transform from a singer to a boss behind the scenes. The more the two talked, the more they got along, and the more they felt that they had met too late. Long Piapiao also realized a problem, which was that she could not tie Wangfan down by being jealous. His business will grow bigger and bigger, and he will come into contact with more and more people. Wangfan needs people of all kinds to help him realize his dream. If you only care about whether there is a butterfly around him today and a beautiful flower tomorrow, and you keep making trouble with him, sooner or later, Wangfan will leave him, because no man likes a woman who is always looking for trouble. So through the conversation with Dong Mingjiao, she realized the shortcomings in her character. She wanted to try her best to change them, and at the same time become a capable woman like Dong Mingjiao. Infinitely magnify the shining points in yourself, only in this way can you keep Wangfan's heart with you. Soon the two beautiful girls became best friends who could talk about anything. After a few days of this, Long Piapiao also felt Wangfan's popularity because she found a lot of information about Wangfan on the internet. Except for Fu Yanjie, the white moonlight in Wangfan's heart, all the beauties who have had any interactions with him are school beauties. Even their Magic City University has 6 school beauties. Of course, what's even more outrageous is that even the campus belle in high school is crazy about him. Not to mention the various types of beautiful anchors who have received rewards from Wangfan. They are all beautiful and have special skills. She couldn't understand for a moment why Wangfan was spending money so crazily online. He gave over 10 billion yuan in rewards to the anchor Bobo talking about cars alone. He was definitely a madman. Of course, he also relied on spending money like crazy to turn Bobo from a small anchor with less than 1 million fans into a big anchor with tens of millions. Every time he goes live, he has more than 100,000 fans. It can be said that because of Wangfan's existence, Bobo said that the car completely changed his destiny. For a girl like this, Long Piapiao felt that as long as Wangfan just beckoned her, she would climb into his bed. After all, who could refuse a rich, handsome sponsor who was willing to spend money on her? Just when Long Piapiao was getting to know Wangfan, calls from home came one after another, asking her to go home. But she didn't want to face that group of hypocritical people, so she refused again and again until her stepmother told her, "Your father is sick because of you, why don't you come?" To be honest, Long Piapiao is extremely disappointed with that family, but after all, she is his father's daughter, and blood ties are sometimes really weird. You know clearly that you shouldn't do something, but sometimes your body just can't control it. After struggling again and again, Long Piao decided to go home and take a look. But on the way home, she sent a message to Wangfan, "Hubby, I miss you. When will you come back? My dad is sick, I need to go back to see him." When they arrived at the gate of the community, Long Piao thought for a moment and said to the car following behind, "Thank you for your hard work. I'm home now. You don't have to follow me. I'll contact you if there's anything." "Okay, Miss Long, we are near your home. Please be sure to contact us if you have any questions." "Yes, thank you." When Long Piao walked into the house, she felt something was wrong. According to her stepmother, her father should be lying in bed receiving intravenous drips under the care of a private doctor. But his father seemed like nothing had happened. He sat on the sofa in the living room, eating nuts and looking leisurely. There was no sign of illness at all. Long Piao immediately pointed at her stepmother angrily and said, "Didn't you say my dad was seriously ill? Why did you lie to me?" Chapter 110. Nyo Dolly wants to marry Long Piao and embezzle their family property. "If I didn't tell you that your dad was sick, would you have come back?" Long Piao's stepmother Matsuilan responded sharply, "As the daughter of the Long family has paid so much for you, but in the end you are like an ungrateful person. You want to cut off contact with your father just because of your short-lived mother. You are so unfilial. Matsuilan, what qualifications do you have to say that about my mother?" Long Piao was very angry. "My mother was angered to death by a bitch like you, and you still have the nerve to mention my mother here." Matsuilan immediately looked at Long Piao's father with grievance. "Xingjun, look at your precious daughter. When I, as her mother, say a few words to her, she wants to eat me up." Long Xingjun's face also looked unhappy. He said to Long Piao, "Piao, how can you talk to your mother like that? After all, she is your elder. Don't you even have the most basic manners?" Tears were already welling up in Long Piao's eyes. This time she had truly seen through the true colors of her father's family. To this family, she was just an outsider. They are a loving family. If that's the case, he will never come again next time even if he dies. Long Piao blared at her father fiercely, then turned around and was about to leave. When she was about to reach the door, Matsuilan's son Nyo Dolly stepped forward and blocked her way. "Get lost." Long Piao wiped her tears with her sleeves and cursed, "A good dog doesn't block the road." Nyo Dolly seemed to have become a different person. He grabbed Long Piao's neck and sneered disdainfully, "Long Piao, my dear sister, I always thought you were cold as ice, not interested in men, and only focused on your career and creating value for our Long family. You, instead of working on your singing skills, just find someone to marry. Are you so impatient to snatch everything that belongs to me?" Long Piao's neck was pinched so hard that she could hardly make a sound. She tried hard with both hands to pry the other person's hands open, but it was useless. "Nyo Dolly, let me go." Long Piao used all her strength to utter this complete sentence in a halting manner. Nyo Dolly looked at her jokingly and said, "It's not impossible to let you go. As long as you agree to one condition, I will not only let you go, but also let Dad continue to use the resources of the Long family to support you and make you a true queen of the music world." "What conditions?" To be honest, Long Piao felt a little regretful now. She regretted not bringing the bodyguard arranged by Wangfan with her. She regretted why she had to return to this place that made her mother angry to death just for the so-called blood relationship when she was obviously extremely disappointed with this family. "Marry me, and when I get the Long family's assets, I will set you free." "Nyo Dolly, you are crazy. I am your sister in name only, but you actually have such thoughts. Anyway, we are not related by blood, and marrying me does not violate any laws or regulations. We know each other well, so it's much better than you finding a random man out there." Long Piao knew that the man in front of her had gone crazy and it was impossible to communicate with him. She turned her head to look at her father and asked, "Dad, is this what you meant?" Long Xingjun cracked a pine nut, took out the kernel, put it in his mouth and chewed it. It was quite fragrant. "Piao, as the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Since your brother has this idea, why don't you just agree to it? Then we can get the family fortune from your grandfather and spend it together. Isn't that a good thing?" Long Piao's world collapsed. She didn't expect that these words came from her own father. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but this old man even pushed his only daughter into the fire pit. He was worse than pigs and dogs. "Dad, you are my dad, listen to what you say, are you talking like a human being? I am your biological daughter. Yes, you are my biological daughter, and Nyo Dali is not my biological son, so you can get married. This is called a close relationship. You two can consummate your marriage tonight, and tomorrow you can go find that old man and ask him to transfer the shares to you. It's settled. Long Shengjun, what kind of drug did Matsuelan feed you? You even sold your own daughter. You are simply a beast. Long Shengjun's face darkened as he said to Nyo Dali, Dali, what are you still standing there for? Get your wife's cell phone back and take her back to the house. Matsuelan couldn't suppress her happiness. She kissed Long Shengjun on the cheek and whispered in his ear, Dear, today I will serve you well and make you feel like an emperor. Long Shengjun smiled happily, with a hint of vulgarity in his smile. At this time, Nyo Dali had already started to feel for the phone in Long Piapiao's pocket, which made Long Piapiao very disgusted. She pushed Nyo Dali hard and said, You don't have to do it. I'll find it for you myself. Walk over there, I see those two shameless and disgusting people. As he spoke, Long Piapiao really took out his cell phone from his pocket. When Nyo Dali appeared, he immediately locked the door. With his skills, it was impossible for Long Piapiao to open the door so quickly. So he didn't care and said, Okay, if you dare to play any tricks, I will take nude photos of you today and upload them to the internet, ending your favorite singer's career. Long Piapiao really didn't expect that Nyo Dali's family was so disgusting. Not only could they brainwash people, but they were also so cruel. So Long Piapiao didn't hesitate, took out her cell phone, unlocked it quickly, used the shortcut key to open Wangfan's call, and then when Nyo Dali ran towards him, she smashed the phone in her hand directly at him. Nyo Dali didn't expect that Long Piapiao was not making a phone call, but instead threw the phone at him. He quickly lowered his head and the phone flew towards Long Shengjun. The moment the phone slipped out of her hand, Long Piapiao ran to her room on the second floor and locked the door from the inside. Nyo Dali chased to Long Piapiao's room and slammed the door hard. Long Piapiao, you can't run away, just accept your fate and open the door quickly, or I will kick it down. At this time, Long Piapiao was extremely scared, and she used all her strength to push the bed to close the door, and then began to look for tools to fight back. Wangfan was playing with his two nieces in the naughty castle when he suddenly heard a cell phone ringing. When he saw it was Long Piapiao, a smile appeared on his face. Although he left Shanghai recently and is not with Long Piapiao, they video chat every night to keep up with each other's progress, which makes him feel like he is truly in love. But after he answered the phone and said hello twice, he heard a bang from the line and then the line was disconnected. After dialing, the phone prompt tone indicated that the call could not be connected. Wangfan felt that something was wrong and looked for Long Piapiao's green bubble and saw a message. She went home to see her sick father, and was probably playing with her niece at the time, so she didn't reply immediately. Thinking of Long Piapiao's father who was obsessed with his wife, he immediately called Qian Shiguang and said, Immediately contact the people who are protecting Long Piapiao and ask them to rescue Long Piapiao's father. Chapter 111, Wangfan Long Piapiao is in danger. Nyo Dali opens the door with an electric saw. Huan, Lele, uncle has something urgent to do. Can you go home first? Wangfan was still quite worried about Long Piapiao's safety. After all, she was his first woman and he would not allow anyone to bully her. When he called Qian Shangguang, he had asked him to send someone to arrange a helicopter to come over. This time when he went back, he would definitely help Long Piapiao completely get rid of the trouble caused by the Long family. It was obvious that Huan and Lele were having a great time and didn't want to leave. Wangfan continued to coax them, saying, Your aunt is in danger. There are bad guys trying to hurt her. Your uncle has to go and save her. After she's rescued, I'll take them to Disneyland next time I come back. Huan and Lele had seen Disney in cartoons, so their eyes lit up when they heard their uncle say that. Uncle, please don't lie to us. Huan was obviously moved. We have to make a promise and not change it for 100 years. I want one too. Lele imitated her sister and stretched out her bent little finger. After Wangfan made an agreement by hooking his fingers with the two little cuties, he took them home. After arriving home, he did not elaborate on what happened, but just said that there was some urgent matter to deal with in Shanghai and he needed to go back. If there is any problem here, just let them go directly to Huang Zhongming, or call him and he will handle it. After a few days of adapting, he got used to all the household appliances. Wangfan also hired a nanny for his parents and sister's family. At first, they all disagreed, but when they mentioned that his sister was pregnant and the villa was so big that they couldn't clean it at all, they finally agreed after Wangfan's persuasion. I also arranged a job for my brother-in-law Qianyong at Yida Shopping Mall and bought him a 7-seater SUV, which makes it convenient for him to travel at any time on weekends. It can be said that as a son and younger brother, Wangfan has thought of everything for them. They don't want to waste too much of Wangfan's time. After all, someone with such a big industry must have a lot of things to do every day. I just told Wangfan to eat on time and not to just focus on making money from business, as there is no end to making money. He should think about his lifelong affairs. Amid the nagging of his parents and elder sister, Wangfan boarded a helicopter to Shanghai. Nyo Dali would stop at nothing to get Long Piao. After kicking the door for a while without success, he actually took out an electric saw and sawed open the door lock. He still couldn't push it, but he saw the bed through the keyhole, which made Nyo Dali very angry. This Long Piao really deserves to die. You're having a great time with random guys outside, but when you get home, you pretend to be pure. What's the point of doing that? He must have sex with her today no matter what. If she dies from depression, the Long family's property will truly belong to him. As for that loser Long Xingjun, he has been completely brainwashed by his mother. Even if he is asked to die at this moment, he will not hesitate. With billions in assets, he can live a life of luxury and debauchery without having to worry about money anymore. The reason why he was so persistent in having a relationship with Long Piao was, first of all, he had been coveting the body of his half-sister for a long time, and secondly, she was a little queen in the music industry, and even if she did something out of line, she could only suffer in silence and dared not make it public. After all, this was not a glorious thing, and if she wanted to continue to make money in the entertainment industry, she dared not expose this scandal. The third and most fundamental thing is to get the Long family's property. Long Piao is the biggest stumbling block on this road. Listening to the roar of the chainsaw, Long Piao used all her strength to hold the door open to prevent the demon from opening it, while praying in her heart. I hope Wangfan can understand the deep meaning of my last call to him and send someone to rescue him. Watching the door being sawed open bit by bit, Long Piao's psychological defenses began to collapse bit by bit. Her whole body was shaking and her tears flowed uncontrollably. At this time, Long Xingjun had followed Ma Tsuelan back to his room, and the two began a shameless life under Ma Tsuelan's leadership. After receiving Qin Shangwang's call, the two people guarding Long Piao's dragon shield changed their faces and rushed to Long Piao's house as quickly as possible. Ignoring the outer wall, he jumped lightly and entered their villa. When he heard the sound of a chainsaw outside, he immediately became alert and loaded the gun he was carrying. After entering the room, the first floor was empty. The two looked at each other and quickly went to the second floor. They found that Nyo Dali was frantically prying the door open. The door, which had been intact, now had a big hole. If they had arrived a little later, the other party would have probably gotten in. Long Piao, you have completely pissed me off. I will go in later and let you know how powerful I am. As he spoke, he sawed even harder. He saw that Long Piao's body was trembling with fear. The more this happened, the more excited he became. All of this was recorded by the law enforcement recorders carried by the Dragon Shield people. Then the two men looked at each other, and one of them quietly went to the other side, so that they could double-team Nyo Dali and make it impossible for him to escape. Ha ha ha, Long Piao, from now on you are my forbidden L. I am your master, you'd better obey me, otherwise, I will beat you to death, you bastard. He was almost crazy at the end, because in his plan, Long Piao's first time belonged to him, but he saw a video on the internet that Long Piao and that guy named Wang from Yida must have been hooking up, otherwise they wouldn't be so close. That damn so-called Master Wang even admitted their relationship. When he thought of this, he seemed to have thought of something and became even more excited. What a crap, young Master Wang, didn't I still cuckold you? You are a fucking cuckold. I will take a video and send it to you later so you can see how crazy your woman is in bed. Just as Nyo Dali was sawing open the door and was about to crawl in, a figure flashed on his left and kicked him in the waist. Then a scream was heard, and Nyo Dali was kicked more than a meter away. The Dragon Shield member on the other side pointed a gun at his head and said, "If you keep yelling, I'll shoot you." Nyo Dali could only grit his teeth to endure the pain coming from his waist. Damn it, one thought could lead to heaven or hell. It seemed that good things were about to come true, but it was ruined by someone. Now he was like a fish on the chopping board, not daring to move at all. He was really afraid that the other party would kill him in anger. Then his dream of becoming a billionaire was shattered. Ms. Long, I'm sorry we're late and scared you. Long Piao was so scared that she didn't hear the calls from the Dragon Shield members at all. Ms. Long, I'm Chun Tao, we're here to save you. This time the voice was much louder than before. Long Piao looked up in disbelief. When she saw that familiar face, her heart finally settled down and she burst into tears again. Chun Tao was extremely angry when she saw this. She picked up the chainsaw and pulled the rope at the end. The chainsaw roared. Nyo Dali looked at the other party walking towards him step by step. He was really scared. You, don't come over here. Chapter 112, Chun Tao's Thunderous Methods, Walnut faces a test. Chun Tao, with her neatly cut short hair, looked like a demon from hell. Her beautiful smile was extremely terrifying in Nyo Dali's eyes. He shouted for help with all his might, "Mom, save me." But his cry for help was drowned out by the sound of the chainsaw. At this time, Matsuehwa was riding a big horse. She was like a female knight, galloping across the endless prairie with her pride and ambition. Mountains of gold and silver were right in front of her, and she could take them away at any time as long as she wanted. The truth she has adhered to throughout her life is, to conquer the world, you only need to conquer the man who owns the world. Her first husband helped her achieve a class leap, transforming her from a shampoo girl into a wealthy wife. After giving birth to 2 children, she discovered that her husband's heart was not with her at all, and he was still looking for princesses to play with in nightclubs every day. This immediately made her think about divorce, so after winning the custody of her 2 children, she also got a considerable amount of property. If she had no ambition, she could have lived a life of ease and comfort. But who was Matsuelan? She was a person who wanted to make a living, so she took the property she was given and went directly to the Korean country, where she changed herself from inside out. It was like going back to the age of 18. Following the same old routine, he came to the most popular bar in Shanghai and met Long Xingjun. The two of them were like dry firewood and a passionate flame. They fell in love with each other the night they met. When Long Xingjun saw the red spot on the bed, he cried with excitement and felt that he had found true love. Even though he had a wife and daughter at the time, he couldn't control his body and fell deeply in love. Under Matsuelan's PUA, the two of them first teamed up to anger Long Piapiao's mother to death, and then Matsuelan's true colors were exposed, and she brought her 2 children to meet Long Xingjun. These 2 kids were so sweet-mouthed that they quickly won Long Xingjun's favor and were treated as his own children. When she learned that the old man of the Long family was going to leave all the family property to Long Piapiao, Matsuelan discussed with her son how to fight for the family property. After much thought, they came up with the idea of marrying a relative, so as to further consolidate their position in the Long family. Long Xingjun has completely fallen in the gentle embrace that Matsuelan created for him and cannot extricate himself. He really does whatever she says. That's right, at this time, Matsuelan had already given him something special, which was very addictive, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. In fact, Matsuelan's idea was very simple. She felt that with her skills, as well as maintaining such a beautiful face and figure, it would be no problem for her to find another billionaire. Therefore, Long Xingjun had to send her away to meet his short-lived ex-wife, and after their family got the Long family's property, they could use it as an entry ticket to a truly wealthy family and look for better targets. Just when Matsuelan was getting carried away, her only son had been frightened by Chun Tao to the point that he would never be able to accomplish anything in his life. If he wanted to inherit the family line, he could only rely on artificial insemination. Because when Chun Tao was sawing Nyo Dali's younger brother with an electric saw, he was so scared that he became completely incontinent, and this left him with an unforgettable trauma. Chun Tao was disgusted by this and turned off the chainsaw and smashed it towards Nyo Dali. Then he said to his partner, "Ha Tao, take care of him. I'm sure the boss will come over in person, as he is very protective of his children. We must do a good job to restore the impression in the boss's mind." "Okay, Sister Chun Tao." After saying that, he grabbed Nyo Dali's collar and dragged him to the bathroom like a dead dog. "Ms. Long, please hide aside. I will open the door and take you away from here." Ever since she learned that Chun Tao and the others had arrived, Long Piapiao knew that her danger was no longer there. After venting her emotions for a while, she wiped away her tears and tidied her clothes. After hearing Chun Tao's words again, he walked aside. As expected of an elite figure in Dragon's Shield, Chun Tao pushed open the door that even a big man like Nyo Dali couldn't open with ease. "Ms. Long, I'm sorry we're late and scared you." Chun Tao apologized again. "The crisis has been resolved for now. The man who sawed the door has been captured. What else is there to avenge? Take me there now and I will help you vent your anger." There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Long Piapiao's eyes. She really wanted to beat up her father, who had no regard for the father-daughter relationship at all. However, this thought only flashed through her mind. After learning from this incident, she has decided to sever the father-daughter relationship with Long Xingjun. It is often like this: people cannot teach others, but things can teach people once and for all. Forget it, I want to get out of here as soon as possible. When Long Piapiao said this, it was as if all the strength in her body was drained. She was about to fall to the side. Chuntao quickly stepped forward to support her. Ms. Long, why don't you take a rest before we leave? You were so emotional just now, it's not good for your health. Chuntao advised, if the boss comes later and sees you like this, he will feel bad too. Hearing that Wangfan was coming, Long Piapiao immediately perked up and grabbed Chuantao's hand and asked, you said Wangfan would come? Well, the boss first contacted Mr. Qian, and then we rushed over. Unexpectedly, we were still a little late, and you got scared. This is not your or Chuantao's fault. It's all my fault. Can I use your phone? No problem. When Long Piapiao heard Wangfan's voice coming from the microphone, her tears flowed uncontrollably again. The news was that Wangfan was on his way here and would arrive soon. Long Piapiao accepted Chuantao's suggestion and fell asleep soon after lying on the bed. After Hatao locked Niu Dali in the bathroom, he quickly searched for his target in the villa like a ghost. He didn't want to put them in a passive situation again because of his carelessness. Long Shengjun and Matsuilan were found on the third floor. They were in high spirits, but were frightened by the sound of kicking the door. Long Shengjun immediately stopped. Matsuilan also screamed and quickly covered herself with the quilt. Walnut walked into his own room, carrying his own law enforcement recorder, and started taking pictures in the room. Who are you? Matsuilan screamed, do you know that what you are doing is illegal? You broke into a private house and brought a law enforcement camera with you. Only the government can equip you with this kind of thing. Walnut was too lazy to pay attention to her. Instead, he pointed the camera at some tools on the table. He picked up a small transparent bag that contained something that looked like milk powder. He smiled. Matsuilan didn't care that she was not wearing clothes at this time and went forward to grab it. Whether I have violated the law or not is not up to you to decide. Walnut said with a sarcastic smile, these tools and items are enough for you to keep working on the sewing machine for a few years. Matsuilan didn't want to go in and operate a sewing machine. That would tarnish her life, and it would be difficult to find a more powerful billionaire. So she did something that made Hatao and Long Shengjun dumbfounded. She threw the blanket covering her body aside and said, I'll give myself to you, and give us a way out, okay? Chapter 113 Wangfan arrives to comfort Long Piapiao and sends all members of the Long family to prison. Hatao is a man who has seen the world, but this is the first time he has faced someone as shameless as Matsuilan. Could it be that her husband is a cuckold? Otherwise, how could a normal man tolerate this? Long Shengjun felt like he was watching a play, and there was even a glimmer in his eyes. This Matsuilan really knew how to have fun, and she could always make him experience a different kind of excitement every time. Walnut picked up the clothes on the chair next to him and threw them over, saying, you will suffer the consequences if you do evil, so get ready to operate the sewing machine. I heard that the people in there are having fun and you too can have a lot of fun. At this time, Long Shengjun said to the walnut tree, do you want to have a threesome? I can do that. Damn it, Walnut feels like he is having a very unlucky day today. He really wants to rush up and give these two idiots a beating to wake them up. You and I are both men, I understand you very well. As long as you don't report the content you filmed to the police, I can still give you my daughter. She is a little queen in the music industry and can definitely stimulate your desire to conquer her. It's so fucking outrageous. Considering that she is the boss's wife, this father is so outspoken. If the boss finds out, he will be in big trouble. So Walnut rushed over regardless of anything and knocked Long Shengjun unconscious with one punch. He also slapped Matsuilan in the face, turning her head into a pig's. Only then did I leave quite satisfied. To be honest, it was really unlucky. I must find a good massage parlor to get rid of the bad luck tonight. Soon after he walked out of the room, he heard the roar of a helicopter outside. Walnut breathed a sigh of relief and felt fortunate that he had kept his original intention. Otherwise, if he was caught in bed by his boss, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Soon Wangfan rushed into the villa. When he arrived outside Long Piapiao's house, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Such a crazy thing happened in my own home. Is this fair? Chuntao quickly stepped forward and replied, Boss, I'm sorry that I didn't help Miss Long solve the problem right away, which frightened her. Fortunately, Miss Long used the door to block the door, which bought us some time. Wangfan walked to Long Piapiao and gently stroked her beautiful face. Long Piapiao suddenly woke up and said in panic, Don't come over. Piapiao is me. Wangfan reminded her distressfully, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Only then did Long Piao see clearly that the person in front of her was really her lover, and tears of grievance fell again. Okay, it's all over. Wangfan patted her back and consoled her. Today we will help you solve all the troubles of your Long family all at once. No one will threaten you anymore. Then Wangfan turned his head and looked at Chun Tao coldly and said, Have you controlled everyone? Have you preserved all the evidence? Everyone in the villa is under control. Chun Tao immediately replied, The relevant evidence has also been preserved. It won't be a problem to send them in. Okay. Wangfan turned his head and looked at Long Piao and said, Come with me, and I'll cure your heart disease while I'm at it. Yeah. Long Piao nodded obediently. Having Wangfan by her side made her feel safe. Walnut had already dragged the wet no dolly to the door. Wangfan felt really disgusted when he saw this. What kind of rubbish actually set his sights on his half-sister? We're all going to go to jail anyway, so there's no point in keeping the little brother. Wangfan said to Hatao, Just castrate him. Upon hearing this, Nyo Dolly's whole body twitched. What kind of King Yama was this to say such vicious words as soon as they met? Although I was frightened by the chainsaw just now and couldn't get up, at least I'm still alive. Maybe I'll be fine after the shock. But this guy wants to be castrated right away. Is this ancient times? Do we still need people of this third gender to serve us? No. Nyo Dolly struggled hard and said, Piao, it's all my fault that I couldn't control myself for a moment and had thoughts that I shouldn't have. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Hosey. Wangfan shouted harshly. Walnut was startled and knew that the boss didn't want to listen to Nyo Dolly's nagging, so he stepped on him. After a scream like a pig being slaughtered, Nyo Dolly fainted. Boss, there's still a pile of garbage upstairs. They even smoked something they shouldn't have. I took pictures of it. Walnut quickly said, Should we go teach them a lesson? It's just that those two are disgusting. Wangfan said unconcernedly, Let's go, I want to see how disgusting it is. Bang! Walnut kicked the door open, and Long Xingjun said excitedly, I knew you couldn't resist Suilan's temptation, and I guessed you would come back. Damn it, Walnut didn't expect this guy to wake up so quickly and speak so recklessly. If the boss misunderstands this, he will never be able to clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Don't talk nonsense, I wouldn't even want that kind of junk for free, only a fool like you would treat it as a treasure. Matsuilan pulled off the clothes covering her body, stared at Walnut and asked, Handsome boy, am I not beautiful? Damn it, Wangfan almost vomited, he was really disgusted again. Send them both in as well, and sentence them as many as possible. Then Wangfan looked at Long Piao and asked, Is there one more person missing? Long Piao nodded obediently and said, That shameless woman brought a daughter back with her. She doesn't seem to be at home today. Whether she is at home or not, you can charge her with harboring a criminal and put her in jail anyway. Long Xingjun said viciously, Who the hell are you? Let go of your stinky hands. Who told you to touch my daughter? Long Piao responded bluntly, He is my man, and from now on, we are no longer related as father and daughter. I am no longer your daughter, Long Xingjun. Your only daughter is Nyo Huahua. You unfilial daughter, if I had known you were such an ungrateful person, I should not have given birth to you in the first place. Walnut, tell them to shut up. Wangfan had spoken, and Walnut didn't dare to be negligent at all. He went up and slapped the two bitches a few times, and the two bitches were knocked unconscious. Just as Wangfan and his friends were about to go to Long Piao's grandfather's residence and walk to the gate of the villa, they saw a red Ferrari driving over. Long Piao was frightened like a startled bird. She was shaking with fear. Nyo Huahua is here. Wangfan hugged her shoulders tightly and said, Don't be afraid, I'm here. We can catch them all in one fell swoop. Long Piao, didn't that old man Long Xingjun betroth you to my brother? Nyo Huahua said confidently, Why are you hooking up with other wild men? But you, this wild man, are really good looking. You're my type. Nyo Huahua said frivolously, How about giving him to me? I can stand by your side at home in the future. Nyo Huahua was answered by Wangfan's merciless slap. She fell more than a meter away like a kite with a broken string, and 3 teeth fell out. Chapter 114 Grandma Zhao suddenly appeared and devised a plan to wipe out the whole family. Nyo Huahua was so stunned by the slap. Which good guy would hit a woman? The other person looked like a human being, but she was not expecting him to be so inhumane. How dare you hit me? Niu Huahua cursed hysterically on the ground like a madman. I will make you, a piece of trash, die without a burial place. I will make you and that bitch Long Piao pay a price for your actions that you cannot afford. Wangfan looked down at me like a king and said, really? I want to see what price you can make me bear that I can't afford. As he said this, he put his arm around Long Piao and walked towards her step by step. This scared Niu Huahua, and she wondered in her heart how could she meet such a guy who didn't play by the rules. It's so unlucky. Looking at Wangfan's malicious look, to be honest, she was panicked and scared. After all, her mouth was still hurting. Don't come over here. Long Piao, please forgive me, or I will tell your dad and let him deal with you. Long Piao seemed to be stimulated by her words, and her body trembled again. She said viciously, go ahead and sue me. Long Shengjun and I have severed our father-daughter relationship. He can't control me anymore. But before you slander me, I will collect some interest. Screams came out of Niu Huahua's mouth. Long Piao was wearing high heels and kicked her hard, as if releasing all the fear in her body. I kicked it on behalf of my mother. You guys pissed my mother off to death. I kicked it for myself. You destroyed my home and yelled at me all day long. I kicked it for myself. From now on, we will cut ties and never have anything to do with each other again. To be honest, this crazy Long Piao shocked Niu Huahua directly. She was completely different from the stupid girl who was submissive in her impression. Could it be that her body was occupied by something unclean? Otherwise, how could she dare to do that? After kicking for a while, Long Piao finally kicked out the fear in her body. She looked at Wangfan, kissed him on the face, and said with a smile, thank you, dear. Niu Huahua has never wanted to strangle Long Piao like she does at this moment. After kicking her violently for a while, she just showed her love. Long Piao really deserves to die. Come on, let's go to your grandfather and take everything that belongs to you. Amid the roar of the helicopter, we arrived at the villa of Long Piao's grandfather, Long Jun. He was watering the flowers in his own small garden. There was a young nanny with a good temperament next to him. She was saying something, which made him laugh from time to time. Wangfan was speechless when he saw this scene. It seemed that the Long family had surprisingly consistent hobbies. Even Long Piao, a grandfather in his 70s, was so frivolous, so how could he expect her father to be serious? Piao, why are you here? And who is he? When Long Jun saw that his granddaughter actually said such words, it was completely different from what Wangfan understood as a conversation between relatives. Long Piao was probably used to this kind of conversation, so she didn't get angry, but smiled and said, he is Wangfan, my boyfriend. I came here today to hand in my homework. Didn't you say that if I find a boyfriend within a month, you would give me the Long family's property? When the nanny beside Long Jun heard this, her face changed and she shook his arm and said, Brother Jun, when guests come, we must show hospitality and let them come in and sit down. This was a very sophisticated statement, directly classifying Long Piao and Wangfan as guests. If Long Piao followed them in, it would confirm the fact that she was the hostess. Long Piao was not stupid and could naturally hear the deep meaning behind it, so she asked, Grandpa, who is she? Why haven't I seen her before? Where is the previous Wang Ma? Long Jun was questioned by his granddaughter, and his mood became bad. How do you talk to your grandma Zhao? Why are you getting more rude as you get older? Long Piao's heart skipped a beat. This grandfather's attitude had changed so much. In less than a month, she had gone from being the apple of his eye to being something dispensable. This must be the work of the woman next to him. Long Piao said angrily, I don't have anything to look for my grandma. My grandma has been dead for many years. Long Jun was so angry that he picked up his crutch and was about to hit Long Piao, but Wangfan grabbed his crutch directly. It's true that if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Wangfan said sarcastically, even if you give your son a name better than your own, he is useless and your house is about to be robbed. You old man still have the mood to pick up girls here. Wangfan is just like this. If others show him respect, he will show respect to them. But if he meets a jerk, don't blame him for being rude. Now he has money and people, and he is also an A-level member of the Dragon Soul Hall, so he dares to take on anyone. Long Piao, this is the boyfriend you found. What kind of person is this? He doesn't respect the elderly or the young at all. I don't agree with this, so go back. When you find a boyfriend that pleases me, we can talk about the family property later. Grandpa, I went to my dad's place today, and he wanted to force me to marry Nyo Dolly. Long Piapiao felt that something was wrong with her grandfather, so she told him about what happened today and sought his reaction. Matsuelan is now instigating my dad to rob our Long family's property. When these words were spoken, an imperceptible smile appeared on the face of the so-called Grandma Zhao next to her, but Wangfan still caught it. Long Piapiao continued, but their disgusting behavior has already hurt me, so I have sent them all in. I guess they won't be able to get out for 10 years. What? Grandma Zhao was furious when she heard this. They are your relatives, how can you treat them like this? Are you still a human being? If you can treat your parents like this today, you can do the same to your grandpa tomorrow. You are such a filial daughter. Long Piapiao didn't expect that she was just talking about family matters, so why would a nanny butt in? Who do you think you are? Long Piapiao retorted unkindly, when is it your turn as an outsider to butt in on our Long family's affairs? Although Grandma Zhao is old, she knows how to act like a green tea girl. She pulled Long Jun's sleeve like a little girl and shook him, saying, Brother Jun, look at her. Don't I even have the right to speak in this family? Long Jun was obviously controlled by the woman next to him. He said to Long Piapiao angrily, Piapiao, I am very disappointed in you. You have been asking for the family property since you came into the family. Will our family relationship eventually be defeated by the inheritance of the family property? And no matter how many faults your father has, he is your father after all. You still say with a clear mind that you want to send him to prison. Doesn't that mean I will be sent to prison too? Wangfan felt that this scene was familiar, so he pointed at Grandma Zhao and said, Could your daughter be Matsuelan? You and your daughter are really good at scheming. Not only do you control the younger one, you also want to tie up the older one. You are definitely going to make the Long family extinct. Chapter 115, Long Piapiao's Decision, Luxury Car Exhibition. When Grandma Zhao heard the 3 words Matsuelan, she was obviously panicked. Wangfan saw all of this, and he had guessed it right. Then Wangfan opened the video he had taken from Long Xingjun on his mobile phone and showed it to Long Jun. Niu Dali was holding an electric saw and madly sawing at Long Piapiao's door. Long Piapiao, you have completely pissed me off. I will go in later and let you know how powerful I am. Ha ha ha, Long Piapiao, from now on you are my forbidden L. I am your master, you'd better obey me, otherwise, I will beat you to death, you bastard. Not only that, he was kicking the door frantically, which made Long Jun's blood pressure rise. He didn't expect that the beast from outside would be so crazy. At this time, Grandma Zhao, who was standing by, supported Long Jun and said, Brother Jun, this love affair between a man and a woman, who can say that this is not a kind of interest? Maybe the 2 young people both like this, they are just looking for excitement, don't take it seriously. Niu Dali is not the kind of person who doesn't take things seriously. What he said is just flirting between lovers. Don't take it seriously. Wangfan really didn't expect that this old woman would say such shameless words just to make amends to her grandson. Old thing, you are showing your true colors now. Otherwise, how would you, a nanny of the Long family, know the name of that beast Niu Dali? You and your daughter are really good at playing tricks on the father and son of the Long family. After Wangfan's reminder, Long Jun also realized that the man named Zhao who was approaching him must have ulterior motives. But this woman understood him too well, making him feel like he was back in the days of passionate love, and the emotional value she provided made him extremely obsessed. So he was in pain. After all, at his age, it was really rare to meet a woman who could put herself at the center of everything and provide him with little surprises or emotional value from time to time. Brother Jun, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Tell me, I have been with you for such a long time, what have I asked for from you? I just feel that I can talk to you. We are soulmates. At my age, I can meet a companion like you. I am very satisfied and grateful. I want to stay with you forever. I don't care about your money at all. What I care about is you as a person and your broad mind. Every word of this remark touched Long Jun's heart. He was about to get angry, but was beaten back by the old man named Zhao. Grandpa, you're also going to default on your debt, right? All your previous promises are gone, right? You're going to live with that tech freak named Zhao for the rest of your life, right? What? You still want to threaten me, your grandpa? I'm just asking you if you are right. Just answer me directly. Yes, what's wrong? Can a little girl like you really do anything? Okay, I don't care about the little property of the Long family now. You can do whatever you want. From now on, we are no longer friends. You are no longer my grandfather, and your life or death in the future has nothing to do with me. I am extremely disappointed with this shabby Long family that makes me sick. Goodbye. The woman surnamed Zhao quickly calmed Long Jun's excitement. Brother Jun, don't be angry, she came here just to steal the family property, and you still insist on saying that you don't care. In fact, what I care about most is this scheming woman who even schemed against my own grandfather. At worst, I can give you another child. Don't think that the Long family can only rely on Long Piapiao to inherit the incense. We can still do it without her. Wangfan said disdainfully, you are an old thing who has been in menopause for 800 years, and you can still give birth? Are you planning to adopt a baby to trick this old man Long? Ha ha ha. Honey, let's go. To be honest, Long Jun still couldn't bear it. After all, he only had this one granddaughter, so he threatened from behind, Piapiao, you know that your current achievements are all due to my support. Without my support, you can't even be a real singer, let alone a little queen of the music world. So are you sure you want to sever ties with me and no longer take a penny from the Long family? I am sure, absolutely and definitely, that you and the Zhao child will take care of you until the end of your life. Brother Jun, she is playing hard to get. She is constantly putting pressure on you and forcing you to submit. She wants to get all the Long family's assets into her hands. Now she is treating you like this. Once she gets the family property, she will trample you under her feet and trample on you at will. She dares, but I am her grandfather. Brother Jun, you are so confused. She sent her own father to jail, not to mention your own grandfather. You can do whatever you want to her. Long Piapiao took out the supplementary card of the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by the 4 major banks that Wangfan gave her from her pocket and said, the total assets of the Long family are only a few billion, and the monthly spending limit of this card of mine has reached 10 billion. It's ridiculous that I would care about the Long family's trifles. I have suffered a great injustice at home. As my grandfather, you didn't stand by me at the first time. Now you are listening to an outsider making trouble here. It really breaks my heart. In this case, what is the use of this family relationship? Don't worry, from this moment on, I will not use a penny of your Long family's money. After saying that, he took Wangfan's arm and walked out. Long Jun shouted from behind, Long Piapiao, I am your grandfather. My blood flows in your body. You can't escape. Old man, we are now living in a society ruled by law. My lawyer will come to you later and ask you to sign an agreement to sever your relationship with Piapiao. If you don't sign, just wait for your Long family's business to go bankrupt. Since the other party didn't care about his granddaughter Long Piapiao, why should he respect this old man? If you don't believe it, you can pay attention to Zhang Entertainment. No one who offends me will have a good end. You'd better take care of yourself. Watching the helicopter flying away, Long Jun felt for the first time that his granddaughter was so strange. Long Piapiao snuggled in Wangfan's arms, raised her head and said aggrievedly, Dear, I don't have any family anymore. You are my only family. Please don't abandon me like them, okay? It would be superfluous to say anything at this moment, a kiss is enough to represent everything. Arriving at Dongyuan Villa No. 1, Wangfan carried Long Piapiao into the bedroom and asked her to have a good rest. Long Piapiao pulled him and said, You are not allowed to leave. Stay by my side. Good. Long Piapiao fell asleep holding onto the corner of Wangfan's clothes. Wangfan was not idle either. He asked Dong Mingjiao to contact the best law firm in Shanghai and have them put the Long family's case on the agenda as soon as possible. At the same time, he also learned about the recent preparations for the company. Dong Mingjiao also explained them one by one. According to her idea, a grand opening ceremony should be held, and some businessmen and celebrities should be invited to participate, which can promote the name of fan-run investment. Wangfan fully acted as a hands-off boss. He didn't care how the work was implemented. When he was needed to participate, he could just make an appointment in advance. Not long after hanging up the phone, Chu Nantian called and told Wangfan that there was a luxury car exhibition at the Magic City International Circuit and asked him if he was interested in participating. Chapter 116 Chunan is on a pirate ship. Wangfan spends a lot of money to buy a car. The garage was not even half full, which was totally inconsistent with Wangfan's status as a wealthy man. In addition, in Wangfan's current understanding, the luxury car he could show off must at least reach the standard of Bugatti Black Legend. He only had one car of this level, which seemed a bit shabby. Looking at Long Piapiao, who was sleeping soundly and wouldn't wake up for a while, it would be better to go to a luxury car show and buy her a car as a gift to calm her down. So he carefully took off Long Piapiao's arm that was on him, and called Chun Tao over, asking her to keep an eye on Long Pia Piao and not let anything happen to her again. Then he went to the underground garage and drove a golden Lamborghini Veneno towards the Magic City International Circuit. After Chu Nantian hung up the phone with Wangfan, he walked up to Qin Yun and said, "Mr. Qin, I have already asked Wangfan to come here as you requested. I will not be involved in the following matters. After all, Wangfan is also our most valuable customer. If this gets out, it will have a bad impact on my 4S store." Zhang Jiakong put his arm around Chu Nanshan's shoulders and said, "Boss Chu, from the moment you called Wangfan, you have established cause and effect. It's too late to withdraw now. We still have things for you to do. You'd better do as we ask. Otherwise, we can only send you and Wangfan away together." Ha ha ha. Qin Lei said to Chu Nantian coldly, "Boss Chu, do as Mr. Zhang asks." After Chu Nantian was taken away, Qin Lei looked at Zhang Jiakong and said expressionlessly, "Mr. Zhang, I hope you will do what you say. If I find out that you are playing tricks on me, I don't mind joining forces with other families to send your Zheng family to hell." Zhang Jiakong had never felt so happy as he did now. The more Qin Lei threatened him, the more it showed that he was actually feeling insecure. For his Zheng family and Zhang Jiakong, this is victory. "Mr. Qin, what are you talking about? I hope that through this cooperation, we can strengthen the deep cooperative relationship between the Qin and Zheng families. Let us work together to grow bigger and stronger. It won't be long before the Qin family will become a leader in the entertainment industry." Zhang Jiakong, you know that Wangfan controls Dragon Shield, which is the largest security company in Dragon Country. Even the equipment they are equipped with is incomparable to that of ordinary security companies. Behind this is the old man of the Jin family in the imperial capital. You can imagine the power relationship involved. Since you are going to do it, I hope you can be careful and do it thoroughly. It's not just about digging holes in the racing car, but also about making adequate preparations in other aspects. If Wangfan escapes, I believe it will be a big trouble for both the Qin family and the Zheng family. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I have already made all the arrangements before I came to you. Now I am just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Looking at the confident Zhang Jiakong, Qin Yun felt inexplicably annoyed and couldn't help but want to beat him up, but in the end he couldn't help but sigh, hunting geese all day, only to have the geese peck my eyes. Wangfan had never been to such a high-end place as a racing track before. This was his first time to come to such a place. When he saw the track, the wildness hidden in his heart seemed to be infinitely magnified. He really wanted to go up and take a lap, and at this moment, some car wrappers saw his car from afar. "Hey, I've seen people wearing the same clothes before, but I didn't expect to see people driving the same car today." Someone drove a Lamborghini Veneno that looks just like the eldest lady of the Qin family. Could it be someone from one of the other 4 families? If it's the young master, then I won't be polite later. It's obvious that this poison car can't be compared with the one owned by Miss Qin. Miss Qin's car is top of the line, costing more than a small Target. This one probably costs less than half of that. Ha ha ha, a car crash isn't a big deal. Whoever gets the advantage will be embarrassed. Wangfan resisted the urge to run around, and instead drove directly to a larger exhibition hall according to the address provided by Chu Nantian. After walking to the door, a car model came to greet him. Seeing a super handsome guy like Wangfan, a bright smile naturally appeared on her face, and this smile also revealed 2 sweet dimples. "Sir, do you need a guide?" Zhang Shuangshuang asked. "I'm a staff member here. I can be your guide." "Thank you. It's an honor." For Wangfan now, having a beautiful woman by his side will save him a lot of trouble. Since the other party has taken the initiative, why not do it? "Thank you, sir. What's your name? Do you want me to introduce the cars here?" "Wangfan, a friend is waiting for me here, just help me find Chu Nantian." "Chu Nantian? Is he the boss of the brilliant 4S store?" "Yes, do you know where he is?" "Yes, Mr. Wang, please follow me." You know what, this photo of Shuangshuang is definitely well trained. She walks like a model on the catwalk. The floral cheongsam she wears highlights her graceful body curves. If it had been before, Wangfan would definitely not even have the courage to step forward and say hello to them. But now that he has a perfect girlfriend like Long Pia Piao, he feels somewhat immune to these so-called goddesses. "Mr. Wang, long time no see." Chu Nantian said jokingly with a smile, "Why do I feel handsome again?" "You have to tell me the secret code of how to be handsome later. I also want to be a charming man like you." I'm just a bitch, Wangfan replied with a smile. If you really want to become like me, you can only go under the knife. It depends on whether you are afraid of pain or not. Chu Nantian smiled and said, forget it then. I'd better take Master Wang to look at the car. According to Chu Nantian's introduction, the cars on display this time are indeed more than one level higher than those in his 4S store. Koenigsegg 1:1, limited to 6 units worldwide, equipped with a 5.8L V8 twin turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 1,341 horsepower. Chu Nantian is indeed an expert in selling cars and he speaks about cars in great detail. The maximum speed can reach over 440 km/h, and it is the world's first road-legal model with a power-to-weight ratio of 1:1. The price is also very good, and you can take it home with you for a small price. When Wangfan heard the price, his eyes lit up. He had indeed come to the right place this time. It seemed that there was hope that he could fill up his garage this time. Okay, I'll take it. Wangfan said very cheerfully, it looks like I'll return with a full load this time. To be honest, Chu Nantian felt a little regretful. He regretted joining Qin Yun's trap. He would never be able to find a high-quality client like Wangfan even if he searched with a lantern. Any random move he makes is a small target. Such generosity is something the second young master of the Qin family cannot match. Compared to Qin Yun, a second-generation rich who spends his family's money, Wangfan is more like a first-generation rich. He has absolute control over his money. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had already boarded the pirate ship and had no choice but to go down this path. The Ferrari 250 GTO is worth 350 million yuan, and is limited to 39 units worldwide. It is a classic model in Ferrari's history. Chu Nantian continued to introduce, it is equipped with a 3.0L Type 125 engine, which can output 302 horsepower and accelerate from 0 to 100 km in 5.8 seconds. It can be said to be a god car on the track. It sounds good. Wangfan said without thinking, I want it. Chapter 117, 8.5 billion to buy a luxury car, regret to miss the opportunity to learn the Qiankuan sword technique. Chu Nantian felt that Wangfan had already reached the limit of a human being, as he had bought 12 luxury cars from him at one go, spending nearly 2 small goals in total. But today at the International Racing Center, Wangfan once again refreshed Chu Nantian's cognition, he was simply inhumanely rich. As long as it was a car of a small size or above, he would buy it immediately if he recommended one. Rolls-Royce Shadow, Shadow Chaser, Lamborghini Vision GT, Bugatti Veyron Convertible, Maybach Accelero, they were all bought by him, and even some classic antique cars were not spared. Master Wang, this is a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, the treasure of this auto show, worth 1.6 billion, and there are less than 10 of them in the world. Chu Nantian began to talk about the history of the car. It was an old car produced by Rolls-Royce in the early 19th century. The total production was only 7,874 units, mainly provided to the British royal family. It witnessed the development of the world's automobile industry. Except for the British royal family, there are very few of them circulating in the market. It can be said that everyone you see is gone. Wangfan sighed and shook his head in disappointment. Chu Nantian thought that Wangfan thought the car was too expensive, so he changed the subject and said, in fact, this kind of antique car only has historical significance, and its practical value is actually not very significant. So if you are not a special car enthusiast, there is really no need to spend so much money to own such a classic car. No. Wangfan immediately retorted, I just think that such a precious car is priceless. The price of 1.6 billion is still too low. At the same time, I feel sorry for this auto show. Alas, 1.6 billion can become the king of this auto show. It is very different from my expectations. I thought it must be a car worth tens of billions. After hearing Wangfan's complaint, Chu Nantian almost fell to the ground. Damn, is this what a human being says? Wangfan collected many antique cars, a 1904 Rolls-Royce 15 HP, a 1936 Bugatti 57 SC Atlanta, a 1939 Porsche Type 64, a 1936 Delahaye 135, a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR, a Devil 16. After the final statistics, Wangfan bought a total of 30 luxury cars, spending a total of 8.5 billion yuan. Wangfan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. According to his plan, he would have to spend 10 billion yuan this time. In that case, you can redeem Qiankuan sword technique in the Godly Value Mall, and at least your personal safety will be better protected. Although I didn't reach my ideal spending amount, if I add the wealth points I accumulated before, maybe I can do it. While Chunantian was processing the relevant procedures for him, Wangfan sat in the rest area and checked his personal information on the Shenhao critical strike system. Host, Wangfan. Strength, 500. Intelligence, 500. Physical strength, 500. Spirit, 500. Godly rich value, 980,000,0000. Skills, 0. Seeing this news made Wangfan a little depressed, but it also gave him a big surprise. There was actually a column for martial arts techniques under my personal information, which meant that I needed to exchange my martial arts techniques as soon as possible so that I could fill the corresponding gap. There is still a gap of 200 million in the Shenhao value, which cannot be completed in a short time. Taking this opportunity, you might as well take a look at the Shenhao value mall to see if there are other skills that can be purchased. After some operations on the Shenhao system, the number of skills with a Shenhao value below 1 million was screened out, which can be said to be pitifully small. The magic skill of shrinking is worth 9.5 billion godly points. After using it, you can shrink your body according to your needs, and the smallest size can be to the size of an ordinary ant. At the same time, your personal strength, intelligence, physical strength, spirit, etc. will be matched accordingly according to the size of your body. After reading about this technique, Wangfan directly passed it up. This thing is really a rip-off. Unless you are in a desperate situation and need to escape, you will choose this kind of rubbish technique. Otherwise, it is really unnecessary. You will become smaller and weaker, and it will be so unfair to be stepped to death by someone. Next, let us look at the X-ray eyes. It is worth 9 billion in godly value. After using it, one can see through the surface of things and see the essence of things. Wangfan couldn't help but shook his head. If there had been such a function before the godly rich critical hit system, he could have gambled on the raw stones to make some money and achieve a leap in life class. But now he still has hundreds of billions of dollars in his card, so there is no need to open the stones. However, with this function, he can look at the beauties. Thinking of this, Wangfan's face burned. Let's just keep it as a backup for the time being. Xiaoyao Lingyanbu, worth 9.8 billion godly rich points. This technique can increase the speed of the user. It is a rare growth-oriented technique. As the user's strength increases, the speed will also increase. Seeing this, Wangfan couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that this godly rich critical hit system was the one that stole his godly rich value? Among these skills, only this one could make Wangfan's eyes light up. But this price was completely based on all the money in his pocket, and there was no way to investigate this matter, because last time I asked about it, they said it was not just a simple amount, but also involved various weighted average and other algorithms. In short, you can forget about having any extra food. Perhaps it was this trick that made Wangfan constantly try to find ways to spend money. Of course, seeing so many good skills in the godly rich value mall, he still had to find a way to make money, otherwise the godly rich value would not be enough to buy the ultimate invincible method. When Wangfan first got the godly rich critical hit system, he was very proud of it and thought it was a great thing. He could spend money in reality and convert it into godly rich points, which he could then continue to spend in the godly rich points mall, forming a perfect closed loop. But when it comes to actual operation, I found that there is still a very high threshold. At this time, Chunantian came over with a stack of contracts and said, "Mr. Wang, the formalities have been completed. You need to sign and pay the deposit to complete the transaction." Wangfan took out the Supreme Dragon card and handed it over, then looked at the stack of contracts and said, "Have someone mail the contract to Wang Futsai at Yida Shopping Mall and have the legal department review it. Just have them stamp it with my official seal. I won't sign them one by one. To be honest, it's a bit tiring." Chunantian looked at the Supreme Dragon card in his hand and asked, "Young Master Wang, is that model also produced by Yida?" "That's not necessary. I trust you." Wangfan said sincerely, "You can pay the money first and hand over the contract to them." This is 8.5 billion. Wangfan paid it directly when he said so. He just said, "I believe in your character." To be honest, Chunantian really wanted to tell him at this moment that the second Master Qin and Zhang Jiakong were going to set up a trap to harm Wangfan. But in the end, reason made him shut up. "Okay, Mr. Wang, please enter the password." At this moment, Zhang Shuangshuang ran over in a panic and said, "Mr. Wang, the gold Lamborghini Veneno you parked at the door was hit by another gold Lamborghini Veneno." Hearing this, Wangfan was convinced. Was he incompatible with cars? Every time he went out, he had to scrap a car. He asked with a gloomy face, "Do you know who did this?" Chapter 118 Qin Bingbing is unreasonable and Wangfan demands compensation. Don't ask, I did it. A tall and angry woman followed by several men walked towards Wangfan. Wangfan, are you done yet? You didn't listen to my advice at school and got involved with that scumbag Gao Meihan. Why did you follow me to the international circuit and drive a car of the same color as mine? Why are you so mean? While Qin Bingbing was speaking, Wangfan still grasped a few key points, that is, she was in the same school as him, and had communicated with him before. Because he did not listen to her advice, he became angry and embarrassed and had today's accident. And behind her there was a familiar face, that was Zhang Jiakang, who looked like he deserved a beating. Wangfan didn't know how they got together, but he really couldn't remember when he had seen such a beauty in school. So he scratched his head a little embarrassedly and asked, "Beauty, who are you? Why don't I remember meeting a girl as beautiful as you in school?" Qin Bingbing was almost mad with anger. It turned out that this guy didn't care about her at all. Damn it! Wangfan, has your brain been damaged by lightning? Qin Bingbing continued to speak angrily. Open your dog eyes and take a look. The photo was a group photo of Wangfan and Gao Meihan. After seeing it, Wangfan remembered that the beauty in front of him was Qin Bingbing, the school beauty of the dance department. So it's the school beauty Qin. Wangfan said with sudden realization, I still think the sports yoga pants you wore that day are more recognizable, and the racing suit you wore today is not so good. Wangfan, you bastard. Qin Bingbing didn't expect that Wangfan, this idiot, would actually criticize her. He clearly forgot about her and now let the racing suit take all the blame. Based on Wangfan's insights into the relationship between men and women during this period, he knew that it was the stupidest thing for a man to reason with a woman. Miss Qin, you are not jealous. Wangfan said in a sly tone, so you can't stand me and deliberately hit my car today? To put it bluntly, ever since the last time the 5 campus beauties joined forces to surround Wangfan, the biggest winner in the end was Han Beiling from the music department, which made Qin Bingbing, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, very unhappy. She scolded Wangfan for several days at school. She felt that among the 5 campus beauties that day, she was the best in both figure and family background. Why should a former bootlicker ignore her so coldly? It's just that he drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. She is too lazy to drive this kind of car at her home, but he drives it into the school and acts like a sea king. It's really abominable. Today, she was taking pictures next to her poison, and Wangfan drove past her in a dignified manner, not taking her, Miss Qin, seriously at all. This tone almost made her lose her temper on the spot. Why couldn't this bastard just look at her straight in the eye? If it wasn't for the fact that she was taking photos for a magazine, she would have chased after him on the spot. After the filming, I found my second brother and asked him about Wangfan's whereabouts. The answer I got was that he bought a car at the auto show, so he found a Prado. When he drove to the parking lot and saw Wangfan's golden Lamborghini Veneno, he stepped on the accelerator and rammed into it, causing the entire waist of the car to collapse inward. The domineering bumper and the front face were directly deformed by the collision, which made Qin lay stunned. He thought that the bastard Wangfan slept with his sister and abandoned her after getting her, which made her so furious. He arrived at the auto show in a rage, only to find that he had overthought, as Wangfan didn't even remember his sister. However, Qin Lei soon realized another more serious problem, which was that his sister might have fallen in love with the guy with the afro in front of him. Fortunately, I deliberately sent my sister Qin Bingbing away when we discussed things before, otherwise everything would have been in vain. Just at this moment Chunantian came over and handed Wangfan his Supreme Dragon card. At the same time, he pushed the POS machine in front of Wangfan and asked him to enter the password. Ding, 8.5 billion has arrived in your FBAO account, please check it. Holy shit! Everyone was shocked. Wangfan, you spent 8.5 billion to buy the car here? Qin Bingbing looked at Wangfan as if he was a fool. Which normal person would buy a car like this? Wangfan said disapprovingly, why? Is there any problem? Needless to say, you're going to drive to school to pick up girls again. You're such a shallow person. Why don't you do something else with all that money? You're just wasting your time. Wangfan was speechless. This girl named Qin was really vicious. First, she crashed his car without any remorse. Now, he bought a car without spending her money and she started scolding him again. She doesn't look like she's in menopause at such a young age. Wangfan, what's the point of buying so many cars? Are you going to put them at home as decorations? Zhang Jiakang jumped out at this time. He knew that he couldn't let the eldest daughter of the Qin family have an ambiguous relationship with Wangfan anymore. If this continues, his plan may not be completed and the Qin family will withdraw. After all, being able to make friends with a rising star who can easily spend 8.5 billion to buy a car will bring more benefits than going against him. Zhang Jiakong, you are really a dog. You can't change your habit of eating shit. Wangfan said disdainfully, your skin is itchy again, isn't it? Zhang Jiakong wanted to kill Wangfan right now, but he still suppressed his anger and snorted coldly, Wangfan, why don't we have a race at the international racetrack? If you lose, stop attacking our Zhang family immediately. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to our Zhang family. Idiot. Wangfan said directly, whether I race with you or not, your family is doomed to be killed, so why should I take off my pants and fart to make this bet with you? Then tell me, how can you compete with me? To be honest, when Zhang Jiakong faced Wangfan, he would unconsciously be at a disadvantage and had no control over the rhythm at all. Perhaps it was because he was scared by Wangfan. Mr. Zhang, you are so eager to race with me. Wangfan said thoughtfully, could it be that you, a bastard, did something on the track? You want to kill me on the track with your car, so that you can resolve the crisis of your Zhang family. Xin Lei frowned as he listened to this. Zhang Jiakong was such a loser and a bad teammate. Didn't he know that it was a good deal to take advantage of others? Now that he had a good plan, he was almost guessed by others. He is the kind of person who is incapable of accomplishing anything and is always capable of causing trouble. Wangfan, you are timid if you want to. Zhang Jiakong immediately retorted, why do you want to use your own petty intentions to move a gentleman's belly? Wangfan was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. He turned to Qin Bingbing and said, since you hit my car, you should pay for it. 26 million. Is it an F-shaped wallet or a green bubble? Qin Bingbing didn't expect that Wangfan would ask her for compensation so blatantly in front of so many people. Doesn't she have any dignity? Let the insurance company determine the damage first. You can't just ask for whatever you want to pay. Qin Bingbing pouted and was very angry. Besides, you already have such a car, so what if I hit your car? Chapter 119, finalizing the bet, a bunch of modified dogs. Wangfan was so angry that he laughed at Qin Bingbing's words. She is really a little princess who has been spoiled since childhood. Everything he said seemed so innocent and ridiculous. Qin Bingbing, listen to what you said, don't you feel ashamed? Wangfan continued to fight back, even if I have more cars, it is not an excuse or reason for you to hit my car. You must pay every cent you owe. Call your family now and ask for the money. Seeing that his sister was about to be driven to tears by Wangfan, the bastard, Xin Lei stepped forward and said, Wangfan, I've heard of your name a long time ago. I see today that you are indeed extraordinary. You sent my brother Qin Feng to jail, but he didn't cause you any trouble. Now, are you planning to send my sister to jail again? Although Qin Lei spoke calmly, he gave people an invisible sense of oppression. The Qin family is not something that a small upstart like you can manipulate at will. If you want compensation, you can have a fight with me. If I lose, I will not only give you the money for your car, but also a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. Oh, so you are another royal customer of the Huihuang 4S store. Wangfan said thoughtfully, although your logic is the same as your sister's, both belong to the logic of robbers, but you act like a woman and are not generous at all. If you lose, you can compensate me with 10 luxury cars worth hundreds of millions of yuan. If I lose, how about giving you 10? Xin Lei really wanted to curse. He was just a playboy who liked to play with cars. The hundreds of millions he could get from his family to buy a car was already obtained by begging for money. Now he was asked to take out more than 10 cars at once to gamble with Wangfan. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he didn't have the ability. Since you know that I am a top customer of the Brilliant 4S store, you must know that I am a car lover. Every car is like my child. I cannot give up my 10 children just for a race. I cannot do that. Xin Lei would never say that he didn't have 10 luxury cars worth hundreds of millions of dollars, as that would be embarrassing. If you want to compete, I can only offer you 3 cars worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Xin Lei said this with gritted teeth. After all, he only has 5 luxury cars worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Forget it if you don't want to compete. I'm not like some people who just treat cars as cars. I treat them as my family. To be honest, if Xin Lei had agreed to Wangfan's proposal to put out 10 luxury cars worth hundreds of millions of dollars for the competition without any hesitation, Wangfan might have thought that there must be something fishy going on. There is a high probability that they are colluding with Zhang Jiakong to cheat him. After this bargaining, Wangfan felt less confused. Wangfan has never really used his flawless driving skills since he acquired them. This time, he happened to have such an opportunity, and at the racing track. In fact, Wangfan also wanted to try out the effect. Okay, then let's use 3 cars worth hundreds of millions as the bet. Wangfan was not a person who would waste time. Boss Chu, please draft an agreement to prevent someone from refusing to pay after losing. Okay, Master Wang. Wangfan came directly to the Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta. The black and blue color combination gave him a sense of charm. Both the shape and the materials used are close to perfect aerodynamics. I believe that with flawless driving skills, it will definitely be able to leave everyone far behind on the racetrack. This guy is quite good at choosing a car. He actually chose the Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta, which is limited to only 3 units worldwide. It is equipped with a 7.3L V12 naturally aspirated engine provided by AMG and matched with a 6-speed manual transmission. It can be said to be full of power. What's the point of having more power? It's still a little behind my McLaren F1 LM. It'll just be covered in dust on the track. Brother, don't be careless. This Wangfan is very evil. Since he dares to take out so many luxury cars to bet with you, it means that he is very confident in his driving skills. Don't worry. You can't win just by having confidence in the race. It all depends on the performance of the car and your skills. I can drive around this track with my eyes closed. Wangfan is just an upstart who suddenly showed up. He has only a vague idea about what racing is and he wants to beat me. What a joke. After signing the agreement drafted by Chu Nantian, both parties stood on the track. In order to better simulate the authenticity of the competition, not only Qin Yun and Wangfan participated in the competition this time. There were 8 other people including Zhang Jiakong, with a total of 10 cars competing together, but the final results were only counted for Wangfan and Qin Lei. After hearing this rule, Wangfan scoffed at this little trick. On the surface, it was to make the competition more realistic, but in fact it was to make these people become stumbling blocks for Wangfan and trip him up on the track. Racing is all about passion and speed. No matter how good the car is, if it gets slightly bumped while driving at high speed, it can be a disaster. In some car races, the slightest collision between 2 cars will be magnified many times, and the car bodies may roll off the track directly, and some may even catch fire and explode directly. So racing is a high-risk industry, but of course it is also very profitable. The moment the beautiful flag bearer waved the flag, 10 luxury cars roared and drove away from the starting point like wild horses. The beautiful woman in a short skirt had her skirt lifted up by the airwaves brought up by the racing cars. She hurriedly covered her skirt with both hands to avoid further exposure. But it was at that moment that Wangfan saw a cute little thing in pink with lace and a hollow front. He secretly made up his mind to buy a set for Long Pia Piao, which would surely make her look even sexier. In a competition on a track like this, there is actually no comparison on straight tracks. It all depends on the performance of your car, the engine, and the acceleration over 100 meters. What makes a racing driver truly strong is his ability to overtake on corners. Only when he is strong on corners can he be truly strong and become the true racing king. Looking at the red McLaren F1 LM that was leading the way in front, Wangfan knew that this guy was cheating. It was obvious that Qin Yun, that bastard, had made further modifications to the car. Both its performance and power are much higher than the original ones. It was obvious that Zhang Jiakong's black Maybach S680 Pullman, which was closely following Wangfan, was also a modified car. Although the price of this car was lower than his and Qin Yun's, the modification must have cost a lot of money. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have such strong power, but the fact that it is now following Wangfan closely is enough to explain everything. Damn it, before the game, everyone said something righteous, but when the real game came, they all started cheating. What a bunch of bastards. When passing the first bend, a yellow and white Ferrari suddenly accelerated and came to Wangfan's side. It was obvious that he had no good intentions. This person was definitely a professional racing driver, otherwise he would not have been able to turn so smoothly. Moreover, he was sticking to Wangfan's car so recklessly. This was simply a reckless way of driving. Wangfan snorted coldly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta was like a cheetah, darting far away in a flash. It was actually very dangerous to turn so crazily, but Wangfan had flawless driving skills, so this was a piece of cake for him. The Ferrari behind it flew directly off the track. Chapter 120, Deducing the Truth, Wangfan exchanges for Xiaoyao Lingyun step. Oh my god, this is more thrilling than any car race I've ever seen. These second-generation rich kids are really crazy. They have to find something so exciting to do when they have such a good life. I have to say that Pagani was really amazing. He was tricked at the first turn, but he not only managed to dodge it, he also pushed the car that was trying to hit him off the track. You are toxic. You think everything is a conspiracy theory. It is normal for a racing car to roll over. There is no need to make a fuss about it. I don't think it's that simple. The Pagani seemed to be the target of a blockade. Except for the leading red McLaren, the other car's purpose seemed not to race but to stop the Pagani. It's not impossible to say that. The McLaren is driven by the young master of the Chin family. I heard that he made a bet with the owner of the Pagani that whoever loses will give the other party 3 luxury cars worth hundreds of millions. Oh my god, are the second generation rich so rich now? A random bet costs hundreds of millions. My god, when can I earn even a small amount? Wangfan naturally didn't know about the discussions in the stands. After 3 turns, he was still in second place despite being chased and blocked by the vehicles behind him, which was already quite difficult. Of course, one of the cars actually hit it when it was turning. From then on, he found that the body of his Pagani would shake slightly when he sprinted at full speed. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. After all, this sports car is worth hundreds of millions and is limited to only 3 models in the world. No matter how stupid Pagani is, he would not tamper with such an extremely rare car. There is only one possibility, that is, this car might have been a problem car when you bought it, otherwise most of the carbon fiber materials in the car would seem like a joke. Then Wangfan recalled the whole incident. Chu Nantian invited him to the auto show and spent 9.8 billion to buy 30 luxury cars. The Lamborghini Veneno he drove was damaged by Qin Bingbing. At this time, Zhang Jiakang, who hated him to the core, came with the Qin brothers and sisters. It was obvious that this was a trap set against him. In this scheme, Chu Nantian was the bait, and Qin Bingbing used the manipulation of lures to damage her previous car, so she had to use the newly bought cars, which were also tampered with. When it accelerates at full speed or turns sharply, even if it is not hit by the car behind, it will malfunction. At such a high speed, even if a part is knocked off, it can be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Thinking of this, Wangfan broke out in a cold sweat. These bastards were really cruel. I was too trusting. I believed Chu Nantian after just one transaction. This damn guy actually colluded with others to set up a scheme. Now we don't have to worry about whether we win or not, but how to save our lives. After all, there were 6 cars chasing him from behind. Wangfan knew that at this time he could only rely on his driving skills and the godly critical hit system, otherwise he would not be able to finish this lap and would be buried in this problematic car. At this time, he has remembered the martial arts within 10 billion that he had seen before. The most cost-effective one is Xiaoyao Lingyunbu. With its speed and his physical fitness that is 5 times that of an ordinary person, he believes that he should be able to avoid this disaster. At the same time, this martial art will become faster as his strength increases. Under the control of Wangfan's consciousness, he directly purchased Xiaoyao Lingyunbu worth 9.8 billion godly rich value in the Godly Rich Value Mall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having the skill Xiaoyao Lingyunbu for the first time, completing the hidden task, and obtaining a reward of 1 trillion. It has been deposited into your Supreme Dragon card, please check it. The phone in by Jie's office rang. She raised her delicate hand and answered the phone. Hello. President, I'm Li Fei from the finance department. Another 1 trillion has come into the account of Wang Xiao, our bank's largest customer. After verification, all of it is legal and compliant. Okay, I understand. When Bai Jie heard the news, she tried her best to calm herself down. But after hanging up the phone, she felt difficulty breathing and her chest kept rising and falling. A big question mark rose in her mind: what kind of power is behind this Wangfan? At the same time, a deep desire appeared in his eyes, that is, the desire to possess Wangfan. At this moment, Wangfan was not too surprised by the sudden increase of 1 trillion. There was a lot of information about Xiaoyao Lingyunbu in his mind, which made him feel like his brain was about to explode. Is this the difference between the technique and body modification? He didn't quite understand, but he had trouble with the bend ahead, because his head felt like it was exploding, so his speed naturally dropped. The car behind him hit him directly. He couldn't care less now. He could only get through this adaptation period quickly, otherwise his car would be damaged by the car behind. So he endured the headache and started driving directly outside the runway. Anyway, he had made up his mind not to compete for that damn first place. Saving his life was the most important thing. As long as these racing drivers hired by Zhang Jiakang can destroy Wangfan's car and prevent him from getting first place, each of them will receive a bonus of 10 million yuan. So when these people saw Wangfan's car being knocked off the runway, they turned around and followed it. After all, that was 10 million, which was enough to buy a nice house in Shanghai and live a middle-class life. Seeing this, Zhang Jiakang also turned the steering wheel sharply. This section of road had at least 3 fewer turns than they expected, which was really beyond his expectations. Judging from the first turn, Wangfan's racing skills were still quite high. However, even if it did not reach the expected trajectory, it was enough to kill Wangfan here. Immediately use the communication device you carry with you and give the corresponding orders through the headset. Cut off the broadcast signal immediately. The target ran off the track ahead of time. Hurry over here and attack together to kill him. After Zhang Jiakang gave the order, everyone who was still in the stands was dumbfounded because the big screen in front of them went black. Damn it, what's going on? They've made me so confused, what's going on? The Pagani drove off the track and all the cars behind it followed. Damn, this is definitely a conspiracy. Wangfan, please don't get into any accidents. I hope you can return safely. After the Pagani was hit twice, Wangfan finally got over the exploding headache, but the scene in front of him made him feel a headache again. 4 cars surrounded his Pagani from all sides, and were refueling desperately. Fortunately, this Pagani was a convertible, so Wangfan opened the convertible directly. He lightly tapped the driving seat with his foot, and his body glided in the air like a flying kite. At this time, Wangfan's Pagani had been deformed by the 4 racing cars. Wangfan's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. Since they wanted to kill his life, they were his sworn enemies. Chapter 121 Zhang Jiakang reveals his trump card. Wangfan is surrounded and killed. To put it bluntly, the products produced by the system must be high quality, and this is absolutely true. At this time, Wangfan possessed the Xiaoyao Lingyangbu, which is equivalent to possessing Qinggong in modern times. Not only has his jumping ability made a qualitative leap, he can also glide in the air. However, he is definitely not able to fly in the air. However, even so, it makes ordinary people stunned. Just like the person who drove the car and hit Wangfan, and Zhang Jiakang who was in the car with a terrified look on his face. Fuck, how did he do that? Is he still a human? Zhang Jiakang doubted his own eyes. Didn't they say that after the founding of the country, animals are not allowed to become spirits? Why did I meet a birdman who turned into a human form? At this time, Zhang Jiakang had the idea of escaping, because Wangfan's performance had exceeded his understanding. Before his backup plan came, escaping was the most correct choice. So he quickly turned the steering wheel, but because he was going too fast and his mentality was a little bad, he turned the steering wheel a little too hard, and in his panic the car flipped over several times. Fortunately, the car finally landed on all 4 wheels. He calmed himself down and was about to step on the accelerator to rush out when he saw Wangfan gliding over and kicking the windshield open. How is this possible? This windshield is bulletproof. Even if a bullet hits it, it would only leave a small crack at most. But now it was shattered by a kick from the monster Wangfan. Zhang Jiakang was also very decisive. He knew that if he continued to stay in the car, he would only die, so he opened the door and ran away without thinking. At this time, there were 3 luxury cars in the distance, rushing towards this direction at lightning speed. If their mission failed due to the change of the target location, it would be the greatest insult to them. Mr. Zhang, you teamed up with the Qin and Chu families to set up this killing trap for me. Wangfan stood on the roof of the car like a cold king, looking at Zhang Jiakang who was rolling on the ground. It seems that I was too kind to you, which led to you jumping off the wall and killing me. Originally, I wanted to turn your Zhang family into ordinary people and give you a chance to live. But since you insist on seeking death, I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. After saying that, he stepped again, jumped high up from the roof of the car and rushed directly towards Zhang Jiakang. Wangfan, you can't kill me, you have wronged me, this matter has nothing to do with me. Zhang Jiakang didn't want to die. He hadn't had enough good days in his life, how could he die? Please give me some time and listen to my explanation. Then I will give you something good that will allow you to control half of the entertainment industry. This sentence is quite powerful. After all, he has a girlfriend, Long Piao, who is in the entertainment industry. In order to prevent her from being contaminated by the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry, Wangfan is definitely going to set up an entertainment company. Now Zhang Jiakang says he has control over half of the entertainment industry. If he can get his hands on it, it will be like having a handy handle. You'd better not play tricks on me. Wangfan warned again, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. Don't worry, Master Wang. Under such circumstances, even if I were to be very brave, I would not dare to deceive you. Zhang Jiakang opened a video, handed the phone to Wangfan, then he stepped back and kept a certain distance from Wangfan. The video begins with everyone wearing masks and attending a dance party. Every man is wearing a formal suit and the women are wearing low-cut evening gowns. Combined with various masks and shapes, it is also unique. However, Wangfan did not have the patience to continue looking at these things. After all, these masks covered the faces and it was impossible to tell who was who. So Wangfan pulled the progress bar. Damn, Wangfan was so scared that he almost dropped his phone to the ground. There were several men and women in a room, doing some disgusting things together. These people seemed to have no sense of shame and just started practicing openly. Among them, Wangfan saw a familiar face. That was the wild little cat who talked to Bobo about car PK last time. Wow, it completely overturned Wangfan's 3 views. When I pulled the progress bar again, all the shots were like this. It was indeed as Zhang Jiakang said, this not only involved the entertainment industry, but also the internet celebrity circle. Even after seeing Qin Lei, Wangfan seemed to understand why the Qin family had joined this time. He never expected that the second son of the Qin family not only liked to play with cars, but also liked that thing. If Zhang Jiakang showed this video to Qin Lei would have no choice but to take action against Wangfan. It turned out that this thing could control people, but it was not just the entertainment industry, even the rich second-generation circle could be easily controlled. Suddenly Wangfan felt danger coming from 3 directions behind him. He quickly turned and moved back to the Maybach S680 Pullman and used it as a cover so that the opponent would not be able to double-team him. But as soon as he got next to the Maybach, he felt a greater danger approaching him rapidly. Wangfan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and could no longer care about anything else. He adjusted the Xiaoyaling Yunbu in his body to the limit and rushed towards the direction where Zhang Jiakang was. Because according to Wangfan's judgment, these 3 dangerous auras must be related to Zhang Jiakang. In this case, he might as well drag him down with him. Not long after Wangfan flew past, he heard a huge explosion and the Maybach S680 Pullman had turned into a sea of fire. Wangfan looked back at the scene with lingering fear. 10 MDs got off the racing car, and one of them was actually carrying a Russian 9K-38 portable anti-aircraft missile launcher. Damn it, he would do anything to kill him, even using such heavy weapons. It was during this moment of distraction that Zhang Jiakang once again exerted all his strength and ran towards the group of people. At this time, the burly man carrying the large portable anti-aircraft missile launcher had thrown it aside. After all, this thing requires a special rocket to use, and they probably only prepared one this time. But at this moment, another blonde woman was holding a sniper rifle and shooting at Wangfan. Fortunately, Wangfan's physical fitness has improved through the system. All indicators are 5 times the limit of ordinary people, and his sensitivity to danger is unmatched by ordinary people. Therefore, even if he was targeted, Wangfan could rely on his body instincts and the Xiaoyaling Yunbu to avoid the fate of being shot in the head. However, this made Wangfan seem very passive. He didn't expect that these people were so unethical and used such a powerful and lethal weapon on him right away. Zhang Jiakang's feeling of uneasiness disappeared when he ran behind a strong man. Wangfan, you are really lucky. The car malfunction didn't kill you, and even the rocket didn't kill you. Zhang Jiakang raised his tail again and said, however, even if you have extraordinary abilities, under such fire suppression, you will only die. Hurry up and surrender. I will let them leave you a whole body. Chapter 122, LV Juinua's shooting failed, 3 assassins besieged Wangfan. Please give 5-star praise, thank you. Those who shot at Wangfan with guns did not pose a threat to him. What really made Wangfan feel dangerous were the 3 foreigners standing at the back. So Wangfan had to keep an eye on the movements of the 3 people while dodging the bullet attacks. Damn, is this guy a gymnast? How can he run so fast? I think he's like a loach, so slippery that shooting him like we're doing won't work at all. Fuck, if this was in the PUBG game, I could just shoot him in the head with one shot. This guy is too hard to kill. The 3 people at the back looked at each other and saw greedy desire in each other's eyes. Because the body skills displayed by Wangfan are definitely top-level skills. If they possess such body skills, fighting against opponents of higher levels will no longer be a luxury. If you really can't win, you can use this special body movement to escape, and then you will be invincible. Then his ranking among killers will surely be among the top 10, and his net worth will skyrocket. I didn't expect that taking on this mission would bring me unexpected gains. Wangfan knew that if he continued to fight with them, he would have no choice but to surrender, so he might as well take advantage of his remaining energy and run away. Otherwise, he would always be someone else's moving target and would be shot in the head sooner or later. He did it as soon as he thought of it. After dodging a gunshot, Wangfan rolled on the ground and ran away. It was as fast as a cheetah and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Then the group of people holding guns were all dumbfounded. Is this the speed of a human being? It was completely beyond their imagination. Even if Bolt was faster than him, he would have to lag behind him. They didn't care about that anymore and immediately got on their cars to chase after Wangfan. The three people who were at the end looked at each other again, and one of them took the lead and said, "Let's split up and block the other party so that he can't escape." Wangfan took out his phone while running and called Han Shenggong, the boss of the Dragon Soul Hall in the Magic City. He said angrily, "Old Han, how do you manage the Magic City? Is the Magic City so open now? People can carry guns and rockets at will." He. Han Shenggong smiled cunningly. "We have already found the person who posted a reward for your family on the dark web last time. Humph, by the time you guys investigate, I would have been killed. I already know it was the Zhang family where Zhang Jiakang is. They failed to target my family last time, so this time they started a new round of siege against me." "That's right. So I thought, instead of being led by them by the nose, it would be better to use you as bait to lure them out so that we can catch them all in one fell swoop. So I didn't stop them from bringing weapons into the racetrack to surround and kill you." Fuck. Wangfan couldn't help but swear. "Old Han, I'm a weak chicken with no strength to even tie a chicken. You're going to kill me like this? Stop talking nonsense. Send someone to rescue me. There are 3 people here. I feel like there's danger. Send someone to rescue me." "Okay, I'll lead the team over there and catch them all in one fell swoop." After hanging up the phone, Wangfan picked up 2 handfuls of stones and put them in his pocket. No matter how fast he was, he could not be as fast as those racing cars that drank gas. After all, his current strength was still a little weak. You can't just keep avoiding the attack, you have to fight back when the attack comes. So he quickly hid behind the billboard as his cover, and took out a few stones from his pocket and held them in his hand. When the racing cars approached, Wangfan directly threw the stones in his hand. Accelerated by a force 5 times the human limit, the stone flew towards the windshield of the racing car like a bullet. With a loud bang, a crack was directly smashed into the windshield. After the attack, Wangfan immediately left the place. After all, he didn't want to be a living target for these people. Then the sound of gunfire was heard and the bullet went straight through the billboard. After several rounds of attacks, one of the assassins on the racing car side found Zhang Jiakang and said, "You can't kill him like this. His strength is beyond your imagination. Stop struggling in vain. Tell your men to stop. Let us professionals handle this." To be honest, Zhang Jiakang couldn't control any of the 2 groups of people he called. According to his original plan, after they crashed Wangfan's car, Lu Junyue led his men to shoot Wangfan. If Wangfan could escape death, then the killers his father hired from the dark web would surround and kill Wangfan. In this way, the 3 insurances would definitely ensure that Wangfan would die. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Wangfan did not play by the rules. He stopped competing first and drove the car off the track, forcing them to advance their plan. The 2 groups of people met together. The 3 killers on the dark web also wanted to see how strong Wangfan was. Unexpectedly, they found that the opponent was not only a warrior, but also had a set of physical skills that made them jealous. Lu Junyue looked at the black foreigner in front of him. He was not very interested in him to begin with. Now that he was asked to stop, he said disdainfully, "Black guy, this is my home ground. You asked me to stop. Did you fucking ask about the gun in my hand?" As he spoke, he pointed the gun at the black killer, who snorted disdainfully and moved his body slightly. In the blink of an eye, he snatched the gun from Lu Junyue's hand, and then he bent the gun barrel and turned it into a piece of scrap metal. "Fuck, you're a warrior?" Lu Junyue raised his hand and slapped Zhang Jiakang in the face, saying, "You've already found a warrior, why are you looking for me? This is like taking off your pants to fart. Stop fighting, let's quietly enjoy the duel between warriors." Zhang Jiakang had no idea what a warrior was and what a non-warrior was. He only had one idea in mind, which was to kill Wangfan. So he spent 50 million yuan to invite Lu Junyue, who who was known as the underground prince of the Magic City. He didn't expect that these guys who were usually so powerful would be so useless facing Wangfan, who had no weapons in his hands. Being slapped in the face also made him realize that the person his father hired was a very powerful warrior. When did that damn Wangfan become a warrior? It was really unfair. Why wasn't he a powerful warrior? 3 foreigners were seen rushing towards Wangfan like a cannonball. The billboard that Wangfan regarded as a hiding place was as smooth as a flat ground for them. Wangfan threw the stones in his hand at the 3 of them frantically, but they had no lethality to them and they dodged them by turning sideways. Boy, stop doing those useless things. If you want to survive today, there is only one way to go. That way? Hand over your skills, or you will die. In the territory of Dragon Country, you are so arrogant, you will die miserably. Kill. Chapter 123. Wangfan was poisoned and Carton was stabbed. The best defense is offense. Wangfan took the lead in attacking the female killer. After all, in Wangfan's impression, no matter how powerful a woman is, there is still a certain gap in strength compared to men. Handsome man, you have a bad eye for women. Elisha said to Wangfan with a smile, I am not the vase you think I am. I can be manipulated by a self-righteous man like you. Just when Wangfan was about to approach her, a fire dragon spewed out of her mouth and rushed towards Wangfan's face. Fuck. Wangfan was shocked and quickly turned around to avoid it. You foreign old woman really have no martial ethics. Have you ever learned the Qinxiang unique skill of fire breathing in my dragon country? The only answer Wangfan got was a giggle and a cold wind from the side. The 1.9 meter tall white man, Louis, kicked Wangfan in the kidney with a whip kick. If he was kicked, Wangfan would be completely ruined. Without a good kidney, it is like a racing car without an engine, just a decoration. So Wangfan had no time to put out the fire on his head, and he quickly changed the direction of his escape. As soon as he changed direction, he was greeted by a huge black fist. If he was hit by this, there would be no need to put out the fire, as his head would also be blown apart. At this critical moment, Wangfan's body flexibility was fully demonstrated. He dodged the attacks of the black and white men by bending down incredibly close to the ground. Then he somersaulted on the spot and used the grass to put out the fire on his head, otherwise it would have really burned his scalp. He grabbed Ji Lishabai's leg with his left hand and punched her with his right hand. With the sound of breaking bones, Ji Lishabai let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell to the ground. No one expected such a change. Ji Lishabai was also a ruthless person. She opened her mouth and spit out 3 flying needles. Wangfan was also convinced by this foreign woman. How could she hide so many things in her mouth? If she kissed her boyfriend, he would be so unhappy that he would kill her. Wangfan narrowly dodged 2 flying needles, but one of them pierced his right arm. The area that looked like a mosquito bite quickly turned black, and it was obvious that the flying needle was poisonous. At this life-and-death moment, Wangfan did not have the courage to break his arm directly to stop the spread of the venom, so he pounced on Ji Lishabai like a mad dog. Without caring about anything, he punched her twice in front of her body. It was obvious that most of her ribs were broken, and now she even felt pain when breathing. The man from the Dragon Country in front of me is so rich and inhumane that he can be so cruel to a woman. Wangfan didn't care about anything else and directly put his already black arm to Ji Lishabai's mouth. He squeezed hard with his left hand and the black blood flowed into Ji Lishabai's mouth. Only then did Wangfan reveal a smug smile on his face. He then looked at the 2 foreigners, black and white, who were surrounding him and said, if you don't want her to die, get out of here. Louis said to Wangfan coldly, if you don't want to die, teach me the body movement you used, otherwise you will definitely die. It is obvious that these 2 male killers don't care about the life or death of this so-called female killer at all. If you want the body technique, you can, but let me detoxify first. Otherwise, I will never give you the technique even if I die. Wangfan said fiercely, also, my technique is growth-oriented. Its speed will become faster as your strength improves. It is possible for you to fly in the air when you reach a certain level. These words made the 2 foreigners, black and white, have golden lights in their eyes. If they could not use such a mysterious skill for themselves, it would be the biggest regret in their life. Boy, you'd better not play tricks, otherwise you will die without a complete body. The black foreigner Katan said, don't just feed Elisha the white poisonous blood, let her tell you where the antidote is. Wangfan then looked down and saw that Elisha's face had started to turn black. If she continued like this, she would probably die soon. Why don't you take out the antidote? Do you want to die here? Ji Lishabai raised her hand with difficulty and pointed to the antidote which was on her body. This made Wangfan feel sick. The place where the antidote was placed was too weird. Even if he got it, he wouldn't be able to swallow it. And that old man Han, I donated 10 billion to him and asked him to send someone to rescue me, but he still hasn't come when I'm almost dying. It's really infuriating. Wangfan didn't know why, but he always felt that Yi Lishabai was in danger, so he said to the black man, "Come over and help me. Take out the antidote," as she said. The big black man had been coveting Yi Lishabai for some time, but he knew that the other party was an expert in using poison and he could die if he was not careful, so he had been suppressing his impulse. He didn't expect that he would have a chance of close contact while performing the mission. To put it bluntly, he didn't want Yi Lishabai to die like this, so he had to use her up anyway. So at Wang Fan's invitation, he squatted down without any hesitation and reached out to unbutton Yi Lisha's white clothes. According to the tips she gave me before, I went to look for the so-called antidote. It should be said that the skin of people who practice martial arts is not comparable to that of ordinary people, it is especially tight. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his hand and immediately pulled his hand out. Blood oozed out of his hand and his back was instantly wet with sweat. He felt a numbness rapidly sweeping through his body. "MD, you dare to trick me." The angry Cotton kicked Yi Lishabai's other leg. There was another cracking sound, and she could no longer walk. At this moment, a knife pierced through Carton's lower back and pierced his belly button. He looked down at the blade, then turned around and said angrily, "Lewis, you actually plotted against me." Lewis sneered, "Stupid bee, don't you know there's an old saying in Dragon Country, lust is like a knife above your head? You actually dared to have the idea of being poisonous like Yi Lishabai, you are really courting death. It's better if you die. That mysterious body movement technique will be mine alone." Lewis said complacently, "When I enter the top 10, I will burn paper to tell you the good news." As he spoke, he pulled out a knife and stabbed Carton a few more times until he was completely out of breath. Wangfan didn't expect that these foreigners could turn against him, but it was a good thing as it saved him a lot of trouble. "Do you know the consequences of offending me?" Wangfan said coldly, "It's a life worse than death." With a little force, Wangfan crushed the biceps on Yi Lishabai's right hand into a comminuted fracture. "Where is the antidote? Don't play tricks on me again, or I will let you die slowly in endless pain." Chapter 124 Depressed Yi Lishabai, Crazy Dragon Shield. Yi Lishabai was really wronged. It was true that she had used a poison needle to assassinate Wangfan, but she also wanted to help him detoxify. There was a snake kept under her, and as long as Wangfan was bitten by the snake, the poison in his body would be naturally cured. But Wangfan didn't believe her at all and asked the damn Black Cardon to take action. Cardon had not been poisoned before, but he would naturally be poisoned after being bitten by the snake. As he was attacked by the poisonous snake and was ambushed by Lewis, it can be said that Cotton's death was not unjust at all. But Wangfan, this vicious guy, thought that she was going to harm him further, so he crushed her arm again in anger. It can be said that she is now a useless person with no fighting ability at all, and even has difficulty speaking. But she had no choice but to tell him. Given Wangfan's character, he would most likely continue to torture her until she couldn't bear it anymore and committed suicide. When Wangfan looked at her other arm, she endured the great pain in her chest and said loudly, "To detoxify, you need to let my snake bite you once, and the poison in your body will naturally be detoxified." After she finished speaking, a whistle sounded, and the little green snake hidden in Yi Lishabai's body crawled out of her body. Wangfan stretched out his hand and pinched Yi Lishabai's neck directly. "If you lie to me, I will break your neck one by one and make you live a life worse than death." Yi Lishabai was really impressed by this Lao Lu. He was too cautious. Was it necessary for her to play tricks on him when she was in such a mess? "Don't worry, I won't." Wangfan stretched out his poisoned arm, and the little snake crawled on it. Instead of eating him directly, it slowly crawled to the place where Wangfan was pierced by the poison needle, spit out its tongue and bit him. You won't believe it, this thing is icy cold, and the dizziness from before disappeared in an instant. Just as Wangfan was about to kill the little green snake with a snap of his fingers, it seemed to be full and quickly crawled into Yi Lishabai's mouth and disappeared. Wangfan was also impressed by this foreign woman. She reminded him of the legends in Miaojiang. Could it be that she had lived there since she was a child and learned the art of witchcraft? With this thought in mind, Wangfan did not kill Yi Lishabai. Who knows what kind of poison is hidden in this woman's body? If she explodes before dying and then gets poisoned again, she will really die. Wangfan quickly pulled out the phoenix hairpin that was inserted in Yi Lisha's white hair and threw it towards Lewis, but unfortunately he did not hit him. Facing Wangfan's inconsistency, Lewis's anger burned fiercely. He knew that Wangfan's speed was beyond his reach, so his only advantage was close combat with Wangfan. After all, he was a martial artist of the 6th level of internal strength, while Wangfan, in his eyes, was only at the peak of the 9th level of external strength. So if it was a one-on-one fight, he was completely confident that he could defeat Wangfan. "Boy, you dare to go back on your word. I will kill you today." The big knife that stabbed Cotton to death was wielded vigorously in Lewis's hand. Even if people were not cut by the blade, the dancing blade could still hurt them. However, these could not pose a problem for Wangfan. When he used the Xiaoyao Lingyanbu with all his strength, even though Lewis was 3 or 6 realms higher than Wangfan, he was still able to escape unscathed from the fierce attack. It was at this time that a helicopter appeared in the sky, which made Wangfan happy. With reinforcements coming, Lewis would not be able to jump around for long. It was similar to what Wangfan thought, because there were 3 sniper rifles on the helicopter, aiming at Lewis for decapitation. This put Lewis in a passive position all of a sudden. He now felt a little regretful for killing Cotton too early. If the black guy was still there, he could help him attract some firepower. But now he was completely suppressed. As a bullet hit the blade in his hand, a crack appeared on the knife. He knew that he didn't have much time left and it was time to escape. After all, these dragon people are too unethical to actually send a sniper to deal with him. Currently, his realm has not reached the level of releasing internal energy, and he can't resist the attacks of these hot weapons at all. Lewis knew that the mission was going to fail, so he tried his best to get back into the car and escape. But at this moment, 2 more helicopters flew over. One of the helicopters was clearly of a different style than the previous ones, and used different firepower as well, as rockets appeared from one of the helicopters. Just as Lewis was about to escape to the car, a rocket came and blew the racing car to pieces. Lewis was also nearly killed by the sudden explosion and lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Wangfan's tense heart was finally relaxed. After getting off the helicopter, Old Han walked up to Wangfan and said, "I called your dragon shield before I came here. Don't tell me that your dragon shield equipment is really like this." As he said this, several more helicopters appeared in the sky and started firing at the location where Zhang Jiakong and his group were previously located. Needless to say, with such a fierce style, he is definitely not a member of the Dragon Soul Palace. In Wangfan's eyes, this is definitely a bit of a lawless dragon shield. Zhang Jiakong, Lu Junyue and others all ran towards Wangfan and his group with their heads covered. "Old Han, I was almost poisoned to death by these killers just now." Wangfan rolled up his sleeves to show the place where he was bitten by the snake. "This is all because of your inaction. Tell me how to compensate me." Han Shenggong walked around Wangfan once, then put his nose close to the injured part of Wangfan's arm and sniffed it hard. With a smirk on his face, he said, "Wangfan, you're bald now, but you haven't become any smarter. Even your lies seem so clumsy. You even said that you were almost killed just now. I think you're in ecstasy. You still want me, an old man, to compensate you? For a rich man like you, I can't think of anything I can give you as compensation. Otherwise, I'll give you my granddaughter." "Well, no, your lifestyle is problematic. If my granddaughter follows you and gets infected with some dirty disease, then I, as a grandfather, will be to blame." To be honest, Wangfan was a little confused by what Old Man Han said. He reached out and touched the other person's forehead, and found that he didn't have a fever. Why was he talking nonsense that he couldn't understand? "Old Han, are you trying to confuse me? I am a clean and honest young man. I have nothing to do with the lifestyle issues I'm talking about. And is your granddaughter pretty?" Since Old Man Han wanted to disgust him, Wangfan didn't mind turning the tables. Han Shenggong raised Wangfan's injured arm with disdain and said, "What are you smelling? I've been doing this for most of my life, and I'm very familiar with this smell. You said your private life is not messy, so where did you get the smell of a woman from?" If it was in the past, Wangfan would definitely not be able to smell the feminine scent that Old Man Han was talking about, but now Wangfan and Long Pia Piao have had sex in Wushan. Chapter 125, Revenge from Wangfan. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Wangfan's face changed again and again. He was so unlucky. It must be the little green snake. It was crawling all over his arm, and it came out from that place where Yilishabai was. "Hey, Old Man Han is dying." Wangfan's face turned red and sweat began to form on his forehead. "I feel like the poison in my arm just now has not been completely eliminated." Han Shenggong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. After all, Wangfan looked very uncomfortable, so he moved forward and looked at his arm again. At this moment, Wangfan directly put the wound caused by the snake bite on Old Man Han's face. Then he performed the Xiaoyao Lingyun step and quickly distanced himself from Old Man Han. He then burst into laughter and said, "Old Man Han, how does the foreign girl taste? Ha 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 ha. I am a man of great loyalty. I will definitely share the happiness with you." Old Man Han knew he had been fooled and was so angry. This guy was really not a good person. Hi 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 hi. This fishy smell is so strong. This foreign girl must have an inflammation. After vomiting, Han Shanggong was not a pushover either, and he immediately chased after Wang Fan. What made him feel strange was that he had raised his internal strength realm from the 3rd level to the 5th level by exchanging cultivation resources with the headquarters during this period of time, and he thought he could easily defeat Wang Fan this time. Who would have thought that Wang Fan's ghostly steps would make him as slippery as a loach and impossible to catch? This kid must have been hiding his abilities when he fought with me last time, otherwise, I would have been able to be invincible just by using his elusive body movements. The old man and the child chased each other for a while before they stopped. What are you going to do about this family that framed you? Cut the grass at its roots. Wang Fan said firmly, to be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. It just so happens that I don't have a tendency to self-abuse. It's not impossible. Han Shanggong pondered for a while and said, but don't be too impulsive or do things in a one-size-fits-all manner. The Zhang, Qin, Shu, and Lu families attacked you this time. The mastermind was the Zhang family. The other 3 families were just part of the Zhang family's plan to deal with you. If you remove the Qin, Shu, and Lu families from the list, you will inevitably be criticized, and it will also inevitably have a certain impact on the situation in the Magic City. I'm not saying this to stop you from doing anything, but I hope you can think about the long term instead of focusing on the immediate future. After Zhang Jiakang and the others were captured, Wang Fan walked up to him and slapped him several times in the face, then grabbed his neck and lifted him up alive. Zhang Jiakang was having difficulty breathing and his eyeballs were about to pop out. He kept trying to pry Wang Fan's hands apart with his hands and struggled with his legs, but it was all in vain. When his face turned black and blue, Wang Fan threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Zhang Jiakang touched his neck and gasped for breath. He was really scared to death. When Wang Fan walked up to Lu Junyue, he sneered and said, I don't know how Zhang Jiakang tricked you into doing this to me. Since you've already shot me, you and I are an irreconcilable enemy, so you can go and die. Just as Wang Fan was about to reach out to Lu Junyue, he was obviously panicked and said in a stuttering accent, You can't kill me, otherwise my father will never let you go, and the entire Black Dragon gang will be your nightmare. For a person who always brings up his parents to pressure others when something happens, he is a coward. Wang Fan will not tolerate him and slaps him in the face. Is the Black Dragon gang very powerful? Wang Fan asked, Is it as powerful as my dragon shield? Is your father very powerful? Is he as powerful as a martial artist with the 6th level of internal energy? When you decide to be used as a gun, you should be prepared to be beaten to death. Why do you kill others but not let others kill you? All the good things in this world have been taken by you bunch of rubbish. Wang Fan stretched out his hand, and a Browning 1900 pistol appeared in his hand. He said to Lu Junyue and the others coldly, Next time you reincarnate, give some gifts to the King of Hell and ask him to give you a good brain. Otherwise, you will not live to see the end of your life. Lu Junyue is regretting his life to death now. He really didn't expect that he would lose his life for 50 million yuan. Dignity is not important at all at this moment. He is really scared because he truly feels that Wang Fan is not just trying to scare them. I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I will make sure that the Zhang family will die without a burial place. I will clean up the Zhang family, so you don't have to do anything. If you have any regrets, go to hell and tell the King of Hell. Pa. The Browning 1900 magazine can hold 7 bullets, which is just right for the 7 of them, including Lu Junyue, to go see the King of Hell with 1 peanut each. Xin Lei and the others on the side were already trembling with fear. How dare Wang Fan do that? He actually killed 7 people in front of so many of them, one of whom was the prince of the Black Dragon gang, Lu Junyue. If this gets out, the underground forces in Magic City will definitely go crazy. After all, the Black Dragon gang controls the entire underground world of Magic City, and Lu Junyue's father Lu Badian is the real underground emperor. Legend has it that he has reached the 5th level of internal energy. Even the people from the Dragon Soul Palace and the Magic City do not dare to compete with him, because the boss of the Dragon Soul Palace's Magic City headquarters is only a warrior of the 3rd level of internal energy, and they cannot defeat him at all. Just like that, Wangfan's ignorant plan directly destroyed Liu Beixian's only son. I really can't imagine what kind of bloody storm will be set off. When Xu Nantian saw Wangfan pick up a loaded pistol and walk towards him, he immediately became scared and knelt on the ground. Master Wang, I was wrong. Xu Nantian only had one thing in mind at this time, which was to save his life. He didn't want to become a dead soul like Liu Junyue. I shouldn't have listened to Master Qin's instigation and helped them to invite you here in the name of selling luxury cars. At the same time, I also tampered with your car at the suggestion of Master Zhang. I know the harm I have done to you. I would not regret dying 1,000 times, but I don't want to die. Can you please forgive me this time for the sake of our good relationship? From now on, I will follow your lead. Wangfan snorted coldly and said, Xu Nantian, I've been very kind to you, haven't I? The first time I bought a car from you, I spent nearly 200 million, and this time it was 8.5 billion, the total of the 2 times is nearly 10 billion. You are an ungrateful person, why should I keep you around? Bang! Another shot made Xu Nantian see his great-grandmother. At this time, the Qin brothers and sisters were already trembling with fear, and Zhang Jiakang had already fainted from fright. This was too terrifying. However, everyone in Longdun was very excited. They didn't expect that their boss would do things so cleanly and efficiently without any drag. Han Shanggong on the side kept shaking his head. Wangfan really ignored his words and didn't listen at all. Chapter 126 Qin Bingbing sacrificed herself to save her brother. Wangfan asked for another 200 billion. Wangfan, all of this is Zhang Jiakang's doing. Qin Bingbing completely lost her arrogance as a young lady. She clasped her hands together and bowed to Wangfan. My brother was deceived by him, so he caused trouble for you. Please give me another chance. I promise he won't bother you again. Qin Bingbing, what can you guarantee? Wangfan stared at Qin Bingbing coldly and asked, do you know what kind of person your second brother, whom you risked your life to protect, is in private? Qin Bingbing felt the terrible chill coming from Wangfan, and she was very afraid that her second brother would be separated from her forever. After all, there were the bloody lessons of Lu and Chu, so when Wangfan said he would kill you, he really meant it. Since she was a child, her second brother has always taken good care of her. Every time she was bullied at school, he would rush to get her back when he knew about it, and she only needed to stand behind him to avoid being caught in the wind and rain outside. Thinking of this, Qin Bingbing felt an inexplicable pain in her chest and her breathing became rapid. When Wangfan asked her what guarantee she had, Qin Bingbing's mind was in a mess. Money certainly wouldn't work, because Wangfan was richer than all the rich second generations in Shanghai combined, and his status seemed to be higher than that of the Qin family in Shanghai. After all, he is the boss of Dragon Shield, the largest security organization in Dragon Country, so he has the confidence to confront the Black Dragon Gang head-on. Even if the prince of the Black Dragon Gang offends him, he cannot escape the fate of being eaten peanuts. For a man, what he pursues in his life is nothing more than money, power, and women. Thinking of this, Qin Bingbing gritted her teeth, as if she had made a big decision. She walked to Wangfan without hesitation and resolutely, stood on tiptoes and kissed him directly. Wangfan didn't expect Qin Bingbing to do this to her. He could clearly feel that this was Qin Bingbing's first kiss, otherwise why would her teeth always bump into hers, unlike the one he was having with Long Pia Piao now, which was as smooth as a dragon entering the sea. Although it was Qin Bingbing's first kiss, she tried very hard, trying to pry open Wangfan's mouth and prove that she was capable of doing it. In the process, tears flowed uncontrollably. Oh, this is Qin, the campus beauty from Shanghai University, the goddess of all the sycophants. If people from their school saw this scene, they would definitely scold Wangfan. After all, school beauty Qin has been so proactive, why is he still pretending to be an innocent boy? Wangfan also realized that Qin Bingbing was a stubborn person. If you didn't let her achieve her goal, she would stick with you all day. In that case, why not make some profit from Qin Bingbing first? Wangfan's tongue attacked like a long dragon, stirring Qin Bingbing, and she soon surrendered. She really didn't expect this Wangfan, who was known as the king of dog lickers in school. He is so skilled in kissing. It seems that some reports about him on the forum are all false. Qin Lei, who saw the scene from the side, honestly felt heartbroken. His sister was such a good cabbage, but she was taken away by someone right in front of him. Under normal circumstances, he would have fought without hesitation until his head was broken and he could no longer move. But now he didn't dare to move at all, otherwise a peanut would fly over from somewhere and take his life. He would also be letting down his sister's efforts. He cannot be so selfish as to ignore his sister's dedication. At the same time, he hated Zhang Jiakang in his heart. None of the Zhang family were good people. They invited him to the party they hosted and even took secret photos of him to threaten him into such a passive situation. When Wangfan left Qin Bingbing's lips, her whole body went limp. If Wangfan hadn't held her waist, she might have collapsed to the ground. After all, this indescribable feeling was the first time she had experienced it in more than 20 years. Fortunately, she still had her sanity. She looked at Wangfan seriously and asked, "Can I guarantee it myself?" Wangfan did not answer Qin Bingbing's question, but looked at Qin Yin beside him and asked, "Your sister is willing to give up her life's happiness for you, so what can you do for your sister?" As he said that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Bingbing's neck. Qin Lei was too familiar with this scene. This was how Wangfan had treated Zheng Jiakong just now, and he was almost killed. "Wangfan, you know exactly what's going on. Under such circumstances, you still attacked my sister who had no idea about it. Are you still a man? Well, I'll give you a chance. Your sister has expressed her promise to me with her actual actions. So what can you use to promise me?" When Qin Lei heard Wangfan's words, his face was filled with shock and he thought, fuck. In his heart, he really didn't expect that this half-bald guy in front of him would be so handsome. He actually has such a hobby. Is he bi? But he is a straight man. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. He stiffened his neck and said, "Wangfan, you want me to serve you? I would rather die than let you succeed. Give me a fucking peanut, I won't live any longer." When Wangfan heard this, he felt something was wrong. Damn, Qin Lei's brain circuits are really complicated. "FCK, I'm a straight man, I'll never be gay in my life, what the hell do you want?" Wangfan angrily retorted, "I'll give you one chance now, how much do you think your sister is worth?" Qin Lei said without any hesitation, "My sister is naturally priceless." "Fuck, Qin Lei, I'm giving you a chance, not to let you act out your brotherly love. I can let you live or your sister live. Name your price." 10 billion. Qin Lei calculated the assets in his hands and the money he could get from his family, and the total amount was only this much. Wangfan was so angry that he kicked Qin Lei to the ground and said angrily, "Just now you said it was a priceless treasure. Your Qin family is the leader of the 4 major families in Magic City, with assets reaching trillions. You fucking offer me 1 billion. Who are you looking down on? You wanted to kill me. You should have died like Lu Junyue and Xu Nantian. Your sister gave herself to you to save your life, but you still don't cherish it. Then you might as well die." Wangfan took out a gun from his pocket and pointed it at Qin Lei. Qin Bingbing struggled frantically at this time. "Wangfan, how can you go back on your word? You promised me to spare my brother's life. Your brother has murderous intentions towards me. If I let him go, how can I explain to the Lu and Chu families? So if you, the Qin brothers and sisters, want to survive, it is not enough to rely on your lifelong commitment. You need to give me another 200 billion, otherwise you will all die." Qin Bingbing almost fainted when she heard this amount. This was too much. This bastard Wangfan had no intention of letting them go from the beginning to the end. Chapter 127. Han Shenggong acts as a peacemaker and reaches an agreement with the Qin family. 200 billion is not a small sum for any family, even if the other party is the Qin family, the leader of the 4 major families in Magic City. To be honest, as for this request, it depends on whether the family takes the lives of these brothers and sisters seriously. Otherwise, if they encounter an evil star like Wangfan, they will really have no way out. "Qin Lei, I have already made the conditions. If you don't want to die, call home and ask them if they are willing to pay to buy your lives." Wangfan was not a person who dragged his feet, but he listened to the advice of Old Man Han. If he offended 4 families at the same time, even if he had the dragon shield and even if he was quite strong. But Wangfan has not yet reached the level of invincibility. If they become desperate and directly send some more powerful killers, he will still be in danger. It would be better to just go with the flow and give face to Old Man Han while temporarily easing the conflict with the Qin family. Among the remaining 3 families, except for the Lu family, which is a bit troublesome, the Zheng family and the Chu family should be able to easily eliminate each other. The Qin family is different, after all, they are backed by the Qin family of the imperial capital. When Qin Lei briefly explained the situation to his father Qin Muo, the other party immediately went berserk. However, when Qin Lei told him that Wangfan had killed Lu Junyue and Xu Nantian, he simply silenced the other party. In fact, for Qin Muo, the death of a son was nothing. After all, he had 3 sons, but he only had 1 daughter. Now he wanted to strangle Qin Lei to death. He just messed around outside all day long, and now he has also involved his sister. After his third son Qin Feng was sent to prison by Wangfan, he warned Qin Lei not to provoke Wangfan. After all, he learned through inquiries that Wangfan's personal worth was almost equal to their entire family's wealth. But this Qin Lei actually pretended to obey and did not listen, making the Qin family so passive now. After a long silence, he said, "We in the Qin family don't have that much cash to control. Let's ask if we can use the Qin family's assets to offset it." Qin Lei looked at Wangfan and asked, "Master Wang, your family doesn't have that much liquid funds. Can you use the family's assets to pay off the debt?" Wangfan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but the value will be determined by our assessment, not by your Qin family." Qin Lei's face turned ugly. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. If the value assessed by them was too different from the value assessed by Wangfan's team, it would be a big loss for their Qin family. This matter would be best decided by a third party that both parties trust, otherwise neither the Qin family nor Wangfan would agree. When Qin Lei was reporting the situation to his father Qin Muo, Wangfan waved to old man Han not far away. "Boy, what do you want from me, an old man?" Han Shenggong grinned slyly, as if he had seen through Wangfan's thoughts. Wangfan didn't want to continue to be entangled with the Qin family, because he still had to bring people to deal with the Lu family. He would feel uneasy if he didn't get rid of all the Lu family. "Old man Han, according to me, anyone who offends my family today will be expelled from the family." Wangfan didn't care what old man Han guessed about his thoughts. Because Wangfan wanted to tie old man Han to himself, so that when old man Han encountered any problems in the future, he would consider his own interests first, instead of giving him advice from a neutral or overall perspective. "But you asked me not to kill them all, so now I'll give you the 200 billion that the Qin family owes me. If the Qin family defaults on their debt or overestimates the value of the assets they gave me, don't blame me for not giving you face. I will come to their house in person and destroy them." Old man Han thought that Wangfan would ask him to help clean up the mess, but he never expected that Wangfan wanted him to help collect debts from the Qin family. "But I won't let you work in vain. When you get all the money back, I'll inject another 20 billion into the fund account you gave me before as your reward. How about that?" To be honest, Han Shenggong was immediately tempted. With these 20 billion, the status of their demon capital in the entire Dragon Soul Palace would be further enhanced, and then he would be able to get more rewards. By then, I can exchange more cultivation resources and make further progress. The reason why he was able to advance 2 small realms in such a short time was actually because Wangfan gave him 10 billion resources as a reward from the headquarters last time. "Okay. Han Shenggong was not a shy person, I'll help you collect the Qin family's debt." Wangfan seemed to have known that this old man Han would definitely agree, so he made a further request. As the underground emperor of the Magic City, the Lu family must have done a lot of bad things. No matter whether they have been cleansed or not, they are still guilty of the original sin. So, as the Dragon Soul Hall that maintains the Order of Brother Long, we will not sit idly by and let it continue to poison the people of the Magic City. Han Shenggong looked at Wangfan. This kid was growing up so fast. He was already standing on the moral high ground before the fight even started. He put a big hat on the Lu family and at the same time, he also set up their Dragon Soul Palace. "Now that you've said that, can I still refuse?" Old man Han said helplessly, "But when it comes to destroying the Lu family, we can't just wipe out the entire family. That would have a very bad impact. I will give you a list when the time comes. You just need to send the people on the list on their way. I will find a way to lock up the others. They will definitely not pose a threat to you." "Okay, I'll listen to you. But since you've put forward the conditions, you'll have to take care of the Zhang and Shu families but cleaning work. You are not one to take a loss, you have really mastered the art of taking advantage of others." The next thing was simple. Han Shenggong called Qin family's patriarch, Qin Muo, and told him what he knew about what happened. Having reached Qin Muo's level, he naturally knew the existence of the Dragon Soul Palace. Now that Han Shenggong has come out to guarantee it, he is more credible than anyone else. So the negotiation with the Qin family ended quickly. Wangfan looked at Qin Bingbing and said, "I have reached an agreement on compensation with your Qin family, but you are already mine. You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for not admitting my debt and then coming back to attack you." Afterwards, the 8 people to whom Wangfan gave peanuts were taken away by the people from the Dragon Soul Palace. Of course, Zheng Jiakong was also taken away by them. Wangfan called Xin Shangguang again and asked him to arrange people to surround the Lu family and not let even a fly fly out. Their dragon shield was about to go into all-out war with the Black Dragon Gang. After receiving the order, Qian Xiangguang did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and issued a 5S level task in their internal group. However, this mission is much more difficult than the last siege on Bar Crazy. After all, this time we are facing the #1 underground force in Magic City. According to Wangfan's request, they not only had to take down the Black Dragon Gang, but also take over their industries, so they tried to cause as little damage as possible during the fight. Han Shandong was not idle either. He immediately mobilized all the people from the Dragon Soul Palace and the Magic City to cooperate with Dragon Shield in this operation. Their mission this time was not to participate in it, but to supervise Dragon Shield and prevent them from doing anything too extreme. Chapter 128, Lu Badian holds a meeting, Zhuge Rui tells fortunes. In the Black Dragon Gang's office building, a group of people were holding a meeting. After looking around, Lu Badian found that his son Lu Junyue was not there. His face suddenly darkened and he asked the secretary beside him, "Where's Junyue? Why didn't he come?" "Boss Lu, I have accepted a job from the young master of the Zhang family and am going out to carry out the mission." The secretary told him what she knew. After hearing it, Lu Badian slammed the table and said, "Asshole, I told him a long time ago that we in the Black Dragon Gang have long stopped doing those kinds of fighting and killing. Are you looking for death by messing around like this? Go call the Zhang family and ask them to bring something over to apologize, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." After hearing this, the secretary cursed in his heart, "Boss, listen to what you are saying. This is a typical example of the father being allowed to set a fire but the son being forbidden to light a lamp." After receiving the task, the secretary quickly walked out of the meeting room to contact the Zhang family. Lu Badian slammed the table and continued, "Our Black Dragon group is in the process of going public. I don't want anyone to mess with me at this time. Keep your men under control, or else don't blame me for being rude." "Boss, don't worry. The brothers know the importance of this matter and will definitely not cause trouble at this critical moment and bring you into trouble. Boss, can we further expand the production of our delayed ejaculation drug? My distributor is always rushing to get the goods, and now we don't have enough to sell. Boss, the strong body pills are also in short supply. I suggest that if we cannot expand production capacity, we increase the price of the product. This will greatly increase our profits, which will be beneficial to our profit requirements when we go public. Boss, I think there is still a lot of room for development in health products. This market is much bigger than we imagined. Let's see when you can get some more prescriptions from Zhuge Gongfeng. We have a ready-made channel. As long as the product is good, we can quickly occupy the market. I hear these brothers who once fought and killed together with me now being able to speak freely and express their opinions on the development of market economy enterprises." In fact, Lu Badian was quite happy in his heart. He felt that under his leadership, the company would definitely grow bigger and stronger, be listed on the stock market, and create glory for their Black Dragon Gang. Just when Lu Badian wanted to say something, he suddenly felt like someone stabbed him in the heart. The pain made him fall off his chair. This scene shocked everyone in the meeting room. One of them said, "Go and invite Zhuge to offer sacrifices." At this time, Zhuge Gongfeng was in his exclusive office, enjoying the wonderful life in the world with the service of his personal secretary. At the critical moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. He really wanted to kill the blind guy outside. Do you know that scaring someone can kill them, let alone scaring his little kid to the point of spitting? If this guy leaves any sequelae, he will definitely wipe out the entire family. After a simple treatment, he angrily opened the door and kicked it out. "Damn it, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise you will go to see the king of hell today." One of Lu Badian's younger brothers endured the pain in his chest and pointed in the direction of the conference room and said, "Master Zhuge, the boss is in danger." Upon hearing that something had happened to Lu Badian, Zhuge Rui's face changed and he no longer bothered with this little thug. He used his martial arts to quickly fly towards the meeting room. To be honest, when the family asked Zhuge Rui to go out for training in the beginning, he was not very willing. He wanted to further pursue breakthroughs in martial arts, but since he was ranked last in the family competition, he had no choice but to accept defeat. Therefore, the important task of helping the Zhuge family expand its power in the secular world fell on him. When Zhuge Rui first came into the secular world, it was actually very difficult for him. He didn't know what he could do. "I have tried all kinds of menial jobs, including delivering takeout, screwing screws in a factory, being an extra, selling medicine, etc., but every time I tried, I was frustrated." Until one day when he was delivering a takeaway, he encountered Lu Badian who was hacked to death, and he was passively involved in this dispute. There was no way to save Lu Badian. Lu Badian saw the whole process of Zhuge Rui's actions and felt that he was definitely the best gift God had given him. So he took out 2/3 of his family assets, which was 50,000 yuan, to express his gratitude, and at the same time invited him to join his organization to start a business together. Zhuge Rui saw that Lu Badian was a very honest person, so he agreed. Later, under Zhuge Rui's training, Lu Badian and his men's boxing and kicking skills made a qualitative leap. From then on, Lu Badian embarked on the road to dominate the Magic City. Through his ruthlessness, he quickly accumulated his wealth and territory. Within a few years, Lu Badian unified the underground world of Magic City and became the emperor of the underground world of Magic City. Zhuge Rui also became a worshipper of the Black Dragon Gang. In the eyes of outsiders, his status was second only to Lu Badian. In fact, only Lu Badian knew that Zhuge Rui was the real soul of the Black Dragon Gang. Under Zhuge Rui's operation, they started the road of whitewashing and established some Chinese medicine-related companies. The products they produced were all ancient prescriptions provided by Zhuge Rui. You won't believe it, but they have really done it. They have their own ace products in the fields of healthcare products and adult healthcare. After gaining fame, they thought about going public to raise more money. There is no way around it. The Zhuge family is constantly putting pressure on Zhuge Rui because they feel that the world is changing rapidly. Maybe it won't be long before they can re-enter the world, and by then they will definitely need more money so that the Zhuge family can continue to live a life of luxury. But seeing that the matter was about to be completed soon, Lu Badian suddenly encountered problems at this time, which was something Zhuge Rui absolutely did not want to see. When he came to the conference room and felt LV Baishan's pulse, he found that everything was normal, but LV Baishan's face did not look good, so he said, "Old LV, you are overworked, you should pay more attention to rest. Come and take this chi boosting pill, you'll be well soon." At this time, the secretary came back and said, "Boss, we can't contact the young master of the Zheng family either. I just called Mr. Lu, but the phone was turned off." Lu Badian took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then looked at Zhuge Rui and said, "Brother Zhuge, please help me figure out the whereabouts of my rebellious son." Zhuge Rui counted with his fingers and his face turned ugly. Seeing this, Lu Badian immediately grabbed his hand and asked, "Brother Zhuge, what happened to you heir? Why don't you say something? Father and son are connected by heart. Your heart suddenly hurt just now. Maybe it was your father-in-law's final farewell to you." Lu Badian couldn't believe it and grabbed Zhuge Rui's arm even harder. "Brother Zhuge, you calculated wrong, right? How could you heir die? He is the only child of my Lu family." At this moment, the roar of a helicopter came from outside the window. Chapter 129. Han Shenggong confesses the truth. Wangfan changes his offensive strategy. Just as Wangfan was about to get off the helicopter, Han Shenggong grabbed his hand and said, "The reason why the Lu family can become the emperor of the underground of the Magic City is not because of the Black Dragon Gang leader Lu Badian, but because of his worshipper Zhuge Rui, a strong man from a hidden family." Wangfan's face fell instantly. This old guy had said before that he wanted to be of one mind with him and stand on his side, but it turned out that he was an ungrateful person. "Old Han, it's no fun if you say this." Wangfan was really angry. "I already beat him at his doorstep and alerted him. Why are you telling me this now? Why didn't you tell me at the racetrack?" "Alas, once you are in the martial world, you have no choice." Old man Han complained, "The Dragon Soul Hall sent me to the Magic City to be the leader, and I did it with a heavy heart. The previous leader was killed by their worshippers during the process of eradicating the Black Dragon Gang, but the other party was very careful and did not reveal any corresponding flaws. Plus, foreign warriors invaded our dragon country at that time, and all the high-end combat forces of the Dragon Soul Hall were transferred to the border to quell the war. Only then were I, a person of the first level of internal strength, sent to the Magic City to take charge of the situation. My strength is not enough to compete with Zhuge Rui, so after I came to the Magic City, I was very cautious and never had any conflicts with the Black Dragon Gang. We have been living in peace for so many years." As the Dragon Soul Hall's investigation deepened, it was discovered that the last time foreign warriors caused trouble on our border, they were linked to some hidden families in our country, including Zhuge Rui's Zhuge family. In order not to alert the enemy, we investigated all these hidden families, and for so many years, we let the Black Dragon Gang, where Zhuge Rui was, go unchecked. The top leaders of the Dragon Soul Hall feel that your sudden appearance is an opportunity. It is up to you to break the superficial balance. The Dragon Soul Hall can observe in secret and may be able to better understand the true purpose of the hidden family. This Zhuge Rui has at least the strength of the 8th level of internal energy, or even the peak of the 9th level, so you have to be careful." Han Shenggong told Wangfan everything he knew. If it's impossible, run away immediately. Saving your life is the most important thing. I will send a helicopter to take you to the headquarters of the Dragon Soul Palace in the Imperial capital. Wangfan really didn't expect that in the world of warriors, there would be such complicated relationships. And what exactly are the realms of these warriors? I'll have to find someone to ask about this later, otherwise I'll be really confused. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Wangfan took a deep breath and asked, Old Han, if Zhuge Rue is really at the peak of the 9th level of internal strength, can he withstand the attack of bullets? Or rockets? Han Shenggong thought for a moment and said, the peak of the 9th level of internal energy is still one step away from the realm of releasing internal energy, so he can't defend against hadron ammunition, but it's more than enough to dodge bullets. Hearing this, Wangfan laughed and said, Old Han, what are you afraid of? I have so many people in Dragon Shield, and everyone has a gun. If one person can't hit the target, then 10 people can attack together. If 10 people can't hit the target, then 100 people can attack together. I think by then, Zhuge Rue will be unable to escape even if he has wings. What else could Han Shenggong say? He could only give Wangfan a thumbs up. They had considered this plan before, but considering the impact on ordinary people and the fact that they couldn't explain it to the hidden family, they had to give up. But Wangfan is like a catfish that can stir up a school of sardines. He only follows his own heart and does not care about anything else. As long as he feels that the other party poses a threat to him, he will just do it. Afterwards, Wangfan gave an order to the Dragon Shield team leader, abandon the plan to attack the building, and switch to long-range attacks. First, destroy the enemy's main force, and then sweep the building to finish. Don't say anything when you meet Zhuge Rue. Just spray him with intensive firepower. He is a powerful warrior. Before you go forward to confirm whether he is dead or not, you must shoot him in the head a few more times before confirming whether he is alive or dead. Han Shenggong felt a chill after hearing this. He must never offend Wangfan again, because he could be really cruel when he got angry. Damn, where did all these helicopters come from? How can we hold a meeting with such loud noise? The boss of the Black Dragon Gang in charge of Puxi district was a man with a bad temper. He walked to the window and opened it while cursing. Do you know that this is the territory of the Black Dragon Group? Get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you. Old Han, what are you bragging about? You didn't even bring any weapons with you. What are you going to do? Are you going to use your little earthworms? Ha ha ha, Oldly, you are so mean. Bang. With a gunshot, Puxi district boss Han Guangji was shot in the head. The conference room suddenly became chaotic. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in mind, which was to escape from the conference room, otherwise there would be death. But when someone just ran to the door, before he grabbed the door handle, there was a bang sound, blood splattered everywhere, and a person fell straight down. Soon they hid on the other side of the conference room table. Everyone was in a panic, wondering who their Black Dragon Gang had offended that would cause such a big fuss to attack them. Everyone looked at the eldest brother Lu Badian, but he didn't know what to do. He had just learned from Zhuge Gongfeng that his only son might be dead. Before he could recover from the grief, he was shot again. These two things proved that his son had most likely met all the ancestors of their Lu family. Brother Zhuge, what should we do? Lu Badian knew Zhuge Rue's abilities. In such a one-sided situation, if he could survive, he would definitely have to rely on the offerings of their Black Dragon Gang. To put it bluntly, Zhuge Rue was also in a state of confusion at this time, because their Black Dragon Gang had indeed offended many people over the years, but there were only a few who had the power to dare to use guns against them in broad daylight. Suddenly his face changed drastically, because he deduced an answer that made him feel that he would definitely die here today, that is, the Dragon Soul Palace. We can't escape. Zhuge Rue said with a dead look on his face, we killed the leader of the Dragon Soul Palace in the Magic City before, which was the cause. Today's siege is the result. After hearing what Lu Badian heard, everyone was dumbfounded. One of them pretended to be crazy and said, no, I haven't lived long enough. It was you who killed the people from the Dragon Soul Hall, not us. Why should we be buried with you? What answered him was a slap from Zhuge Rue. This slap was not a simple slap, it directly blew off the opponent's head. The other person was still sitting, but his head rolled towards the wall like a ball, his wide-open eyes expressing his final anger. Instantly, no one dared to question Zhuge Rue anymore. At this moment, a loud noise came from behind them. Dragon Shield used a mortar to fire a rocket at them. Chapter 130, the Black Dragon Gang is destroyed, and the Chu family is taken over by Wangfan. People in Shanghai who work near the Black Dragon Group are destined to never forget that crazy afternoon. More than 50 helicopters surrounded the Black Dragon building, and then, in full view of the public, a one-sided gun battle took place, even using mortars. The intensive fire attack lasted for half an hour, and finally the entire top floor of the Black Dragon building was flattened. This was enough to show that when the building was built, the materials used by the construction team were still very solid, and there was no overall collapse. The onlookers all took out their phones to record this crazy moment, but when they tried to upload the footage to their social media accounts or took out their phones to call the law enforcement team, they found that they were unable to do so. Only then did I realize that my signal was blocked. Even some people who were less courageous didn't care whether they went to work or not, and immediately drove home to avoid the limelight. After going beyond that range, the phone had a signal, but it still couldn't send out the footage of the Black Dragon building being swept. The law enforcement team's phone was able to be reached, but they only made a record and did not send any police. In short, there were signs of something unusual everywhere, and soon those who worked near the Black Dragon building received a text message about the Black Dragon building. The Black Dragon gang has committed many evil deeds. The evidence is irrefutable. In order to prevent them from going out of their way, we have implemented a targeted strike against them. We hope that you will delete the relevant content you filmed and not spread the content you saw to the outside world, so as not to cause social panic. The state reserves the right to hold you accountable. We hope that you will not turn from a spectator to a criminal suspect. After deleting the relevant content, please click the link below to upload the evidence. You will receive a compensation of 1,000 yuan. The customer service number of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television is XXXX. When they first received this message, they thought it was a scam text message. However, when they called the customer service number of the radio and television, or they did not have a follow-up operator, the radio and television's outbound call gave them the corresponding reminder. With official intervention, the impact of this matter was reduced to a minimum. Zhuge Rui, a powerful warrior at the peak of the 9th level of internal strength, died with his eyes open. He had wanted to send an early warning message to his family, but he didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless and block the mobile phone signal. He couldn't send any messages or make any calls at all. He didn't figure out whether it was the Dragon Soul Hall that was targeting him. After the attack, Wangfan and Han Shenggong came to the Black Dragon building. After verifying with the enforcement personnel, they found that there were no high-level members of the Black Dragon gang who had escaped. It can be said that the timing was quite fortuitous this time, as they happened to be holding a high-level management meeting, so they caught them all in one fell swoop. The Black Dragon Group is a huge mess. Suddenly all the top executives disappeared, and the lower levels must be in chaos. Han Shenggong needs to lead the people of the Dragon Soul Palace to deal with the aftermath. At the same time, he also needs to verify the identities of the deceased to make sure whether they have escaped any fish. As for the Black Dragon Group's industries in current territories, they will be left to Wangfan to handle. Of course, at this time Wangfan could see the skill of Old Man Han. He was very meticulous in doing things and nothing could go wrong. In order to allow Wangfan to have a legal identity to take over the Black Dragon Group, the head of the Magic City directly issued a corresponding certificate, written in black and white with a big red seal, to ensure the legitimacy of Wangfan. So Wangfan directly asked someone to take this official document back to Longdun's headquarters, and at the same time asked Qin Shangguang and Dong Mingjia to work together to see how to stabilize the Black Dragon Group during the transition period. Old Han, my girlfriend is about to wake up. Wangfan looked at Han Shenggong and said, I have to go back to have dinner with her. We have to speed up. We have to deal with the Zhang and Shu families as soon as possible. Old Man Han shook his head helplessly, feeling that he had become Wangfan's puppet, doing nothing but cleaning up his mess. This little bastard really doesn't know how to feel sorry for the elderly. Every action he takes is not just to simply wipe out a family, but also to make corresponding supporting plans. Only in this way can the impact be minimized. After Han Shenggong made some arrangements over the phone, they went directly to the Chu family's automobile manufacturing company in the industrial park. That's right, the Chu family is not just a 4S store, their main business is actually making cars, but the sales of their vehicles in the country are not particularly good. The main reason is that the Monkey King brand new energy electric vehicles they produce are positioned as high-end electric vehicles in the market. One vehicle can easily cost millions, which is really unaffordable for ordinary people. So they didn't make it. In order to avoid putting all their wealth on new energy vehicles, Chu Haoran relied on his influence in the automotive industry and cooperated with some smuggling groups at home and abroad to open the largest 4S store in Shanghai for his son Xu Nantian. Although the sales of new energy vehicles are not ideal, the fuel sports cars sold by the 4S store opened by his son are quite good, and are among the top 4S stores in Shanghai. When Chu Haoran was taken away, it did not cause much sensation in their company because he was also afraid that it would affect the company's financing plan. The charge against him was car smuggling and he needed to be taken away to assist in the investigation. Han Shenggong looked at Wangfan and asked again, "Boy, I see that you have extraordinary strength and are capable of great things. The Chu family was wiped out by you, and they left behind this mess. This burden needs you to shoulder. Otherwise, if these tens of thousands of employees start to cause trouble, it will have a very bad impact on society." In fact, when Wangfan learned that the Chu family also had the automobile manufacturing industry, he was already tempted. After all, the development of new energy vehicles is the main theme in the country and is bound to be the main direction of future automobile development. Lei Jun's Xiaofan automobile spent 10 billion yuan in 3 years to achieve mass production of the Xiaofan Speed 7. You can imagine how much money this thing can burn. If Wangfan wants to remain invincible in this world that is gradually beyond his understanding, he must not be afraid of any enemies, even foreign warriors or hidden families in the country. The only way to make yourself stronger is to keep spending money and accumulate rich points to exchange for powerful skills. Old Han, please stop flattering me. Wangfan frowned and said, "The new energy vehicle market is so volatile right now. It's a bottomless pit. Although I have a little money, you can't just take advantage of me." Han Shenggong didn't expect that Wangfan would actually refuse. According to what he had learned before, he had asked the Qin family in the imperial capital and the Bai family in the Magic City to raise investments for him. Why doesn't he want a ready-made investment project? Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he put his arm around Wangfan's shoulders and said, "Boy, you're playing hard to get for me, right? Tell me what conditions you want in order to take over?" Mr. Han has a keen eye. "I admire you." Wangfan saw that he had been exposed and stopped pretending. "In fact, it's okay for me to take over the Chu family's new energy vehicles. Let me run their 4S store. This way, I can have a complete sales channel. Also, if I encounter any problems, you have to give me the green light to help me solve them."